Hello everyone. I have a game for true Naruto fans. In this video, I've changed the names of some characters. There are a total of 11 name changes. Can you find their real names? And like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. In the 48th year of Kanaha, October 9th, on the eve of the Ninetales rebellion. Dad, I had a dream last night, and I dreamed of something terrible. Narako suddenly ran in front of Naruko Minato, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. I saw a woman who was very similar to Naruto Uzumaki, with big blue eyes and long blonde hair, looking at Minato. Oh! Naruko-chan, what's wrong? Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad are here, and I'll protect you. Tomorrow is Mom's due date, Dad may have a lot of things to do, you have to stay at home obediently, don't run around. Minato stretched out his hand and patted Bofeng Narako, squinting and smiling. Dad, I dreamed that you and Mom would die tomorrow. Narako doesn't want to lose her dad and mom. Narako Bofeng threw herself directly into Minato's arms, her eyes were hazy with tears. Hi! After Minato heard Narako's words, the whole person was stunned. What is the situation? Narako, it's just a dream, it's not real. Mom and Dad are very good, how could they die suddenly? Don't worry, Dad is very strong. Then, Minato smiled, not impressed, and looked at Narako Bofeng with gentle eyes. No, Dad. I saw a man with a mask, and he channeled the Ninetales inside my mother. And he will also have the same spatial ninjutsu as his father, all the attacks will pass through his body, and they won't hurt him at all. But when he wanted to attack others, he had to turn into a physical entity, so he was injured by his father. But in the end, in order to seal the Ninetales, Dad used the ghouls that Mom gave me to seal them all, and then Mom and Dad were directly killed by Ninetales at the last moment. Woo! Narako Bofeng looked at the Bofeng Shui gate in front of her, and tears flowed down unconsciously. How is it possible that the psychic has come out of the Ninetales? Could it be? Minato saw Bofeng Narako's serious look, and he was directly stunned on the spot. He firmly believed that his daughter would not deceive him, and it was very likely that he had really dreamed of something, but could there really be such an existence? He didn't believe that his daughter would deceive himself with such a lie, let alone a 4-year-old child, who could not have such intelligence. Children generally don't lie, let alone their own daughters, but there are Kanaha who are there, and there are 3 generations of Hokage. Who has the ability to snatch Kushina directly from his hands? Narako, are you able to predict something? Has something similar happened before? Minato wanted to know if Narako Bofeng had the ability to predict. After all, he knew that it was the only one who had the ability to predict, and that was the Great Toad Immortal. If Narako is also able to have the ability to predict the future, it is also a very powerful ability. Dad, I've dreamed of it before. You became the 4th Hokage, and I told my mom. I don't believe you asked Mom. Mom didn't believe it at the time, she said that Grandpa Jiraiya would become the next Hokage. Bofeng Narako looked at the Bofeng Shui gate in front of him and nodded obediently. Really? Narako, do you remember how that person kidnapped her mother and then channeled out the Ninetales? Minato frowned, and then looked at Narako Bofeng. If all this was true, he naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. As the old saying goes, it's better to believe what you have than what you don't. At that time, my mother gave birth to my younger brother and then snatched my younger brother. Dad can only choose between mom and brother, and his target is mom. In the end, my mother was arrested, and then the Ninetales were also directly pulled out, and then directly channeled in the middle of the village. In the end, Dad used the ghouls to seal it up. Narako shook her head, and then told her everything she knew. Really? Daddy knows. Narako, don't worry, Dad will definitely step up his precautions and won't let them snatch mommies. Mom and Dad won't die, don't worry. We still have to live well with Narako and my future brother. Minato frowned, kept thinking in his heart, and then looked at Narako Bofeng and smiled. Bofeng Narako looked at Minato and smiled, nodded, and then felt a little tired, so he leaned back directly and fell asleep, looking very weak. This kid. Seeing that Bofeng Narako was about to fall, Minato hurriedly caught her, looked at her and smiled softly, and gently hugged her on the bed. If all of this is true for Narako, then I'll have to be careful tomorrow. Otherwise, Narako and them, how will they live in the future? Minato frowned. He and his wife would die tomorrow, which made him feel a little gloomy in his heart. Whether it's true or not, it's still necessary to deploy it well. Can't let that happen, or Narako and they'll be pitiful. After putting Narako on the bed, Narako Wakazi dodged away directly, leaving a small toad to take care of Narako to sleep. Where is this? Why am I here? As for Narako Namikaze, after falling asleep, she suddenly came to another world, as if she was playing a movie in front of her, and lived a life that was not inferior to what she is now. Naruto World, Anime. Ninetales Rebellion. I'm a time traveler, my memories were chaotic after the crossing, and now I have recovered all my memories. But how did I somehow cross into a woman, and my name is Narako Namikaze, the daughter of Ha Feng Shuiman, and Naruto Uzumaki's sister. Is she 4 years old this year? Tomorrow is the time for the Ninetales Rebellion. I'm going to get out quickly, my dad and mom are alive, and Naruto and I will have a good life in the future. Damn, why can't you get out? Let me out, let me out. Narako. Namikaze didn't know why, although she awakened the memory of her previous life, she couldn't get out of it at all. And because of the confusion of memories over the years, she didn't know that she was a time traveler before, so she would often dream, which was actually the memory of watching the anime in her mind. But she regarded these as dreams, so she didn't know about them, otherwise she would have already begun to change slowly. I won't wait until the day before the Ninetales Rebellion to tell the story. Damn, I can't get out, how can I save my father if I can't get out? Damn it. Narako. Bo Feng was furious, he actually couldn't get out of the memory space, and if he couldn't get out, it meant that he couldn't help Minato understand Obito's weaknesses. Fortunately, I have told my father before, as long as he believes a little, then the probability of his survival is very high. Hopefully everything is okay and hopefully mom and dad won't be gone. I can't get out, and Bo Feng Narako is also very helpless, but fortunately, he has already told Minato about this matter. As long as he pays attention to it, there shouldn't be any problems. 3 generations of adults. Minato left the house and directly found the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Fei Sun / and came to him. Is it the water gate? Ah, haha. Is there anything wrong? Ape Fei Ri saw Minato walk in, subconsciously took out a white cloth, directly covered a crystal ball, looked at him with an embarrassed face, and laughed embarrassedly. 3 generations of adults, Narako seems to have awakened some special abilities. Minato frowned, and his heart was a little confused, so he didn't see the small action of the ape flying sun, but as an apprentice, he still knew a little bit about the habits of the 3 generations of Hokage. Special abilities. What's going on, did something happen? Sarutobi Hichiza heard Minato say this, and looked at him with some doubts. Narako Bo Feng is only 4 years old. What ability can he awaken? Narako seems to be able to dream about the future. She dreamed that tomorrow a person would enter Kanaha and directly channel the Ninetales. I'm going to die with Kushina. Bo Feng Shuman looked at the ape Fei Ri / shook his head, and directly said Bo Feng Narako's ability to awaken. What? When ape Fei Ri heard Minato say this, the whole person was stunned, and the cigarette stick in his mouth fell to the ground. That's right, that person is likely to directly extract the Ninetales from Jusinai's body and channeled to the village. It's likely to cause a lot of damage to the village, so we have to rearrange the deployment just in case. Minato nodded, and directly said everything he knew, and naturally he wanted to ask the 3 generations of Hokage to help. Because this time was the day of Jushina's birth, so the entire Konoha attached great importance to it, and when the human pillar force was in production, the chakra used for the seal would be transferred to the fetus in the womb, and the tailed beast seal would be weakened. This is also the time when the enemy is most likely to take advantage of it, so the village has already strengthened its defenses inside and out. But knowing that the Ninetales are likely to be channeled, they have to change their plans. Is it reliable? Ape Fury frowned, bent down and picked up the cigarette stick, patted the ash on it, took a deep puff of the cigarette, and slowly exhaled it. It is better to believe what you have than not to believe what you don't. You can't gamble with the lives of the villagers. Bo Fengshuman shook his head, he was not sure, after all, it was a dream. But it is necessary to strengthen precautions, and if it does appear, you and others can also make the village minimize the damage. I'll let the shadows be on guard. In addition, everyone should be evacuated urgently tonight, and all of them should be evacuated to shelters. Just in case. Ape Fei nodded. Most of the current Konoha shadows are still under his control, and they are not all handed over to Minato. And the dark part of Minato's side is just some of his subordinates in the past, which shows how little power he deserves as the Hokage. Now it's too late to bring back Mr. Jiraiya. Tomorrow, the safety of the village will depend on you, the 3 generations of adults. Minato still decided to face the so-called enemy alone, but he would be on high alert. The village is also very important, in case he still misses, the Ninetales is still channeled out, and there are 3 generations of Hokage here, at least to buy him time. Chapter 2. Don't worry. There is an old man in the village, there will be no problems. If this is true, Watergate. You must be careful. Since the other party can snatch Jusinai from you, the strength must not be bad, and you must not be careless. I'll let Shadow stay with you tomorrow to help you fend off that mysterious man. The 3 generations of Hokage frowned. What he was most worried about was the village, and he would put an end to everything that was unfavorable to the village. Of course, whoever it is, if there is a possibility of harming the village, he will remove it, no matter who you are or what position you are in. As long as there is a little hint, he will try to kill you. This is a 3-generation Hokage who loves the village, and like the 5.5 generation Hokage, the love of the village has a deformed mentality. The 2 of them love the village, and they both love the identity and status of the Hokage, and the 2 of them can be regarded as a raccoon dog. And the shadow is the guard around the ape Fei, who is powerful and has the strength of the shadow level. He has always been his shadow, inseparable, and being able to send him out this time is already a great mercy to Minato. Thank you, 3 generations. Minato didn't expect that ape Fei would actually send the shadow out to him, and he was somewhat grateful in his heart, and hurriedly bowed respectfully to him. No one knows who the shadow of the ape flying sun is, not even Danzo doesn't know who he is, everyone only knows that he is terrifying. And he only obeys the command of one person and the order of others, and will not obey the command of others. Soon, Konoha's defense was upgraded to a level 1 defense, which is the strongest level. Began to evacuate the villagers into the shelter, and although none of them knew why, they did so. This is Konoha's will to fire, which makes them more obedient than the villagers of other villages, and believes in their own village and their own village shadows more. What's going on with this guy Hize? Did he find out? Tuanzang sat on the seat of the root, and when he heard the report of the members of the root, the whole person was stunned, and there seemed to be a bad premonition in his heart. It shouldn't be possible, that person has come and gone without a trace, and even I can't find out that he exists. This time, I must let Minato step down and become the 5th Hokage. Thinking of the position of Hokage that he originally had at his fingertips, he was actually passed directly to Minato, and Tuanzang was full of anger in his heart. His dedication to the position of Hokage was heavier than anyone else. Come on, act according to the plan, and drag the ape to fly tomorrow. In addition, they have prepared 3 sealed places, and they must clearly find out which place they are waiting to give birth. When you find it, report it immediately. Danzang frowned, and then directly called the members of the root and ordered them to start executing the plan. Yes, Danzo-sama. Woo! The root members in front of Danzo immediately disappeared in place. Hito-sa, what I want, I will definitely get. Minato is just a hairy boy. What qualifications do you have to be the Hokage? Phew! I'm the best candidate for the Hokage, ha ha ha. After everyone left, the corners of Tuanzang's mouth lifted slightly, and he laughed on crutches. Do you want to be more prepared? Does it work? I'll make you pay for Lin's death. Let's start with you. My dear teacher. Obito has divine power, coming and going without a trace. Kanaha's enchantment is nothing to him, and he has already known the situation of Kanaha for a long time. Hi! Here's the information you wanted. At this moment, a root member suddenly appeared next to Obito and handed him a scroll. Hehe! Kanaha, is it really as dirty as ever? Obito glanced at the root coldly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he directly took the information, and then disappeared in place. What a terrible person! Even if I have Mew done, I feel like I can't hold a move in his hands. This kind of space ninjutsu, the same as that of the 4 generations of Hokage, is really enviable. Root glanced at the place where Obito had disappeared, frowned, and then disappeared in place. Wow, wow, wow! Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi hugged Uchiha Sasuke in his arms, frowned, looked at the sky, and seemed to sense something. I always feel like something is going to happen today, and this kind of breath is really disgusting. Wow! Wow! Don't cry, Sasuke, with my brother here, no one wants to hurt you. The Uchiha Itachi shook his head and kept shaking Sasuke in an attempt to calm him down, looking at Sasuke with a smile on his face, a flash of love in his eyes. A few miles outside Konoha village, there was an enchantment, where dozens of members of the Shadow Division were already waiting, and everyone was concentrating on observing the surroundings in case something unexpected. Jusinai, the front is it, this time we secretly transferred, follow closely. Unlike last time, your teacher was still there last time, and this time we have to be careful. Lake Biwa, looking at Kushina, frowned, as if he knew some of the water gates, and it was clear that the 3 Hokages had also said something to her. And she is the wife of the 3rd generation of Hokage Abe Tobi Hichi, and this time it is up to her to take Kushina to the pre-prepared barrier. I see, Lake Biwa-sama. Tsunade frowned. Minato had already told her before she came, let her be careful, he had deployed everything and would come over as soon as possible. Lake Biwa-sama. When the members of the Dark Department saw Lake Biwa, they immediately stepped forward and saluted, looking extremely respectful. Open the enchantment. Lake Biwa nodded, looked at the shadows and said in a deep voice. Yes. The shadows then opened the barrier, and Lake Biwa entered the barrier with Kushina. Not long after entering the enchantment, Kushina felt a burst of pain in her stomach, although it was not very intense, but it was also painful, and her face was a little pale. Woo! Kushina! At this time, Minato had also come over, and seeing Tsunade's painful appearance, a trace of distress and worry flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly put his hands against her stomach and released chakra to suppress the 9 tails. Water gate, my stomach hurts. Don't worry, I'm here, it's going to be fine. Minato frowned, and directly separated a clone, and used the clone to continue to suppress the 9 tails in Tsunade's body, while he looked around vigilantly to prevent the sudden appearance of a mysterious person. Roar! The 9 tails was originally nailed to the seal, but suddenly felt that Jusinai's suppression of its chakra had weakened, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and he roared out, and the chakra kept floating all over his body, and began to invade the seal. Damn, so strong chakra! The chakra of the 9 tails is too big, Kushina. You have to come on. Naruto, you have to come up too. You must come out safely. Minato felt the movement of the 9-tailed chakra, his brows furrowed, and a look of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Shadow-sama, multi-magnetic-sama, the production inside has begun, and I already feel a large number of evil chakras starting to leak out. 1. Of the dark perceptual ninjas frowned, and the light of the 9-tailed chakra's aura emanating from it had already made his heart tremble. Such a 9-tailed was really hard to imagine that it would be sealed. Heighten your guard, the enemy is likely to take advantage of the situation and not allow them to succeed. All of you are optimistic, today's Guardian mission will not allow any failure. The Shadow was dressed in a black robe, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. No one had ever seen his true appearance. He frowned, turned around and glanced at the enchantment, and did not want anything to happen to the 9 tails. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Yes, Shadow-sama. All the dark parts are watching and listening, and they are looking around intently to prevent accidents. Cut, it's just a big fuss. There are so many of us guarding us, how can anyone be able to break in? It's impossible. Duo Magnet pursed his lips, but he didn't say the words, just a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Stole, tread, stomp. Woohoo! At this moment, the people guarding the periphery of the barrier heard what seemed to be movement not far away, and the dark ninja who was in charge of monitoring the surroundings hurriedly opened the binoculars and began to observe. Oh no, there's an enemy, and a large number of ninjas are rushing towards this side. At this moment, the shadow ninja who was in charge of observation had already seen someone rushing towards him, and his face changed instantly. Because there were not 1 or 2 people rushing over, but as many as 40. What? Who is it? Duo Ci was just saying that no one had broken in, but he slapped his face, and a hint of anger flashed on his face. Lord Duokai, it seems that the ninjas from Iwakuin village are rushing towards this direction. They. Dark Part hurriedly shouted loudly towards Duo Magnetic. Iwakuin ninjas. How is it possible? Could it be that they are ignoring the peace agreement? At this moment, countless darts flew towards everyone. Defend quickly. The enemy is coming. Dang dang dang. They. Members of the Kanaha Dark Division immediately took out the kunai, shot down the flying darts one by one, and then began to rush towards the ninjas of Iwakuin village. Hi! This dart! Shadow! Picked up a yailing dart on the ground, his brow furrowed thoughtfully. They are not ninjas from Iwakuin village, leaving them alive. Then Cage also rushed directly towards the ninja of Iwakuin village, and as he rushed over, he didn't forget to shout loudly. And one of the dark parts, that is, Kakashi, has also been sent by Watergate, 1 more person and 1 more helper, and his strength is very strong, which makes Watergate more trusting. Thunder escape, Chidori. Tsutsuze. In an instant, a blue laden chakra flashed above Kakashi's right hand, and it was like the chirping of thousands of birds. Woo! I saw that Kakashi disappeared in an instant, and in the next second, he had already appeared in front of a Iwakuin village ninja. 1. Bang! 2. Kakashi's speed is very fast, he has the observation power of the chakra, and he also has a powerful physical skill, which makes his body's reflexes extremely fast, and he died before many Iwakuin village ninjas could react. Ah! Oh no, he's the legendary Sharingan-eyed cold-blooded Kakashi, retreat quickly. I don't know who shouted such a sentence, and everyone actually ran back in unison. Humph! Kakashi saw the crowd running away, remembering the time before, it was they who caused Obito's death, and he was furious and chased after him. Chapter 3. Kakashi, come back. Don't chase it anymore. Seeing Kakashi leave, Doki immediately stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Bring some men with me, you can't let Kakashi be surrounded. The rest of the people continue to stay here and guard. Then, Doki directly chased after Kakashi with a group of people. There were a lot of people on his side, and it was normal for the other party to run. But Kakashi chased him alone, there would definitely be an accident, and he was a disciple of Minato, so naturally he couldn't let him have an accident, so he immediately chased after him with a dozen people. Is the tiger out of the mountain? Shadow frowned, but he didn't say much, he was still very confident in his strength, and there were so many shadows around him, no one should want to slip into his hands. Did you find out? That's right, it's to turn the tiger away from the mountain. Of course, I don't think it's necessary. At this moment, a man wearing a black robe and a yellow mask appeared in front of the shadow inexplicably, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Shadow-sama, be careful. Many of the shadows saw the mysterious person who suddenly appeared, and immediately rushed towards the shadow. Get out of the way. And Shadow frowned, he wanted to try to see who was so bold, and directly asked everyone to stop, and he had to practice alone with the mysterious person. Space ninjutsu. That's what you're talking about, right? You have a lot of guts, you actually dare to come to our Konoha to rob people. It seems that you are impatient. Shadow saw the mysterious man who suddenly appeared in front of him, although he didn't know what kind of space ninjutsu it was, but he was very confident in his strength, and he still couldn't help but mock the mysterious man. Bold. What can you do with me? It's just a piece of shit. The mysterious man slowly walked towards the shadow, unguarded. Dare to underestimate me? Angry to death. Fire escape, fire dragon technique. Shadow frowned, and when he saw that the mysterious man in front of him dared to look down on him, he was furious, and directly sealed, released a fire dragon, and rushed towards the mysterious man. The mysterious man didn't even look at it, and continued to walk towards the shadow. Humph, boy, I didn't expect you to be an idiot. You don't dodge my attacks. Do you think my fire dragon is a trick? Die! Shadow snorted coldly, seeing that the mysterious man actually ignored his attack. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Hee. The mysterious man sneered, and the fire dragon instantly passed through his body without the slightest damage. What? Through? Shadow was also the first time to encounter such an opponent, and the whole person was stunned. It seems, it's useless. Then you can die. The mysterious man released a black iron chain directly from his hands and quickly rushed towards Shadow. Damn! Die! Fire escape fire dragon flame bullet. Shadow frowned, quickly retreated and instantly sealed, spat out 3 flames directly from his mouth and flew towards the mysterious man. Hee. The mysterious man sneered, and kicked his right foot, which was extremely fast, and rushed towards the shadow quickly. Escaped again. What a troublesome ninjutsu! Shadow frowned. The first time he encountered such a tricky enemy, the most important thing was that he didn't know the other party's information, and it was still a little difficult to kill him. Then feel it for yourself. Soon. Shadow didn't retreat, but advanced, wanting to feel for himself if he could really pass through ninjutsu, or if he could pass through any object. Hi. Interesting. The mysterious man saw that the shadow did not hide, but rushed towards him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the movements under his feet were a little faster. Passed through again. Shadow frowned. She actually passed directly through the mysterious man. You're on your way. Before Shadow could react, the chain behind the mysterious man slammed Shadow's neck back. Ah! The chain is an entity. The fire just now didn't hurt the chain at all. What's going on? Piercing. Ying didn't expect that this chain was actually an entity. But there was no trace of being burned by the fire just now, which made him very confused in his heart, and the next second, he felt that his heart was stabbed. Stand in. Bang. When the mysterious man's shuriken was inserted into the shadow body, he immediately used the stand-in technique, and before the shuriken could be inserted deeply, he ran away. Hoo. Yang watched his heart keep bleeding. Just now he was careless, he was directly injured. Fortunately he ran fast, otherwise he would have died if he hesitated a little longer, making his pupils flash in disbelief, panting heavily. Did you run away? It's pretty fast. Obito pursed his lips, but he didn't expect to be run away by the shadow at the last moment, and he didn't reach his tone, and he was a little disappointed. Shadow-sama. The rest of the shadows immediately surrounded and directly protected the shadow in the middle. But it doesn't matter anymore. However, the mysterious man did not attack them again, but walked directly towards the barrier. Don't let him enter the barrier, stop him. Shadow immediately shouted at the crowd, and then swung several shuriken in pain. Woohoo! The other shadows also swung their shurikens, and the whole person rushed forward. Puff, puff. But all the kunai passed through the mysterious man and fell to the ground. The mysterious man blended directly into the space, and the whole person disappeared in place. Gone. No, he's in the barrier, damn it. Shadow was a little surprised when he saw the mysterious man disappear, and then he thought of his spatial ninjutsu. He must have rushed into the seal, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Shadow-sama, what should I do? Do you want to open the barrier? That person has entered the barrier. A trace of worry flashed in the dark side's eyes, and he frowned as he watched Shadow. No need, the fourth Hokage-sama is still inside, it should be fine. If the barrier is opened, the Ninetales will run wild, it will be very dangerous. Everyone continues to guard the barrier. Shadow didn't open the barrier in the end, because the village was more important than a person's life. If the barrier is broken and the Ninetales go out, then their village will be in danger. This. Yes, Shadow-sama. The dark part frowned, wanting to say something, but he didn't dare to say it later, so he could only nod in agreement. 4 generations of adults, you have to hold on. Shadow frowned, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head and muttered to herself. Ah! And Kushina closed her eyes tightly, and kept exerting force. It felt like she was going to pull a poop, but it was difficult to pull it out, and it was accompanied by endless pain, and she had to control the chakra, which really put a lot of pressure on her spirit. The head has come out, come on Kushina, come on. Biwako, as a midwife, had already seen Naruto's head come out, and he was very worried in his heart. Kushina was already working hard, but Naruto just had a hard time coming out, and it was hard to imagine that the second one was born so slowly. Of course, some people give birth to a second child very quickly, some people give birth to a first child very quickly, but the second child is very painful, it is almost life-threatening. I have to say, be filial to your parents. Naruto, come out quickly. Dad's shadow clone is going to be unbearable. The shadow clone of the water gate is frantically suppressing the Ninetales, who are extremely irritable and may break out at any time, with a hideous face and a look of worry in their eyes. Roar! And the Ninetales couldn't wait to come out, feeling that the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker, and cheered in his heart. AHH! AHH! Wow, wow! At this time, when the Ninetales thought they were going out, and when they were very happy in their hearts, they heard a crisp baby cry, and for some reason, they actually stopped struggling. This chakra. It turned out that the Ninetales was aware of the birth of Naruto, and there was a familiar chakra on his body, and he slowly stopped the rioting body. I'm dad again. Naruto. Tears flowed from Watergate's eyes, and he looked at Jusinai, a trace of gratitude and strong love flashed in his eyes. And Kushina shed tears, a sense of relief, and a feeling of happiness in her heart. There was a little bird crying so loudly. I will definitely be a vigorous child in the future. Lake Biwa looked at the child in his arms, saw Naruto's bird, smiled slightly, and then slowly walked towards Kushina. Naruto, my child. Kushina saw Naruto, a flash of love in his eyes. Good work, Kushina. Thank you. Minato looked at Jusinai, his eyes were hazy with tears, his eyes were shining, and he was obviously very excited. Watergate. Jusinai saw Minato, saw his lover by his side, squinted and smiled. Let's get some rest now. Biwako smiled, then hugged Naruto and wanted to leave. I'll reseal the Ninetales first to prevent it from escaping. And the clone of Minato stretched out his hand and put it on Jusinai's stomach, ready to start casting the sealing technique. The Minato-owned deity followed Lake Biwa's side, guarding Naruto at all times. Hi! Did you take precautions? Sure enough, it's a teacher. When the mysterious man came to the enchantment, he saw Minato following Biwako all along, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. Still, it didn't work. Then the mysterious man appeared directly at Lake Biwa's side, trying to snatch Naruto. Lake Biwa-sama, get out of the way. Whoa! When Minato saw the mysterious man appear, he immediately threw out a special kunai at him. Passed through. Really? Then how to deal with it? As soon as the battle was fought, the kunai of Minato passed directly through the mysterious person's body, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't expect the prophecy that Bofang Narako said came true. AHH. Lake Biwa-sama, Taro. Minato saw Naruto being snatched away, and he was a little anxious in his heart. 4 elephant seals. But the doppelganger of Minato did not stop sealing, because if it was not sealed, the Ninetales would break out. Bang! In an instant, the Ninetales were sealed back, and the chakra that emerged was immediately retracted and disappeared. And Kushina was also very weak because she had just given birth, but when she saw Naruto being caught, she still struggled to get up. Chapter 4. Naruto, Naruto. Kushina climbed up with difficulty, looking at the mysterious man. Endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. He dared to touch his own child, unforgivable. The 4 generations of Hokage, leave the side of the human pillar force, otherwise your son will go down to see the first Hokage. A kunai appeared on the mysterious man's left hand, and it was directly pressed against Naruto's neck, looking at the wave of wind and water gate and threatening. Let go of the child. Bo Fengshaman frowned, endless killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the mysterious man coldly. Hee. That's naive. Die. I saw the mysterious man sneer and threw Naruto directly into the air, and then the whole person jumped up, and kunai stabbed at Naruto. Wow wow wow. Naruto had just been born, so naturally he wouldn't know that he was afraid, but he still couldn't stop suffering. Naruto. Minato and Tsunade roared angrily. Phew. In the next second, the wave of wind and water had already rescued Naruto. It's worthy of the 4th generation Hokage, but it's too late. The corners of the mysterious man's mouth raised slightly, and he directly urged the detonation charm. Not good. Seeing that there was an detonation charm behind Naruto, Minato immediately left the barrier and appeared directly in the Kanaha forest, and quickly took off Naruto's clothes. Bang! Just a second before hugging, Minato fled the scene with the naked Naruto in his arms, and the detonation charm directly blew a deep pit on the ground. It's good that Naruto is fine. Send Naruto home first. Hi. Seeing that Naruto in his arms was fine, Minato smiled slightly, then disappeared in place, reappeared, and had returned home, directly putting Naruto on the bed. Dad will be back soon. Naruto. Minato looked at Naruto and smiled, then dodged away again. Turning the tiger away from the mountain. Actually transferred my body away, but Tsunade, don't you want to take it away today? Woohoo! The doppelganger of Minato immediately threw out several handfuls of special kunai towards the mysterious man, his brows furrowed, and he looked at him vigilantly. There was also a doppelganger. But it's not very useful. When the mysterious man saw the doppelganger of Minato, he didn't care, and walked directly towards Tsunade, not caring about Shumen's attack at all. Woo! Several kunai still passed through the mysterious man, and in the next second, the wave feng shui gate disappeared in place, appearing behind the mysterious man, and a spiral pill appeared in his right hand, pressing directly towards the mysterious man. The result was obvious, and there was still no harm done to the mystery man. I said, it's useless. The shadow clone of the water gate passed through the mysterious man, and then the mysterious man stabbed him directly with the kunai in his left hand. Bang! The shadow clone of Minato was attacked and was instantly broken, leaving only Kushina and the mysterious man on the field. Damn, Watergate! A hint of hatred flashed in Kushina's eyes. Sealing Vajra blockade. Click! In an instant, countless chakra chains stretched out from Kushina's body and rolled towards the mysterious man. It's useless. Let's sleep. The mysterious man revealed the eyes of the 3-hooked jade riding wheel, and directly cast an illusion on Tsunade, and fell down in an instant. Originally, Kushina would not be so easy to fall for illusion, but after giving birth, he was mentally exhausted and couldn't stop the illusion of the mysterious person at all. Then the mysterious man left the enchantment directly with Kushina, and what should have happened still happened. In the face of the unknown enemy, Minato was still not fully prepared, the intelligence was still too little, and with Naruto's small burden, he couldn't exert his strength at all, and finally ended in a fiasco. Ding! The host sphere is detected, and the Hokage upgrade system is turned on. Newbie rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Indra bloodline and successfully opening a jade riding wheel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of the Bo Feng Shui gate, and getting the system strengthening, awakening the perfect spatial affinity, which can sense the spatial coordinates, and there is no need for special suffering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the special ability of the Vortex clan, Kagura Heart Eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for all attribute chakras, and for gaining full ninjutsu mastery, except for special forbidden techniques and physical arts. Ding! The starter package has been fully distributed, and it is integrated into the host's body, and the host can understand it by himself. At this time, the system suddenly woke up, and a lot of benefits were also distributed, which made Narako feel incredible. System, I actually woke up the golden finger? Then I can come out. After Narako heard the sound of the system, she was instantly ecstatic, and she was finally able to get out. Damn the guy, it's finally coming out. Soon. Narako's consciousness returned to her body, and she opened her eyes to see the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar room in front of her. Did you really become a woman? Shall I go? Ant Snake, I have actually become the same kind of person as you. I don't know what happened to Dad, don't have an accident. When Narako Bakaze woke up, she touched her chin and made sure that she had become a woman and Naruto's sister, and shook her head a little helplessly. Is this the Sharingan? The power of evil? And around, I feel that there are spatial coordinates everywhere, as if I am a part of the space. Is this the power inherited from my father? But this ability has been systematically strengthened, and it seems to have become stronger. Shiu shiu shiu. Feeling the riding wheel in his eyes, Narako Bofeng was slightly stunned, and then saw that there were spatial coordinates all around, as if he was also one of them, and then kept messing around in his room. Due to the rapid movement of Narako in the spatial coordinates, countless Narako appeared in the room, and such a speed was unimaginable. Everyone is Narako, but they can't see who the real Narako is. Namikaze. There was only one Narako, but due to the speed of the flash, countless phantoms appeared, which made people dazzled. It's really a powerful ability, although it can't form a specific space, but the speed is definitely countless times faster than Dad's spatial ninjutsu. And you don't need to use a special kunai as a medium, you just need to move your mind, and you can feel anywhere. With Kagura's eyes, my perception range has been able to center on me, and everything within a radius of 20 kilometers can be clearly perceived. This is undoubtedly a better convenience for my spatial teleportation. Within a radius of 20 miles, all places, as long as my mind moves, I can teleport at will. And it doesn't cost much chakra. It's really a convenient ninjutsu, it couldn't be more convenient. Feeling these abilities in her body, Narako Bofeng couldn't help but smile. Only if she is strong can she protect the person she wants to protect. It takes a lot of chakra to use Flying Thor, of course, this refers to long-distance teleportation, but Narako's ability doesn't need to consume too much chakra. The consumption within a radius of 20 miles is lower than the consumption of the Flying Thunder God within a radius of several hundred meters. This is the strength of space affinity. Space is you are space, the general existence of incarnated space, and the darling of space. But now is not the time to think about this matter. I looked at the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning on October 11th, and I hurriedly got out of bed and ran out. Narako, you can't go out. Just. When Narako was about to go out, he was stopped by a ninja who still had 1,000 books in his mouth, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Uncle Genma, get out of the way, I'm going to find my father. Narako looked at the ignorant fire Genma in front of her, and had a bad premonition in her heart, and her brows furrowed. Narako, stay at home in peace and don't go anywhere. Shiranui Genma shook his head. He was sent by the Feng Mizuman to guard Narako and Naruto, but Naruto didn't know why he disappeared. He thought that it was likely that the fourth Hokage took it himself. But Narako couldn't let her out. She was only 4 years old, and it was dangerous outside, so she obviously couldn't get out. Roar! At this time, Narako Bofeng heard a roar from the Ninetales, and his whole face turned pale. Or, did it happen? No. Naruko Namikaze heard the roar of a beast and knew that it had probably happened, and tears flowed instantly. In the past 4 years, she has not awakened her memory, so she has already regarded Bofeng Shuigate and Vortex Jusinai as her biological father and mother in her heart. Now although she has recovered the memory of her previous life, she can't let her forget her biological parents, and in the past 4 years the bits and pieces of the three of them have been together in an instant, and they have kept appearing in her mind. Genma, get out of the way. Daddy's going to have an accident, get out of the way, whoa. Narako looked pitifully at the ignorant fire Genma in front of her. She knew that she couldn't change the fate of Minato now, but at least she had to let herself see them for the last time. The last side. I don't know that when I saw Narako Bofeng crying, my heart softened, but when I heard what she said later, my whole body was shocked. Roar. At this moment, the roar of the Ninetales rang out again. Can't wait that long. Narako heard the roar of the Ninetales and knew that something was wrong, so she instantly closed her eyes. Kagura's heart. In an instant, all the places within a radius of 20 miles were under her surveillance. Found the way. Whoa. At this time, the Ninetales had been taken out dozens of miles away by the Bofeng water gate, and it had already exceeded the range of Narako's Kagura's eyes. But fortunately, she found her direction, disappeared in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was already at the entrance of Kanaha village 10 miles away. Gone. Narako actually knows the space ninjutsu of the 4th generation Hokage-sama. SHHHH. Sure enough, father and daughter, both are perverts. I don't know that Huogenma saw the wave-wind Narako who suddenly disappeared in front of him, and the 1,000 books in his mouth fell in shock. No, you can't put Narako in danger. How many times can he use the flying thunder god with his current chakra? Then he didn't know that Genma reacted and immediately chased in the direction of the village entrance. And Narako used teleportation continuously, and within a few seconds, she came to the vicinity of the two of them. I firmly believe that Naruto will definitely become a perfect human pillar force, open up the future, and bring light to the world. The child of destiny that Jiraiya-sensei said must be Naruto, and I have always believed it. Minato looked at Naruto in his arms, and endless love flashed in his eyes. The ghouls are sealed. Then, Minato put Naruto on the ground and directly began to cast the Ghoul Seal, and a god of death immediately appeared above his head, holding a string of bracelets in his left hand and biting a knife at the corner of his mouth. Kushina, I'm sorry. But you have to believe in our son, he is our son. Minato folded his hands and looked at Jusinai, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Chapter 5. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage also came to the scene, and when they saw Minato casting a Ghoul Seal, the whole person was stunned, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. No, Dad. At this moment, Narako ran in front of Narako and Kushina Uzumaki, burst into tears, and shouted loudly. Naruto, Narako. Kushina was slightly stunned when she heard Narako's voice, and turned her head to see her running towards the two of them. Her eyes flashed with endless sadness. She already felt that the power in her body was constantly passing, and her life was short. Narako, why are you here? You will be a sister in the future, you must protect your brother, you know. Minato turned his head mechanically, looked at Narako Bofeng, and saw her pitiful eyes, feeling a little guilty, but still forced a smile. Although he didn't know why Naruko Namikaze suddenly appeared here, he was able to see himself for the last time. Mizuman, why? Do you want to use a Ghoul Seal? Just so that I can see Naruto when he grows up. But you use a ghoul to seal it all, what about Narako and Naruto? Why do you want to do this? I don't want Naruto to be a victim, and I don't want you to be a victim for me. Kushina directly hugged Narako in his arms, looked at Minato, and yelled at him. He would rather sacrifice himself than sacrifice Naruto's future and Minato's life, and his heart was extremely sad. Mom, Daddy, don't die. Narako will be very well behaved, Narako will protect her brother, but please don't die. Woo. Narako Bofeng cried very sadly, and now that she is only 4 years old, she is about to lose her dearest parents, which makes her extremely sad and heartbreaking. I'm sorry, Narako. Dad won't be able to stay with you anymore. I don't want to give up the village and you. But if I have to choose one of them, then I can only give up my life. Dad is sorry for you, and I'm sorry for your mom. But mom is more important than dad, far more important than dad. Minato looked at Kushina and Narako Bofeng with gentle eyes and smiled. Ding, trigger the quest and ask the host to seal a portion of the Ninetales chakra in his body. Completing the quest rewards the full version of the Filthy Earth reincarnation, which can exert 80% of the original strength, and does not require sacrifices, only the DNA of the character, except for the host. It cannot be automatically lifted, and others use this technique. Just like ordinary Filthy Earth reincarnation, it can still be lifted. Just when Narako was heartbroken, a task prompt suddenly appeared in her mind, which made her stunned. Reincarnation? Yes, I have a way to resurrect my father and mother. It's a must-do task. Naruto Namikaze's eyes lit up when he heard about the reincarnation of the Filthy Earth, which also taught him how to resurrect his father and mother, giving her a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the Filthy Earth reincarnation sent by others cannot be lifted, so it is simply an ability to defy the sky. But if you give it to someone else, although others can summon it, they can't have the ability of their own. They can still be lifted, and they can be released if they know how to deseal, which is the difference between having a system and not having a system. Seal. And at this time, when the wave wind and water gate directly began to seal, the wave wind Narako ran directly in front of him. Sealing Vajra blockade. In an instant, 4 chakra chains directly appeared in Bofeng Narako's body, directly snatching the Yin Nine Tails that Bofeng Shui Gate had just taken away. Give me a seal. Gossip seal. 4 elephant seals. Click. With the roar of the wave wind, a children's voice filled the sky. No, Narako, don't. Narako, don't. When Kushina and Minato saw that Bofeng Narako actually took the initiative to come out to seal it, they instantly felt a burst of panic and fear. They didn't want Narako to take on such a responsibility and become a new human pillar, but it was too late. Seals. End. Minato didn't want Narako to become a human pillar force, and Naruto to become a human pillar force, because he believed in the words of the Child of Destiny that Jiraiya said, and he felt that his son would definitely become the Child of Destiny. But he didn't want Narako to become a human pillar force, so he directly cast the Ghoul Seal and let the God of Death snatch the chakra. Click. In an instant, the Yin Nine Tails that were pulled out by the Bofeng Shui Gate were directly divided into 2 halves of the Yin Nine Tails chakra, and generally entered his body. Bang! The other half entered Narako's body, and 2 sealing techniques appeared on her stomach, and the Yin Nine Tails were directly sealed in her own body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and receiving the reward, Perfect Filthy Earth Reincarnation. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded, and the use of Filthy Earth Reincarnation instantly appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. As long as I have the reincarnation of the soil, I will have a way to resurrect my father and mother. But the premise is that you still have to cooperate with Ant Snake. Narako Bofeng has a clear idea. If she wants to resurrect her parents, she must cooperate with Orochimaru, so that she can experiment with the method she has in mind. Narako, why are you so stupid? Why? Kushina hugged Narako Bofeng in her arms, crying bitterly, but she didn't expect that in the end, her daughter would also become a 9-tailed human pillar force, and her heart ached. It's too late. Bang! Feeling that his life force was gradually draining and that it was too late, Minato immediately channeled out an altar and carefully put Naruto on it. The hateful 4 generations of Hokage, they actually want to seal me again, damn it, damn it. They. Ninetales was furious, he finally came out, and he was actually going to be sealed again, and he kept trying to break free from the chakra chain. Silence me. King Kong blockade. Narako knew that the Ninetales would most likely directly penetrate her parents next, and immediately used the Vajra blockade to trap the Ninetales, so as to reduce the pressure on Kushina. Don't look at Narako Naruto, she is still young, but she has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and the chakra is extremely large, and she can be called a tailless beast, which is only a lot more than Naruto's chakra. And since she was conscious, Kushina has been guiding her to learn the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and the sealing technique is already extremely powerful at a young age, but Naruto still needs to use chakra to suppress the Ninetales. When Naruto was a child, he needed to suppress the Ninetales with a lot of chakra, so he couldn't use too many chakras at all, but Narako didn't. Although a quarter of the Ninetales chakra has now been sealed, the pressure is much less than Naruto's, and he can still use more chakra. Narako, I'm sorry, Mom won't be able to protect you anymore. Kushina felt that she was much less stressed, and reached out to touch Narako's face, her eyes flashing with endless love. Mom, don't talk, it's going to get better. Definitely. Naruko Namikaze had already felt that Kushina's vitality was rapidly declining, and she had no skills to recover, and sadness flashed in her eyes. Kushina had been away from the Ninetales for too long, and even if she sealed the Ninetales chakra back into her body, it wouldn't make her rejuvenate again. Kushina, we're running out of time. Then, Minato handed the seal scroll to Toad Yin, and finally glanced at Kushina and Narako Bofeng. Narako, Naruto will be handed over to you in the future. You are an older sister, you must protect your younger brother well. Feed yourselves every day, don't catch a cold, remember to take a hot shower, and don't run around. Beware of Mr. Jiraiya, he's a big pervert, and he hasn't done anything right for a day. Before you have the strength, you must stay in the village. Mom really has a lot to say to you, I want to live with you, Mom loves you. The last family of three hugged each other directly, shedding tears. Both of them were listening to Kushina's last instructions. She said very long, very sad, which made Narako Bofeng feel extremely painful in her heart. Narako, Naruto, what Daddy wants to say to you is the same as your mom. Bagua Seal. Minato looked at Narako and Naruto lying on the altar, forced a smile, and directly used the Bagua Seal, sealing the remaining Yin Nine Tails directly in Naruto's body. Wow wow wow! When the wave Feng Shui Gate sealed the Ninetales inside Naruto's body, Naruto cried loudly, as if bidding farewell to his father and mother. Dad, Mommy! Narako called out loudly, but the two of them were no longer breathing, tears rolled down their cheeks, and they didn't want money to drip to the ground. Mom, Dad! I'll definitely find a way to bring you back to life. Then Narako collected the blood of Naruto and Kushina, ready to use it in the future, and her eyes flashed with endless sadness. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Lord Kushina. Narako. This time, the barrier outside was also opened, and Sarutobi and the 2 Konoha ninjas rushed directly towards the side of the Bofeng Shui Gate, and when they saw that they had fallen to the ground, a look of worry appeared on their faces. 3 generations of Grandpa, woo-woo. Dad, Mom are all dead, all dead. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Narako Namikaze saw the 3 generations of Hokage coming, and immediately threw herself into his arms and cried loudly. Narako is not afraid, there will be Grandpa in the future, and there will be someone who will protect you. Abe. Fei slashed a trace of tears in his eyes, and held Bofeng Narako in his arms. How can such a young child not be sad if he loses his parents? Although the ape flies and kills people, it is not good. But at the moment Naruto still needs to grow up, and when the 2 of us little ones go out, it will be difficult for me to feed Naruto. You still have to stay in the village. As long as I'm here, no one can think of bullying Naruto. And Narako knows very well that he can't leave with Naruto now, he hasn't brought a child, so he still needs to stay in the village honestly. Someone is coming, immediately bring Kushina back to Kanaha Hospital for treatment. Sarutobi let go of Narako Namikaze, and then picked up Naruto who was lying on the altar. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes, and then turned around and ordered the 2 Konoha ninjas beside him to let them treat Kushina in Kanaha later. 3 generations of Hokage. In the future, children, please leave it to you. The kid's name is Naruto. Kushina struggled to wake up, and when he saw Sarutobi slashing beside him, he shouted weakly. Don't worry, I will take good care of the children, and for the sake of the children, you have to cheer up. Abe. Fei saw Kushina wake up, and hurriedly ran forward worriedly. But in the next second, Kushina was already out of breath, and the rest of their chakra had been sealed in Naruto's body. Chapter 6. Jusinai, don't worry. Then, Ape Fei Sun lowered his head towards Jusinai, his face sank, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Mom! Narako Bofeng saw Kushina die, roared angrily into the sky, felt a strong dark power coming from her body, and then passed out directly. Narako! Sarutobi saw Narako faint and was a little worried. Go back to the village at once. Then, Sarutobi hugged Naruto, and the other person held Narako, and rushed directly towards Kanaha. The remaining one person is responsible for bringing the bodies of Minato and Kushina back to Kanaha. After the Ninetales disappeared, all the Kanaha ninjas were already cleaning up the battlefield, but half of the entire Kanaha had become full of vicissitudes and miserable. It didn't take long for the Ninetales rebellion to finally subside, and Narako was in a coma in the hospital, and next to her was the young Naruto, who was in charge of taking care of her. Because of Narako's existence, Naruto did not suffer unfair treatment, on the contrary, he was treated very well, and he really got the honor of being the son of a hero. Jusinai, Watergate. You have protected the village and the villagers with your lives. It also protects the future of our Kanaha village. Don't worry, children, I will take care of it. At the memorial service, Sarafiri looked at the photos of Minato and Jusinai, and his heart felt as if he had overturned the 5-flavor bottle. Teacher, don't worry, Narako and Naruto. I'll take care of it for you. Won't let them get hurt in any way. Kakashi's eyes darkened, and the people around him left him one by one, and he was now nothing. In the end, all that's left is Narako Kakashi, who likes to follow behind his ass every day and shout Kakashi's brother, Kakashi's brother. After the memorial service, the 3 generations of Hokage convened a ninja meeting with the backbone of all the villages. After all, the country cannot be without a king for a day, and the village cannot be without a village chief for a day. This time, the 4 generations of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate sacrificed themselves to let the Ninetales rebellion subside. Because of the Ninetales rebellion, we have suffered endless losses. We're all sad, but the Hokage in the village must be chosen as soon as possible. Elder Kanaha squinted his eyes, looked at the group of ninjas in front of him, and slowly spoke. In that case, let's choose one of the ninjas of the Mizuman generation for the position of Hokage. Nara. Shikaku frowned, looked at Kanaha F4 sitting on it, and said his opinion. He felt that the 4 people on the stage were already old and not enough to continue to serve as the Hokage, and with his intelligence, he naturally knew that each of these 4 people had their own goals. But it can't be said casually, it can only be exported as a suggestion, so it won't offend people. Humph, Watergate is finally dead. This time, there is no one more suitable to be the Hokage than me, right? Ha ha ha. And Danzo kept cheering in his heart. He felt that no one could take his Hokage's place anymore, and glanced at Sarutobi and showed a hint of a smile, constantly reverie in his heart. There is indeed no shortage of powerful ninjas in Mizuman's generation, but their qualifications are not enough to lead the village. Zhuan Xiaochun frowned, stared at Naralu in front of him with unkind eyes, and said slowly. Humph, really? I've known you had such a purpose. Nara Shikaku frowned, and when he saw that the other 3 did not speak, he knew in his heart. Do you still have to choose from the candidates of the older generation? Then Naralu directly threw out a more thought-provoking question, if you don't look for the younger generation, do you still have to choose among your older generation? This is already Sima Zhao's heart, everyone knows their inner thoughts, but no one dares to say it. In this time of crisis, there is no other way. I, Ape Flying Sun, am willing to take on this heavy responsibility. Ape. Fei looked at everyone present, and couldn't wait to stand up and tell everyone that he was going to make a comeback, although he was excited in his heart, but there was no wave on his face. Damn, Sarutobi-san's lash, what do you want to do? You actually want the position of Hokage that should belong to me. They. Hatred in Tuanzang's heart, after hearing Sarutobi-san's words, he was furious. Originally he also wanted to stand up, but he was not as fast as this old guy, and he secretly hated in his heart. Since you're willing to go out, that's great. After hearing Sarutobi's words, Homura Mitokado was overjoyed in his heart, and quickly turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Since you're willing to give it yourself, then. The same is true for Koharu, who breathes a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as Sarutobi is still in the Hokage seat, then the 2 of them will be able to live a more comfortable life. Hehe. You were forced to give up the Hokage's position because you lost the battle. Now do you think you're really up to the position of Hokage again? And this time, although you have arrived at the scene, you have not rescued the fourth Hokage. Tuanzang tilted his head and watched the ape fly to the sun, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes. Tuanzang, what you said is a bit excessive, there was an enchantment at that time, and the sun could not enter. Homura Mitokado squinted, and with a look of displeasure on his face, he defended the ape flying to the sun. Tuanzang, why didn't you show up at that time? I didn't see you on the battlefield either. Zhuangziao-kun's face froze, staring at Tuanzang and shouting coldly. Ha ha ha. I'm just a transitional person, and when the time comes, if there is a suitable candidate, I will directly abdicate and make way for Xian. Although I am a bit overwhelmed by saying this should be the best arrangement at the moment, right? Sarutobi laughed, and then looked at Tuanzang, not knowing his thoughts in his heart. But Danzang's heart is no longer the same as he was back then, and if Kanaha is in his hands, it will be very dangerous. At least it's more dangerous than in your own hands, and of course, whether this is an excuse or not, no one can know. Humph! Tuanzang snorted coldly, speechless, and the three of them turned the spearhead to him, so that he didn't know what to say for a while, and turned around and left directly. In the end, the Hokage's candidate was chosen, that is, Sarutobi made a comeback and continued to be the Hokage until the next Hokage succeeded him. Narako. Kakashi came to the tombstone and suddenly saw Narako Namikaze standing there early with little Naruto in her arms. Brother Kakashi. When Narako heard Kakashi's voice, her whole body shook slightly, and she turned her head to look at him, tears flowing out unconsciously. It's all gone. My brother will protect you in the future. Kakashi walked up to Narako Namikaze, looked at her pitiful appearance, and then looked down at Naruto, who was still sleeping peacefully in her arms, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. If I hadn't been led away, would I have been able to save the teacher? Then he remembered the scene last night. He was led away by those fake rock hidden village ninjas, which eventually led to the death of Minato, which made him feel a little guilty in his heart, and walked over and patted Bofeng Narako's little head. Kanaha that my father and mother guarded, I will definitely take care of it. Narako has grown up and is not so easy to defeat. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Narako's eyes, and it was fleeting. Kakashi didn't know what to say, and for a moment the two of them were a little silent. Wow, wow! At this moment, Naruto suddenly burst into tears, probably hungry, and his hands and feet kept dancing. Brother Kakashi, Naruto should be hungry, I'll go back first. Narako looked at Naruto and shook slightly, although it was clumsy, but it was cautious, and a trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Well, let's go. If you have anything, come to my brother, and my brother will help you solve it. Kakashi nodded, looking at Narako Namikaze, not knowing how to comfort him. Narako nodded, then turned around and left. Tuanzang, you wait for me. Soon, I'll have you go down to meet your teacher. Narako Bofeng who left, endless killing intent flashed in her eyes, and she would not let go of any of the people who caused the death of Minato. Woo! Seeing that there was no one around, Narako Bofeng immediately performed spatial ninjutsu, returned home directly, and immediately soaked Naruto with milk powder, and fed Naruto to drink after the temperature was suitable. Because of Narako's existence, the family's savings and house are all still there, and they have not been confiscated, and the family has also received honors, and everyone knows that the 4 generations of Hokage died because of the sealing of the Ninetales. And Naruto and Narako have also become the children of heroes, and the guards who used to be around Minato are still guarding the two of them. Naruto, you have to grow up quickly, I won't let anyone bully you. Don't think about it. Narako looked at Naruto in her arms, now that she was the only one in the world, her brother, and she didn't allow anyone to threaten her brother's safety. In an instant, Narako's 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes appeared, looking at the blue sky with these bloody eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Because of the departure of her parents, Narako went directly from a hooked jade to a 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye in an instant, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Teacher, I'm sorry. If I hadn't left at the time, maybe things wouldn't have been so bad. After Naruko Namikaze left, Kakashi looked at the tombstone, and a mist had begun to appear in his eyes, and he blamed himself extremely much in his heart, blaming himself for leaving at that time. Even if you don't leave, you're going to fail. Kakashi Hakiki. Just when Kakashi was sad, he didn't realize when a person appeared behind him, and quickly turned around. Danzo-sama. Kakashi looked at Danzo, a little puzzled in his heart. Why did he say that? Didn't you doubt it? The 3 generations of Hokage at that time had already arrived at the scene. Why didn't they go to save your teacher? What if this was a conspiracy? Now he is going to succeed the Hokage, if he is, because he is back in this position. Do you think that if you didn't leave at that time, your teacher wouldn't have died? At that time, you were not the only one by your side, there was also a shadow. Danzo stared at Kakashi with indifferent eyes, his expression did not change in the slightest, and he began to reverse black and white. Hi! Could it be? Kakashi was said by Tuanzang, and instantly felt that it was not impossible to do so, and a crack began to appear in his heart about the relationship between Abe Toby and Hichi. Chapter 7. How's it going? Kakashi. Would you like to come to my roots and do things for me? You must know that your teacher has passed away, and the 3 generations of Hokage are about to return to power. When the time comes, you will still become his subordinate and do things for an enemy. Are you really willing? Lin and Obito back then, he was also killed indirectly, all the relatives around you, which one was not killed by him? And your father? Danzo saw that Kakashi's heart began to waver, and a sneer flashed in his eyes, and he threw an olive branch at him. What? Kakashi's pupils shrank when he heard Danzo say this, and an undetectable trace of anger flashed in his eyes. And the ninja of Iwane village who appeared inexplicably last night, haven't you ever suspected it? I don't even know the location of the seal, who else can know? This time the location of the seal is very mysterious, no matter who is in the village, none of them know. There are only 3 and 4 generations who know, but it's impossible for your teacher to find his own death, right? So, the answer is obvious, isn't it? I don't want him to design it to ascend to the Hokage, but I can't help but think about it. If Kanaha is handed over to such a person, will there be hope for Kanaha anymore? Danzo continued to turn on the flickering mode, looking at Kakashi in front of him, and began to turn everything upside down, just to be able to use Kakashi. Then without waiting for Kakashi to think about it anymore, he just turned around and left, not giving him any chance at all. Could it be that this is really the case? Kakashi was very confused now, looking at the back of Danzo leaving, bowing his head and muttering to himself. Anyway, I'll figure it all out myself. I don't know how long it took, but Kakashi's eyes flashed with determination, and he bowed to the tombstone before slowly leaving. Kakashi, 3 generations of Hokage-sama summoned. Not long after Kakashi left, a teammate from the shadows appeared in front of him. Yes, I see. Kakashi nodded, then changed into the dark costume, and turned to leave. I'm still too young now, and I have to grow as soon as possible. The Ninetales in the body should be put to good use. I hope you don't disappoint me. Naruto. In Naruto's arms was already asleep, and then gently placed him on the bed, while he sat aside, his consciousness directly entering the ceiling space. Tick, tick. The ceiling space was full of water, but it was not a sewer, and the Ninetales were tied to a boulder by iron chains, and their bodies were pierced by countless wooden bars, nailed to the boulder. Little ghost, I didn't expect you to be able to seal me at such a young age, I really underestimate you. Ninetales saw Narako Bofeng who suddenly appeared in front of him, and a smile flashed in his eyes, but he didn't have that vicious color. Maybe it's because Yin Nine Tails has a better temper, or maybe he only has half of Yin Nine Tails, and his strength is too weak, so he doesn't have the arrogance of the past. 9 llamas. Narako slowly walked in front of the Ninetales and shouted directly at it, instantly causing the Ninetales' pupils to shrink. Little ghost, why do you know my name? Ninetales frowned when he saw Narako Bofeng in front of him. His name was not known to anyone alive except for other tailed beasts. Why can this little ghost in front of him know his name? this is the name that the 6 immortals helped them choose. I know not only your name, but also the names of all your 9-tailed beasts. I came here to cooperate with you, and you cooperated with me so that I could use your power. I'll set you free in the future, you shouldn't lose this deal, right? Bofeng Narako directly opened the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye, and her bloody eyes stared at Yin Zhuwei, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Riding wheel eyes. Is it this evil aura again? But the aura on your body is very strange, although I can't say why, but I always feel that you are not a simple little ghost. If you let me out, you yourself will die, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Ninetales saw Narako's 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, his pupils shrank, and a trace of fear unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Although Narako is a 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye, it feels that Narako's riding wheel eye is extremely strong, and it is not weaker than the mysterious person who controlled him yesterday. You don't have to worry about this, I'll find a way and let you out. If you say, do you agree? If you promise, I can put you down from the seal, and I won't have to be tied up and moved. Looking at the Ninetales, the corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly, and then looked at it and smiled. Let me go. Hee. You little devil is very interesting. But do you think I can still resist? You have the Sharingan and can already extract my chakra at will, without my permission at all. Yin Nine Tails also understands that Narako Bofeng, who has the Sharingan eye and the vortex bloodline, wants to absorb his chakra from the seal for his own use. This is already a routine operation, and he has no way to resist at all. Since she is willing to let herself down, it is naturally better. She can't move when she is nailed to the stone, no wonder it's uncomfortable. Then you agree to this. I also need a mode exclusive to your Ninetales. I hope you can cooperate with me, I will not hurt you, but will help you. If I could, I would like to be friends with you too. In this world, whether it is a human or a tailed beast, there is good and evil. But the distinction between good and evil is not about how powerful you are to destroy and how many people you kill. A murderer is not necessarily a wicked person, and a person who does not kill is not necessarily a good person. You kill people, maybe because of anger, after all, you are sealed in your body as a human pillar, and you are somewhat lonely and angry in your heart. I can understand that no one wants to be sealed in a closed environment forever. I'm still very small in my power, so I hope you can cooperate with me. We became friends, and when I became strong and could have a greater voice, I would also set you free. Narako Bofeng looked at the Ninetales in front of her, withdrew her riding wheel eyes, and looked at it with sincere eyes, and a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Oh! Friend! The first time I've heard someone willing to be friends with us tailed beasts. But I agree with what you said. I'm also willing to work with you, and I hope you don't let me down. The corners of the Ninetales' mouth lifted slightly, although she didn't know why Narako seemed to know a lot about herself, but it was the first time she had heard that someone was willing to be friends with their tailed beast. This reminded it of the 6 immortals, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in its eyes, the 6 immortals at that time, even if they were friends, but more like their fathers. It was a pleasure to work with. The corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly, she didn't expect the Ninetales to agree so easily, and then slapped her hands. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the chakra chain that was originally tied to the Ninetales and the boulder behind it exploded directly. Poof! The Ninetales instantly fell to the ground, splashing countless waters. It was a pleasure to work with. You also removed a layer of seals, it seems that you are very relieved to me, right? Ninetales looked at Narako and smiled, feeling that he could move, and his heart was somewhat relieved. And it sensed that the seal had also weakened, and the corners of its mouth lifted, and it smiled as it looked at the ant-like wave-wind Narako in front of it. Since we're friends, I have to trust you. Isn't it? Narako Bofeng looked at the Ninetales, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she looked sincere. Hi! Ninetales saw Narako's sincere eyes, and for some reason, he felt warm in his heart. Maybe. Then the Ninetales lay down directly, lying on the surface of the water and closing his eyes, without saying anything more, but his heart felt as if he had knocked over the 5-flavor bottle. Maybe it's because of the docility of the Yin Nine Tails, so after my father is reincarnated, he can directly turn on the Nine Lamas mode. It seems that the Yin side is the docile side of the Nine Tails, and the Yang side may inherit more resentment and tyranny hearts, which is why the temper is so short-tempered, right? What an interesting little ghost. After Narako Bofeng left, Yin Zhuwei raised his head and looked at the empty ceiling place in front of him, and a trace of an inexplicable smile flashed in his eyes. Now that the Ninetales have been done, then you can cultivate with peace of mind. I don't need to use chakra to suppress it anymore, it's so comfortable. Narako Bofeng originally needed to suppress the power of the Ninetales, which would make her unable to use part of her power, and she felt very depressed and aggrieved. Now that the chakra in my body can finally be used completely, this feeling is not too pleasant. The power of the Yang Ninetales in Naruto's body is too strong. Grumpy, let's let Naruto do it himself. But sister will help you strengthen the seal, so that you can also reduce some of the Ninetales chakra's interference with you. When the time comes, I won't even be able to distinguish a doppelganger. 4 elephant seals. Seeing Naruto, who was sleeping peacefully, the corners of Naruko's mouth lifted slightly, and then her right hand was directly clasped on Naruto's stomach, reinforcing the seal for him. This seal instantly minimized the Ninetales chakra that Naruto would have ooze. That's it. In this way, the interference of the Ninetales should be much smaller, and there will be no need to learn a spiral pill by then, and you will need to use a pair of hands. Hee. Narako looked at her masterpiece, feeling that the nine-tailed chakra seeping from Naruto's surface had weakened significantly, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Chapter 8. The full ninjutsu mastery given by the system is good, so I don't need to learn all shi ninjutsu, more than Kakashi, the ninjutsu of the replicating ninja society, and it's even more complete. Now that the physique is not good, let's practice shi physical skills first. If you are not proficient in physical skills, it is equivalent to being completely wasted, and you still have the ability to control chakra. Because of the gift of the system, Naruko Namikaze doesn't need to spend more time for ninjutsu. Although those special forbidden techniques and physical techniques are not counted, they still make it very convenient for her. The body technique is not considered a ninjutsu, so it is also excluded, and there are some such as the filthy earth reincarnation and the vortex sealing technique that are considered special ninjutsu, but he has also learned it, and he does not need a system reward at all. There are indeed no secret techniques of the major families, and there are no shadow imitation techniques, multiplication techniques, insect breeding, and dog training. The art of shadow clones. Bang! Soon, a puff of white smoke appeared in front of Naruko Namikaze. You look at Naruto, I'm going out to practice. Narako looked at her doppelganger and asked her to stay at home to take care of Naruto, while she prepared to go out to practice. I see. Narako, the doppelganger, nodded, and then sat down directly. Narako Bofeng nodded, and disappeared directly into the room in the next second, and reappeared, already in the Kanaha forest. Shi chakra's mastery first. The best way to practice shi is to climb trees and tread water. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang! After Narako came to the forest, she immediately separated more than a dozen shadow clones and began to train to climb trees. If this is seen by others, he will definitely drop his jaw in shock. Such a 4-year-old child, with so many shadow clones to cultivate, don't you know that after the doppelgangers are withdrawn, the fatigue will be superimposed on each other, and the whole person is likely to be directly brain dead? But Narako Bofeng still goes her own way, and she is not afraid at all. She has the recovery ability of the nine-tailed chakra, as well as the strong vitality and recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan, and the technique of multiple shadow clones is simply specially prepared for them. You are responsible for cultivating physical arts, you are responsible for cultivating treading water, and you are responsible for cultivating tree climbing. You are responsible for cultivating the wind attribute chakra, you are responsible for cultivating the thunder attribute. Stole, tread, stomp. Soon, Narako began to assign her own shadow clones for cultivation, each of which had its own main cultivation goal. During this time, Narako Bofeng has been cultivating, whether it is physical arts or ninjutsu, as well as all ninjutsu, the speed of the connection seal is also constantly cultivating. Because he doesn't have the ability to let himself slap his hands and shout to kill, at most he can only use Muji ninjutsu like Spiral Pill and Rachel to let her use it at will. But if it's other ninjutsu, it must still be used for sealing. So she cultivated all the ninjutsu that she could use, and although she already knew it, her proficiency was still needed. And Kakashi handed over the root of the 3 generations of Hokage to the Fire King's palace to Danzo, and it was also when he first met Mu Dun, and after knowing Mu Dun, he began to feel a little strange in his heart, and began to investigate Mu Dun ninjutsu. Kakashi sneaked into Sarutobi's house, opened the information between the Thousand Hands pillar, and began to check it. But the above is only a record of a person among the Thousand Hands pillar, and there is only one person in the world. But he saw a mysterious person who would escape, which made him desperate to know the answer. That's what you're looking for, right? Sarutobi had already discovered Kakashi when he entered the house, and Kage's strength was not something that Kakashi could have now, and he had already sensed that something was wrong. And has been observing in the vicinity for some time, throwing out a document directly from his hand. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Kakashi saw Sarutobi appear and immediately knelt down towards him, shocked. Then let's go see. This data is not enough to study the first generation of cells. If you had Mu Dun at that time, your teacher wouldn't have died. Mu Dun and Riding Wheel I are the only beings who can control the 9 tails, and I wish I could have Mu Dun. But it couldn't be achieved at all, and the research eventually failed. Not only did many ninjas who voluntarily inject the first generation of cells die, but the research has not made any progress. But lately, Sarutobi looked at Kakashi, a hint of grief flashing in his eyes. He also wants to have Mu Dun, so that he can ensure the peace of the village and allow the Ninetales to be better suppressed. But if Mu Dun exists, then Minato will not die. Can Mu Dun suppress the Ninetales? So at that time, after Kakashi heard Sarutobi's words, he instantly remembered Tuanzang, who obviously had a Mu Dun ninja in his hand, but he didn't send it out to use it, so he could suppress the Ninetales. Instead, all these faults were placed on the head of Sarutobi, which made Kakashi stunned. I see, it's ridiculous that you are the one who started everything. Kakashi is not a fool either. As soon as he heard Sarutobi say this, he knew that Danzo could have done his best to stop the Ninetales, but he didn't send anyone out. And his own people are still hiding in the rear, just trying to kill his teacher, and he actually shouts to catch the thief. This made Kakashi very angry, and he was actually put in a position by the group. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, I'm sorry. Then Kakashi bowed directly to Sarutobi and apologized. Because he was suspicious of him, he directly provided his itinerary to Danzo, which made him feel a little guilty in his heart. Hey! Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Sarutobi was a little puzzled, looking at Kakashi in front of him, as if he was a little surprised. I listened to Danzo's lies, and exposed the trip of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama to the daimyo's mansion this time. He lied to me that you killed the teacher, and that he had a kid under him. Kakashi's eyes flashed with guilt. He didn't believe in the 3 generations of Hokage, and he was almost used by Danzo. Ha ha ha! Danzang! I don't blame you for this. A trace of bitterness flashed in Abe Fury's eyes. He couldn't hear it. Tuanzang actually wanted to kill himself this time. Has been a friend for many years, but because of this Hokage's position, he made him kill himself. It's okay, this time you take someone to become me and continue to follow the original route. You don't have to worry about the rest, it'll be fine. Then Sarutobi Hisashi looked at Kakashi and smiled, not paying attention, and he didn't pursue Kakashi's betrayal of him before. After all, Kakashi Hakiki is his own descendant, and to attack him is to cut off his own arm. Now there are not so many strong people in the hands of the ape Flying Sun, although he has a lot of ninjas in his hands, but the strength of these ninjas is generally not strong. And their potential has been exhausted, and they will never reach the strength of the shadow. But Kakashi is different. He not only has a chakra eye, but he has already made a name for himself in the shadows at a young age. Such a ninja will definitely be able to become his right-hand man in the future. Such a genius, but if one dies, there will be one less, and today's Kanaha is no longer the Kanaha that has many talents. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Kakashi said in his heart that if he wasn't moved, it must be false. After all, he had done something to betray Ape Toby, but he didn't care, and his loyalty to him skyrocketed. Alright, let's go down. If you want to know anything in the future, just come to the old man and ask for me. Sarutobi looked at Kakashi and smiled, shook his head, and turned to leave. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Kakashi looked at the back of Sarutobi as he left, thoughtfully, and then walked out as well. Woohoo! Bang bang bang! Narako Namikaze, who was cultivating in the forest, looked at the target in front of him, his brows furrowed, and he was not very satisfied. Of the 10 shurikens, only 7 hit hearts, 2 missed, and 1 didn't hit the target at all. This control is still too bad, and it must be strengthened as soon as possible. Bofeng Narako frowned, his control of his strength was still not enough, and he still needed to speed up his cultivation, and he was not satisfied with his cultivation results. Woohoo woo! Dang dang dang! Bang bang bang! At this moment, suddenly 10 kunai appeared behind Narako Namikaze, and the kunai shot at the target at an extremely fast speed, and collided with each other in the air, all of them hitting the bullseye. Who? Narako Bakaze saw that he didn't shoot the bullseye, but was actually shot by another person, and instantly turned his head with a vigilant look. Hi! Is it Uchiha Itachi? When Naruto saw the visitor, the anime was still a little different from the real person, and it did look a little like Uchiha Itachi. With a puzzled face. It's good to come out to train at a young age, and to be able to hit 7. But the more you want to get the hang of it, the slower it will be. Uchiha Itachi squinted and smiled, looked at Narako Namikaze in front of him, and explained as he looked at her as a big brother. Ding, a special mission has been detected, the mission is opened, please host to defeat Uchiha Itachi, and accept him as a junior brother, and be a big sister yourself. Quest reward, one of the abilities of an adult Uchiha Itachi is randomly drawn. At this time, the mission system was actually triggered, which made Narako Bofeng slightly stunned. Beat him up and let Uchiha Itachi be my little brother. This idea seems to be good, can't you collect more junior brothers in the future? Set up a small strong little brother company, haha. After Narako Bofeng heard the sound of the system, she looked at the Uchiha Itachi in front of her, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Chapter 9. Aren't you a year older than me at most? You're very strong, and you use the strength and skill of throwing kunai very well. You can be my opponent. I'm going to beat you. Narako Bofeng knew that the person in front of him must be Uchiha Itachi, but it was him when he was a child, and it was not clear what his strength was. But just by throwing the kunai just now, at least he can fight against the average middle ninja, and the talent is really strong. Why do you want to beat me? I don't like to fight. Do you want to learn how to throw kunai? I can teach you. Uchiha Itachi is kind-hearted and doesn't fight with people, and looked at Narako Namikaze in front of him and smiled. Cut. I'm scared, I don't like to fight. Then we will practice together in the future, you always have no opinion, right? How about making progress together? Narako Namikaze saw the little Shota Uchiha Itachi, and pouted, pretending to be her brother in front of her, which made her a little unhappy. What's more, she still has a task to do now. If you don't beat me up, how can I accept you as a junior brother? I still have plenty of time today, so let's practice against each other. But at the end of the point, you can't hurt people. Uchiha Itachi smiled at Narako and nodded. Then let's get started. Narako Namikaze frowned, and directly took the kunai in his hand and threw it towards the Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi immediately took out the kunai and directly knocked the kunai into the air, and then quickly retreated behind him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly, and then she threw out countless kunai directly from her hand, and flew towards her. Stand in. Bang. Da-da-da. Uchiha Itachi immediately dodged away, looking at Narako Namikaze in front of him with a solemn face, as if he felt a little tricky. After all, Uchiha Itachi is only 5 years old, and his ninjutsu is naturally limited, not counting the Uchiha Itachi in the future. It's pretty fast. Naruko Namikaze smiled, and then disappeared in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Uchiha Itachi. Walk you! Bang! Uchiha Itachi was instantly kicked out by Naruko Naruto. Ah! After being kicked by Naruko Namikaze, Uchiha Itachi snorted in pain. He didn't expect the little girl in front of him to be so strong, he didn't know how she appeared behind him, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Now you know the gap between you and me, right? Although I am not as good as you in throwing, your strength is really inferior to mine. Naruko Namikaze reappeared, appearing directly in front of Uchiha Itachi, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the kunai in his hand stretched out against his neck. As long as he went further, he would die directly. Your strength is very strong, and I am not your opponent for the time being. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. He had thought she was just a little girl, but now he was somewhat embarrassed. I didn't even see her shadow, I was directly defeated, and a trace of ruin flashed in my eyes. Your strength is not bad. Let's be my little brother in the future. How about it? With my strength, there's no problem with being your eldest sister, right? The corners of Naruko's mouth raised slightly, and she looked at Uchiha Itachi, a hint of banter flashed in her eyes. Uchiha Itachi's face was full of question marks. This person actually wants to be her little brother by herself? Be the little brother of a girl younger than herself? What are you kidding? Why? Don't want to. You are blessed to be my little brother. Cut, not yet. If you don't want to, then don't blame me for being rude. Your eyes don't seem to be bad, hey? If it's dug out, do you say, does it hurt? In order to complete the task, seeing that Uchiha Itachi didn't want to be his little brother, Naruko Namikaze could only use a special move. I saw that Naruko Namikaze directly dragged Uchiha Itachi's head over, stretched out kunai to resist his head, and looked at him with a wicked smile. Hey! What are you doing? Uchiha Itachi's face turned red, and he felt his lower body chill, and when he saw Naruko Hazuki's evil eyes, his whole person couldn't help but tremble, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Why is this woman so perverted? She is only so old, she has such a habit. Dad, Mom, come and save me. Do you want to be my little brother? If you don't be my little brother, then your little brother doesn't need to exist. Hey, hey, hey! Narako. Namikaze saw that Uchiha Itachi was still holding on, and in order to complete his task, she had to tease him and threaten again. At this point, Uchiha Itachi's life was changed and he became the first blind one. Okay. Do you want to eat ramen? Shall I invite you to eat ramen? Don't be sad, isn't it just gone? It's not a big deal. Naruko Namikaze reached out and patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder, looking at him a little pale and looking very weak, and couldn't help but smile. Humph! Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly and didn't speak again, as if he was still angry. Do you still have a temper? Who is the eldest sister? You kid, dare to talk to the eldest sister like this? Let's go, I invite you to eat ramen today. Can't cure you yet. Narako saw that Uchiha Itachi was still not convinced, and grabbed his arm directly with one hand, and disappeared in place in an instant. Hi! Space ninjutsu! I see. When Uchiha Itachi was taken away by Narako wave wind, the whole person was stunned, and it was the first time he came into contact with spatial ninjutsu, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. After all, in his cognition, only the 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shui Gate can use spatial ninjutsu, but the girl in front of him, who is 1 year younger than himself, actually has spatial ninjutsu, which is really unbelievable. Uncle Hand beat 2 bowls of ramen. It didn't take long for Uchiha Itachi to be forcibly pulled by Naruko Namikaze to the door of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant and shouted at Uncle Hand hit. Yo, Naruko-san, is that you? Okay, come right away. Seeing Narako Bofeng smiling, she seemed to be very familiar with her, and hurriedly started to go down. Okay. Sit down. Narako directly pulled the Uchiha Itachi and sat down, looked at the hand and smiled. Gollum. At this time, Uchiha Itachi smelled the fragrance of noodles and suddenly felt a pang of hunger in his stomach, and his face turned red. Haha. This time, I'll treat you to it. By the way, as a junior brother, you haven't told me your name yet. Naruko Namikaze heard Uchiha Itachi's stomach start to rumble, and quickly laughed. My name is Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi seemed to be cold when he was a child, and he looked very calm, but he liked to eat sweets very much, and there was an unexpected shyness hidden under his cold appearance. Uchiha Itachi. My name is Naruko Namikaze. But when you see me in the future, you want to call me eldest sister. Did you hear that? Naruko Namikaze looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled. Her quest prompt hadn't been completed yet, and she didn't know why. Oh, big sister. Uchiha Itachi frowned thoughtfully when he heard Naruko Namikaze's words. Namikaze, could it be that she is the daughter of the 4th generation Hokage? Otherwise, how could she be surnamed Namikaze? After hearing Naruko Namikaze's words, Uchiha Itachi probably understood in his heart that the girl in front of him was likely to be the daughter of the 4th generation Hokage. What big sister? Narako saw Uchiha Itachi calling her eldest sister, and immediately became angry and looked at him coldly. Shhhh. Uchiha Itachi was stared at by Naruko Namikaze, and instantly felt a chill in his back, and his lower body was also cold, and he gasped. Big sister. In the end, the young Uchiha Itachi was abducted like this, and under pressure, he could only call Narako the wave a big sister, and he seemed very unwilling. That's pretty much it. The corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and rewarding one of the abilities of the randomly drawn adult Uchiha Itachi. Ding! May I ask if the host has started extracting? At this time, the system's prompt finally sounded. Extraction. System, hurry. After Narako heard the system's words, she couldn't help but say silently in her heart. Ding dong, the ability is being extracted, please wait. Soon, a turntable appeared in front of Naruko Namikaze, with the various abilities of Uchiha Itachi written on it. There's Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, Susa, 8-foot mirror, and some ninjutsu and illusions, all of which are on it. Don't give me ninjutsu. These ninjutsu are basically all hands, don't come. It's okay to give me the pupil technique, give me the 8-foot mirror, don't give me anything else. When she saw the turntable in front of her, Naruko Namikaze couldn't help but complain. All of these abilities were Uchiha Itachi's, but many of them had already been learned by themselves. If you draw so much garbage ability, you should really take a piece of tofu and crash to death. Click. Soon, the turntable was turning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting. Ding! This time it doesn't count, start drawing again. I saw that the turntable stopped directly in the middle of the How Fireball technique and the stand-in technique, just in the middle, and neither of them touched. I'm going. It's good to stop, system, keep pumping. Don't come to the stand-in technique and the fireball technique. Narako Bofeng saw the turntable of the system, and the whole person was a little speechless, but fortunately stopped, and it happened to be in the middle of the two abilities. Chapter 10. Otherwise, if he got one of them, it wouldn't really be of much help to him. Click. Soon, the system spun again, and the turning wave Narako was dazzling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the illusion, the crow. It didn't take long for the system to be extracted, and this illusion was directly imprinted into Narako's mind. Illusion crow. It's better than the garbage like a stand-in. At least the frequency with which Uchiha Itachi uses this ninjutsu is still a bit large. It's not useless, is it? Narako Bofeng shook her head. She didn't expect to draw such a ninjutsu, but it's better than nothing. It's much better than giving yourself those ninjutsu that you already know. Come, Miss Narako, your face. At this time, the hand-beaten noodles were also ready, and they were placed directly in front of Uchiha Itachi and Narako Namikaze. Thank you, uncle, then I'll go. Narako didn't care if Uchiha Itachi ate it or not, and ate it with chopsticks. When I came to Konoha, how could I not taste the handmade ramen? The boasted delicious noodles naturally need to be tasted well. Uchiha Itachi saw that Narako had already started eating, and he was also a little hungry, and when he saw the noodles in front of him, he felt very appetizing, and he began to use his chopsticks to taste. Hi! It's still delicious. When I was hungry, I ate everything deliciously, and Uchiha Itachi also joined the dry rice army. I'm well fed and drunk. Let's go. Big sister, I still have to go back to practice. After Naruko Namikaze finished eating, she paid directly, and then turned around and left. The task has been completed, so there is no need to continue to entangle with Uchiha Itachi. Well, then I'll go back first. It's not too early. Uchiha Itachi nodded, remembering Sasuke at home, and turned to leave. And Narako didn't stop him, and the two of them went their separate ways. Narako. At this time, Narako had not yet walked back to the forest, ready to digest it slowly, when she suddenly heard a sweet voice. Sister Hong. Narako Bofeng heard the voice, quickly turned around, and saw Sunset Red not far behind him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and he rushed directly towards her. Giggle. Narako, it's very itchy, don't get it. I saw Narako Bofeng bury her head directly in Sunset's red chest, feeling a suffocating smell that made her giggle. Sister Hong, where are you going? Narako Bofeng jumped into Sunset's arms, very happy, looked at her innocently, and smiled. I'm going to go out on a mission later. I happened to meet you. How's it going? How are you doing? Sunset Red also directly hugged Narako Bofeng, looking at this poor child, feeling a little distressed. It's okay, I'm doing well, now I eat and I'm very energetic in everything. Sister Hong, how did you develop, why are you so big? I don't want to leave your arms anymore. Narako Namikaze looked at Sunset Red and laughed, then reached out and poked her chest, showing a very curious look. Giggles. Silly boy, you'll have it in the future, but it hasn't grown yet. Sunset Hong smiled, seeing Narako Bofeng. I don't know why, there is always a feeling of being obedient, but I don't know what's wrong. Anyway, I still prefer to be with this little kid, as if she has a kind of magic in her. Wow, Sister Hong, you look so good when you smile. Sister Hong is so beautiful, I like Sister Hong the most. Narako Bofeng directly opened the neckline of Sunset Red and looked inside. Her mind was already thinking about it, and her face was squinting. You little pervert, how old are you? Giggles. Hearing Narako Bofeng praise herself for her beauty, Sunset Red was also very happy, and when she saw her squinting face, she shook her head and smiled. Hee hee. I just want to study it, but my sister looks at me, and there is nothing. Narako Bofeng looked at Sunset Red and smiled, then pointed to her chest with a helpless look. You're still young, and there will be changes in the future. Not in a hurry. Sunset Red smiled, looking at Narako's movements, it felt very funny. Red, it's time to go. At this moment, Abe Fei Asma walked over, looked at Sunset Red and urged, they still have a task to complete today, and they can't delay. Well, okay. Sunset Red looked up at Asma and nodded. Narako, my sister is going out on a mission, you stay at home obediently. Then Sunset Red hugged Narako and smiled. Well, good. Poof. This is a lucky kiss, my sister must come back safely. Hee hee. Narako Bofeng kissed Sunset Red's red lips directly with her small mouth, laughing, tilting her head, very cute. Hi. It's that I'm thinking too much. Sunset Red didn't know why, she was kissed by Narako Bofeng, she felt a strange feeling in her body, shook her head, looked at Narako who was a little secret, and also smiled. Let's go. Thank you Narako for your blessings. Goodbye. Sunset then waved at Narako and let her go of her arms. Well, goodbye, Sister Hong. Narako also waved her hand towards Sunset, with a look of unfinished, wrong forehead, and a reluctant look. Let's go. Abe. Fei Asma said lightly when he saw that Sunset Red was finally over, and then walked towards the outside of the village with the team. Sunset Red nodded and quickly followed. Doesn't it seem like it's a bit good to be a girl? It's so comfortable, this little mouth, tisk. Is this the first kiss that I took away? Hee. The corners of Naruko's mouth raised slightly, looking at the back of Sunset Red leaving, and reached out to touch her lips. Let's hurry up and train. In the ninja world, only strength is king. Then a hint of determination flashed in Naruko's eyes, and she disappeared in place in an instant. At this moment, more than 20 miles outside the village the two teams met, and a big battle was about to break out. More than a dozen root ninjas pretended to be wandering ninjas and began to attack the team of Sarutobi Sun's Lash. Woo! Protect 3 generations of adults. Dang dang dang! In an instant, the 5 dark guards immediately rushed out and launched an attack with more than a dozen wandering ninjas, leaving only the 3 generations of Hokage in place. Mu done, tree binding eternal burial. At this moment, a masked wandering ninja appeared in front of the 3 generations of Hokage, and directly used Mu done on him. In an instant, a huge tree broke through the ground and wound directly towards the 3 generations of Hokage. Bang! In the next second, the 3 generations of Hokage directly used the stand-in technique, and the original place had become a tree. What? Yamato didn't expect that he actually missed, and he was stunned for a moment. 2 done, the art of decapitation in the heart. Bang! Yamato didn't notice it for a while, and was directly pulled into the ground by the 3 generations of Hokage, revealing only one head. Bang! Then a burst of white mist came from around the 3 Hokages, and Kakashi's appearance appeared in front of Yamato. Transformation technique. Yamato looked at Kakashi in front of him, and his whole person was stunned. Chidori. Tsutsuze. In the next second, Kakashi directly appeared in his right hand, and the sound of birdsong resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. If you could have come out and suppressed the Ninetales at that time, the teacher would not have died. Damn fellow! Kakashi directly pressed Chidori against Yamato's face, his eyes burning with rage. Woohoo! At this moment, Kakashi heard movement not far away, and knew that the members of the shadows who had been led away were coming back, and his brows furrowed. Let's go! Your wooden escape is still useful to the village. I'll let it go this time. After hearing the movement, Kakashi dispelled the idea of killing Yamato, and remembered Naruto and Namikaze, the 2 of whom had already turned into human pillar power, and maybe they would need to use his power in the future. Kakashi then pulled Yamato out and threw it into the distance. Hi! Yamato heard Kakashi's words, a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he didn't expect that Kakashi would actually let him go. But time waited for no one, and he heard the movement, and the men were soon to return, and immediately turned and ran away. Woohoo! Soon, the figure of the 5 shadows appeared beside Kakashi. Are you all right? Has anyone found out where the other party is coming from? After everyone converged, one of the dark men frowned and looked at the crowd to ask. Nope. Neither on my side. No, they all fled, and the target was only the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, and the others were just responsible for luring us away. Everyone shook their heads, not understanding what was going on. The other party was only responsible for luring them away, and then ran away directly, without fighting them for long at all. Forget it, let's go back first. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama will plan it themselves. The crowd didn't find anything, so it was gone, and Kakashi, who knew everything, didn't say much. After all these 3 generations of Hokage already knew, so there was no need for him to say anything more. Hehe. Ri Chop, today is your death day. Why do you think you're always going against me? Why are you the Hokage, but I can't do anything? I'm better suited than you to be the Hokage, you're just a coward. Ha ha ha. At this time, Danzo was already sitting in the Hokage's office, feeling the endless comfort brought by this chair, which made him feel very comfortable in his heart, and his eyes were full of smiles, so he sat in the Hokage's office and waited for news from his subordinates. Chapter 11. I'm sorry, but the coward in your eyes is still the Hokage. I'm not ready to hand over the Hokage's position to someone else. I'm going to disappoint you. Abe. Fei-didn't know when, he had already appeared behind Tuanzang, looking at the longtime friend in front of him. A trace of coldness and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Hi! After hearing the sound of the ape flying sun, the whole person trembled, and turned the chair directly, and saw the 3 generations of Hokage wearing the Hokage hat appear in front of him, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. You seem to have some panic in your eyes. You don't seem to believe that I'm coming back alive. Sarutobi took off his hat and hung it on the wall next to him, looking coldly at Danzo who was sitting in his seat. How is that possible? I'm naturally glad you're back, it looks like you've been recognized by the daimyo. Congratulations. Tuanzang was beheaded by the ape Fei-ri and asked him so rhetorically, his forehead instantly sweated, and he looked at him calmly. Really? It's good to be prepared to change the route temporarily, otherwise you will really encounter some danger. But this time, I must teach me a hard lesson, and I dare to assassinate me. Tuanzang, who do you think it will be? If this person finds out, I will definitely kill him. Abe. Fei-ri looked at Tuanzang. In fact, he had already understood in his heart who sent the assassination team, and looked at him coldly, and his tone was not good. Damn, Kauashi! Danzo was very angry in his heart. He knew that Kauashi must have betrayed him and given him false news, otherwise Sarutobi would not have known. But in the face of the fact that Sarutobi said that he would kill him, he was somewhat afraid of anyone, but he was afraid of the 3 generations of Hokage, and it was not a fear, but more of a fear. If Sarutobi's son made all these things he did public, then there would really be nothing left of Danzang. However, I have good intentions and don't want to kill too much. Even if I really find him, I won't take action against him, but will let him go. But I hope he can settle down a little in the future, make his due contribution to Kanaha and stop getting carried away by this kind of thing. If there was a next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. Abe took out his pipe, took a puff, and turned to look out the window. What? Tuanzang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard Sarutobi's words, his pupils shrank, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Suncut, you will one day pay for your own cowardice and kindness. In the village, as always, you are the bright side, but I can only carry the sun on my back to make the darkness. But this time, since Sarutobi has spared himself, he can continue to look for the next plan. If it doesn't work once, it will be twice, and if it doesn't work twice, it will be 3 times, and there will always be one success, he firmly believes. Everything is inseparable from light and darkness, and so is the sky. Abe Fei-ri didn't look at Tuanzang, and lightly spit out a puff of smoke. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly, then walked out of the Hokage's office. A wicked smile flashed in his eyes, and closed the door. Alas! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Abe Fei-ri turned to look at the door, sighed, took a puff of smoke, and shook his head. Miniature spiral shuriken. While the training was still going on, a small spiral shuriken appeared on Narako's right hand, very small. This was a smaller version of the one he used, so that the pressure on his hand would be reduced a lot. And she can throw it out with her hand, otherwise she doesn't have the immortal chakra now, and it will still be difficult to throw the spiral shuriken out. Boom, boom, bang. Although it is a miniature version, it is also very powerful, and it is instantly turned into ashes within a radius of several hundred meters. Boom, boom. What's going on? Someone is attacking the enchantment. At this time, in the place where Narako was attacked, there was actually an enchantment below, and the enchantment was destroyed in an instant, which made Orochimaru, who was doing the experiment, frown. Hi! Why is there an enchantment here? This wilderness is really strange. Bofeng Narako was a little puzzled. In such a broken place, there would still be an enchantment. Fortunately, his spiral shuriken attack was a little off, and he rubbed to the edge of the enchantment, and the enchantment was directly broken, revealing a deep pit. Go in and take a look. When Narako walked out of the pit and looked inside, she found nothing. Whew! Then Narako Bofeng jumped directly into the pit, and when she fell to the ground, she found that there were rooms one after another. It's still a secret base. I don't know whose it is. Could it be the root, or? It can't be ant snakes, right? Let's go and see. Narako Bofeng was just about to open the door of a room. The door opened by itself, and a man wearing a Kanaha vest and a Kanaha forehead guard walked out. The man had a pair of snake eyes. He looked very handsome, but with a hint of coldness. I'm going, is it really ant snake? When Narako Bofeng saw Orochimaru, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she didn't expect that she would hit Orochimaru's lair with a crooked hit. A child. I thought it was discovered. Hi, the breath of the Ninetales. Are you? Orochimaru opened the door and saw Narako at the door, and was slightly stunned, then felt the power of the Ninetales in her body, stretched out her tongue and licked her lips. Ding, trigger the task, become a partner with Orochimaru, and get the intercolumnar cells. Task reward, the system assists the host in fusing the intercolumn cells and awakening the wood escape. At this time, the system task appeared again, and every time I saw someone, it directly triggered this kind of task. Intercolumnar cells, hiss. This system is a bullfork, directly fuse the intercolumnar cells for me, and awaken Mu done. Then I now have the Indra bloodline in my body, and the Vortex bloodline, and also fuse the intercolumnar cells, then I am going to return to my ancestors. The system is worthy of being a system, it's really fucking powerful. After Narako heard the voice of the system, she was ecstatic in her heart. She now has 2 bloodlines, plus the interpillar cells, it is really invincible. Ant snake, no, Lord Orochimaru. Narako was excited in her heart, and when she saw Orochimaru, she hurriedly bowed to her. Little doll, are you the daughter of the water gate? Orochimaru looked at Narako Bofeng in front of him with interest, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. There is only one girl with the power of the 9 tails, and there is only one existing, that is Narako Bofu, and he naturally knows it. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru-sama, I want to make a deal with you, what do you think? Then Narako Bofeng raised her head and looked at Orochimaru, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Make a deal with me? Little doll, are you sure? What can you do to make a deal with you? Orochimaru looked at the wave-wind Narako in front of him, and was slightly stunned. Such a small child appeared in front of him, and actually said that he wanted to make a deal with himself. This is not a fantasy, what is it? It made Langjun Orochimaru almost laugh. Hehe. Orochimaru-sama, don't look at my young age. I'm also your apprentice's grandchild, isn't it? Lustful, Jiraiya-sama, and you have been good brothers for many years. I'm definitely not going to lie to you, do you say yes? Naruko Namikaze began to have a relationship with Orochimaru-pan, and he might be interested in the 9 tails on his body, but he wouldn't ask for it. Because he still needs to stay in Kanaha for experiments, he can't move the 9 tails, and if he is discovered, he can only be a traitor. Before Orochimaru was discovered by Sarutobi, he still liked to stay in Kanaha very much, and Kanaha was also his last home. Unless it is really discovered, he will give up Kanaha. After all, life is more important than anything else. Okay, then tell me, what can you come up with, and what do you want from me? A gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he was also a little curious about what kind of surprise this little kid could bring to himself. Hehe. Lord Orochimaru, you should know the filthy earth reincarnation technique, right? Bofeng Narako looked at the Orochimaru in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The deal he can make with Orochimaru now is the filthy earth reincarnation technique. The art of reincarnation in the soil. I'll do this, and it's useless for you to trade this with me. A hint of disappointment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he didn't expect that Narako Bofeng in front of him actually wanted to use his ninjutsu to make a deal with him, so it didn't make any sense. I thought there was something good, but now I hear that it's this, and I'm very disappointed. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru-sama, don't be in a hurry. Your reincarnation of the filthy earth requires sacrifices. And I will be reincarnated in the dirty earth, but I don't need sacrifices. If you think about it, if you have the DNA of this person, you can summon the dead to fight without sacrificial sacrifices. You say, Is this strong? Is this strong? Are you really not interested in this? You also know that I am from the Uzumaki clan, I have a special sealing technique, and I have already modified the reincarnation of the filthy earth, and now I don't need sacrifices at all. Seeing the loss in Orochimaru's eyes, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she threw a bomb directly at him. What? No need for a sacrifice. This condition, even Orochimaru felt shocked. After all, the soul was summoned back by the reincarnation of the filthy earth, and it must be a sacrifice, otherwise there is no way to have strength at all. Now Naruko Namikaze actually said that the filthy earth reincarnation she possessed didn't need a sacrifice at all, which made him very interested. What you said is very exciting, but you still need to experiment first. Otherwise, how would I know if you were lying to me? The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Narako Bofeng in front of him, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Then you give me a cell, and I'll show you. Even the cells of the first adult are fine. Narako Wavewind wants the first generation of cells, and if she can get the first generation of cells for reincarnation, it will naturally be great. Chapter 12. Oh! Little doll, you seem to know a lot about me. Do you even know this? Orochimaru frowned, looking at Narako in front of him. He seemed to know something, but it was the first time he had seen her. Why did she seem to know a lot about herself? Orochimaru-sama, I'm still a child, don't release killing intent on me, I'm afraid. Narako Bofeng, who has 9 tails, is extremely sensitive to killing intent and evil thoughts, although he has never killed anyone, but he sensed it in an instant, and looked at Orochimaru pitifully. Humph! Orochimaru snorted coldly, then disappeared in place, set a seal on the outside again, and then turned back. Come in with me. Then Orochimaru walked directly into the laboratory, which was filled with all kinds of instruments, and there were many glass tubes, and there were many small particles in them, which seemed to be cells. And there are many test subjects on the operating table, and there is blood all over the ground, which is very terrifying. Okay. Narako Bofeng immediately followed. Seeing such a bloody scene for the first time, Narako Bofeng didn't feel scared at all, not even disgusting. Take it. Orochimaru casually picked up a glass tube next to him, which contained unknown cells, and he didn't know whose it was. Okay. Reincarnation in the dirt. Narako took over the cells in her hand, put her hands together directly, and instantly released the filthy earth reincarnation technique. A special force acted on the cells in his hand, and in an instant, countless white fragments began to appear in front of him, and I don't know what they were. Boom, boom. When the white fragments appeared, when a certain amount was reached, a coffin appeared directly in front of them. This. Can you really summon it directly? This technique must be obtained. Orochimaru saw the coffin in front of him. He knew better than anyone else, this was the reincarnation of the filthy earth, and it had been successful, and a trace of joy and longing flashed in his eyes. Bang! In an instant, the coffin board fell to the ground, revealing the first Hokage reincarnated from the filthy soil inside, the Thousand Hands pillar. But he closed his eyes tightly and didn't open them, apparently not being woken up by Naruko Namikaze. Is it really the first generation of cells? Hehe. Narako Bofeng looked at the presence of not thousands, but also hundreds of glass tubes, which were probably all intercolumnar cells, which was simply developed. And seeing the Thousand Hands pillar that was summoned by himself made him very happy. Such a person is simply a super bodyguard now. The reincarnation of the filthy earth summoned by himself cannot be lifted by others, and can only be controlled by himself, which is his strength. Narako, what do you want from me? I'm interested in this technique. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly, and then he looked at Narako Bofeng in front of him, and a hint of hatefulness flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru-sama, I want your immortal reincarnation technique. Narako Bofeng is not afraid, the spatial ability she has, Orochimaru can't catch her at all, and there are 9 tails, and now there is 1,000 hands in front of her. Even if you kill Orochimaru, there is no problem, so there is no fear at all. Among the 1,000-handed pillars with 80% strength, not everyone can stop it, except for the existence of the 6 realms, no one can stop it. The art of immortal reincarnation. How do you know about the technique I'm working on? I haven't studied this technique yet, so it's useless for you to go. Orochimaru was shocked again, as if Naruko Namikaze in front of him knew everything about him, and he felt a hint of crisis in his heart. Although he has studied the human body for many years, he has not made a breakthrough in the last level, and it will take at least some time to complete this operation. Unable to exchange this technique for the time being, he shook his head. Haven't you studied it yet? That's okay, Orochimaru-sama, I can afford to wait. Since Orochimaru-sama hasn't done a good job of studying it for the time being, then I want a backup of all the materials that Orochimaru-sama has researched over the years. In addition, there is cloning technology. As for the technique of non-corpse reincarnation, you will study it later, and then hand it over to me, how about it? Bofeng Narako frowned. He needs to resurrect Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. He must have 2 technologies, one is the cloning technology, and the other is the art of non-corpse reincarnation. Both of which are indispensable. But now Orochimaru hasn't studied it yet, so he can only wait until he studies it before handing it over to himself. However, before that, cloning technology is still needed, and of course, other research technologies cannot be let go. These things will bring her certain benefits to a greater or lesser extent, and naturally they can't be left behind. You use one technique in exchange for so many of my techniques. Little doll, am I at a loss? The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly, looking at the wave-wind Narako in front of him, although he didn't know why she had such courage and ability at such a young age, but now it was for her own interests, but it didn't matter who anyone else was. Knowing that Narako Bofeng had the reincarnation of the dirty earth, he must have other techniques on his body, and wouldn't he lose money by taking them all out and trading them all by himself? And he became more and more interested in this 4-year-old Narako Bofeng, who not only had such courage at this age, but was also able to withstand his own killing intent, which was indeed a bit incredible. Orochimaru-sama, not only do you not lose money, but you also make a lot of money. Don't you know that I, a person reincarnated from the filthy earth, can have 80% of my original combat power? The reincarnation of the filthy earth before you is usually a sacrifice, and the more powerful the sacrifice, the more powerful the combat power can be exerted. I don't know how many times better than that filthy earth reincarnation, you don't lose at all. Besides, aren't your research data dispensable to you? Narako Bakaze knows that Orochimaru is already moved, and since you are moved, then I will exchange other things with him, wouldn't it be a fool's behavior? As long as you have these technologies, you will be able to carry out your own experiments and further research at that time. Hi! Orochimaru frowned, originally wanting to knock some more forbidden spells from Narako Heifu. After all, he was able to know himself so well, and he also possessed such a powerful filthy earth reincarnation technique, he didn't believe that Narako Bofeng didn't have other forbidden techniques. These are just some data, he has already memorized them all in his head, and for him, these data are just some rubbish. What has been studied, then the data has lost its meaning and has no value, unless he has not memorized it. That's it, it's some meaningless garbage. It's worth it to change these research data to a powerful technique. In the end, Orochimaru decided to cooperate with Narako and give all of his data to Narako in exchange for this perfect version of the filthy earth reincarnation technique. Little doll, take it. Then Orochimaru spat out a huge scroll from his mouth, all covered in mucus, very disgusting, and threw it towards Naruko Namikaze. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. This is the technique you want, and it has a detailed introduction. Narako also took out a scroll and engraved the spell on it, handed it to Orochimaru, and caught the scroll he threw over, and opened it directly. Hey, hey, hey! Orochimaru took the scroll, his eyes looked at it quickly, and from time to time he let out a sinister smile. It's the perfect version. You're perfect. As an alternative forbidden master, Orochimaru is simply not too thorough in his research, and he knows the truth at a glance, and he is satisfied. Narako opened the scroll, there were hundreds of scrolls inside, and there were clear words written on the scrolls, all kinds of forbidden book materials and some data, all on it, nodded slightly, and then sealed all the scrolls back again, and threw them directly into the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Orochimaru for becoming partners and getting the intercolumnar cells. Ding! The reward has arrived, and the host can merge the intercolumn cells by silently reciting in his heart. When the transaction between the two people is completed, the system's prompt will come out immediately, and I just got the intercolumn cell to summon 1,000 hands between the pillars, and then completed the transaction, so the system judged it to be successful. Awesome! Ha ha ha! After Narako Bofeng heard the sound of the system, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her heart cheered. Such a benefit is simply not too great. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, this is it. As long as you break this barrier, you will be able to enter, and there should be no mistake. At this time, several shadows have appeared outside the barrier, and Abe Fei Sun Slash is also among them, putting on a combat uniform, not knowing what he wants to do. Orochimaru, is it really inside? Break the barrier and go in. Abe Fury frowned, looking at the enchantment in front of him. He desperately didn't want to be the big snake pill inside, and wanted him not to do this kind of research again. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. The rest of the shadows began to prepare to break the seal, and only the Ape Fei Ri stopped in place, thoughtful. Hi! Someone is outside. Kagura Heart's Eye. At this time, Narako Namikaze suddenly sensed the shaking of the enchantment. Obviously someone was trying to break the enchantment, so she quickly closed her eyes and opened Kagura's eyes to observe the surrounding situation. Who's coming? Orochimaru frowned, feeling the barrier shake. Apparently someone was attacking the barrier. Is it Mr. Sarutobi? This is in Kanaha, and there is no need to break the enchantment when the group hides in, so there is only one person. Orochimaru frowned. His research was finally discovered, and he glanced at the laboratory, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Chapter 13. Ding! A special mission was detected, and Orochimaru was helped to escape from the pursuit of the 3 generations, and all this was framed to Tuanzang. Reward for completing the mission, Dragon Cave Psychic Beast Scroll. At this time, suddenly the system prompted him again to save Orochimaru and frame this matter to Tuanzang. Save the big snake pill. Although the snake is not very fun, but it is better than nothing, okay. When the time comes, I will have a toad in one hand and a big snake in the other, and the 2 psychic beasts will open the way. Will it still be quite handsome? Not bad, yes. The corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly. He wanted to save Orochimaru. It was easy and pleasant, just dodge and leave. Orochimaru-sama, it's the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama who brought someone here. You've probably been betrayed by Tuanzang, but I can save you. Sensing the darkness brought by the 3 generations outside, the corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly. The doors are blocked, do you think you can save me? Orochimaru's heart tightened, he himself guessed, but Narako Namikaze seemed to be very convinced, and wanted to save him, which made him even more confused. I control my father's spatial ninjutsu, so it's still easy to take you away silently. But we still need to leave some evidence here, since Tuanzang betrayed you. Then we'll just let Danzang be the master here. Narako looked at Orochimaru and smiled, and then raised a handful of special kunai in her hand, which was a relic left by Minato, and she had always carried it with her. Sometimes it can be used to deceive by surprise. She doesn't need kunai at all to be able to teleport, but if others think that she can only use special kunai, they will be confused and kill him in an instant. The enemy may not know how he died when he dies. I see, worthy of being the daughter of Watergate. You're right, Tuanzang, this old guy actually dares to calculate me. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth lifted slightly, and he looked at Narako Bofeng in front of him, and his eyes became more and more curious. Then Orochimaru began to arrange, recorded some information about Tuanzang here, and quickly wrote down a lot of reports, including the fact that Tuanzang had a writing wheel eye on his arm. And Narako took advantage of this time to directly put all the intercolumn cells next to him into the space. These are all treasures, and they can't be wasted. Alright. After Orochimaru finished doing everything, he packed everything and took it away, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then Orochimaru-sama, we're going to go. When Orochimaru finished everything, Narako Namikaze was almost cleaned up, and her right hand was directly on his clothes, too short to fit on his shoulders, and then the two of them disappeared in an instant. Bang! As soon as Orochimaru and Narako Bakaze left, the hind-foot ape flying sun led people into the laboratory. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, there is no one. Neither on my side. There's no other over there, I've searched all the places, and no one exists. Soon, all the shadows returned, and there was nothing here, just an empty laboratory. What? Sarutobi frowned, the exact news he got meant that Orochimaru was here, how could it not be? 3 generations of Hokage-sama, here is some information. Then a dark department saw the information on the table, took it out directly, and handed it to Ape Fei Chop. Hi. Sarutobi took over the information, which was written with dense information about Danzo and the experiments that Danzo was conducting here. But there was no word for the big snake pill in the experiment. This was obviously a group of hidden laboratories, and it was actually discovered by others that it was the laboratory of the big snake pill. Looks like I wronged Orochimaru. Danzo, this damn guy, has done so many experiments, but fortunately, you can be regarded as a contributor to Kanaha. If you hadn't done the experiment, how could we have Kanaha add a would escape ninja? The chakra on the right hand, Ape Fei looked at the information in his hand one by one, and there were the time and personnel of each experiment, and what kind of projects were carried out on it. There are also some experiments with the riding wheel eyes of Tuanzang, and some of the riding wheel eyes he brought back from the battlefield, all of which were brought back for experiments. Now he has filled his hands with riding wheels, which makes Ape Fei feel a little incredible. Destroy the labs here, and bring back all the experimental data that can be found. You can't tell anyone about this. Ape Fei put away the information in his hand, his face was gloomy, and he immediately ordered the others to take some of the data from the laboratory away, and then destroy the laboratory. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. The rest of the shadows immediately moved, taking everything that could be taken away, and destroying everything that could not be taken away. Bang bang bang! It didn't take long for the 3 generations of Hokage to lead people to destroy the base, and then left with their own people. Hi! And Narako Namikaze had already fled with Orochimaru and returned to the edge of the Kanaha forest. Space ninjutsu is really an enviable ninjutsu. Thank you this time, Narako. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly, looking at the wave-wind Narako in front of him, he was still a little grateful in his heart, at least doing experiments in Kanaha was much more convenient than outside. He needs to find a lot of experimental materials outside, but Kanaha has everything here, and the experiment will be more convenient. In addition, there are still a lot of base materials that he has not taken with him, so these bases are also very important to him, and he must be prepared to retreat completely before he can leave. No thanks, we're partners, aren't we? Hee. Narako Namikaze looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Narako, you're such an interesting little doll. I like it a little. Orochimaru licked his tongue, and a pair of snake eyes stared at the wave in front of him, and laughed evilly. That, Orochimaru-sama, then I don't think there's any need for this. I still have something to do, so I'll go first, haha. Narako Bofeng saw Orochimaru's strange eyes, his back was cold, and he felt like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake, so he hurriedly snorted and disappeared directly in place. It's a pity that I didn't write the wheel eye, otherwise it would be a good body. The next step is to start researching the art of immortal reincarnation. Getting the research done as soon as possible will give me some peace of mind. Orochimaru looked at the place where Narako Namikaze had disappeared, lowered his head and muttered to himself. Whew! This Orochimaru is really terrible. That look feels like it's going to eat me. I'm only 4 years old, are you going to stare at my body? I'm not afraid, but it's disgusting, okay. Narako Bofeng has returned to her home, thinking of Orochimaru's evil eyes, her heart feels cold, such a research madman, it's really a bit scary. Now that I've got the data of Orochimaru and the content of my research, I can start my own research. Let's see which of us has developed the art of immortal reincarnation first. This is the life-saving technique of Mom and Dad. Taking out the scroll given by Orochimaru, the corners of Bofeng Naruko's mouth raised slightly. She was going to start researching herself, and only after these studies were successful could she truly resurrect the Minato couple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and the reward has been distributed to the system space. At this moment, the system's prompt came, and the psychic beast scroll was delivered. I haven't learned spiritism yet, and I'm not in the village, so I can't sign a contract with a toad. It's just right to be able to sign the snake's spiritism, and the two are evenly matched, which is not bad. Then Narako Bofeng directly took out the scroll of the Dragon Earth Cave and directly signed his name. Psychics. After signing the daimyo, Narako used a small amount of chakra and directly began channeling. Bang! In an instant, a small snake that had been green appeared directly in front of Narako Bofeng, and it stretched out by more than a meter, which was not very big. After all, in your own home, if you directly psychic a big snake, the house will have to be overturned. The psychic snake not only did not attack Naruto Namikaze, but also appeared very docile, and directly arched its head at her feet. Not bad, not bad. I've learned the art of psychics, hehe. It's also an ability to pretend to be forced. For psychic techniques, it's quite pretend, and it can show off. Narako Bofeng smiled slightly. Let's go see Naruto first. After everything was done, Naruto put away the psychic scroll and walked towards Naruto's room. What? You said there was no one over there. Damn, what's going on? Damn, what's going on? Tuanzang heard the return of Yamato's return, and he obviously reported Orochimaru, but he didn't catch Orochimaru, and he didn't even have news of Orochimaru, which made him feel a little unhappy and angry in his heart. Danzo-sama, the 3 generations of Hokage-sama are looking for you to discuss matters. At this moment, a member of the root suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. Hi. Got it. Tuanzang's brows furrowed, and he didn't know why Ape Fei was looking for him, but he didn't say anything and turned around and left. Hitachi, what are you looking for me? Soon. Danzo had already arrived at the Hokage's office, and when he saw the ape sitting in his seat, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? Look at this. Sarutobi directly handed the information in his hand to Tuanzang, without even raising his eyelids, and continued to smoke a big cigarette. Hi. Tuan. Zhang suddenly sensed a hint of vigilance, but still took the information. How is that possible? Orochimaru, how dare you betray me? When Tuanzang picked up the information in his hand, he instantly felt anger, and looked at the indifferent expression of Sarutobi Riki, and a chill ran behind him. Chapter 14. I'm going to have people seal them all up. Don't take it as an example, there are also those riding wheel eyes on your hand, take them off as soon as possible. If the Uchiha clan sees it, don't you think they will rebel immediately? With so much going on in the village during this time, you'd better stop causing trouble for me. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to protect you. Ape Fei slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, raised his head to look at Tuanzang in front of him, and a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. Hi. Got it. Tuanzang replied coldly, put down the information, and then turned around and left directly. Alas! What's the use of the power you get like this? Can you become an existence like the first generation and the teacher? Sarutobi Hisashi saw Tuanzang leave, shook his head, and did not punish him. In his eyes, the two people are complementary existences, and no one can lose the other, so even if Tuanzang does something bad, he will not easily touch him. Old man, what are you thinking? Thinking so much? At this time, Zilla didn't know when he had appeared on the window, looking at the ape Fury in a daze, a little puzzled. Hi. When Sarutobi heard Jiraiya's voice, he was slightly stunned, then turned his head to look at him and smiled. Cut, you want to pull me to be a coolie again? Kanaha is nothing big now, and he doesn't need me to stay here. I'm sorry, though, I wasn't there that day. Zilla also pursed his lips, and as soon as he came, he knew that the ape Fari would pull himself to be a coolie, and spread his hands. Then he thought of the death of Watergate, and felt a pain in his heart. After all, he was his own disciple, but the relationship was like that of father and son, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. I should say I'm sorry. It's me who didn't protect the Watergate. A hint of gloom flashed in Ape Fury's eyes, and he shook his head. The mysterious person at that time, I will continue to track down. I know space ninjutsu, and I have a riding wheel eye. There aren't many people in this world who know these two things. I only know about the Watergate Society, and I don't know where this person came from. No one in the Uchiha clan today has such ability. A trace of killing intent flashed in Zilla's eyes. The death of his apprentice was caused by this person, but they didn't know who the other party was. Even if you want to take revenge, you can't do it, which makes people a little aggrieved. I haven't found it yet, and I've sent all the people out to check the news, but so far there is still no news at all. But I haven't seen that person either. The only person I've seen is Watergate. All we know is that he is dressed in a black robe, with a mask, and his weapon is a chain, and nothing else. Ape Fury took a puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled, and shook his head. Got it, I'll keep looking for it in the meantime. Such a person is already threatening Kanaha, and he must be found as soon as possible, otherwise Kanaha will never be safe. A person who knows space ninjutsu has come and gone without a trace in Kanaha, and there is no way to prevent it at all. Naruto and Narako, I'll trouble the old man, you can send more people. The two of them are easily taken advantage of by that person. Jiraiya frowned, they knew too little news. If this mysterious person sneaked into Kanaha again, then Kanaha would be traumatized again. Compared to Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto and Narako are more likely to be caught, which makes Jiraiya a little worried. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Shadow has always been stationed with them, and as soon as someone shows up, he will spot it immediately. When the time comes, they'll be taken away safely. Sarutobi nodded. Shadow knew something about it as the only one who survived the battle with that person. Even if you can't stop it, you should have no problem leaving with 2 children. Jiraiya nodded, and the two of them fell silent for a moment. Old man, I'll go see Narako. And then I went out to gather information. I don't know how long it took, but Jiraiya watched the ape fly and smiled. Go ahead. Narako is sad during this time. Unlike Naruto, who is not sensible yet, but Narako. Jiraiya nodded, and then disappeared directly into the window. I hope that person doesn't come back, otherwise it's really too much trouble. How exactly do you deal with such a ninjutsu, and what is his weakness? Sarutobi frowned. A potential enemy, or an extremely dangerous enemy, had to make him more vigilant. Being able to appear in Konoha silently, Naruto and Narako, if they really want to be targeted, it's really not that difficult. This made that ape Fari slash a little headache. If the Ninetales came out again, they would not have the next 4 generations to exchange their lives for their lives. Woo! In the next second, Jiraiya had already appeared at the door of Narako's house. Watergate, Kushina. Don't worry, Narako and Naruto, I'll take care of it for you. You can go in peace. Jiraiya looked at the house in front of him, remembering the happy time with the Watergate couple, and tears unconsciously slipped down. Jiraiya. Shadow. Crouched on the roof of the house, and saw that Jiraiya appeared, but did not appear, still lying dormant on the roof, watching closely around him. Knock knock. Then Jiraiya went to knock on the door. Who? Narako had just finished breastfeeding Naruto, and when Naruto heard a knock on the door and hurriedly walked out. Narako, it's me. Jiraiya heard Narako Naruto's voice, and immediately changed to a smile, and the sadness just now disappeared completely. Squeak. Old man, why are you back? Narako opened the door and was a little surprised to see Jiraiya. Boom. I also heard Narako call herself an old man, and she fell to the ground directly, with a bitter face. Narako, don't talk nonsense, where is Grandpa, what kind of old man is it? We are girls, we have to be civilized. If you want a lady, how can you call Grandpa a perverted old man? According to the generation, since he is at the level of a grandfather, seeing Narako calling himself a perverted old man, he hurriedly looked at her amiably. Mom said you're a old man. Mom is right. Narako Bofeng tilted her head, looking innocent, but her heart blossomed. I'm down. Juzune, you mistook me. I call this material, how did I become a lustful old man? I am for the majority of ninja friends, doing welfare, how can I say that I am a lustful old man? This is called dedication to art. Jiraiya was also bitter in his heart, he didn't expect that Narako Bofeng had been taught like this by Kushina at such a young age, and his heart ached. Ahem. Narako, let's ask for Sven, we can't call the old man Se, the old man is called that. If you want to call Grandpa, do you know? It's really not good, it's okay to call Uncle. Look at Uncle so handsome, he doesn't look like Grandpa's material at all, right? Ah, ha ha ha. Jiraiya coughed lightly, and then looked at Narako and whispered, thinking of her handsome face, she couldn't help laughing. It's just a joke. Narako Namikaze only felt a few crows flying above her head, croaking and croaking, looking at Jiraiya speechlessly. Well, this is Naruto-chan, isn't it? It's so cute. Jiraiya saw Narako's expression in the wave, a little embarrassed, and then looked at Naruto in Narako's arms, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Narako nodded and walked towards the house with Naruto in her arms. Alas! Jiraiya looked at Narako Namikaze's expression and let out a long sigh, a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. If only I had been in the village at the time. Watergate, Zilla was not in the village at the time, and if he was in the village, he might be able to prevent the appearance of the Ninetales. Old man, there is nothing to entertain you at home, and there is some wine, you can get it yourself. Back inside, Narako Namikaze looked at Jiraiya, then pointed to the sake on the shelf. Haha, as long as there is wine. Zilla also laughed, and then directly took the wine, poured himself a glass, and did not bother with the title of old man. Well, it's still old. After taking a sip of the wine, he felt the wine run down his throat, and Jiraiya squinted and smiled. Narako, do you want to learn ninjutsu? I can teach you. Then Jiraiya put down the glass, looked at Narako Namikaze with a serious face, and then poured himself another glass of wine, pretending to be very inscrutable. What can you teach me? I'm all at it myself, and I've learned Dad's Flying Thunder God too. And the spiral pill, I'll do it too. And the chakra of the Ninetales. Narako Bofeng pursed her lips, looked at Jiraiya in front of her, and said everything she knew, and suddenly dropped Jiraiya's jaw. Poof! What? Flying Thor, also learned. And the spiral pill will also come. You are a little change, really amazing. Jiraiya just drank a glass of wine squirted out, looking at Narako with a shocked face, it was unbelievable. A 4-year-old child can actually fly Thor and spiral pills? Whoever puts this on him, his jaw drops, right? Well, I stole it from my father, and it's not difficult. Woo! Chapter 15. I'm going. You're a little pervert. Even more perverted than your father. Seeing that Narako Bofeng could use the Great Jade Spiral Pill at such a young age, the whole person was even more shocked. The use of the Great Jade Spiral Pill not only requires abundant chakra, but also has an extremely high degree of control over the chakra, which is not so easy to control. Even the Spiral Pill is not so easy to control, let alone the Great Jade Spiral Pill. Flying Thunder God really knows. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva and looked at Narako Bofeng, his eyes flashing with endless surprise and shock. Whoa! Narako Bofeng nodded, and then a special kunai appeared directly on his right hand and flew out. Woo! In the next second, Narako Bakaze had already followed the specific kunai to the place where he fell, and successfully cast the Flying Thunder God. It's amazing, it's really worthy of being the daughter of Watergate, ha ha ha. I was also very happy, and I couldn't help but laugh when I saw that Bofeng Narako had really learned all the famous stunts of Minato. Narako, there's one more thing you didn't learn from your father, do you want to learn it? Your father's famous stunt is Flying Thunder God and Spiral Pill. But he still has one more ability, which you haven't learned yet. In addition to being happy, Jiraiya looked at Narako Bofeng in front of him, and his eyes bloomed with endless light. What's it? Is it immortal? Or spiritism? Narako Bofeng heard Zilla say the same, blind guessing should be immortal. His father said that he was not good at immortalism, but he opened immortal magic in seconds, and this ability to pretend to be forced caught her off guard. In her impression, there is only one person in the Thousand Hands Pillar, and Naruto is only able to open the immortal technique in seconds in the later stage, and it is very difficult to condense at the beginning. His cheap father has not been learning immortal arts for a long time, but he has been able to open in seconds. Such a talent has to be described by the word cowhide. Hey, you know all this? How many things did your father tell you? Did you even say fairy arts? That's right, it's fairy arts. Do you want to learn it? But you're too young now. Wait a few more years to learn again. If you're going to be in spiritism, you can learn it now. Come, sign your name. Jiraiya saw Naruto's plain appearance, and was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect Mizuman to tell Narako everything, which made him a little surprised. Then he took down the huge scroll he was carrying behind his back, opened it and asked Naruto Namikaze to sign his name, so that he could sign the big toad as a psychic beast. Ding, the task is detected, sign the Myoki Mountain Spiritism, and reward a simulated training ground. At this time, the system's prompt actually appeared, and this reward was equivalent to giving it away for nothing. What the hell is a simulated training ground? Narako Bofeng frowned. It was the first time she had heard of such a simulated training ground. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Jiraiya. This psychic beast, I've seen my dad use it, it's still quite handsome. Just for this benefit you gave, I'll call you Grandpa. Hee hee. Then Naruko Namikaze smiled directly at Jiraiya, and she actually felt a little sorry for Jiraiya. Jiraiya's death has always been the pain she felt when she watched the Hokage. Such a person should not die in that battle. Ha ha ha. That's right. If you want to call Grandpa, we're girls, we want to be ladylike, we can't be like you Tsunade milk, nothing. After hearing Narako Bafa's words, Jilla couldn't help laughing, and unconsciously brought in the image of the unladylike in his heart, but a trace of love flashed in his eyes. But halfway through speaking, he looked around, as if he was afraid that someone would suddenly appear and punch him. Alas! It's a love breed. I haven't seen it yet, Tsunade. I don't know if that thing is the same as the legend, I really want to see it. Narako Namikaze saw Jiraiya's appearance, and sighed for him in her heart. She couldn't love it, it was indeed a little miserable. Was about to get it, but suddenly lost it. This is him and her, a lifetime of regrets. Then Narako Bofeng directly signed his name on the scroll, and just like that, the first person in the ninja world to sign a contract with the two holy places appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing a contract with Miyama Mountain. The simulated training ground has arrived, and the host can enter the training ground with a silent thought in his heart. Simulated training ground, enter it. There will be an opponent who is exactly the same as yourself, whether it is strength or all aspects. You will practice against yourself, increase your strength and find your own shortcomings. And it can also select opponents to practice, and the strength of all opponents can be adjusted by a percentage, such as the strength between the 1000 hand pillars can be adjusted to 30%, which is used for simulation training. Training in the training ground, any damage will be digitized, in the form of a health bar. After failure, it will automatically exit the training ground, or you can exit the training ground yourself. After leaving the training ground, the combat experience will be recorded in the body's memory, but will not take any damage. Isn't this my own simulation challenge in the game? Yes, so that I can quickly accumulate combat experience and not need to go out and fight others. There are things to do over the years, and only by fighting can I quickly accumulate combat experience. Ha ha ha. After Narako saw the introduction of the system, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. This thing is really good. Well, I see, Grandpa Jiraiya. Is there anything else? Wait for me to grow a little longer, and then learn immortal arts from you. Immortal arts are still essential. Only the stronger I am myself, the more I will be able to protect the village and protect Naruto. I'm going to be a hero like my dad and be the first female Hokage. Then Narako looked at Jiraiya and smiled innocently. Hi. Female Hokage. After hearing Narako's words, Jiraiya was slightly stunned, and then smiled happily. Watergate, your children have inherited your thoughts. It's a good boy, and I will go back to the village often in the future, and I won't let anyone bully them. Looking at Narako Bafa's sensible appearance, Jiraiya felt very relieved that his apprentice had taught a good daughter. It's nothing, I'm going to see you today. Then Grandpa will go first. Then Jiraiya looked at Narako Bofeng and smiled, I just came to see them today, they are doing well, and I am relieved. Okay, goodbye to Grandpa Jiraiya. Narako waved her hand at Jiraiya and smiled at him. Well, goodbye, next time, I'll bring you something delicious and fun. Jiraiya smiled kindly, and then turned around and walked directly towards the door. After sending Jiraiya away, Narako Bakaze shook her head. Naruto, you have to grow up quickly. Narako Bakaze looked down at Naruto in her arms, a trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect to become a sister in this life, and it seems that she is gradually to this role. By the way, I haven't fused the intercolumn cells yet. Mew done, I'm here, hehe. Bo. Feng Narako suddenly remembered that he hadn't fused the intercolumn cells yet. And after fusion, he would be able to awaken Mew done, which was another benefit given by the system. I have to say that the system is really powerful, and I am still small, these things are sent to and fro, and when I am big, I will not be directly invincible. Then Narako Bofeng directly thought silently in her heart, and there was also a trace of expectation. Ding, intercolumn cell fusion is ongoing. As Narako Naruto's heart meditated, the system immediately began to fuse the intercolumnar cells for Narako Naruto, making her feel that the vitality of her whole body was skyrocketing, and the amount of chakra doubled again. This surge in strength and physique made Narako Namikaze can't help but moan out in comfort. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully awakening Mew done. In this way, Narako completely took control of Mew done. Ha ha ha. Is this the power of the pillars? It's really powerful. Narako Namikaze felt the powerful physique in her body and the surging chakra, and couldn't help but laugh. Mew done. Then Narako Bofeng slapped both hands directly, controlled the chakra, and used a small amount of chakra to directly put small saplings at home in early summer. After all, there was a shadow on the roof watching, and it was not easy for her to exert her full strength, and she was already very happy to be able to see a few small saplings in front of her. By the way, Naruto is the reincarnation of Asura, so will the interpillar cells not have any rejection of him. He was originally Asura, and Zuma was also the reincarnation of Asura, although it is not the same person, but it is also the same person. If Naruto is injected with intercolumnar cells, will he be able to awaken Mew done as well? Let's experiment, first clone a little Naruto's body and experiment, there is no problem, then directly inject Naruto into the intercolumnar cells, and see if it can make him awaken Mew done. I'm really looking forward to the scene of Naruto's big Buddha set the Nine Tails. The corners of Narako's mouth rose slightly. If he could inject the intercolumnar cells into Naruto's body, it was likely that he would also succeed in awakening Mew done. After all, Naruto is the protagonist, and he is also the reincarnation of Asura, and with such an identity, the interpillar cells will not do him any harm at all. But Narako didn't dare to try, after all, it was her own brother. Fortunately, I have already obtained the cloning technology of Orochimaru. As long as a Naruto is cloned, after injecting cells, if there is no problem, then inject Naruto with intercolumn cells, which is the safest. The art of shadow clones. Bang! Then Narako Bofeng directly released a shadow clone, let the shadow clone take care of Naruto, and he used his spatial ninjutsu to leave the house and come to the Kanaha forest. Chapter 16. The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clones. Bang bang bang! Brothers, let's dig a base and work hard. Narako Bofeng directly summoned hundreds of shadow clones, and asked everyone to start digging a base, and his own secret base naturally had to build one. Okay. Spiral pills. Soon, a group of shadow clones of Naruko Namikaze began to use the spiral pill to drill holes, and it didn't take long for a basement to be created. The seal the boundary wall array. After the basement was manufactured, Naruko Namikaze directly cast a sealing technique, sealing the secret base without anyone noticing. Alright, you all go out and buy some equipment and come back, and buy all the things you need in the base. Go and steal electricity from a few other people and bring it to the base, otherwise you won't be able to use it if you don't have electricity. After the secret base was completed, the corners of Naruko's mouth raised slightly, and then let his clone go out to buy equipment. The containers and other equipment needed for the experiment are needed, especially electricity, which is not powered here, so you can only pick it up secretly. Good. They doppelgangers immediately cast a change spell, turned into villagers, and began to walk towards the village, making a lot of purchases. Then a few people bought wires, used the earth escape technique to start burying pipes to install electricity, and wantonly transformed the secret base. Okay, they're all moving, I'll go take a look at the simulated training ground first. Let's improve a wave of strength first. I haven't fought against anyone yet, and it's true that the combat experience is still very insufficient. System, enter the simulated training ground. After watching the doppelgangers get busy, Narako smiled and thought silently in her heart. I have to say that it is really convenient to have multiple shadow clones, which is really enviable. Ding, the simulation training ground is on. Whoa! The system prompt sounded instantly, and then Narako was pulled directly into a mysterious space. Ding, please choose the host, or you can choose yourself as the opponent. The host has been digitized, and after the digitization, there will be a show of strength, and the strength is only approximate, not all. The opponent can adjust the strength, and all functions are for the host to study by himself. After Narako entered a mysterious space, the sound of the system sounded again, and an electronic screen appeared in front of him, with all kinds of opponents and some data. Senjutsuruma, Madara Uchiha, and Dad and Mom, Naruto, Sasuke, Madara Rokudo, Non-Reincarnation I Obito, Rokudo Obito, Kai, etc., all of them are super strong. The strength shown on my data now is at the shadow level. This data is quite convenient, and it allows me to quickly find opponents who are similar to my own strength. Then find someone with shadow level strength. It's good to bring soil. Just choose no reincarnation I with soil. Before he didn't become the 6 realms with soil and have the eye of reincarnation, did he actually only have shadow level strength? But his divine power is very special, and the average super shadow is not his opponent. Sure enough, the data can only show the approximate strength. As soon as she entered the mysterious space, Narako Bofeng also began to check the data of everyone on the screen in front of her, and finally chose Obito as her opponent. Then Narako Bofeng directly clicked a few times on the screen, and selected 100% of the strength of Obito. Ding, the host chooses the opponent, the Uchiha takes the soil, the strength is positioned at the shadow level, and the special abilities are not counted. Ding, if the opponent is selected successfully, the system will generate a Uchiha Obito data character in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. With the selection of the system, 3 jumping numbers appear in front of you, which are really similar to the previous games. The battle begins. Soon. Narako was pulled to the battlefield. The battlefield was extremely vast, endless, with lush trees, and it looked like it was like a world, very real. In front of Narako Namikaze, an Uchiha Obito in a black robe appeared, with black chains on his hands and a mask. Uchiha Obito, what a conscienceless thing, my father is also your teacher, and he is so ungrateful. Die. Would escape secret art, birth of the tree realm. Bo. Feng Narako saw the Uchiha Obito in front of her, her brows furrowed, such a deception and ancestor destroyer, she was very angry. After all, it was her father who killed, directly put his hands together, and flowers bloomed everywhere, and countless saplings continued to emerge within a radius of several miles, and they skyrocketed wildly. And Uchiha Obito stood directly in place, looking at Narako Hanafeng coldly, and did not move. All the wooden escapes passed through his body, and did not achieve any effect. Kamui. It's really a troublesome ninjutsu. But your divine power can only last 5 minutes. It's only a matter of time before we know your weaknesses and defeat you. If I can find the coordinates of your Shinwei space, you don't pose any threat to me at all. Narako saw Obito running towards him step by step, passing through countless wooden trees, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Dad left the mark of the flying thunder god on him before, and in reality, if I want to kill you, it will not be a matter of effort. Now, too. Narako Bofeng directly controlled the countless trees to constantly attack towards Obito, or indiscriminate attacks. Miafu trees seemed to have eyes, and frantically interspersed towards Uchiha Obito. Fire escape storm dance. Uchiha Obito's kaleidoscope chakra eye suddenly turned, and then a flame erupted from his mouth, which was distorted by Kamui and swept directly towards the surrounding Mu-dun. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall. Bofeng Narako quickly sealed, and in an instant, a large area of river water fled directly towards the fire, and the water and fire were compatible, and countless water vapor was immediately generated, and the fire was extinguished in an instant. Then Narako Bakaze continued to control Kido, and walked towards the Uchiha Obito. Just now, when Uchiha Obito used ninjutsu, he had actually materialized, and if Narako Namikaze appeared directly behind him just now and gave him a blow of spiral pill, he would definitely be able to defeat him. But Narako Namikaze didn't have any combat experience, and she didn't have the strength to quickly defeat Uchiha Obito. And the Uchiha Obito's 5-minute time was refreshed again, and he continued to rush directly towards Narako Bakaze. It's a nuisance. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Narako Bofeng frowned, and in an instant, the special kunai in his hand turned into countless special kunai and threw them out, directly distributed around Obito. All of the kunai passed through Obito's body and didn't hurt him. Spiral pills. A spiral pill appeared directly above Narako's right hand, and then disappeared in place, appearing behind Obito, and pressing directly towards him. But it still passed through his body without causing any damage. Jingle bells. And in the next second, the chains of Uchiha Obito's hands directly grabbed Narako's throat. It's now. The corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly, and the whole person disappeared in an instant, appearing directly behind Uchiha Obito. Bang! In the next second, Uchiha Obito was directly hit in the back, and the whole person flew out like a spiral. Bang bang bang! The Uchiha Obito knocked countless trees flying, frowned, stared at Narako Namikaze, and continued to stand up. And the original Uchiha Obito's health bar on the top of his head was also reduced by 1/10, and the damage was not so strong. In the next few times, Narako gradually took control of the initiative, and since this side was not the real world, she couldn't sense the Flying Thunder Divine technique on Obito's body, and could only carry out a design attack. After knowing the weakness of the Uchiha Obito, it became easier to attack later. Thunder, Rachel. Tsutsuize. In an instant, a thunderbolt appeared from Narako's right hand, and a direct blow was inserted into the heart of Uchiha Obito. Ding! The Uchiha with the soil blood bar is 0, and the judgment is dead, and in this duel, the host wins. The health bar can persist in attacking 10 times for massive damage, allowing Narako to directly kill the Uchiha Obito at the final blow. Sure enough, it's a hassle to have no combat experience. I know his weaknesses, but I actually have to work so hard. But it's finally defeated, and the Uchiha Obito doesn't pose any threat. Then another opponent. After defeating Uchiha Obito, Narako began to choose again, and the combat experience was also accumulated frantically in the battles again and again. I don't know how long it took for Narako to withdraw from the simulation training ground, and the temperament of her whole body seemed to have transformed and became more calm. Sure enough, combat experience was extremely important, and in the end, he was defeated by Dad. Dad's flying thunder god is really unpredictable. The immortal technique that opened in this second caught me off guard. Narako Bofeng withdrew from the training ground. It turned out that she was defeated by Minato, but there was no disappointment in her eyes, but she felt a trace of pride. Soon, a month passed. Narako Bofeng kept choosing opponents in the simulated training ground, and her combat experience continued to increase, making her aura stronger and stronger. The chakra in the body has also grown over time, getting bigger and bigger, and the tailed beast is not just talking. The next step is to start working on cloning technology. Let's try it with Naruto's cells first. Naruto's research has been successful, and he is studying the clones of his parents. After a month's time, Narako has purchased the collected materials and some instruments, and after assembling them, she began the experiment. Although Naruto Namikaze has not done experiments, but with Orochimaru's data and methods, it is much simpler, and it only needs to be operated step by step, and there is basically no problem. Still no. No, it's failed again. Come again. Still failed. No, we have to work it out. For more than a year, Naruto Namikaze continued experimenting with cloning humans. Chapter 17. Did you finally succeed? A clone of Naruto Kono. After more than a year of hard work, Naruto Namikaze finally succeeded in researching Naruto's clone, and then launched the research on Naruto's own body. Looking at the little Naruto in front of him, the corners of Naruko's mouth raised slightly. Then it's time to inject the intercolumnar cells. Hopefully little Naruto can hold on. The clones that Naruto Namikaze has researched only have a body, no soul, and no consciousness. It's like a doll, but it has a human body, and it's different from a puppet. Narako then injected the clone Naruto into the intercolumnar cells, began to observe them slowly, and soaked them in a nutrient solution. Riding wheels. Narako immediately opened the Sharingan eye and stared directly at the clone Naruto in front of her, carefully observing his every move. After injecting the intercolumn cells, the cloned Naruto did not show any sense of rejection, but gradually fused with his own cells, and I have to say, this is simply a miracle. If Orochimaru had known about it, he would have been pulled to do the experiment a long time ago. Really? Naruto is worthy of being the reincarnation of Asura. The cells of the clone and the cells between the pillars are perfectly fused, and there is no rejection. But you have to look closely. If there is no problem, it is naturally the best. I'll wait a little longer. Narako Naruto was relieved to see that the cloned Naruto was not surprised, but instead fused perfectly with the intercolumnar cells. Just in case, I decided to observe for a while and talk about it later. Come back and have a look later. Then Narako Bakaze left the secret base directly, leaving the shadow clone to take care of the secret base. Sister, sister, sister. After returning home, little Naruto saw Naruto Namikaze, and hurriedly walked over, still muttering about his sister who had just learned to shout. Naruto. Naruko Naruto took little Naruto in her arms and smiled. Sister, sister, catch, catch. Little Naruto looked at Naruko Namikaze, reached out and grabbed her hair, and stretched out his hand to point out the door, meaning to go out and play. Okay, let's go out and arrest it. Ha ha ha. Naruko Namikaze hugged little Naruto, smiled, and then put a small hat on him, and walked out the door with him in his arms. Woohoo! And after Narako Bofeng went out, she felt that there were people around her, and it was no surprise that these people were responsible for protecting their sister and brother. Of course, it could also be regarded as surveillance. Bang bang! Little Naruto came out to play, obviously very happy, happily clapping his hands, looking left and right with a curious expression. Look, it's the nine-tailed demon fox, stay away from them, don't go near them. Ben, come back quickly, don't go near them, they're dangerous. What nine-tailed demon fox? People say that the sons and daughters of the 4 generations of Hokage. What do you people want to do? They are the descendants of heroes. But it's a fact that they have the nine-tailed demon fox in their bodies, isn't that right? You guys are so ungrateful. If it weren't for the 4 generations of Hokage-sama who sealed the nine tails in their own children's bodies, you'd probably all be dead. Phew, you trash. He's the Hokage, shouldn't he save us? How dare you rank as the fourth Hokage-sama? Brothers, up! Bofeng Narako just walked to the street, and the people on the street felt scared when they saw the two sisters and brothers. Of course, there were also people who respected Minato, so they did not have a sense of discrimination against the two sisters, but looked at them with gratitude in their eyes. But there are always some people who feel that those in power deserve to give their lives for them, otherwise they should not sit in this position. In an instant, the two sides can be seen everywhere on the road pinching each other, or they are scolding each other, which seems to be very lively. Hi! Bofeng Narako frowned, looking at these villagers, and expressed in his heart that Minato's sacrifice was not worth it. Why weren't these people killed by the Ninetales at that time? Maybe this is human nature. No matter how good you are to others, people don't think how good you are to him, but take it for granted. Hearing many villagers around her say this, Narako felt a trace of anger in her heart, but she didn't show it, and still took Naruto shopping with a smile on her face. Although these people will say this, they will not hit them with stones and other things like in the original book, which is already a good treatment. After all, there are still many people who are grateful to the 4 generations of Hokage, and they are also grateful for the efforts of their sisters and brothers. Because of the existence of Naruko-Naruto, it is completely impossible for Sarutobi to erase the existence of Naruto's hero among the villagers. Everyone in the village knows that the 4 generations of Hokage died and sealed the Ninetales in their children's bodies, thereby protecting Kanaha village. Most of the people in Kanaha village were still grateful, but a small number of people felt that it was natural for the Hokage to protect them, even if it was a sacrifice. Otherwise, why would you want to be the Hokage? If you can't do that, then let someone else do it, there are such people everywhere. Hi! At this time, a little Shota also walked over with a little Shota in his arms, saw Narako waves, turned around and wanted to run. Hi! Little Atake, what are you doing? When you see that big sister Ben is big, you want to run. Narako Bofeng also happened to see it. This person turned out to be Uchiha Atake. Holding the second pillar, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's okay, there's an urgent matter at home, let me go back. Uchiha Atake was stopped by Naruko-Naruto, and the whole person was shocked. This woman was too terrible, so he couldn't avoid it. Really? Is it your brother in your arms? Let me see. Naruko Namikaze slowly walked towards Atake Uchiha, smiling. Hi! Is this your brother? Uchiha Atake turned around and saw Naruko-Naruto walking towards him, also holding a Naruto in his arms, slightly stunned. Well, this is my younger brother, Naruto Namikaze. Naruko Namikaze smiled, then looked at the second pillar in Uchiha Atake's arms. Naruto. There is a terrifying chakra in the body, is this family all perverted? Today's Uchiha Atake is 7 years old, and has graduated from the ninja school, and his strength has long surpassed that of ordinary middle ninjas. But he still couldn't beat Narako Bofeng, and he didn't know how strong the eldest sister in front of him was. Now he felt the tyrannical chakra in Naruto's body again, and shook his head. The family is really perverted, and the amount of chakra is simply calculated by tons. This is your younger brother Uchiha Uchiha Shizuke, right? Come, let my sister hug, how about it? Naruko Namikaze saw Uchiha Shizuke in front of her, and a wicked smile flashed in her eyes. Don't. Although Shizuke Uchiha is only 2 years old, he is more than 2 months older than Naruto, and his speech is also very fluent, and he feels very annoyed when he sees Naruko-Naruto, so he hurriedly turned his face away and hugged Uchiha Atake tightly. Oh, Shizuke's just that. I don't like to be human. Uchiha Atake looked at Narako and smiled. You boy, it's your blessing for my sister to hold you. Don't you want me to hug me? If you don't hug me, you'll be punished. Narako Uchiha pouted when she saw that Shizuke Uchiha didn't hug her, then stretched out her right hand and flicked it directly on his birdie. Wow! Shizuke Uchiha felt the pain of his bird, and quickly cried loudly. Uchiha Atake didn't expect Narako to be so bad and bully a little doll. However, seeing that Uchiha Shizuke was still fine, he didn't quarrel too much, just looked at Narako Bofeng with a confused face. Hey, hey! Urjuzi, I'm going to be the first to play your chick. Aha! Narako Namikaze's heart blossomed, and when she saw Sasuke Uchiha's pitiful appearance, she felt very happy and happy. Hey, hey, hey! And I don't know why, seeing Uchiha Sasuke crying, Naruto was very happy, and he was smiling and smiling there. Sasuke, this is the only time my brother has not protected, next time, I will definitely protect you. Uchiha Itachi was also helpless, he had no choice but to sigh in his heart. Let's go, I'll invite you to eat meatballs, do you want to? Narako was very happy after bullying Sasuke Uchiha, and smiled when she saw Itachi Uchiha. No need, eldest sister, I still have to go back. There are still some things at home. Uchiha Itachi didn't want to stay with Narako Namikaze any longer, and when he saw her, he wanted to take 3 points backwards and stay away. Really? That's fine. Then you go. It's boring. Narako Uchiha looked at Itachi, knowing that he didn't want to stay with him, smiled, and then strode away directly with Naruto in his arms. It's dangerous, this woman, it's terrible. Uchiha Itachi saw Narako leave, shook his head, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and left directly, stopped shopping, and walked home with Sasuke. Wow, it's delicious, it's a heavenly burial, I'm so full. You take this trophy, hehe. At this time, a Konoha ninja suddenly appeared in front of Narako Namikaze, and a girl held his hand and kept patting her stomach. Is this Yamato? Narako Bofeng looked at Yamato in front of him, and a girl beside him, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. I seem to have a little impression of this, but who is this girl? I forgot it when I watched the anime, it seems that there is such a clip. But I remember that it seems to have appeared when Orochimaru defected, right? Why did Orochimaru appear without defecting? Could it be? Seeing Yamato with a girl, a trace of doubt flashed in Narako's eyes. Chapter 18. Don't run. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared and came behind the two men. Yukimai, run! Yamato saw Kakashi rushing towards the two, and immediately pulled Yukimai and jumped onto the roof of the house and began to avoid Kakashi. Really? Is it true, this ant snake still hasn't escaped the fate of defection in the end? Alas! Ant snake, in terms of conspiracy, you are still far behind Tuanzang. In the end, it was put on the table by Tuanzang. Narako Namikaze probably knows that Orochimaru should have defected, and it is likely that he was still injured as before. Otherwise, there is no need to use this little girl. Thinking of Tuanzang, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Danzang, you won't live long. I'll let you jump for a while, and soon, I'll send you down to see the first generation. Humph. Although Narako is very strong now, it is still a little difficult to kill Danzo directly in the root base. After all, he has so many riding wheels in his hands, it will be very difficult to kill him. If he ushers in a root powerhouse, or even ushers in the ape flying sun, it will be really not good. What do you want to do? Do you want to break the rules and betray Kanaha for the sake of this woman? Only he can find Orochimaru and help Orochimaru leave Kanaha. You have to catch her, don't run. Kakashi kept chasing after Yamato, and the speed of the two men was almost the same, and they couldn't catch up for a while. It's none of Yukimai's business, I just want to protect her, even if it's just once. This matter has nothing to do with Yukimai, Kakashi, please let her go. Mew done. Yamato shook his head, then clenched his hands into fists and began to release the wooden skull, and the roots of the wood flew towards Kakashi. Ding, trigger the quest, save Yukimai and help Orochimaru escape from Kanaha. Quest reward, smoke, no side effects, stable effect, no need to worry about being blown away by the wind. Narako Namikaze suddenly received such a task, and the system issued the task again after 2 years. System, feelings, you haven't encountered anything, I've been staying at home, won't you give me a task? Hearing the prompt of the system, Narako Bofeng was a little speechless. He had been studying cloning technology at home and at the base for all these years, and the system had no reaction at all. I just came out to go shopping and encountered an event, and the result was a mission. Ding, so to speak. This time the system also replied. Alright. Let's send Naruto back first. Narako nodded before turning around and heading home. After returning home, Narako Namikaze separated into a shadow clone and stayed at home, while she left directly. Kagura's heart. After Narako Namikaze left the house, she immediately opened Kagura's eyes and quickly searched for the whereabouts of Kakashi and the others. Found it. It didn't take long for Narako to find Kakashi and the others, and then the whole person disappeared in place, reappeared, and had come to the Kanaha forest. Chidori. As soon as Narako Namikaze came to the forest, she saw the Chidori condensation on Kakashi's right hand, and immediately used the transformation technique to transform herself at will, and the next second she appeared directly by Yukimai's side. Hi! Kakashi was surprised to see a person suddenly appear next to Yukimai, but he didn't feel it at all. But the Chidori in Kakashi's hand did not pause and stabbed directly towards Yukimai and Narako Namikaze. Woo! And Narako Bofeng disappeared directly with Yukimai in the same place, and the next second she appeared, which had already brought her to her secret base. Hi! Are you? Yukimai felt a little puzzled when she saw someone saving her, and looked at the dim lights around her, a little scared. Bang! I was saving you just now. Look at you in danger. You just stay here, it's safe here, and you don't run around. Now if you go out, you will be sent to death. Narako Namikaze directly lifted the transformation technique, looked at Yukimai in front of him and smiled. Thanks, thanks. Yukimai saw Narako Namikaze in front of her, who was actually younger than her, estimated to be only 6 years old, but had such a strong strength to be able to save her from Kakashi's hands. It's nothing, what's your name? How old are you this year? Narako Namikaze looked at Yukimai in front of her. She didn't seem to be very old, she was wearing a coarse linen dress, and she was a little dewy. My name is Yukimai, and I'm 16 years old. What's your name? Yukimai saw an outsider for the first time except Yamato, and the little girl in front of her always felt like an adult, staring at her eyes felt weird, with an aggressive gaze, which made her a little uncomfortable. My name is Narako Namikaze, and you will stay here from now on, and no one will find you. You're right here to give me a hand. Narako Bofeng nodded, and then handed her to her shadow clone, and she just dodged away. After all, he still has to rescue Orochimaru, otherwise the mission will still not be completed. Who was it just now? And was able to save her? And it seems to be a spatial ninjutsu. Kakashi missed the blow and frowned thoughtfully when he saw the figure disappearing in front of him. Yukimai was taken away by someone else, hateful. Yamato roared angrily, and when he saw Yukimai being arrested, he felt very uncomfortable. Let's go. It could be Orochimaru's person, we must find Yukimai as soon as possible so that we can save her. We need to work together. Kakashi's brows furrowed, it was the first time he had seen someone else with spatial ninjutsu, but he wasn't sure that it was spatial ninjutsu. He knew that one person's strength was not enough to deal with Orochimaru, and he had to pull Yamato along. Good. Yukimai, I must protect her. Thinking of the girl who did the experiment with him back then, Yamato's heart was very heartbroken, and when he remembered the sunny eyes when Yukimai called himself, he decided to cooperate with Kakashi and save Yukimai together. Orochimaru is probably already in the original village, let's go, let's hurry up. Kakashi nodded, and ran straight towards the Ibuli clan's land. Yamato nodded and chased after him directly. Found it. And Narako Bofeng has Kagura's eyes, it's not too convenient to find someone, she can't escape her search within a radius of 20 miles, and she found Orochimaru in one fell swoop. Woo! In the next second, Narako Bofeng appeared directly in front of Orochimaru. Hi! Orochimaru felt a breath appear in front of him, raised his head, his brows furrowed, and when he saw Narako Haifo, he breathed a sigh of relief. Something happened again. What's going on? Still injured, so serious. Naruko Namikaze came to Orochimaru's face, and saw that he was already drenched in blood from the explosion at this time, and his brows were furrowed. Hee. Tuanzang, this damn old guy, was calculated by him again. How do you know I'm here? Orochimaru looked at Narako and smiled self-deprecatingly. He thinks that his strength is not weaker than anyone else, and his wisdom is superb, and he has been calculated by the group again and again, which makes him feel a little dilapidated in his heart. Partnering with Tuanzang again. He has 3 generations of old men to support him, and you are different from him. It's normal to be calculated. I'll help you treat it first. Palm Immortal Technique. Narako Bofang frowned, and came directly to Orochimaru's side, releasing the green chakra, and directly treating him. It didn't take long for Orochimaru's wound to begin to heal, no more bleeding, and the wound was healed. Narako, your ability is really a bit comprehensive. Does it make me a little envious? Orochimaru looked at Narako Bafo, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he said it in that hoarse voice, always feeling weird. It's okay. I've learned a little bit. You'd better get out of Kanaha quickly. I'll send you out. Narako looked at Orochimaru and smiled, then directly pulled his sleeve, and the two of them disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already come to the outside of the Kanaha enchantment and successfully rescued Orochimaru. It's really a handy ninjutsu. Thank you, Narako. As a reward for saving me, the data of more than this year has been handed over to you. Hee. Orochimaru looked back at Kanaha and then at Narako Namikaze, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. Well, then I'll take it unceremoniously. Next, you are Kanaha's traitor, be careful in your future, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate. If you need anything, you can come back to me, I can help you, I will definitely help you. Narako Bofang took the information directly, looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Okay, I'm getting more and more interested in Narako. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru looked at Narako in front of him, laughed, and then turned away directly. The wheel of history always has a certain degree of repair, right? What should happen, it will still happen. Narako looked at the back of Orochimaru leaving, thoughtful. I obviously saved Orochimaru last time, but now I have an accident again. Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Orochimaru didn't run far, and he appeared in front of him, with a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to understand. Me? Hee. What? Do you want to arrest me back? Seeing Jiraiya in front of him, a trace of joy flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly covered it up and sneered. Why do you want to do that? Those children are all living beings. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru seriously with a pair of eyes, and sighed slightly in his heart when he saw the children who died because of the experiment. Chapter 19. Hee, child. There is no fairness in this world, and their sacrifice is to be able to witness the birth of miracles. And I've succeeded in researching miracles, and that's the reward for the price they paid. Orochimaru sneered, staring at Jiraiya's movements, afraid that he would start fighting if he didn't agree with him, and he had to be fully prepared. In the entire Konoha, he was not afraid of anyone, but only coming alone made him have to fight with 12 points of spirit. Miracle! Could it be you? After hearing Orochimaru's words, he was stunned. That's right, the secret of eternal life, I've got it under control. I don't have to face death anymore. If I had mastered this technique, the rope tree and the water gate, they wouldn't have to die. Hee. You say, isn't it? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with a smile on his face, and he was very sure of his research. This was already a ninjutsu that surpassed everything, and it was his pride. Really? But it was too late. You and I go back to the village, and the old man won't blame you. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, his brows furrowed, thinking of the rope tree and the water gate. He inevitably felt a pain in his heart. He only had one friend left in Orochimaru now, and he didn't want him to leave Kanaha. Leaving Kanaha means that they will turn against each other even if they are brothers. Back to the village. It's impossible, I know better than you what kind of person Mr. Sarafii is. He wouldn't want me to go back, and if he did, I wouldn't be here now, I'd be dead. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, he was all too familiar with everything about the ape flying sun. This time, it was Ape Fei who deliberately let him go, and since he let him go, he didn't think about arresting him back. Since you don't go back, then I'll arrest you back. 2 Done, Huangquan Marsh. Jiraiya heard that Orochimaru insisted on leaving, and directly folded his hands. I saw a cloud of yellow mud directly under Orochimaru's feet, and then his body slowly sank. Hehe. Jiraiya, I know you too well. I've seen everything about you a long time ago. You go back. If you can't catch me, everything we have will be gone, and the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Don't show mercy to my men, or you'll die. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru directly turned into a ball of flame and disappeared in place. Damn, he ran away. Orochimaru, I'll definitely get you back. Jiraiya saw that Orochimaru had fled, turned around and roared, his eyes flashing with endless loss. Why? Everyone is leaving me. Tsunade, Mizuman, Kushina, and now even Orochimaru is leaving. Why? I don't know how long it took. Jiraiya's eyes were already full of mist, watching the departure of relatives and friends one after another. He never showed bitterness in front of others, only when he was alone, he would cry and drink alcohol. Now Orochimaru's departure has also hit him hard, and the only brother in the village has also left, leaving him alone. Orochimaru, I'm sure I'll find you. Then Jiraiya looked firm, turned around and walked towards Kanaha without chasing Orochimaru again. He knew that Orochimaru was bent on running, and no one would be able to catch him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and rewarding the ability of smoke, no side effects, stable effect, no need to worry about being blown away by the wind. Ding! The body transformation is successful. Just after Orochimaru successfully left, the hint in Narako's mind also appeared, and the reward was directly distributed, transforming her physique. Smoke, you can smoke your body to dodge attacks or turn into smoke to directly control others, or destroy the controlled body. After control, all the feelings and things of the controlled person will be reflected in their own body, even if they eat it, not the person who is controlled eats it, and there are many wonderful uses. Smoke hardening, so powerful. You can control others, all your senses are on your body? Isn't that, I control someone, I do sports at night, and I experience the feelings myself. Poof. Am I too dirty? After Narako's body was transformed, and she had a lot of wonderful uses in her mind, she couldn't help but think of some beautiful things again. Ahem, it seems necessary to clone a boy with my own genes, that feels. It's still wonderful, isn't it? Then Naruko Namikaze thought about it, and her physical clone also needed to hurry, so that she could also experience the pleasure of being a man again. Mission accomplished, ready to go home. Narako Bofeng smiled, this ability is already very perfect, almost no one can defeat her, he can instantly smoke, and it will not be blown away, it is like Obito's body entering the Kamui space. However, he has no entity, unlike Naruko Namikaze, who is able to attack others in a smoke state and ignore damage. Hi, why is the old man here? Look dejected. Narako Bafo, who was just about to leave, was a little puzzled when she saw Jiraiya's dejected appearance. That direction, it seems that you met Orochimaru, suddenly. Thought that Orochimaru had left from that direction just now, and Narako Bakaze nodded. What are you doing, dejected? This is not the grandfather I saw before. Narako Namikaze came directly to Jiraiya, looked at him and smiled. Hi. Narako, why did you come out? This is outside of Kanaha, what are you doing with a child? It's dangerous, go back with grandpa. I also heard Narako Bafo's voice, I was a little surprised, I looked around, there was no shadow, how did this little doll escape? Come back with me. Thinking about it later, Narako Bofeng knew space ninjutsu, and stretched out her hand and patted her head, this kid really can't do anything about her. I'll go back later. Grandpa Jiraiya, did you catch Orochimaru just now? Narako Namikaze looked at Jiraiya and smiled, her body floating in the air, and patted him on the shoulder. Hi. You have also learned the ninjutsu of the 3 generations of Old Man Tsuchikage. Jiraiya saw Narako floating in the air, and the whole person was stunned. This kid actually learned the flying ninjutsu of the 3 generations of Tsuchikage Onaki. No. This is a technique I created based on my own ideas. How powerful is it? How fun it is to be able to make yourself lighter and fly. Narako Wave Wind will definitely not say that it was sent by the system. Of course, if you want to say that you created it, no one knows anyway. Is Narako so powerful? You can even create such a technique. It's amazing. I didn't dig into it either. Laughing is a burst of praise for Narako Bafo. After all, a child who can master space ninjutsu at such a young age already shows that he is a super genius. Isn't it normal for a super genius to create a technique? She has never seen 3 generations of Tsuchikage. It is definitely impossible to be taught by others, and there is no one in the entire Konoha who can fly ninjutsu. Let's go back. Children's families, don't run out all the time. You can't run around at will just because you have your own space ninjutsu, you know. The outside world is very dangerous, and it is not something that a child like you can understand. Then Gillette also took Narako Bofeng in his arms and walked back towards Kanaha. Grandpa Jiraiya, why haven't you married a wife yet? Isn't it the same as what my mother said, you are a big pervert and no one likes it? Narako, you can't say that. Grandpa, I like a person for a long time, but she doesn't like Grandpa. Grandpa can't help it, in fact, Grandpa is dedicated, don't be misled by your mother. Jiraiya also remembered Tsunade love appeared in his eyes as for why he went to peep. After all, the master taught it well. It's just that the water gate was caught by the whirlpool Jusinai in time, otherwise it is really possible to become the 3 major perverts of Konoha. Really? I think I've heard my mother say that Jiraiya's grandfather likes an older sister named Tsunade. But Grandpa, how can you like a sister? You're too different in age, aren't you? Narako, Grandpa isn't old either, Grandpa is only 40 years old this year, and he's in the prime of life, how can he say he's old? But how do you know so many things? Your mother will tell you this. Jiraiya felt that there were a lot of crows above his head, and he kept pulling bird poop at him. His face was full of bitterness, and he couldn't love it. This feeling was indeed a little uncomfortable. Mom said, Grandpa Jiraiya is very brave, a hero of forbearance, but just a little lustful. And I'm very timid to the person I like. If I was like my father, I would have soaked the woman I liked. Narako Bofeng nodded, looked at Jiraiya, and tilted her head seriously. Really? Your mother still compliments me? But Grandpa will work hard, and one day, Grandpa will marry her home. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya looked at Narako and smiled, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Then you have to come on. I'll cheer you up, remember to invite me to dinner. Narako looked at Jiraiya, waving her little fist. Dinner? Wedding banquet? Yes, next time I invite you to dinner, ha ha ha. Jiraiya looked at Minato Namikaze and laughed, and then the two walked all the way towards Kanaha. Chapter 20. Jiraiya-sama. Walking. To the gate of Kanaha Gate, the Kanaha ninja hurriedly bowed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, and then walked in with Naruko Namikaze. Grandpa Jiraiya, I'm going back, Naruto is still at home. Goodbye. After returning to the village, Naruko Namikaze quickly jumped out of Jiraiya's arms, waved at him, and ran directly in the direction of home. This kid. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile, and didn't chase it. It would basically be safer in Kanaha. And she also has space ninjutsu, she can leave at any time, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to catch her. Alas! I really envy the body of a boy. I must make a clone of myself as soon as possible, so that I can be born as a man. Although women have the benefits of women, I still like men. Take advantage of this time, get more oil, he he he. After returning home, Narako Bofeng sighed. It was inconvenient for him to have no male body. Although she is a girl in this life, she has a memory, and it may not matter if she doesn't have a memory. After having a memory, she must want to recover her male body. Fortunately, there are still clones. As long as you clone a male body with your own cells, there will be no problem. Didn't Orochimaru catch up, said Jiraiya when he came to the Hokage's office, and Sarutobi Hisashi looked at him, spat out a puff of smoke, and asked in a deep voice. Caught up. He ran away. Looking at the ape flying in the sun, a trace of helplessness and disappointment flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, and he shook his head. Really? That's it, just run. I'll send someone to chase me with all my might. How about you stay in Kanaha during this time? I don't have enough manpower here, so I urgently need you to come back and help. Ape Fei'arai's eyes flashed with an inexplicable daring light, and he looked at Jiraiya and smiled. No, I'm leaving in this time. We must gather information as soon as possible, and I can rest assured that you are in the village. Jiraiya shook his head, still deciding to leave, not wanting to stay in the village longer. Do you still want to go? I'm old, and I don't want to stay and help me. Ape Fury shook his head, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and his face was a little dark. Time was pressing, and it didn't do me any good to stay in the village, but it aroused the suspicion of some people. I don't want to die. Jiraiya shook his head, still insisting on leaving. Hee. Sarutobi smiled self-deprecatingly. All right then. Since you want to go, I won't stop you, old man. Narako is also 6 years old, I'm going to let her enter the ninja school, what do you think? He knew who Jiraiya was talking about, so he didn't get involved in the topic anymore. Sarutobi Hisai was going to let Narako Bakaze enter the ninja school, and he was also going to ask Jiraiya's opinion. Narako. She's very talented, and it's time for her to go to the ninja school to work out. Keep that thing away from Narako and Naruto. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving him a taste of death. If something happens to Narako and Naruto, I'll be the first to cut him. Jiraiya heard Sarutobi's words, and knew that once Narako entered the ninja school, then the talent could not be hidden. It's likely to make Danzo jealous, or want to get Narako. The current Naruto and Narako are the reverse scales of Jiraiya. If anyone dares to touch them, he will definitely not be polite to them, and the murderous aura instantly emerges, and there is no taboo at all. Well, don't worry. With me, Tuanzang won't do anything. Narako's talent is very strong, have you discovered something? Sarutobi knew that Jiraiya, who had lost the water gate, was now like an angry tiger, and if someone wanted to attack Narako and Naruto, he might actually kill Danzo. Gillette also has the ability to kill Tuanzang, he can still be trusted, and now Gillette is also in the prime of life, and there are psychic toads. With such a self, there is no problem in wanting to enter the route alone, and even if Tuanzang has the Sharingan, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Gillette is not alone, there are still many cronies around him, of course, all these people are still in the hands of Ape Fei Chop. As long as they need it, these people will stand up without hesitation. The 3 ninjas of the year are not covered, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The weight of control under everyone's hands is not small. Narako has inherited Mizuman's talent for space ninjutsu and has learned to fly thunder. If you grow up in the future, you may be able to become the next generation, or the next generation of Hokage. When the time comes, you old man, it's time to retire too. Jiraiya frowned, remembering that Naruto Namikaze said that she wanted to be the first female Hokage, and she was also thinking in her heart that she might like to be this Hokage. And by then, Ape Fei will really be old, and he will just be able to retire, and he may not even be there. He is not the same as before, and he is very disappointed in the teacher of Ape Fei. But being a teacher for a day will not directly abandon him, this is not his style. What? You said Narako is now 6 years old and has inherited the flying thunder god of Watergate. SHHH. Genius, really genius. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, you have found me a good heir. Sarutobi was very happy, and laughed when he looked at him. The current Narako Bofeng is only 6 years old, and when she is old, she really can't sit still, and she will definitely retire. It is impossible for him to live forever, and his body has deteriorated day by day, and his combat effectiveness has begun to decline. And when Naruto Namikaze grows up to her 20s, she should also retire, and she will be able to take over the position of the 5th Hokage at that time. In this way, the Hokage was still born in his direct lineage, and he can still enjoy the blessings of his old age. After all, the right is not so easy to let go, but you have to serve the old. You are really old, so you naturally have to let go. Then you can be regarded as agreeing to Narako to go to the ninja school, right? Then I'll start arranging it tomorrow. Since she has learned to fly thunder, she should be able to graduate soon. Sarutobi Hise looked at Jiraiya and smiled. After entering the ninja school, he will be able to start to emerge, and when the time comes, with the identity of the eldest daughter of the 4 generations, he will definitely be able to gather popularity faster. To prepare her to take over the Hokage's position in the future, the younger she is, and the more she is trained by herself, the more suitable she is to be the Hokage. Well, I don't have a problem. Zilla also nodded. It is indeed time to start school systematically at the age of 6, and when the time comes, a leading teacher will be assigned to lead the team. When the time comes, you will be able to improve your strength more quickly, and the Flying Thunder God plus the Spiral Pill. As long as you grow up, you will be a super powerhouse at the level of the Hokage. Well, that's it. Ape Fury frowned and smiled, took a deep breath of smoke, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then I'll go first. Warn Danzo, if he wants to die. I didn't say it. Jiraiya nodded, glanced at Ape Fury coldly, and then turned around and left directly. Alas! Jiraiya, are you also disappointed in the old man? The old man did all this for Kanaha. After Jiraiya left, Sarutobi stood up, looked out the window, took a deep breath of cigarette, and shook his head with helplessness in his eyes. Someone, call Tuanzang. Then Ape Fari directly asked the Dark General Tuanzang to call over, and he sat in the office and waited. Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama is looking for you. Soon. Tuanzang received the news and frowned. Got it. Danzo nodded, and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Woo! Knock knock. Naruko Namikaze's door was suddenly knocked. Who? Hearing the knock on the door, Narako Bofeng frowned and walked out directly. Squeak! After opening the door, Narako saw Sarutobi standing in the doorway. Hi! 3 generations of grandfathers, why are you here? Narako Bofeng was a little surprised to see that the person who came was actually Ape Fari/. Haha! Narako, Grandpa has come to see you, welcome. Sarutobi looked at Narako and smiled, smiling very kindly. Welcome, 3 generations of Grandpa, inside please. Narako Bofeng knows that the ape flying to the sun is to go to the 3 treasures hall for nothing, and there must be something going on. But I really didn't know what it was, so I hurriedly greeted him and walked into the house. Narako, Grandpa came here to tell you something. Do you want to go to a ninja school to learn Shi Ninjutsu? Learn Shi Ninjutsu to become a ninja, do you want to become a ninja? Sarutobi walked into the house, directly found a place to sit down, looked at Naruko Namikaze and squinted and smiled. Ding, detecting a special mission, agreeing to the request of the ape flying sun, entering the academy to study Shi, and graduating within a year. Quest reward, special blood inheritance limit, magnetic escape. At this time, the task of the system actually appeared again, and this time it was very powerful, and it was directly given to the magnetic escape, although it was not an invincible blood inheritance limit. But it's not bad. Ninjas with magnetic escape basically, they can reach the level of shadow control Shaijin and other abilities. It's still good. It's about the same as my arrow's ability to control sand. Bofeng Narako was slightly stunned. It turned out to be such a thing, and the system actually gave itself a task, and if she didn't accept it, it was naturally a little too much to say. 3 generations of grandfather, kin. I go to the ninja school. I want to go to school, hee hee. I'm going to be the first female Hokage. I'm going to be like my father, protect the village, protect Naruto, protect my most important people. Then Narako Bofeng looked at the ape in front of him, smiled, and said these words, that is, he wanted them to know that he was a person who loved the village and did not make trouble for himself. Chapter 21. This can also be regarded as a preventive shot for the ape flying day, and the province has nothing to do all day long, doubt this, doubt that. This old man is very insidious, but he can't see anything bad about it, otherwise it is common for you to stab you in the back at any time. Ha ha ha. When Sarutobi heard Naruko's words, he hurriedly laughed, his eyes full of kindness. Okay, then Grandpa will arrange it for you, and tomorrow you will go to the ninja school. If you are at home, you will also send someone to watch over you, so you can go to school with peace of mind. Then, he glanced at Naruto in Naruto's arms and smiled, stood up and prepared to leave. Without 3 generations of grandfathers, I'll be optimistic about Naruto myself. I've already learned the art of shadow clones, so take care of Naruto, no problem. Bang! Narako didn't dare to hand over Naruto to Sarutobi, it was better to watch it herself. Except for himself, everyone else is likely to harm Naruto for their own interests, he is very uneasy, and then directly separates a shadow clone. That's right. It's Narako, at such a young age, she can actually use the shadow clone technique so exquisitely. Okay, then Grandpa won't arrange people, and you can take care of Naruto with your shadow clone. Naruto may not be able to do without you, and it's not convenient for others to come. Then it's decided, remember to report to the ninja school tomorrow. Abe. Fei-ri/looked at the shadow clone technique that Bofeng Narako separated, and was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that at this age, he not only controlled the Flying Thunder God technique, and he also mastered the art of shadow clone, and it is likely that he will also have other ninjutsu, which makes ninja doctors like Sarutobi feel a little shocked. After all, at this age, few people can do it so well, and others who fly Thunder God are likely to not be able to learn it in their lifetime. But Narako Bofeng actually learned it easily, not including the sealing technique he had seen before, when she was only 4 years old. It's hard to imagine what it would be like for such a genius to grow up. Okay, 3 generations of grandpa. 3 generations of grandfathers go slowly, I'll send you. Naruko Namikaze looked at Sarutobi and smiled, and then walked out of the door with him. Okay, then Grandpa will go first. Narako, don't forget tomorrow, go to the ninja school early in the morning. Sarutobi walked out the door, turned to Narako and smiled, waving his hand. Okay, 3 generations of Grandpa. Goodbye to 3 generations of grandfathers. Narako waved her hand at Sarutobi and smiled. Well, goodbye. Sarutobi Hisashi waved his hand to Naruko Namikaze, and then turned around and left. Ninja school. It seems that the same issue as me is some tricks, right? There are no strong people, I guess they are all children with low talent. Uchiha Itachi has also graduated, and there is really no one of the people of the same level who can make me interested. Itachi Uchiha, this kid, actually graduated before me, it's really troublesome. I actually fell into the name of my eldest sister, and the next time I see him, I must beat him hard. After the ape face sun slashed away, the corners of Naruko's mouth raised slightly, the current ninja school is full of some scum, and the system wants her to graduate within a year, so she has to go once. Besides, the title of ninja must be obtained from the ninja school, and if you want to be able to go out and do tasks in the future, you really have to have such an identity. Sister, sister, sister. At this time, little Naruto also woke up, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Narako Bafo, and quickly squinted and laughed, and danced with his hands, saying some slurred words in his mouth. Naruto, after a while, my sister will inject the first generation of cells into your body, and when the time comes, you will awaken Mu-dun. You don't need to rub the balls anymore, and you can use more other ninjutsu. Narako looked at little Naruto, stretched out her hand and touched his little head. It was not easy to be an older sister for the first time, a sister and a father and a mother. Dad, Mom, don't worry, Naruto is fine. When I work on your clones, I'll find a way to bring you back to life. It won't be long, we are a family, and we will meet again soon. Narako looked at the photos of the Wave Wind Water Gate and Uzumaki Kushina in the room, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Early the next morning, Narako Naruto split up a shadow clone to take Naruto, and she went directly to the ninja school. Before entering the ninja school, there is also a need to have a convention, which is the same for each school. On this day, Naruko Namikaze came to the entrance ceremony venue early, and there were already many people standing here. Everyone is lined up, and the 3 generations of adults are coming soon. Narako Bofeng had just entered, and after waiting for a while, many people walked in one after another, all of them combined, there were probably more than 100 people. Hearing the ninja in charge, everyone lined up and stood up. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. It didn't take long for Sarutobi to come over in a Hokage costume and look at everyone present with a smile on their faces. Congratulations, children, on your successful entry into this class. I hope you can learn Shi Ninjutsu in school in the future, continue to improve your ninjutsu, and become a qualified ninja as soon as possible. In the future, I will be able to protect Kanaha and your family. Then came the opening remarks of the ape Flying Sun, which was said for an hour, and Narako was tired of saying it. After the ape was finished, everyone was assigned their own classes and began the journey of the first day of school. Hello everyone, I am your teacher Tuanzang, an elite Zongnan, and I will be your teacher in the future. I hope you all learn Shi Ninjutsu and courses well in the future. I'm sure there are many people who have already learned some ninjutsu in their own homes, right? But what I learned in school was not just ninjutsu, but also the ability to work in a team, and the ways and means of teamwork. One person's strength is always limited, only one of your team members has exerted their own strength, and after cooperation, they can exert greater strength. In this way, the team will have a higher chance of surviving in future missions. And the most important of them is the basic knowledge of ninjutsu, and the foundation is the most important, so the teacher also hopes that you can learn Shi seriously. Tuanzang looked at the people present, smiled, and began to teach a group of budding students. Okay, the first and the simplest lesson, you all come with me. When I first entered the ninja school, I learned to throw kunai shi, which is the most basic ability of a ninja. The most basic ability of a ninja includes throwing kunai. Then Tuanzang turned around and walked out of the classroom directly, and the children in the class also followed him out one by one. Soon, everyone came to the school grounds, and there were 8 targets on the opposite side. Alright, I'll start the detachment, and you guys will line up in line. I'll report on the name of the coming out. Here, the list of the first team, Tianzi, Najajan, Narako Bofeng. Soon, the list was reported, and everyone began to line up. It's so boring, throwing kunai at the beginning. Forget it, let's just let the shadow clone come. Next time. Here, it's just a waste of time. Narako looked at the crowd present, they were all older children, and she wasn't interested at all. Hi! Who is this little girl? She actually has a pair of white eyes. It's quite cute, she must be a big beauty in the future. Well, this can be befriended, he. At this time, Narako Bofeng saw that there was actually a female doll with white eyes on the field, with a purple headscarf tied to her forehead, and she looked very cute and loved by her. Hinata Aranio, it's your turn. Next second, it happened to be the girl's turn to make a move. Yes, teacher. Hinata Tenai nodded hurriedly, and then took out a kunai in his hand and threw it at will. Woo! Bang! In the next second, Ku didn't hit the bullseye. Good, next. Teacher of the test nodded, this kunai throwing technique is really good. Hinata Aranari, is this your name? Not bad, yes, I don't know how it will grow in the future, hehe. Narako Namikaze heard her name, it turned out that her name was Hinata Aranari, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Narako Namikaze, it's your turn. Soon, it will be Narako's turn. Yes. Narako Namikaze heard that she was shouting to herself, and quickly came back to her senses, took out 8 handfuls of kunai and grabbed them in her hands. I'll show you a hand. Hey! Pretending to be in front of a group of little kids, although it's not powerful, but at least it's eye-catching. Plan for your own ends, why not? Woohoo! Dang! Bang bang bang! Soon, Narako's kunai was thrown out directly, and it kept hitting in the air, and then all 8 targets hit the center point. Wow, that's amazing, all 8 of them have been hit. Oh my god! Who is this girl? So beautiful, so temperamental. I like it, such a woman is worthy of being my future daughter-in-law. It's so beautiful, I feel like my heart is moving, I like it so much. For a while, many boys in the class stared at Narako Bofeng, with love in their eyes, with a look of adoration and liking, wishing they could snatch her home as a daughter-in-law now. Hi! The daughter of the fourth Hokage, Narako Namikaze. White eyes, open. Hinata Tenflower saw that Narako Namikaze was very powerful in Kunai's technique, and couldn't help but be curious, and directly opened her eyes to observe her. Chapter 22. Roar. When Hyaga Tenroi opened her eyes to check Narako Bofeng's body, she suddenly saw an incomparably huge and terrifying nine-tailed demon fox roaring wildly at her. AHH. Bang. In the next second, Hinata Tianhua shouted out directly, and sat directly on the ground, with a chill behind her back, her pupils retracted, and her face showed fear. Hi! You actually opened your eyes at a young age. You should be considered a genius. Of the Hyaga clan, right? Although each of the Hyaga clan has white eyes, those who can open their white eyes still need to have a certain amount of talent. It's still very powerful to open your eyes at such a young age. But what is inside me, can you see it if you want to? Frightened, right? Narako Namikaze heard the shouting, turned her head and saw Hinata Tenra's frightened eyes, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and then ran directly towards her. Akira, are you alright? Narako Bakaze came to Hinata Amano's side, helped her up, and looked at her with a concerned expression. Hinata Arenium, are you alright? The instructor also ran over, not knowing what was going on. No, it's fine, maybe I was a little tired from training last night. Hinata retracted her eyes and shook her head, sweating on her forehead. Palm Immortal. End. Narako Bofeng directly used the Palm Fairy technique on her, although she was not injured, but it was also able to relieve her mental exhaustion. Thanks, thanks. Hinata Ankai looked at Narako in front of him, stunned for a moment, and then turned red. No thanks, be careful in the future, although your eyes are very strong, you can't see everything. Narako looked at Hinata Aoi and smiled at her. Hinata Tenai nodded, recalling the terrible scene just now, and still has lingering palpitations. Okay, it's okay, let's sit next to it and rest for a while, the test teacher nodded, and then asked Hinata Lemon to sit next to him for a while. Thank you, teacher. Hinata Agari nodded. Come, I'll help you over. Narako Bofeng didn't plan to throw Kunai, she had already passed the level, such a simple thing, it didn't make any sense at all. It's better to soak a girl, and when the time comes, you can use it by changing your body. Thank you, no need, I can walk by myself. Hinata Amanoi shook her head, there was a stool next to her, and she was fine, she could walk. It's okay, I'll help you go this way. Narako smiled, but still didn't let go, and directly helped Hinata Aoi to sit down next to him. Thank you. Hinata Arabi's face was red, and she rarely communicated with others, and she had contact with outsiders for the first time. You can call me Narako. Jeremy, why do you want to tie a headscarf on your forehead? On a hot day. Narako Bofeng frowned when she saw the Hinata sunflower in front of her, and tied a headscarf on a hot day may be covering something, it is likely to be a caged bird in the family. No, nothing. I am afraid of cold on my forehead, so I like to wear a headscarf. Hinata Aoi was asked by Narako Namikaze, a trace of gloom flashed in her eyes, she shook her head, and muttered in a low voice. Really? It's cute too. Let's train together in the future, right? I wonder if you're free. I don't have any friends either, we're friends, would you like to? Narako Namikaze looked at Hinata Aranio, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she looked at her and smiled. Friend, friend. Hinata Tina looked at Narako in front of him, with some surprise in her eyes, few people would be friends with her. After all, she is just the daughter of a separate family, and Narako Namikaze is the daughter of the fourth generation of Hokage. Even if the fourth generation is dead, the majesty is still there, and the fame is still there. It's not comparable to her as a daughter of a Hyoga family, but Narako Bofeng is willing to be friends with her, which makes her feel a little moved in her heart. Yes, yes. Thank you, Narako, we'll be good friends from now on. Then Hinata Aoi looked at Narako and smiled, feeling the kindness in her eyes, smiling, and very happy in her heart. After all, Narako was her first friend, and her first friend from an outsider. Haha, okay, then we'll be friends from now on. The corners of Narako's mouth raised slightly. Once they become friends, things will be solved in the future. And the sealing technique or something, it couldn't be easier for Narako to be the wave, and in this world, there are really few sealing techniques that the people of their Vortex clan can't unravel. If there is, then it has already surpassed the level of their ninja world, at least the sealing technique of the caged bird, unlocking it is a piece of cake for her. Well, it's a friend, hehe. Hinata Aoi doesn't know why, but she feels warm and happy with Narako Bofeng, and this is also the happiest day she has ever had since she became sensible. Then how about I take you to training after class today? Narako Namikaze looked at Hinata Aoi and smiled at her. Okay. Hinata Tenai nodded with a quick smile, not having any opinion on this. Hehe. It's done in the early stage, and the things in the future, then it's going to be very fast. I didn't expect the Hyoga family to have such a good-looking girl in addition to Hinata and Hanabi. It's really good, make a lot of money, hehe. Narako Namikaze saw Hinata Asunari's cute appearance, and her heart blossomed. The day's classes were over, and many of the children were picked up by the parents who were waiting at the door one after another. Only Narako Namikaze and Hinata Rosia were not picked up. Ronnie, where are your parents? Narako saw that everyone was picked up by her parents, but Hinata Rosia's parents didn't seem to show up. They're no longer there. It was the time of the Ninetales riot. Hinata Tenrei, I raised my head and looked at the sky, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in my eyes. I'm sorry. My family is gone. I'll be your family in the future, would you like to? Narako Namikaze didn't expect that Hinata Amari's family was gone, and she lost her parents on the same day as herself. A soft light flashed in her eyes, and she hugged her directly in her arms. Woo! From now on, we will be family. For the first time, Hinata Aoi was comforted by others, and the two of them hugged each other directly. She was very sad in her heart, but she also had a hint of joy. His parents are no longer there, but now there is one more wave of Narako, although the two of them are not relatives, but they will be each other's family in the future. Let's go, I'll take you to training. Narako pulled Hinata Aoi directly and ran towards the forest. Woo! Is Uchiha Itachi here today? And this? Could it be Uchiha Shisui? Narako Namikaze came to the training ground and saw Uchiha Itachi, and a slightly older boy next to him, both of whom were throwing kunai. Hi! Uchiha Shisui saw Narako Namikaze coming over with Hinata Aoi, and stopped what he was doing. Little Itachi, I didn't expect you to be there. Narako Namikaze saw Uchiha Itachi and couldn't help but tease him and smiled. Big sister. Uchiha Itachi was stunned when he saw Narako Bafo, and then his face turned slightly red, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Narako Namikaze, what do you call her? Uchiha Shisui's age, he naturally knew Narako Naruto, and he recognized her after seeing her. But when he heard Uchiha Itachi shouting that Narako was the eldest sister, he was also confused. Hello, my name is Narako Namikaze, you should be the elder brother of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, right? Nice to meet you. Narako Namikaze saw the Uchiha stop water, and I have to say that this is one of the few peace-loving people in the Uchiha clan. And also awakened the strongest illusion, other gods, such a talent is really strong. You know me? Uchiha Shisui was a little surprised, he didn't expect Narako Namikaze in front of him to actually know him. Well, I don't just know you, I know a lot of your secrets. Narako looked at the Uchiha Shisui, squinted and smiled. My secret? What secret do you know about me? Was said by Narako Namikaze became more and more confused, and Uchiha Shisui looked confused. Can I see through the future, do you believe it? Narako Namikaze looked at the Uchiha Shisui in front of her seriously, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. See through the future? How is it possible? Uchiha Shisui was directly stunned by what Narako Namikaze said. A 6-year-old girl actually said that she could see the future? Is this a prank, or does she really have such an ability? If you want to know, I'm still here tonight, I'm waiting for you here. Narako Namikaze looked at the Uchiha Shisui and smiled, and then directly pulled Hinata Aoi away. Hi! Uchiha Itachi saw the figure of Narako Naruto leaving, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to reach out and call her, but he forcibly held back. For more than a year, Narako and Itachi Uchiha often trained together. Although Uchiha Itachi was defeated every time, he still chose to fight against Narako Naruto, looking for his own shortcomings from the battle. So in the past year or so, his strength has improved rapidly, and unconsciously, he has awakened a jade riding wheel. Originally, it was opened when he was 8 years old, but now it has advanced by more than 2 years, and his strength is not much better than that of some slightly stronger elite ninjas. A 7-year-old child can actually have the strength comparable to the elite middle ninja, or even the upper ninja, which may shock many people's jaws. Chapter 23. Itachi, isn't she the daughter of the 4th Hokage? You haven't seen me, but you can even know my name. Did you tell her? Uchiha Shisui was a little puzzled. A 6-year-old kid actually said that he knew himself and could see through the future, which made him feel a little unbelieving. I didn't tell her. But he is very powerful, and Brother Zishui may not be her opponent. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. He hadn't mentioned Uchiha Shisui's name to him at all, and as for why he knew, he didn't know. Stronger than me. Itachi, what you said is true. I'm a shinobi now, she's only 6 years old, is she stronger than me? Uchiha Shisui was stunned, he couldn't believe what others said, but he could still trust Uchiha Itachi's words. Well, I'm in her hands, and I can't do a trick. Brother Zishui, don't underestimate anyone, aren't I only 7 years old? Although she is only 6 years old, her strength is much stronger than mine. Uchiha Itachi looked at the back of Narako as she left, thoughtful. Really? To be able to get Itachi's approval, it seems that she really has some skills. Then I'll come tonight to see what kind of abilities he has to make you praise like that. The corners of Uchiha's mouth raised slightly. He thought that he was also a genius, but compared to Itachi, the name of his genius had to stand aside. But now Narako is even more talented than Itachi, which makes him a little curious. Narako, they're from the Uchiha clan, do you know them all? And that seems to be Uchiha Itachi, right? He graduated from the ninja school before us. When I went to school, I heard someone say that he was very strong, and he was already called the boss in the 1st grade. Hinata Teni I didn't say anything just now, looking at Narako Bofeng in front of him with some doubts. Uchiha Itachi's strength is still very strong, and it was also a smash hit in the ninja school at that time, and everyone knew about it. He even created a reputation as a Itachi boss in the ninja school, so basically all the students above the 1st grade knew about his existence. Although I don't say what the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are, it seems that they are not very interested in the people of the Uchiha clan by nature. Well, that's my little brother, ha ha ha. He can still be the boss. I didn't pay attention, but even if he is the boss, then I'm still the eldest sister, better than him, hee hee. Narako Namikaze took Hinata Amari's hand and laughed, and then walked quickly towards another training ground. Little brother. Hinata Arana looked at Narako Bofeng blankly. If Uchiha Itachi's strength is very strong, then as his eldest sister, wouldn't her strength be stronger? Aranium, when we arrive, we will train here in the future, and practice to strengthen our strength. It didn't take long for Narako to pull Hinata Aoi to the new training ground, which had almost become her home ground in the forest, and her training ground could be seen everywhere. After all, she cultivates with a clone, and there is a venue for each doppelganger, and there are not too many venues. Good. Hinata nodded, and the two stood across from each other. Come, Ranium, attack me, don't leave your hands behind, let me see your full strength. Narako Namikaze stood across from Hinata Amano, looked at her and smiled. Then I'm going to make a move. Roll your eyes, open. Hinata Tenflower frowned. She knew that Narako Bofeng had such a powerful existence as the Ninetales in her body, and knew that she was probably not her opponent, so she opened her eyes at the beginning and was ready to attack with all her might. Come on! Narako Namikaze raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and she took a pose. Ha! I saw Hinata Aoi quickly rushing towards Narako and slapped her with a palm. It's good to come. After more than a year of training, Narako Bake's physical skills have also improved greatly, standing in place and watching Hinata Aoi rush over, one sideways to dodge. Then he grabbed her left hand and pulled it back, and gave her a quick and gentle push on the chest, without exerting all his strength. Bang! AHH! Ha! Then Hinata Aoi deceived her again, and the two of them hit and dodged, and Narako Heifu also gave her a blow from time to time. Narako Bofeng frequently feeds tricks, allowing her to grow quickly. The most powerful thing in the Hyuga clan is the physical arts. As for the reincarnation eye, it is not possible for the time being, and it is enough to practice the physical skills she stronger and faster. Woo! Half an hour later, Hinata Murari was already covered in sweat, soaked with sweat, and kept panting loudly. Let's take a break. My physical skills still need to be improved, but I have improved a lot from the beginning. Narako Namikaze looked at Hinata Amanoi's serious appearance, smiled, and then pulled her to sit down and handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. Hinata Agari squinted and smiled, reached out to take the water, and poured herself a mouthful. It's too late to return to the clan at night, will anyone say that? Narako Bofeng turned her head and smiled, and was about to take her to dinner, but she didn't know if the Hyuga family was strict. Well, I'll have to go back later, I can't stay out overnight, and I can't go home too late. I need to wait until I'm a little older to be able to be freer. Now the word. Hinata Ranflower nodded, looked at the time, it was almost time, and it was time to go back. The family discipline is still very strict, at least for their separation, they can't stay outside for too long, just in case. Especially those of them who are separated, they still have to work when they go back, and in the family, they are basically like subordinates, and they have no status at all. The existence of the split family is to protect the clan family, they are the servants of the clan family, as long as they are unhappy, that day will be really miserable. Well, then I'll send you back. Tomorrow we will train, and we will train here every day from now on. Narako Bofeng nodded, after all, they were all children of a big family, and she only had Naruto, and no one cared when she went back. Anyway, she has always been followed by the shadows, and she hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. Hinata Tenflower had some reluctance in her eyes, she finally had a friend like family, but they couldn't spend more time together. Let's go. Seeing the reluctance in Hinata Aranio's eyes, Narako Bofeng also seemed to have some feelings in her heart, and stood up directly, took her hand and walked directly towards the Hyuga clan. Aranio, let's go in. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. After arriving at the door of the Hyuga clan, Narako Bake's waved at Hinata Aranori, smiling. Well, goodbye, Narako, see you tomorrow. Hinata Tenii smiled at her, then turned and walked into the clan land, and when she turned around, a hint of darkness flashed in her eyes. Then you can go home. Narako also turned to leave, walking all the way in the direction of home. Really? Did a girl from Hinata's family go to the forest to practice? I see, keep an eye on Narako's movements and don't disturb her. Whatever she wants, let her do it. Don't be found out by her, go down. When Narako Namikaze returned home, Sarutobi also received the news that what she had done and who she had met today had all been reported to him. After all, there are 9 tails in Narako's body, and she is also the object of key protection and monitoring in the village, so there can be no accidents. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Whoa! The shadows dodged away and disappeared. It's good to have friends. Only when you have friends, you will have bonds, and if you have bonds, you will be inseparable from Kanaha. Hehe. Abe. Fury raised the corners of his mouth slightly, spit out a puff of cigarette, and then took off the black cloth covering the crystal ball, staring at it with a squinting face. Sister, sister. After Narako Namikaze got home, little Naruto staggered from side to side and ran towards her, as if he knew that the sister in front of him was the real body, and he looked happy, clapping his hands and smiling. Naruto, are you good at home? Wait for my sister to make you something to eat. Seeing Naruto's cute appearance, Narako Namikaze smiled, and then the shadow clone consciously went to cook the rice and began to steam the eggs in mischief. Now that Naruto is growing his body, a steamed egg a day is essential. After eating with Naruto, I played with him for a while, then disappeared into my home and came to the forest training ground. Hi! Narako Namikaze had just arrived on her front foot, and the Uchiha had already arrived. I didn't expect you to come. Seeing Uchiha stopping the water coming, Narako Namikaze smiled. Say, what do you want to tell me? Uchiha Shisui smiled, but there were some doubts in her heart. If she could see the future, what would the future look like? If I said that you would die in 3 years, would you believe it? In 3 years, I'll die. Why? Said that he would die as soon as he came, which surprised the Uchiha Shisui. Because of your eyes. If I'm guessing correctly, you've opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan now, right? Although Narako was a little uncertain in her heart, the Uchiha Shisui was already 15 years old, and he became the strongest man in the Uchiha clan. I think I must have opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel, otherwise it would be impossible to become the strongest man in the Uchiha clan at this age. Chapter 24. Uchiha Shisui felt incredible, his pupils retracted, and Narako Bofeng in front of him actually knew that he had opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. This is still when he was on a mission a few days ago, his companion was killed, and he only opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye from the 3-hook jade. How did Narako Bofeng know? You must be curious how I know. Because I said, in 3 years, you will die. And what that person wants, it's your eyes. Your eyes are capable of tampering with the will of others without even realizing it, and you can call it the strongest illusion. So your eyes, for some people, are crucial. Narako Bakaze saw Uchiha Shisui's surprised eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. He really knows everything? She still knows my kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability. How is this possible? Can she really predict the future? Uchiha Shisui was very shocked in his heart. If he knew that he opened his eyes, he might have guessed, but even the abilities attached to his eyes could be known clearly. Based on this alone, Uchiha Shisui began to have some words in his heart. Then who wants my eyes? Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but wonder, who wanted to get his own eyes? Narako said coldly. Danzo-sama. How is that possible? The current Uchiha Shisui has often been in contact with Danzo, and the recent Uchiha clan has become more and more unable to suppress the desire to rebel. The Uchiha clan believed that their family had been abandoned by the village, and the chosen clan land had been far away from the village, which made all the Uchiha clan members hold their breath. Uchiha Shisui saw it, but he didn't want anything to happen to the village and the family, and often walked between the group and the family, just so that they could not have conflicts. And your Uchiha clan will eventually be wiped out. Your eye will also be taken away by Danzo, but fortunately, your other eye was given to Ataki Uchiha. When he saw you die, he directly opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel. I have to say, you are still very important to Ataki. Narako Namikaze saw the Uchiha Shisui's shocked eyes and continuing to stimulate him. As for why you have to talk to him so much, naturally you also have your own purpose. Ding, a special mission has been detected. As a host, it is impossible to fight alone, and a strong partner is needed by his side to take the Uchiha Shisui under his command, or become a friend, and successfully reverse his fate. Quest reward, unlimited chakra. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt and directly issued the task. I didn't expect the idea of the system to coincide with mine. Infinite chakra, that's what I want. With infinite chakra, who can't do it? The system actually has an idea similar to the purpose of his heart, which makes Narako Bofeng secretly happy in her heart. Really? Itaki is a genius. Uchiha Shisui heard that Uchiha Itaka directly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye after his death, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. But you said that the Uchiha clan will be wiped out, is it true? Even if my eyes are lost, it doesn't matter. But I don't want the Uchiha clan to be wiped out, and I don't want anything to happen to the village. Isn't there a perfect way? In the face of the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha Shisui was still a little unbearable. He didn't want anything to happen to the village, and he didn't want anything to happen to his family. Of course, if the Uchiha clan really rebelled, he would definitely tamper with their will without hesitation, but his eyes used to cool down, and it didn't seem to have any effect to change a person's will. It's not like there's no way. But you can't do it alone. 3 generations of old men and Danzo all think that your Uchiha clan is too much of a threat. Unless my father is resurrected, unless all the thorns of your Uchiha clan are gone. Or maybe there will be a war, and maybe it will allow you to live a little longer. Narako looked at Uchiha Shisui and smiled. It's really difficult to solve it, maybe even if his father is resurrected, it will be difficult to control. But his father and Uchiha Fugaku are good friends, and this relationship will play a role to some extent. 4 generations resurrected. How is it possible? If 4 generations can be resurrected, there will be no such things. If 4 generations don't die, the Uchiha clan won't have such thoughts. Uchiha Shisui shook his head. The relationship between the 4 generations and their Uchiha clan is still very good, and when he was there, the Uchiha clan was also prosperous. I have a solution, but I need your eyes. I have a way to bring my dad back to life, but you need to tamper with someone's will, so that you Uchiha may be able to survive. Narako also had an idea in her heart. Her cloning technology had been gradually perfected, and it was time to implement her own plan. What? You can resurrect 4 generations of Hokage. How is this possible? Uchiha was stunned. The dead could still be resurrected. That's right, I'm already experimenting, so I'd love to have your help. I don't just want the Uchiha clan to live, I want peace in the entire ninja world. Haven't you always been looking forward to peace? But in this world now, do you see the hope of peace? The 5 major ninja villages are fighting openly and secretly, and there are constant disputes, and in today's ninja world, ordinary people don't even have a chance to live. Even ninjas are like this, let alone civilians. Narako Hafeng looked at the Uchiha Shisui in front of him and smiled. If you want to resurrect Minato, you must first release his soul from the mask of death. Peace in the ninja world. Can you really do it? Even the most powerful first Hokage didn't do it. He's known as the god of the ninja world, and it's up to us. And resurrect the 4 Hokages? Are you sure? Uchiha Shisui looked at Naruko Namikaze in front of him, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. A 6-year-old kid in front of him can have so many ideas? And he actually said that he can resurrect people, isn't this nonsense? If you can be resurrected, why didn't you go to the resurrection earlier? Do you have to wait until now? Well, the reason why my father didn't resurrect me is because he has been preparing materials all these years. Resurrection is not as simple as you say. And my father's soul is still with the Grim Reaper, and my father's soul needs to be released so that I can bring him back to life. As long as my father is resurrected, maybe, you Uchiha clan will not need to be exterminated. But I don't dare to guarantee it. After all, Tuanzang and the 3 generations of old men will not be killed. I don't know. You know, when my dad was the Hokage, there were really few people under him who could use it. So I need your help, and I hope you can help me, both for yourself and for the sake of the village. Narako looked at the Uchiha Shisui with sincere eyes, showing an unimaginable calmness. Okay, what do you need me to do? Although I was shocked by what you said, I also have to admit that if what you say can be realized, it will be a great joy for the village. And I don't want anything to happen to the village and the Uchiha clan, although they are very aggressive, but it is not because of unfair treatment. I can understand that, but I don't agree with what they're doing. The Uchiha nodded his head. If he could do these things, he felt that it was enough. As for whether the ninja world can be peaceful, he doesn't know, at least there are no major problems in the village, he thinks it's already good. That's right. Actually, the first Hokage was still able to calm the troubled times, but his character didn't like fighting. At that time, if you directly defeat the 4 ninja villages, and then merge them all into one village, then there won't be so many battles, but he wants to give everyone else all the tailed beasts he has caught. As you can imagine, this was the worst decision it could have been. Bofeng Narako remembered the Thousand Hands pillar, this brain is really 666, the tailed beast gives it to others, and it has to kowtow to others. Directly clapped both hands, the 4 shadows were destroyed, and the village directly pushed sideways, integrating them into one village. Isn't this unified? Isn't their original ninja village the current village that they have by integrating all the nearby ninjas? However, if the author doesn't let it, we can't do anything, otherwise there won't be anything to do with Naruto. Maybe. I don't want real peace in the ninja world, I just want peace in the village, where everyone can live happily and happily in the village. That's enough. Uchiha Shisui nodded, his request was actually very simple, as long as the village was safe, it was enough. Then you are welcome to join my team, and we will be friends from now on. Don't treat me like a child, I hope we can work together happily. Narako Namikaze stretched out her hand, looked at the Uchiha Shisui in front of her, squinted and smiled. Hi! Happy cooperation! Uchiha was stunned for a moment, then smiled, stretched out his hand, and with a shake of 2 hands, one large and one small, the alliance was reached. Then what am I going to do now? What do you want to do next? Uchiha Shisui doesn't know very well, you can't do nothing, right? What you have to do now is to improve your strength, and that's enough. I'll come to you for help when it's time to look for you. But these must be kept secret, your kaleidoscope riding wheel eye cannot be known by the group. If you know about it and they start deploying in advance, then you're in danger. Anyway, stay away from the group, be careful. Narako Bofeng frowned, she was not fully prepared now, there were still many things to do, but time was getting shorter and shorter. Chapter 25. The night of the Uchiha's extermination is not far off. Okay, then what do you need to call me in time? If I can do it, I will help you do it. For some reason, Uchiha Shisui felt that the little girl in front of him convinced him, as if she had a kind of magic in her. Of course, it was more that he had this thought in his heart, he wanted the village to be peaceful, and he wanted the Uchiha clan to live in peace and stability in the village. Okay, this is a kunai on you. When you encounter danger, just use the chakra to urge, and I will be able to come to you immediately and take you away. Don't do anything according to your ability, do what you can. Narako took out the Flying Thunder God kunai and handed it to the Uchiha Shisui. With a perfect spatial affinity, she has already studied the Flying Thunder God thoroughly, and she may be able to save his life in a moment of crisis by giving this special kunai to Uchiha to stop water. Flying Thunder God kunai. Isn't this the famous stunt of the 4th generation Hokage-sama? You. Uchiha Shisui looked at the Flying Thunder God quality kunai in his hand, and the whole person was stunned. The entire ninja world is known to everyone about the powerful spatial ninjutsu of Minato, and he uses this Flying Thunder God kunai to carry out spatial teleportation. But Narako Namikaze in front of him actually handed over this kunai to him? That's why I'm giving it to you, and it's best that you can be safe. If you encounter danger and use chakra to urge kunai, I can sense it and come to your rescue in time. Narako suddenly appeared strangely behind Uchiha Shisui, and deliberately showed it to him, and the province was surrendered by Tuanzang at that time. Sure enough. It's so fast, even I'm a little hard to notice. Uchiha Shisui frowned, his title is Instant Stopping Water, one-hand instantaneous body technique is superb, teleportation within a short distance is already comparable to the Flying Thunder God of the Water Gate, very powerful. But he couldn't sense when Narako Heifu appeared behind him, which made him very shocked in his heart. Alright, then I'll go first. It's not too early. Narako Bofeng frowned, as if she had discovered something, waved her hand, and disappeared directly in place, without waiting for the Uchiha to stop the water and reply. What a weirdo! The Uchiha shook his head. Woohoo! At this moment, Uchiha Shisui heard what seemed to be a surge in human heads, his brows furrowed, and he disappeared in place in an instant. It's strange, this is where I was traced just now, why is the person missing? I don't know. Let's go back and report to Lord Tuanzang first. Let's go, the target is lost, let's go back first. Soon. Several members of the route came to the vicinity and observed that the place where the two Uchiha Shisui were standing had long been gone. The members of the route left, and the Uchiha Shisui also came out of the shadows. Stalking me? Someone from the roots? Am I really already being targeted? No, I didn't notice anyone some time ago, it should be recently. Uchiha Shisui frowned, no one had followed him before, but now there was an extra group of people, which made him a little uneasy in his heart. Forget it, let's go back first. Then the Uchiha Shisui also disappeared in place. Danzo-sama, the person is lost, and there is no trace of the Uchiha stopping the water. After returning to Root's headquarters, the members of the Root division knelt in front of Danzo. Lost. Waste. Continue to keep an eye on his movements, and be sure to find out if he has awakened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. It's time to change my eye. Sending someone to keep an eye on Kauashi, his eyes are wasted. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he got the news that Uchiha Shisui had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, so he wanted to confirm it himself. If you really awaken the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, it is likely to be a great disaster for Kanaha. Must be strangled in the cradle, such an eye, only he Tuanzang can have, in other people's bodies, it is a waste. Yes, Danzo-sama. Whoa. Soon, the root members left and began to assign tasks, spying on two people in batches. Humph, Uchiha clan, you won't be bouncing for long. The evil Uchiha clan, Kanaha can become more powerful without your presence. After everyone left, a hint of coldness flashed in Tuanzang's eyes, and then he closed his eyes and muttered to himself. The next thing is to inject Naruto into the intercolumnar cells, otherwise when mom and dad come back to life, they will probably not let me inject this cell into Naruto's body. After leaving the forest, Narako returned home, and then injected the cells between the pillars into Naruto's body, leaving two shadow clones to look after them. The next step is to get the Grim Reaper mask back. My mother didn't teach me the unsealing technique of the ghouls, maybe it doesn't exist, or maybe it doesn't work. After all, the dead are all dead, and if the soul inside is unsealed, wouldn't it be sealed in vain? All the seals in the Ghoul Seal are some powerful existences, even if such a technique can be unsealed, the Vortex clan should not spread it. As for why Ant Snake solved it, maybe he found the record on the scroll left by the Uzumaki clan. But I've seen it anyway, and if you want to unseal it, you can still do it. After doing all this, Naruko Namikaze appeared directly outside the village, where there was a Namayan hall of the Uzumaki clan, and the Mask of Death was inside. Boom! Soon, Naruko Namikaze went directly to Namendo and found the Grim Reaper mask. Now I need a sacrifice to release my father's soul to me. The art of reincarnation in the soil. Bang! In an instant, a coffin appeared in front of Naruko Namikaze, and when the coffin was opened, a member of the root appeared inside. This person was the two roots that Naruko Namikaze had killed casually, and it was just in time to be able to exchange their souls for them, and she had already prepared them. Wake up! After summoning the roots of the filthy earth reincarnation, Narako wake up him and controlled him to put on the Grim Reaper mask. Boom! In an instant, the Grim Reaper mask was put on, and a huge Grim Reaper appeared behind the root members, holding a short sword in his mouth. The next step is to take out the soul. Narako controlled the roots and cut directly through the stomach of the god of death. Woo! Soon, the soul of Bo Feng Shui Men flew out of the Grim Reaper's stomach, turning into a cloud of ghost fire and floating in the air. Dad, I've finally let your soul go. As long as I nurture the clones of you and your mother, then it's over, and you can be resurrected. Narako looked at the soul in front of her, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Ah! And the soul of the original root was devoured by the Grim Reaper, and the filthy earth reincarnation also came into contact with it, and fell directly to the ground, leaving behind a Grim Reaper mask. "I'll just put this thing first, so I can't let anyone else find it." Narako picked up the Grim Reaper mask on the ground, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and then she entered the system space. The art of reincarnation in the soil. Bang bang! After Narako took back the mask of death, she took out the cells of the Wave Wind Water Gate and Uzumaki-Kushina, and directly performed the Filthy Earth reincarnation technique. Immediately, white dust began to appear in front of Narako waves, and began to gather continuously, and finally the figures of Uzumaki-Kushina and Wave Wind Water Gate appeared. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, soon, you will be able to be resurrected." Bofeng Narako looked at the two of them in front of him, and 2 lines of tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his eyes. "Wake up!" As Narako's words rang out, Wave Wind Water Gate and Uzumaki-Kushina opened their eyes. "Hi! This is this! Narako, why are you here?" After Minato woke up, he was a little puzzled. Wasn't he sealed in the body of the Grim Reaper? Why did he appear here? Looking at Narako Bofeng in front of him, he was even more puzzled. "Narako! Narako!" After Uzumaki-Kushina was resurrected, she saw Minato Namikaze and ran straight up and hugged her in her arms. "Mom, Dad! Don't worry, I've found a way to resurrect you. This is the art of reincarnation of the dirt invented by the second Hokage. Your soul is now called, but your body does not have a real body. So you still have to wait." Narako Bofeng looked at Uzumaki-Kushina and Minato, and was also a little excited. The reason why he hadn't summoned them out all these years was because he hadn't succeeded in researching them. Now that the cloning technology has been successfully studied, he has also obtained the follow-up immortal reincarnation technique of the Great Snake Pill. As long as they are combined, they can be truly resurrected without any side effects. "Narako, what are you talking about, resurrection? Filthy Earth reincarnation requires sacrifices, Narako, you can't do that. This technique hurts the heavens and the peace, and Dad doesn't want you to do such a thing in order to resurrect me and Mom." When Minato heard Bofeng Narako's words, the whole person was stunned, and it was basically impossible to resurrect the dead. Moreover, the second Hokage's Filthy Earth reincarnation technique requires the use of living people as sacrifices, and he, as the Hokage, naturally does not allow such a thing to happen. "Narako, your dad is right. Mom and Dad's life is fate, but other people's lives are also fate. Although the ninja world is cruel, everything is for the mission, and it is not advisable to kill people for no reason. Mom just wants you and Naruto to live happily, and that's enough. Mom feels so happy to be able to see you again." Uzumaki-Kushina stretched out her hand and stroked Narako's face, and her heart was very moved. Her daughter didn't hurt in vain. Chapter 26. Hee. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, there is no need for sacrifices for all this. I've improved the ninjutsu of the second Hokage, and the summoner doesn't need to be sacrificed. Look. The art of reincarnation in the soil." Narako Bofeng has long known that they definitely don't want to resurrect themselves and sacrifice other people's lives. "So I used one route before, and now another one comes in handy, and I directly demonstrated it live. In an instant, the reincarnation of the Filthy Earth was successful, and a member of the root appeared in front of them, his eyes closed. Shhhh. We, Narako, are really amazing. Ha ha ha." Minato saw that the resurrected root in front of him really didn't need any sacrifices, so he felt much better, and he was very happy to see his daughter's talent, and he laughed out loud. Ding, a special task has been detected, resurrecting the Wave Feng Shui Men couple, and the task reward, Dragon Earth Cave Immortal Technique. That's when suddenly the system came out again. This system is really powerful, everything I need to do is to be given to me as a task, this is simply a free gift. Ha ha ha. Narako was very happy, and she was overjoyed. But Narako, even if we are reincarnated by the Filthy Earth, is there any way to resurrect us? Minato looked at her, and there was some expectation in his eyes. After all, everyone wants to accompany their wives and children. If it can be resurrected, it will naturally be great, and Uzumaki-Kushina also looked at Narako Namikaze expectantly. "Father, Mother, come with me. Narako Bofeng directly took Minato's hand and Uzumaki Kushina, and disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, the three of them had already appeared in the secret base in the village. Is this the Flying Thunder God? Narako? You? No, I didn't sense the Flying Thunder God's technique, this is not the Flying Thunder God. After the three of them came to the secret base, Minato was stunned, his daughter actually knew how to do space ninjutsu? Dad, this is what I studied your Flying Thunder God and then broke through by myself, which belongs to the fourth stage of Flying Thunder God. Being able to set the coordinates directly in space no longer needs to rely on the Flying Thunder God Guai. Narako squinted and smiled when she saw the surprised look of Minato. Flying Thunder God 4th stage. Our Narako is really a genius, we can actually develop new ninjutsu at such a young age. Bo. Feng Shuman smiled, there are geniuses, but he has never seen a genius like Narako Bofeng. But he can still trust his daughter is a genius, isn't this something that all parents should be happy about? Uzumaki Kushina smiled, her eyes full of pride. Hey, hey! Naruko Namikaze smiled as she looked at them. Daddy, Mommy, come here. This is my research lab, and I've cultivated a clone with Naruto's cells. Your clones and mine are already being cultivated. I believe that in a little while, your clones will be fully usable. Then Narako Bofeng pulled the two of them to the laboratory and saw the 4 bodies soaked in the nutrient solution. Clones. Why do you want to study yours and Naruto? Can you clone with only cells? You don't need human experiments, right? Minato frowned, looking at the 4 bodies in front of him, a little worried in his heart. He is extremely reluctant to test human beings in his heart, which is why he has this question. Dad, don't worry, I stole these from Orochimaru. Orochimaru has conducted human trials and has betrayed Kanaha and turned into a traitor. I wasn't involved in his research. It's just that I used the Flying Thunder God to steal these materials from him. It just so happened that with the clones and his latest research on resurrection, I started my own research. None of these clones are animate, they are all made of some cells, and they are not human. Only when the souls of Mom and Dad enter it can they be considered real people. As for Naruto, it's because I got the intercolumnar cells in Orochimaru's laboratory, and I want to make Naruto awaken Mu-dun. In this way, I can protect myself in this cruel ninja world, so that I don't need to worry about the Ninetales going berserk. Only with Mu-dun and Riding Wheel Eyes can you control the Ninetales, and I don't want Naruto to be like Mom in the future. Of course, before that, I did experiments with myself, and finally I successfully awakened Mu-dun. That's why I'm going to arrange it for Naruto as well. Narako looked at Naruto Bofeng, squinted and smiled, and pushed everything to Orochimaru. But originally these were all made by Orochimaru, not her, she just directly cultivated clones. Teacher Orochimaru defected. How is it possible? When Minato heard that Orochimaru had defected, he was shocked, and he still had great respect for Orochimaru. In his heart. Narako. You said you awakened Mu-dun. How can you experiment with yourself? It's dangerous, you know? What if something happens to you? Uzumaki Kushina was stunned when she heard that Narako had awakened Mu-dun, and when she heard that she was actually experimenting with her own body, she was very sad and hugged her tightly. Narako, it's too dangerous for you to do this. Mom and Dad would rather not be resurrected than have an accident happen to you. Don't do such stupid things in the future, you know. Minato stretched out his hand and touched Bofeng Narako's head, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Hee, isn't that all right? I also experimented with clones, and they were all my own cells anyway. If it worked, I injected the first generation of cells. The ending is good, I awakened Mu-dun. This will be able to suppress the Ninetales, and Naruto's clone has been injected with cells without any side effects. Before I resurrected you, I also injected the first generation cells into Naruto's body. There must have been some changes now. Narako Bofeng looked at the two of them, observing their expressions. When they heard that Narako had injected the intercolumnar cells into Naruto's body, their faces were bitter, and after they looked at each other, they couldn't laugh or cry, and they didn't know what to say. After all, Narako is also for their good, and for Naruto's good, and they don't want to punish too much, as long as Naruto is okay, that's enough. By the way, Narako, why does your clone have this? Minato stretched out his finger and pointed to the lower body of Narako's clone, and a small bird actually grew, making his brows furrow into Sichuan characters. AHH. I think this woman is in trouble and has to give birth. I don't like to have children, and then I got a boy. Bo. Feng Narako didn't expect Minato to observe so carefully, and he found out, so he hurriedly smiled. Really? I don't want to have children, and I don't need to turn myself into a man, right? What do you think about this child? Minato shook his head helplessly. He knew that it was painful for women to give birth to children, and Feng Narako could understand that she didn't want to have children. But he directly got a male body for himself, which made him a little embarrassed as a father. Giggles. And the whirlpool Kushina on the side covered her mouth and laughed, looking at the father and daughter in front of her. She felt very funny. Forget it, the child has his own thoughts. Aren't men and women all the same? No matter what Narako becomes, it's our daughter, isn't it? Uzumaki Kushina didn't know why, but became so open-minded, squinting at Minato and smiling. It's better to be a mother. Mom knows me best. Girls are so troublesome, I don't want to be a girl. And the eldest aunt, I have to have a child, and I'm annoyed to death. Narako Tsunade hugged Uzumaki Kushina tightly, very happy, with support, it was naturally the best. Forget it, we'll talk about this later, anyway, you use this body first, and you haven't used clones until that time. Minato waved his hand, although he was helpless, but there was nothing he could do, after all, he couldn't force Feng Narako to be a girl. Okay, Mom and Dad, you still have to stay in the laboratory now, and it's not good for others to see your appearance. When you come back to life, you go out again, and you'll be able to knock everyone's jaws off when the time comes. Hehe. Also, hold this scroll and take a good look at the contents of it. The above technique is one that allows you to transfer your spirit and soul out of your body. When I come into contact with the filthy earth reincarnation, you will immediately transfer your soul to the body of the clone. Then you will be able to be resurrected, and this is the only way I have found that you can resurrect people unconditionally. It's just a bit time-consuming. Narako Feng smiled at the two of them, and took out a scroll and handed it to them, so that they could familiarize themselves with it, and then they could use it. Well, good. It's really out of time to go out now. Minato took the scroll and smiled. It's still our little Narako, it's really a good boy from my mother. Uzumaki Kushina smiled, and was very happy to see Naruko Namikaze so good. Hehe. The house is being watched, so Mom and Dad don't go back. Otherwise, it's going to be troublesome. Narako smiled. If it weren't for the fact that the house was being watched, the two of them would have been able to go home to see Naruto. Chapter 27. Can only let them stay in the secret base for a while, anyway, they don't need to eat and drink, and they won't die, and the husband and wife should not be very bored to stay here. Well, okay. Then you go back first. It's not good for Naruto to stay at home alone. Minato smiled. Naruto was left in the house, and they were also a little worried. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'll go first. By the way, Dad, there are your favorite books in that room, and I'm ready for it, so you can go and read it yourself. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Narako Namikaze pointed to the room next to her, smiled, then waved her hand and disappeared straight into place. This kid, how thoughtful is that? Alas! Over the years, Narako should have worked hard with Naruto alone, right? Minato saw Naruto leave Feng, and a trace of guilt and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Seeing such a sensible daughter, I felt very uncomfortable, and they all said that the children of poor families were in charge of the family early. They were obviously not poor, but they needed a 4-year-old child to support a family. They're really sorry for their daughter. Yes. Narako is a good boy, it's all our faults. After the resurrection, we must be doubly good to Narako and Naruto. Make up all the time you have been away all these years. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, hugging Minato, his eyes revealing a sad color. Well, Over the years, they have become a human pillar, and the village will definitely send people to monitor them. We'll stay here for the time being, and we'll talk about it later. I just don't know what's going on outside. Minato nodded. Orochimaru had defected. There must have been a lot of things happening in the village, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Mom and Dad, if you want to know the news from outside, you can tell me. If you need anything, I will send it to you directly. The doppelganger Narako came over at this time, looked at the two and smiled, followed by Yukimai, who had already changed into a black robe at this time, and completely became Narako's little follower. Well, Narako, what has happened during this time? Can you tell Daddy? Minato saw Narako, the doppelganger who walked in, and smiled, his eyes full of pampering. Nothing major happened during this time. That is, the old man continued to ascend to the throne as Hokage, and then Orochimaru defected. The other thing is that I went to ninja school, but I'm about to apply for graduation. It's too boring in school, and I've learned those simple ninjutsu a long time ago, so I'm going to mix up a ninja forward protector. And then because of the Ninetales matter, the Uchiha clan was suspicious of the old man, and it is estimated that it will not be long before the Uchiha clan's extermination plan will begin. And Naruto can climb and walk, but he can't walk steadily, so he can call his sister. It's gone. Narako smiled at the two of them, and then told them something she knew had happened recently. Is the Uchiha clan suspicious? That person shouldn't be from the Uchiha clan. I basically know the people of the Uchiha clan, but absolutely no one has such an ability. 3 generations of them are going to exterminate the Uchiha clan just because of this suspicion. Minato frowned. He didn't expect so many things to happen during his absence. Not only did Orochimaru defect, but the village actually had to carry out a plan to exterminate the clan, which made it a little difficult for him to accept. Well, part of the reason I resurrected Dad was because I wanted Dad to save the Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Fugaku and Dad are good friends, and their Uchiha clan was originally arrogant and suspicious, but now they are being watched and treated unfairly, so they will naturally think of resisting. But this is also what the old man and that disgusting Tuanzang are looking forward to, and I don't want to say anything more in the hearts of the two of them. The old man is already old, and he only thinks about his own power in his heart, and the heart of a loving village is twisted. A Hokage-loving person is willing to sacrifice anyone's life, and neither of them is fit to be Hokage. After Dad is resurrected, he needs to take back the Hokage as soon as possible and stop this from happening. Bofeng Narako nodded. If he wanted Minato to kill the ape Fairy, it was still impossible, so he wouldn't do this himself. But it can still be done by removing his rights, as long as he is not the Hokage. As for Tuanzang, he still has to cut him if he has a chance, otherwise this terrifying dung is a potential threat to Kanaha. Well, the Uchiha clan, I'm not going to let them exterminate the clan. How long will it take for the clones to be able to use it? Minato was a little anxious in his heart. He didn't want the Uchiha clan to disappear from Kanaha, and he actually agreed with Narako's words in his heart. Although Minato's heart is sunny, but during the time he has been the Hokage, he knows a little bit, although he is said to be the Hokage, but the power is not big. Before, it didn't seem to be anything, but now it seems that if they want to destroy the Uchiha clan, then they will have to grasp this power in their own hands. It will probably take between a month and 2 months, and if nothing else, it should be this time. Dad, don't worry, they won't do it so quickly. Bofeng Narako looked at Minato's somewhat anxious appearance and smiled. By the way, Dad, do you want to know who the man who pulled out the 9 tails from Mom's body at that time? I predicted it, do you want to know? Bofeng Narako looked at Minato, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she also made a mystery and sold Guanzi. Did you predict it again? Who is it? Bo. Feng Shuman frowned. He knew that his daughter had the ability to prophesy, but he didn't expect that he had predicted the person who knew space ninjutsu last time. Uzumaki Kushina was also listening, and when she heard Naruko Namikaze about the person who killed her family back then, her brows furrowed, and her heart burned with anger. You really can't think of this person. He knows you all and knows each other very well. He's that, Uchiha Obito. Narako Bofeng looked at his mother's angry eyes, his head was on fire, and his hair stood up, very terrifying, and he hurriedly confided out his Narako. What? What? Uzumaki Kushina and Minato were both confused. What was the situation? Uchiha Obito? How could it be? At that time, he was crushed to death by a stone. Could he still be alive? Even if he could live, he could still have such a powerful ability? The husband and wife looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Surprised, isn't it? He wasn't dead at the time, he was saved by Madara Uchiha. That's right, Madara Uchiha isn't dead, he's still alive and well. He faked his death back then and deceived the first generation, although the family was very old, but he didn't die. He also tried to resurrect himself, because his current old body was not enough for him to use his full strength. Uchiha Obito saw that Kakashi's brother killed Harano Rin, and directly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in anger. And then I have this ability, which is the spatial ninjutsu that my father saw. But there is a flaw in his ninjutsu, which is that if he attacks continuously for 5 minutes without stopping, he will be injured. Also, if you can find the coordinates of his space, you can enter his space and kill him directly. As for whether to kill or not, it's up to you. Didn't Dad leave the Flying Thunder God technique on him? Go straight over, with a knife, maybe it will hang. Narako Bofeng saw the stunned appearance of Uzumaki Kushina, and once again threw out a major news, and under the double blow, there was a look of shock and disbelief in the eyes of the two people. Obito, are you really alive? Have you awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uzumaki Kushina originally still had an angry expression, but when he heard that the person who had taken the nine tails from his body was actually Obito, he was very reluctant to believe it in his heart, and even had a look of pain. Obito has always been arguing with Uzumaki Kushina, but in fact, she is also the child she cares about the most. Madara Uchiha is still alive. Narako, your prophecy. Minato's pupils shrank, but he didn't expect that Madara Uchiha was still alive, which was really unimaginable. Well, that's all I know, there's no prediction of what will happen after that. But Mom and Dad, you still have to plan ahead. Whether Uchiha Obito kills or stays is up to you. Narako Bofeng nodded, seeing the unbelievable eyes of Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and expressed helplessness in her heart. After all, no one would have thought that the person who wanted to hurt his village and his wife was actually his own disciple. After hearing Narako's words, both of them lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. And Narako didn't bother the two of them anymore, and walked out on her own, and Yukimai also left after him. Yukimai has never left the village at all, and it is the first time to enter Kanaha village, so he doesn't know anything about things outside, so naturally he won't talk much. When Narako returned home again, Naruto had fused the intercolumnar cells, but there was no change in his appearance. Sister, sister. Naruto felt an inexhaustible energy in his whole body, and swayed towards Narako Naruto. Although she inexplicably became Naruto's sister, it seems to be a good feeling to be a sister. Narako Naruto hugged Naruto and reached out to tease him, smiling. Giggles. Naruto laughed all the time at Narako Namikaze. Chapter 28. After that, Narako Bakaze, as always, still goes to school in the morning, and then spars with Hinata Aoi after school, and sometimes splits the Shadow Clone and Uchiha Itachi sparring. As long as they have free time, they start to constantly fight with them and increase their combat effectiveness. Narako himself would often go into the simulated training ground to find someone to practice, and these were all ways to allow him to quickly increase his combat experience. 2 months passed quietly. Dad, are you ready? You test it first, if you can be resurrected. After you finish the experiment, after you succeed, your mother can follow suit. At this time, in the secret base, Narako Bakaze's family of 3 is here, looking at the clones on the shelf. The 3 of them are a little nervous. After all, it is also the first experiment, and if you can really be resurrected, you won't have to worry about death in the future. Bo Fengshaman frowned, looking at his clone in front of him, and he was also a little nervous in his heart. I also want to be resurrected, and I want to be with Naruto and Narako forever, as well as Kushina. Watergate, Be careful. A hint of worry flashed in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes. After all, the soul is a fragile thing that can't have any accidents. Dad, I'm going to unravel the filthy reincarnation now, and you can immediately let your soul into this body. Narako Bofeng was also a little nervous, and she also very much hoped that she could resurrect the two of them. Come on. Minato nodded, always ready. The art of reincarnation in the dirt, solution. I saw Bofeng Narako's hands slap, and in an instant, Minato's body began to dissipate. The art of reincarnation. End. Minato immediately performed the technique of immortal reincarnation, directly extracted his soul, and then controlled the soul to submerge into the clone that had been prepared a long time ago. Boom, boom. In an instant, Minato opened his eyes, and a powerful momentum burst out. Chang, succeeded. Narako Bofeng saw that her experiment was successful, and her eyes flashed with joy, which made her jump up and be very excited in her heart. Watergate, it's really resurrected. Uzumaki Kushina saw the resurrection of Minato, and his heart was also very happy, which showed that this method was feasible and correct. Kushina, I'm resurrected. You hurry, no problem. Minato was very excited, and once again felt the feeling of the flesh, full of smiles. Well, good. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, then glanced at Narako Namikaze, looking a little impatient. Okay, Mom, you're ready. Solution. Narako smiled, then clapped her hands. Soon, Uzumaki Kushina was also directly resurrected according to the immortal reincarnation technique, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared, and the entire laboratory felt trembling. Ha ha ha. Kushina, we're really resurrected. Narako. Minato directly hugged Uzumaki Kushina and Bofeng Narako in his arms, and the three of them hugged each other so tightly, with tears in their eyes. After that, our family will never be separated again. Uzumaki Kushina shed tears of excitement and hugged her husband and children tightly. Mom and Dad, we'll never be separated again. Narako Bofeng is also very happy in her heart. Her father and mother are resurrected, which means that they are no longer orphans. Ding, congratulations to the host for resurrecting the Wave Feng Shui men couple, and the reward distribution has arrived. In an instant, Narako Bofeng felt that there was an extra way to use the Dragon Earth Cave immortal technique in her body. Immortal, ha ha ha. It's here. I didn't expect this to be immortal, it's really powerful. The power is several times more powerful than ordinary chakra, if not more. Feeling more immortal arts in his mind, Narako Bofeng smiled, now he is really very comprehensive. Dad, what are you going to do next? After all, you two are dead people in the village, and it seems that it is a little difficult to get out of the mountain again. Although Narako Namikaze has an idea in her heart, she wants to let the Uchiha stop the water to control the group, and let him say by himself that in fact, the fourth generation has not died in the first place. As for the reason, it's easy to make up, so if you say it, everyone will be able to accept it, and it will return as a hero who seals the Ninetales. In this way, he can solve the problem of Danzo, and he can sit back in the Hokage seat smoothly. But she knew that Minato would definitely not agree, so she still needed to ask for his own opinions and ideas. Hi. That's right, we are now seen as dead by others. If it comes out of nowhere, it's likely that there will be a problem. There is no good solution to this matter for the time being. But you can go to Jiraiya-sensei, it might be useful. Bo. Feng Shuman frowned, and the matter of his resurrection will definitely cause a sensation in the village. Many people will have a question about why and how they were resurrected, and a series of questions are indeed very troublesome. After all, it has disappeared for more than a year, and it is estimated that many people find it difficult to accept that they suddenly came out and said that they were not dead, and that the grave was dusty, and suddenly said that they were still alive. Of course, there are many people who will be very happy, such as Mizuman's own cronies, as well as Jiraiya and others, they will feel very happy. And Uzumaki Kushina will not have such complicated ideas. Minato is what she says, she has long been tired of the life of a ninja. But she knew that Minato would definitely take care of the village, and he still liked to be the Hokage, he was such a person, and as a wife, she couldn't persuade him to give up the idea of becoming the Hokage. Well, okay, then Dad will contact Grandpa Jiraiya first. Bo. Feng Narako nodded, you adults' affairs, then you can solve it yourself, she will not care about it for the time being, and the future will be talked about later. It's better to talk to each other and help out on your own. Maybe I can help Jiraiya find a daughter-in-law. No, what if I resurrect Tsunade's brother, and Tsunade wants me to resurrect her lover? Wouldn't that be if Jiraiya still can't get Tsunade? Alas! Jiraiya, you can ask for more blessings for yourself. Jiraiya is also among the Hokage, which has always been my regret. Jiraiya was almost with Tsunade, he almost recovered Orochimaru, and he almost saw Naruto become Hokage. If I can't satisfy the regrets in my heart when I come to the Hokage once, then what's the point of me? This time, I will definitely let the regrets in my heart be realized one after another, and become no longer regrets. A hint of gloom flashed in Naruko's eyes, when she used to watch anime and manga. To be honest, it has always been a regret for her. Now that I can travel to the Hokage world, I can follow my heart to complete these unfinished regrets. If I weren't young, maybe I would still be able to rob you of my daughter-in-law. But forget it, there are thousands of women in the world, why bother to love a flower? There are a lot of beauties in the Hokage, and there is no shortage of Tsunade. Ha ha ha. Although everyone who has crossed the Hokage has fantasized about being with a super beauty like Tsunade. But Naruko Namikaze seems to feel that it is not so important now, and the purpose of her coming here seems to be to fulfill her regrets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enlightening his heart and awakening the kaleidoscope writing wheel. At this time, Narako Bofeng suddenly felt a huge dark energy in his mind, which directly acted on his eyes, and quickly lowered his head. A pair of eyes instantly turned into a hook jade, two hook jade, and finally directly turned into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and a gossip figure appeared in the scarlet eyes, which was very weird and a little mysterious. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. I actually opened my eyes. Narako Bofeng felt the huge pupil power in his eyes, and the whole person was stunned, and instantly closed the writing wheel eye. After all, Mizuman and Kushina are still by their side now, but fortunately, they are both very excited now, and they didn't notice that Narako Bofeng opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. By the way, Narako, the situation in my body seems to have changed a little differently. Did you add other cells to my cells? I feel that this body seems to be able to use wood and a dark power. It's just not awakened yet, but it's very clear. Mizuto looked at Naruko's brows. There was a huge amount of energy hidden in his body. Apparently this body had been injected with other cells and joined together. Hey! Combines a little intercolumnar cell and Uchiha cell. Can Dad use Mu-dun? That's even better, it's not in vain. After all, Madara Uchiha is strong, we don't have a lot of strength, I don't think we're his opponent. So in the flesh of my father and mother, I injected the cells between the columns and the cells of the Uchiha clan. After the experiment is fine, maybe we will be able to open the writing wheel. It's your business whether you use it or not, but it's still important to be strong. Narako Bofeng looked at the two and smiled. In fact, what was injected was his own cells, and his body contained the cells between the columns and the cells of the Uchiha family. There would be no conflict, and the combined clones were very strong. If there is the bloodline of the Itsuki clan, Naruko Namikaze would love to inject their bloodline into it. Unfortunately, no. Madara Uchiha. Well, that's it, just don't use it in the village. Maybe it will be able to be used then. In the face of Madara Uchiha, Minato can't be said to be able to defeat him. After all, he is a strong man who can keep pace with the original Hokage. And at that time, it was the existence of suppressing the other four countries, and it was already a little difficult for Minato to fight a battlefield by himself, and in the face of an existence like Madara Uchiha, I still felt that I couldn't compare to it. Chapter 29. Now that he has Mu-dun in his body, he still has the dark energy that has not awakened, and with a quarter of the Ninetales in his body, he may be able to fight with Madara Uchiha. As the Hokage, he was able to understand more about the strength of the Thousand Hands Pillar, which was recorded and secret, and ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Dad, you're still young. When Madara Uchiha dominated the world at this age, didn't Dad also become the Hokage? Dad now has Mudun and the Ninetales, and he won't be worse than anyone else. What we have is time. Madara Uchiha is still an old, weak, and sick person, and if he wants to be resurrected, it is estimated that it will take more than 10 or 20 years. When the time comes, it is estimated that when he comes out, he will be beaten by his father with one hand, which is not possible, ha ha ha. Narako Bofeng looked at Mizuto and smiled, seeing that he didn't seem to be very confident in himself, he hurriedly made a joke. You kid. Mizuman looked at Narako Bofeng and smiled, more than 10 years and 20 years are enough for him to grow. Now that he is indeed young, and this body is even younger, all that remains is to improve his strength as soon as possible. Okay, then the two of you make out by yourself, I won't bother you, hee. There's a room over there. Narako Bofeng didn't plan to disturb his parents reuniting after a long absence, and looked at the two of them with a wicked laugh and took the initiative to withdraw. I don't know where I learned this kid. Seeing Narako Bofeng's evil smile, Mizuto couldn't cry or laugh, glanced at Kushina beside him and shook his head. It must be your teacher, and there are 3 generations of old men. The master and apprentice are old perverts, hi. Juzune's face turned red, and he snorted coldly, he was very angry in his heart, the 2 old guys actually taught their daughters badly, and they were very unhappy. Ahaha. Shuman can't help it, he can only smile awkwardly, his own teacher is like this, and so are the 3 generations, he just likes to look at beautiful women, cough cough cough. Hee. My body is also fine, I can finally have my own body. After leaving the laboratory, Narako took out her clone of herself, a male clone, based on Naruto's appearance when she grew up, but without a beard, she looked about 18 years old, and she had a wicked smile on her face. Smogization. Then Narako turned into a cloud of red smoke and burrowed directly into the clone's body. It's been a long time, this is what a man should be. Hee. Narako Namikaze controlled her clone body and moved her hands and feet, and her heart blossomed. Finally you said that you experienced this feeling. Go out for a walk, hee. Narako Namikaze put on the costume she had prepared in advance, and then disappeared straight into place. Quack. Hi. Jiraiya heard the frog croak, frowned, and then turned his head to look at the side. Jiraiya-sama. This is a letter from Lord Watergate. At this moment, a toad came out of the grass, jumped in front of Jiraiya, rolled his tongue, and handed him a scroll. What? Water. After hearing the toad's words, the whole person was stunned, his psychic beast would definitely not deceive him, but wasn't Shuman already dead? How could he still write to him when he died? Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Lord Watergate is not dead, and when I saw it, I was also shocked. And Lord Kushina, too. They. Toad nodded, when it saw the Watergate, it was also frightened, it was not a fighting toad, and when it saw a dead person resurrected, its mentality was about to collapse. No, not dead. I'll see. When he heard the toad's words, his face was overjoyed, and he directly took off the scroll and opened it. Soon. Jiraiya finished reading the scroll, and on it were some of the words that Watergate was going to say to him, and 2 lines of tears were shed in an instant. Watergate is not dead, not dead. Ha ha ha. After reading the scroll, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Go inform Watergate, I know, I'll be back as soon as possible. Let him wait for me there. Jiraiya then told the toad to go back to Watergate and inform him that he would be back soon. Okay, Jiraiya-sama. Bang. The toad nodded, then disappeared as a cloud of smoke. I didn't expect Mizuto to come back to life, haha. Narako, Narako, you've really done me a great favor. I don't know how this doll grows, how old is it? I really didn't expect to be able to research these magical methods that people can't even think of. We have to go back to Watergate quickly, this matter must be properly handled, otherwise it will really cause unnecessary trouble. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth turned up, and he was very excited in his heart, and rushed directly towards Kanaha. Uncle Bofeng, come, drink more, we are all yours tonight. It's a pity that none of the beauties are there now. I could have been able to tease Sister Hong, and then go to Sister Xian. Sister Hongdu is also good, but why can't I find anyone? The three of them are not in the village, it's a pity, it's a pity. When Naruko Namikaze came to the street, she opened Kagura's eyes directly, but she didn't find a familiar beauty. There are a lot of beautiful women, but they are all other people's girlfriends, or first-time mothers, and they are always embarrassed to go, right? Alas! There's no way, I didn't see a beautiful Mime who could flirt, and Naruko Namikaze planned to go home. Woo! Hi! What's the situation with Kakashi? Do you have another mission? There are so many tasks in the shadows. I'm just bored, I'll go with you to take a look. I wonder if I would be surprised if you knew that your teacher had come back to life. By the way, let's get Rin's cells first, and it will be useful when the time comes. The art of shadow clones. Bang bang bang. Seeing Kakashi go out on a mission, Narako Bakaze didn't have much to do, and was ready to follow along. Maybe it was too boring to stay in the village. But he still separated the three shadow clones and left directly, ready to find Lin's cells, which may be able to be used when the time comes. Boom! The three shadow clones disappeared in an instant, and Naruko Namikaze was about to chase after Kakashi. Stole, tread, stomp. At this moment, Naruko Namikaze had just run to the entrance of the village when she saw two members of the Roots chasing after Kakashi. What is this? Roots, chasing Kakashi. What's the situation? Could it be that Danzo is going to do something to Kakashi? As soon as Naruko Namikaze reached the entrance of the village, she saw several Roots chasing after Kakashi. Her brows furrowed. Let's go over and have a look. I can't think of what the reason is. After all, there are so many episodes of the anime, and he can't remember them all in his head, so he just disappeared in place and caught up with Kakashi. Is this Orochimaru's base? Hi! After Kakashi left the village, he ran towards the southwest corner, and after running for a long time, he came to a well, and jumped straight down. Does this look a bit like a secret base? Could it be Orochimaru? Those guys actually bypassed Kakashi and already went in to ambush them. Let's go down and take a look first, and if it's dangerous, we can help him. Narako turned into a cloud of smoke and floated out, and put her clone into the system space, and then floated directly towards the well. Is this it? And the seal? Kakashi saw the gate in front of him, with a seal attached to it. Solution. I saw Kakashi quickly seal it, and in an instant, the light on the sealing paper in front of him dimmed, and it completely lost its light. Kakashi then directly removed the seal and prepared to enter the lab. As soon as Kakashi reached out to touch the sealing paper, several detonation charms suddenly flipped out. Not good. Seeing the detonator, Kakashi quickly backed away. Bang! Wood done, wood ingot wall. Originally, Kakashi was likely to be directly injured by the explosion, but he was saved by a person using a wooden escape. Hi! Hey, you're here too. Thank you. Kakashi was a little surprised to see Yamato appear beside him. Well, as it happens, I'm also doing a mission nearby. Yamato nodded. Yes, Danzo sent you, right? Kakashi frowned. Needless to say, it must have been taken by Danzo. There might be something in it that he wanted. But Yamato was silent and did not say a word. Forget it, you can't tell the task. Then let's go in and have a look. The root will be frightened and sealed, and Kakashi doesn't say anything about the mission. Mew done. Is this Yamato? Mew done between the Thousand Hands pillar fights the world, and Yamato Mew done engages in greening. Is he the one he is talking about? But you are also worthy of praise for being able to withstand the cells between the pillars with an ordinary physique. Narako was slightly stunned when he saw Yamato. He didn't know him wearing a mask, but when he saw the wooden escape he used, he knew who it was. Kanaha he knew that he would escape, and there was only Yamato and Tuanzang, and the person in front of him should be the future Yamato. Okay, let's go in and have a look. Yamato nodded, and then the two of them walked in one after the other. Chapter 30. Isn't it just a laboratory? To make it so mysterious. There are no flowers at all. And, Kakashi, you're a shinobi, can you be a little wary of Gen? It's clear that you're here to kill you, but you still have to cooperate with him, I'm really convinced. Narako shook her head when she saw the vigilant looks of the two people. Be careful, this is Orochimaru's base, and there may be some traps. Kakashi walked ahead, frowning, looking around. Yamato quietly took out the kunai and looked at Kakashi in front of him, as if he was ready to make a move. There's a door, go and see. At this moment, Kakashi saw a door appear in front of him, and hurriedly trotted forward, interrupting Yamato's shot. Hi! Yamato frowned, so he had to follow, and the two of them stood at the gate, one left and one right. Kakashi then took out a mirror directly from his arms to reflect the scene inside, and when he found that there was no one, he simply put away the mirror and walked inside. Good opportunity! Whoa! When Kakashi walked inside the door, Yamato, who was standing on the side, immediately moved his hand and swung the shuriken in his hand directly at him. Sting! What do you want to do? Kakashi didn't notice for a while, but fortunately he reacted quickly, but he was still scratched by Yamato's kunai's leg, and he looked at him in surprise, his pupils retracted, unbelievable. Kill you! Yamato pulled out the katana behind his back and killed Kakashi directly. Are you serious? Do you want to betray the village? Kakashi frowned, also drew his katana, and looked at Yamato in front of him vigilantly. The two of them have cooperated many times, but they didn't expect that this time it would be inevitable to meet each other. Humph! Yamato didn't pay attention to it, snorted coldly, and rushed straight up. Dang dang dang! The two of them instantly fought together, lightning and fire, extremely fast. Both of them were the best among the upper ninjas, and their strength was extraordinary. When? Stop, don't push me! The two knives collided with each other, and Kakashi frowned, looking at Yamato across from him, a flash of anger flashing through his heart. Then you're going to make a move. When? Yamato stabbed Kakashi directly while he was stunned, directly stabbing the knife in Kakashi's hand and pulling it out, and then kicked it over. Damn! Kakashi's brow furrowed, and he jumped back slightly. Humph, done. Yamato saw Kakashi leap backwards, suspended in the air, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a huge wooden bar grew directly from the ground and slammed into him. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Kakashi was knocked out of the air, and fighting distraction is a taboo for ninjas, even if it is only for a second. It is very likely that he will be killed by the enemy in an instant. Wood done, wood ingot wall. Done, tree tie eternal burial. Seeing Kakashi knocked away, Yamato didn't spare his hand, and directly trapped Kakashi with a wooden ingot wall, and then the wooden bars in the ground directly tied him up, trying to bury him directly in the ground. Chidori! Tsutsuizu! Bang bang bang! Kakashi was furious, and Chidori suddenly appeared above his right hand, cutting off the wooden strip directly, and then rushed towards Yamato. Woohoo! Yamato threw a couple of darts at Kakashi, then dodged with a quick jump. Dang dang! Kakashi picked up the knife back, and with the knife in his left hand, he immediately slashed the dart away, disarming Chidori in his right hand and looking at Yamato with a wary expression. Done is really troublesome. Looks like it's the only way to use it. Kakashi frowned, stared at Yamato in front of him, and immediately pulled the forward guard of his left eye up. Riding wheels! In an instant, Kakashi directly revealed the scarlet and strange look in his left eye, and the three hooks suddenly appeared. Hi! Yamato saw Kakashi's movements, and before he could reveal his riding wheel eyes, he directly covered his eyes, and then dodged them directly. It's so dark in the lab that it's easy to hide someone. Damn, you seem to know me well. Kakashi frowned when he saw that Yamato was gone, and disappeared in an instant, finding a hidden place to hide. Why did you kill me? If you do this again, I'm going to do it with all my might. Leaving a shadow clone to attract Yamato, he immediately shouted. Then you can try. Done, bondage. Yamato raised his eyebrows, clasped his hands together, and directly tied Kakashi with wooden strips. I saw Yamato appear in front of Kakashi in an instant, stabbing directly into his heart. Zat. Ahh. Woohoo. In an instant, 3 darts flew directly towards Yamato, but Yamato did not dodge or dodge, allowing him to hit him. Hi. Not good. Seeing this, Kakashi just wanted to dodge, but Yamato appeared directly behind him and slashed at him. Wood clone. Seeing Yamato rushing over, Kakashi directly reflexively resisted. Dang dang dang. The two slashed each other a few times, regardless of victory or defeat. You guys, who even killed your own partners, still have the guts to say me. Wasn't Harano Rin killed by yourself? Die. Yamato's tone was indifferent, and he directly urged Mudun to rush directly towards Kakashi, and the movements of his hands did not stop. Bang! When? Just as Yamato was about to attack Kakashi, he was directly slapped out by Kakashi, who suddenly appeared behind him. Poof! Bang! Yamato instantly fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Nothing you can do can escape from this eye of mine. Why did you come to kill me? Kakashi appeared directly in front of Yamato, stretching out the katana in his hand and slashing directly at his neck, his face grim. Tasks. Yamato didn't say much, and said such a sentence lightly. Hi. Someone asked you to come out and kill your companions, which means that the mission itself is wrong, and your companions can't be trusted, so they have to be killed. So what is the teamwork you learned in the ninja school? The person who sent you over to kill your companion can be punished. Kakashi frowned, looking at Yamato in front of him, knowing that it must have been Danzo's arrangement, but he didn't know exactly why it was arranged. But no matter what, we must also persuade Yamato to get lost, and you can't be wrong again and again. Danzo-sama can't be wrong. Mudun, the art of thorn killing. When Yamato heard that Kakashi actually said that Danzo was not, he instantly became angry and slapped his hands on the ground. Click! In an instant, several rattans appeared on the floor and rushed directly towards Kakashi. Wood done, wood ingot wall. Mudun, thorn strangulation. A man like you, who kills his fellow soldiers, is not qualified to teach me a lesson. Die! Then the chakra in Yamato's body went crazy, and in an instant, countless rattans flew out, and countless logs surrounded Kakashi, preventing him from escaping. Damn, I didn't want to kill Lin. You are not qualified to say this in front of me. I want to save her, but I don't have the strength. I don't want to kill her. Ahh. Chidori. Kakashi was instantly enraged. Harano Rin was his reverse scale, a hurdle that he could never get over, and Chidori appeared directly above his right hand. Bang bang! I saw Kakashi spin in the wall of the wooden ingot, directly cut the wood away, disappeared in place in an instant, and reappeared in front of Yamato. Tsutsaizu. Kakashi's face was hideous, remembering that he had killed Rin with his own hands, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Yamato lying on the ground. My Chidori only kills traitors in his hands, are you a traitor to Kanaha? Kakashi glared angrily at Yamato, who had lost his ability to resist on the ground. I'm not a traitor, however, I have to complete the mission. This is the existence of Kanaha root. As long as the leaves have roots, they can bloom more brilliantly. Yamato tilted his head and muttered to himself. Then I'll just be able to take you back to Hokage-sama. The roots, a place where feelings are abandoned, the names that belong to you are abandoned, and only the murder weapon of the ability to kill remains. Humph. Kakashi untied Chidori and tied Yamato's hands directly. I didn't expect you to miss sometimes. Hehe. At this time, another ninja from the root suddenly came, slowly walking towards them. Hi. Anyone else? Kakashi frowned, he was now seriously depleted in chakra, and it would be a little difficult to deal with another person, but he still drew his katana and stared at the root in front of him. Morning. Yamato frowned when he saw the person who came. He failed and was caught, and this time the mission was a failure. Humph, it seems that I still have to go out, so I said that you can't do it alone, but you don't listen to persuasion. Woohoo! The root, codenamed Chen, threw a few handfuls of kunai directly at Kakashi, taking the lead in probing. Dang dang! Kakashi quickly swung the katana in his hand and directly split the kunai, pulling his own wound. His brows furrowed, and cold sweat broke out, but he didn't say a word. Bang! What the hell is this? Ah! Help, save me! At this time, suddenly out of nowhere, a huge white snake with long hair, like a big snake pill, but not the white of the big snake pill, swallowed the root in one bite. Shhhh! What is this? Yamato was instantly shocked when he saw the white snake. He had never seen anything like this. Soon, countless small snakes flew directly towards Yamato and Kakashi. Chidori. Zi. Damn, chakra is not enough. Yamato was instantly wrapped in a meat dumpling by a group of white snakes, and Kakashi wanted to release Chidori, but found that the chakra in his body had bottomed out, and the remaining chakra needed to be used to suppress the Sharingan, so he couldn't use it. Chapter 31. Roar. In the next second, the huge white snake directly swallowed Yamato, and Yamato let out a miserable scream, and there was no sound. Damn! Kakashi jumped directly onto the ceiling, sucked it firmly with his chakra, opened the chakra and began to observe the white snake's movements. And after the white devoured the two of them, he had already stopped and began to prepare to digest. Damn, Chidori! Seeing the bumps in the white body, it was obviously the swallowed Yamato. Kakashi squeezed out the chakra from the body, ready to fight to the death directly, and also to save Yamato. Yamato is the only ninja they know of who can escape in Konoha, and he definitely can't die here. Woo! But chakra was still not enough. There was no way. Kakashi couldn't drive 1,000 birds, he could only pant loudly, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Kakashi doesn't have chakra? Sure enough, one chakra is really few. Yamato, this greening expert, is going to scrape like this. Forget it, I'll help you. Water escape water breaking waves. Narako, who was standing on the side and watching the excitement, saw that he would either be swallowed or there would be no chakra, and he was speechless for a while, so he could only help him by himself. In an instant, Narako Bofeng spat out a high-pressure water gun from her mouth and shot directly at the head of the white snake. Bang! In the next second, the white exploded directly, and because of the sloppy darkness here, Kakashi didn't see who released the ninjutsu. I saw a high-pressure water gun shoot out, and directly killed the white snake, and I was slightly stunned. Alright, done. This drama is much more exciting than watching anime. It's good to come along, otherwise you're probably all going to burp. After Narako did all this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then directly turned into smoke and suspended in the air, observing the movements of the two. Although he didn't know who killed the white snake, Kakashi didn't bother and jumped directly from the ceiling to save the Yamato in the belly of the great snake. And the morning that was swallowed before is estimated to have been almost digested a long time ago, and there is no breath left. Ahem, ahem. Why did you save me? I was going to kill you just now. Yamato was a little puzzled. He obviously wanted to kill him, why did he save himself? Although you want to kill me, you are my companion, and I will not kill you. We are not your roots, and your roots will always be emotionless killing machines. Not everything that Tuanzang said and did was right. Kakashi directly untied Yamato's rope and prepared to take him out. Companion. Yes. The roots are not only emotionless, but also nameless, past and future. A trace of confusion flashed in Yamato's eyes, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. Poof! At this moment, the white blood suddenly exploded, turning into countless poisonous smoke, filling the air. Oh no, this smoke is poisonous. Let's go. Kakashi smelled the smoke and immediately covered his mouth and nose, got up and ran outside. Yamato also stood up directly and ran outside. But Kakashi inhaled the poison gas, couldn't hold on, and just lay on the ground. Kakashi. When Yamato saw Kakashi fall to the ground, he quickly turned back, picked him up, and ran out with him in his arms. Woo! It's so dangerous, I almost died inside. After coming out, Yamato looked at Kakashi beside him, and directly took out the antidote and injected it into Kakashi's body. And Kakashi was already in a coma at this time, unconscious. Tasks. Seeing Kakashi lying on the ground, Yamato's brows furrowed, staring at his right eye, then directly pulled out the kunai, stood up, and slowly approached. Alas! In the end, Yamato didn't start, and after leaving a paragraph, he ran out directly. Count your acquaintances, you didn't make a move. Narako Namikaze saw Yamato leave, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then appeared next to Kakashi. Palm Immortal. Then Narako directly used the Palm Immortal Jutsu to treat Kakashi, and it didn't take long for the poison to be completely removed, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. A minute later. Hi! Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, and Narako was slightly stunned when he saw Narako in front of him. Narako! Why are you here? It's dangerous here, come with me. The moment he saw Narako Namikaze, Kakashi immediately stood up and ran out with her in his hands. Brother Kakashi, don't worry, there's no danger anymore. This is the note that the root left for you, you look at it. Narako Namikaze grabbed him, unimpressed, there was no danger here, no need to worry, and she still had something to say to Kakashi. Narako, you. Kakashi looked at Narako with some confusion, but still took the note Yamato left behind. Oh no, A is in danger. Narako, let's go back quickly. After reading the note, Kakashi knew that Yamato gave up the mission for him, and he would definitely be punished if he returned to the roots, and he couldn't follow that long, so he wanted to drag Narako Namikaze away. Brother Kakashi, don't worry, I have the Flying Thor, I can catch up with him, he can't run far. I have something I want to tell you. Narako grabbed Kakashi and looked at him with a serious expression. Flying Thor, Narako. Have you learned to fly Thor? After Kakashi listened, his pupils shrank, and the whole person felt confused. A 6-year-old child, can he fly Thor? I've learned to fly Thor, so you don't have to worry. He couldn't get far and we were able to catch up with him very quickly. Narako nodded and sat down casually. Narako, did you rely on the Flying Thunder God when you left the village? I didn't expect you to be able to inherit the famous skills of Mizuman-sensei, it's really good. Mr. Watergate will be very happy if he knows about it. Looking at Narako Namikaze's serious eyes, Kakashi was convinced that a 6-year-old child would not be able to deceive himself. Brother Kakashi, actually, Dad is still alive. Narako looked at Kakashi, looked into Kakashi's eyes, and spat out a piece of news that shocked him even more. What? Narako, you're not kidding, are you? Don't be sad, my brother knows you're sad, but you can't be resurrected after death. We have to live our lives. Kakashi shook his head, thinking that Narako was hallucinating because she missed the Bo Feng Shui gate too much, or that she didn't want to believe that her father had died. No, brother Kakashi. It's true. I came to you to get brother Kakashi to prepare early, daddy is coming back soon. When the time comes, he will regain the position of Hokage, and the 3 generations of Hokage or Danzo definitely don't want my father to inherit the Hokage's position again. So you have to have points in your own heart. Narako shook her head, still looking at Kakashi with a serious expression. Really, really? Kakashi was completely stunned, looking at Narako Namikaze's sincere eyes. He sat down directly, staring blankly at the front, not knowing what was going on in his heart. Surprised, hi. When Dad comes out, everyone will be surprised. Actually, I have mastered the secret art of resurrection, and I will be able to resurrect Lin when the time comes. All this I am telling you now is inconvenient to say in the village. Narako Namikaze looked at Kakashi in bewilderment, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Narako, what you're telling me is unbelievable. When will Mizuto-sensei be able to come out? Will I be able to see him? And Rin, can he really be resurrected too? Kakashi looked at Narako Namikaze, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and although he didn't believe it, he preferred to believe it. Rin's death has always been a pain in his heart, as has Minato, and so has Uchiha Obito. Aren't you going to save A? You save him first, and then I'll take you to see Daddy. They're in Kanaha right now, but they haven't come out. You'll know when you see them. The situation in the village is very complicated right now, and Dad can't come out right away. After all, the Hokage is now the third generation, and the sudden return of his father will have an impact on him, which will make him feel that he can't get off the stage. Naruko Namikaze looked at Kakashi and smiled, ready to take him to meet Naruto. Although he doesn't come out, his cronies can be arranged. When these people gather, their strength is not small. Well, then let's go back first. After reporting to the three generations, we'll go to see Mr. Watergate. Kakashi's brow furrowed, but he quickly let go and nodded, ready to go back. Good. Let's go. Naruko Namikaze nodded, then directly took Kakashi's hand and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was back in Kanaha. Let's go and report to the three generations first. Otherwise, Yamato will probably not be able to hold on. After returning to Kanaha, Narako looked at Kakashi and smiled. I really didn't expect that, Narako, you really have learned to fly the Thunder God. What a genius! Kakashi saw that 6-year-old Narako Namikaze had learned to fly the God of Thunder, and sighed to himself, he was also a genius, but he was not so rebellious at the age of 6. The long-distance teleportation face is not red or panting, and there is no sign of chakra consumption at all, which is really emotional. Hey, hey! Narako Namikaze shrugged and smiled. Then I'll go in first. Narako is waiting here. Kakashi waved his hand at Narako Namikaze, turned around and ran straight into Sarutobi's house, which he was mostly working in his own home at this time. Time flies so slowly. None of the familiar people have grown up, one by one, it's so boring. After Kakashi left, Narako Namikaze raised her head and looked at the sky, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes, and none of the familiar people in the Hokage world appeared. It made her feel bored, but time couldn't be sped up. Chapter 32. Kakashi-senpai. Yuyin saw Kakashi coming over and quickly bowed to him. Kakashi nodded and ran straight inside. Kakashi, are you back so early? Looks like your chakra, why are you so embarrassed? Sarutobi frowned, seeing Kakashi's embarrassed appearance, there was not much chakra left in his body. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, the would-escape ninja of that route is in danger. Danzo-sama asked him to kill me, but he gave up the mission and saved me, hoping that the 3 generations of adults could save him. Kakashi saw the ape flying and quickly bowed to him. Hi! Ape Fury frowned, and his right arm was about to be killed, which made him feel a little angry in his heart. Alas! Ape Fury sighed, picked up the pen, and began to write something directly on the white paper in front of him. The route is not something I can control, but this time because of the existence of Mu Dun, I have to take care of it. Xian, give this scroll directly to Tuanzang, and he will understand. No way, for the sake of Kanaha's only remaining wood ninja, he must be allowed to survive, and handed the scroll in his hand directly to Xian. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Xian directly took the scroll and turned to leave. Kakashi, you go down first. I'll take care of the rest myself. Seeing that Kakashi's body was a little tired, Sarutobi glanced at him and told him to leave first. Yes. Kakashi didn't say much, just stood up and turned to leave. Danzang, what exactly do you want to do? After Kakashi left, Sarutobi looked out the window, his brows furrowed, and there were few people under his hands who could be used, and he actually wanted to kill Kakashi. Wouldn't that make him a bare-bones commander? Kakashi-senpai, you. Yuki, who had just left, saw someone chasing after him, and was a little surprised when he saw Kakashi. I'm worried that A will be in danger, let's go. Let's go and see. Kakashi was worried that Yamato would be in danger and was not very reassured, so he followed. Xian didn't feel anything, nodded, and then the two of them quickly rushed towards the route together. Is something wrong? Been there for so long. Narako. Namikaze frowned, a little puzzled when she saw that Kakashi had been gone for so long and hadn't come out yet. Kagura's heart. In an instant, Narako opened Kagura's eyes directly, detecting that Kakashi and Yuyan were running towards the roots. What's the situation? The two of you ran to the roots. But this Xian's figure, it's so wow. Ahem, ahem. Let's see. Naruko Namikaze saw Kakashi and the two head to the roots, and disappeared in an instant. What do you want to do? What's going on, where is Chen? This is the riding wheel you brought back. You actually want to use this thing to trick me? What the hell do you want to do? Tuanzang was very angry in his heart, looking at the fake three-hooked jade riding wheel made of a piece of wood in his hand, and he was furious. He didn't expect that the strong man he had cultivated would betray him at a critical moment. This was unimaginable to him. I just don't want to kill my companions. Kakashi is a Konoha ninja, I'm also a Konoha ninja, I can't kill my own companions. Yamato felt the breath of the group and felt a trace of fear, but he still said his inner thoughts very resolutely. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. You're a ninja of our roots, unlike them. They can see, we are the roots of the tree, we are invisible. Your companions have only roots, and no one else. Tuanzang was furious, and after seeing Yamato go out, he felt as if he had been brainwashed, and he was furious. Aren't we the ninjas of Kanaha at the root? He's a ninja of Kanaha and I'm also a ninja of Kanaha, so why kill each other? A trace of anger flashed in Yamato's eyes, and he didn't understand why he was doing such a task. Ninjas of Kanaha. You are ninjas of the roots, with no name, no future, no past. You are following my orders, I am the leader of the roots, and whatever I say, you just have to do it. Tuanzang's brows furrowed, the first time he saw Yamato talking back to himself, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. I have a name, I don't call a. I have my name, I have my past, I have my future. I don't want to be a root, I'm a ninja of Kanaha, not a ninja of the root. Yamato roared angrily at Danzo, he had his own name, he wasn't a root ninja who didn't have anything. Damn, Sharinon! Furious, Danzo directly pulled the strap of his right eye and released an illusion on Yamato. Yamato was instantly stunned by the illusion and fell directly to the ground. Someone, take him away, and strengthen the seal. Damn fellow, I don't know what ecstasy soup Kakashi poured on him. Danzo was very angry, a strong man he had cultivated with great difficulty, and he was abducted by Kakashi after a trip, an endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yes, Danzo-sama. Whoa! With Danzo's order, a root ninja appeared in an instant, and directly took Yamato away. At this time, the two Kakashi had also come to the roots, but they were soon stopped by the people of the roots. The three generations of Hokage-sama summoned Danzo-sama and immediately asked Danzo-sama to go. Xian came to the root and directly showed the edict in his hand to the members of the root. Tuanzang-sama is not here, I'll tell him when Tuanzang-sama comes back. The members of the root looked at the edict, their brows furrowed, and they did not give an inch. What? How dare you? Yuyan frowned, seeing that the members of the root actually didn't take the three generations of Hokage in their eyes like this, and his heart was full of anger, which was clearly a lie. Forget it, Xian, you go back and talk to the three generations of Hokage-sama. I'm waiting here. Kakashi grabbed Yuyan with one hand and shook his head. Kakashi-senpai, they. Yuyan was really a little angry, these members of the root were simply lawless. Go ahead. Don't delay, I'm afraid something will happen to A. Kakashi shook his head, and hurriedly asked Yuyan to ask Sarutobi to slash him. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. I'll be right back. Xian has no choice but to turn around and leave. It seems that without the presence of Ape Fei in person, the root will not be released. Woo! Then Xian disappeared directly in place. After Yuyan left, Kakashi lifted his forehead guard, revealing his scarlet three-hooked jade riding wheel. Bang! AHH! Then he appeared in front of the other root and cast his illusion on him. Where is the group? Where is A? When Kakashi took control of the root members, he took Yamato's seat directly from their mouths, and then directly knocked the root down, and quickly ran towards the inside of the root. Who? Stop, come on, someone's trespassing on the routes. Quick, keep up, someone actually trespasses on the routes, and they simply don't take us seriously. Whoa! Damn! Seeing so many roots behind him, Kakashi frowned, and then quietly used the shadow clone to quickly lure away the root members, and he slipped into the room where Yamato was being held. Are you unconscious? Kakashi entered the room and saw that Yamato was already unconscious, his brow furrowed. Did you fall for the illusion? When he came to Yamato's side, Kakashi directly helped him solve the illusion. Hi! Kakashi, why are you here? After Yamato unraveled the illusion, he slowly opened his eyes and saw Kakashi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I'm here to save you, I've already informed the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, you get up and come with me. The roots outside are already looking for us. Kakashi pulled Yamato directly and ran out, saying as he ran. Here, don't let them run. Not long after the Kakashi and the 2 ran out, they were discovered by someone else. Mu Dun, the art of the wooden prison. Bang bang bang. When Yamato saw that there were pursuers, he directly interlocked his fingers with his hands and roared angrily. In an instant, the narrow corridor was blocked by Mu Dun, temporarily blocking the pursuers. Let's go. Then the Kakashi and the others continued to escape. The roots were very large, and it would take a lot of time to escape, not to mention that there were so many root ninjas chasing them, and it was really difficult to escape. Humph, do you want to betray the roots? How dare you run away without permission? Kakashi, this is the headquarters of the roots, can you come if you want, and you can leave if you want? At this time, Danzo walked over with a group of roots, staring at Kakashi and Yamato in front of him, and he was furious. Hi! Kakashi was also a little anxious when he saw Danzo bring someone over. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Danzo instantly puffed out his cheeks and spat out countless blade-like attacks from his mouth and flew directly towards Kakashi and Yamato. Kakashi, let's go. Wood done, wood ingot wall. Yamato pushed Kakashi away, followed by a quick seal. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the vacuum jade directly destroyed the wall of the wooden ingot, and it didn't last for a second. Yamato was knocked out in an instant, and the gap between the upper ninja and the shadow can be seen. Although the group is very collapsed in the shadow level, it is not comparable to the young Yamato, who is still young today, and the one-handed wind escape is extremely powerful, and the second-hand wooden escape is vulnerable. Kakashi saw Yamato flying out upside down, and quickly kicked his right foot, jumped up gently, and fell to the ground with him in his arms, looking at Danzo with a solemn face. Kakashi, although Kakashi didn't kill you, you sent it yourself. Today, let's stay. Feng Dun, vacuum jade. Tuanzang's face showed murderous intent, and he instantly sealed, spit out a larger air wave from his mouth, and flew directly towards the 2. And the Kakashi duo have blocked all the exits, whether it is front and back, left and right, or above, all of them have members of the roots, and they are surrounded. There is only one end to being surrounded, and that can only be a dead end. Damn! 2 done, 2 Lu wall. Kakashi frowned, feeling the power of Danzo's attack, but he could not avoid it, and in an instant, a wall of earth appeared in front of him, and several dog heads hung on it. Wood done, wood ingot wall. Yamato also immediately cast a defense, and the 2 defenses enveloped the 2 of them. Bang bang bang! In the end, the earthen wall was broken, the wooden escape was also broken, and the 2 people were blown out in an instant, and there were many dense blood marks on their bodies. Poof! Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, his brow furrowed, the 2 of them were surrounded, and there was no one to save them, they were really going to hang here. Sneer! I said Danzo, if you Kanaha don't want these 2 people and give them to me, how about it? At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the 2 Kakashi, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask. Hi! Why are you here? Tuanzang frowned when he saw the person coming. This person was terrifying, his own attack couldn't hurt him at all, and he also had a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, which made him very jealous in his heart. It's nothing, it's just that you Kanaha always like to kill each other, I'm very happy. Come over and join in the fun, these two people, I'll take it. The art of darkness. They. Corners of the mysterious man's mouth raised slightly, and then he directly performed the dark technique, which instantly took away the light of everyone present and plunged into a gloom. Even if Kakashi and Danzo opened the Sharingan eye, they couldn't see clearly. What? Wind escape vacuum jade. Danzo was furious and wanted to snatch people away in front of him, although he couldn't see it, it didn't affect his ninjutsu. Bye-bye. The mysterious man left the route directly with Kakashi and Yamato, and disappeared in an instant. Bang bang bang! It didn't take long for everyone to regain their light and see the empty field in front of them. Damn it! Tuanzang was furious, but he didn't expect that the person he had worked with before would stab him directly in the back and slip away the low-hanging eyes. Woohoo! At this time, countless people from the dark side surrounded the routes, and the ape Flying Sun Slash also came to Tuanzang's side. Danzo, where's Kakashi? Sarutobi frowned, his face full of displeasure when he saw Danzo. Ran. Tuanzang said in a cold voice, naturally he couldn't say that he knew the mysterious person, and turned around and left directly after speaking. Ran away. Seeing Tuanzang's expression, Ape Fury frowned, and directly made a look, and the members of the Dark Department disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 33. Who rescued Kakashi? Sarutobi looked at Danzo's back as he left, thoughtful, and then turned away from the route as well. Bang! The damned Uchiha clan, no matter who you are, you Uchiha clan must be destroyed. How dare you snatch someone from me? Is it true that my Danzo is muddy? After returning to the route office, Danzo was furious. He didn't expect that the people of the Uchiha clan who had cooperated with him before would rescue Kakashi, and his eyes flashed with a sinister color. And Danzang also pressed this charge directly on the head of the Uchiha clan, wanting to vent all this on the Uchiha clan. And Narako Namikaze had already taken Yamato and Kakashi to her secret base at this time. Chidori. Kakashi frowned when he first appeared at the secret base. This person was the one who killed his teacher, and his backhand was 1,000 birds, stabbing directly at Narako Namikaze. Hi! Brother Kakashi, are you trying to kill me? Bang! Narako Namikaze disappeared in place in an instant, reappeared, and had already appeared several meters away, and directly lifted the transformation technique, returning to its original appearance. Hi! Narako! Why are you? Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person who saved him and Yamato was actually Narako Naruto. And quickly lifted the Chidori in his hand. The daughter of the fourth generation. Yamato was also stunned, but he didn't expect that it was the daughter of the fourth generation Hokage who saved them, Narako Namikaze, and he was a little puzzled. Hey! Of course it's me. I'm just going to be like this and fool Danzang, whether he believes it or not. Narako looked at Kakashi and smiled, then walked over to him. Woo! At this moment, Minato felt Kakashi's chakra, and heard Chidori's voice, and a flying thunder god appeared directly in front of the three of them. Water, Mizuman-sensei! Kakashi was stunned when he saw the sudden appearance of the wave wind and water gate, and looked at his teacher blankly, actually resurrected from the dead. What? The fourth generation of Hokage is not dead. How is it possible? Yamato also felt incredible, seeing the wave wind and water gate in front of him. The whole person was stunned. What is the situation? Why are you here? Narako brought you here, right? Is this the ninja of the route? Ha Feng Shuiman smiled when he saw Kakashi in front of him, and then frowned when he saw Yamato. Mizuman-sensei, are you really alive? Kakashi was a little incredulous when he saw the wave in front of him. His expression was very excited, and his whole person was trembling slightly. Well, it's alive. It's not been long since I was resurrected. How are you doing all these years? Minato looked at Kakashi and smiled. It was still as sunny as ever, giving people a feeling of illuminating their hearts. It's been okay all these years. Could it be that all of this is true that? Narako said. Does she really have a way to resurrect others? Kakashi remembered what Narako Heifu had said to herself. She had already resurrected Naruto and was able to resurrect Rin. Wouldn't it be possible for Rin and Obito to be resurrected? Well, theoretically, yes. Minato looked at Kakashi and smiled. He knew that Rin had always been a pain in Kakashi's heart. Narako. Kakashi looked at Narako Namikaze, wanting to confirm again, his eyes full of anticipation. Yes, as long as you have their cells, you can help them come back to life. But I want to tell you something. Actually, Obito is not dead. And I also witnessed you kill Lin and now blackened. Just now I became a masked man, and that is Obito. He wants revenge on Kanaha now, and he wants to make the whole world experience pain, and then there is a greater purpose. Narako looked at Kakashi and nodded. She had already got Rin's cells, and it was only a matter of time before she wanted to be resurrected. But Obito matter, she still chose to tell him directly. He also has the right to know. She knows that Kakashi will not betray Kanaha for Obito. In the future, Kanaha still needs to be in the hands of Minato, and he can't let the two old guys of Tuanzang and Abe Fei Chop control it. What? Obito isn't dead? How is it possible? I saw it at the time. Kakashi heard the news that Obito was not dead, and his whole body trembled, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, looking at Narako Heifu, and then at Hafusuaman. I haven't seen him in his true face either, but Narako has the ability to see the future, and what she sees shouldn't be wrong. Obito may not really be dead, and then we can find a way to get Obito back. Minato shook his head and looked at Kakashi. He was more or less guilty of what Obito had done. After all, he didn't protect Rin and Obito. In the end, it led to the blackening of the soil, and as a teacher, Minato felt that he also had a lot to do with it, so he didn't blame it too much. If Obito can come back, he welcomes it with both hands, but if he continues to fight against Kanaha, he won't let Obito act recklessly. Brother Kakashi, you should have a hunch too, right? Actually, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye with your left eye open is the best proof of this. You don't have the blood of the Uchiha clan in you, and you can't stimulate the opening of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye at all. However, Obito was nearby at the time, and witnessed everything you killed Rin. In the end, the only light in his heart disappeared. Obito loved Rin deeply, but Rin was killed by his own brother, which he couldn't accept. And when the Uchiha receive a huge stimulus, they can open the riding wheel, even the most terrifying kaleidoscope riding wheel. Your left eye opens the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, also because Obito has been stimulated, and your right eye has turned on the effect attached to the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Finally you fell unconscious, and when you woke up, all the people around you were dead. It was Obito who killed him. Narako. Namikaze told Kakashi all this. Because of this incident with Obito, he has not been able to make an inch of cultivation all the time. He was originally a genius boy, and in the end he can only become an existence that is open to others. This made Narako Namikaze a little regretful. Kakashi's talent was extremely strong, and if it weren't for the abandonment of cultivation in the later stage, his strength would still be able to rise by 1 point. After all, his father, Konoha White Fang, was able to become the existence of Super Shadow just by relying on swordsmanship, and at that time, he overshadowed Konoha Sunin, and it was precisely the existence of the Ape Flying Sun / that threatened the existence of the Ape Flying Sun / and he would eventually be killed. Chapter 34. The Heiji family's sword skills were unrivaled in the world, and at that time there was almost no one to stop them, and Kakashi's talent was no lower than that of White Fang, and he had never seen him use the sword skills belonging to the Heiji family in the later period. Perhaps it was because it required an extremely large amount of chakra to perform the sword technique, and most of the chakra in his body needed to suppress the chakra, so he could not use the powerful sword technique that consumed too much. It is also possible that his father died early and did not learn completely, or he was disgusted with his father's cowardly suicide and did not want to learn shi knife skills. The exact reason is unknown, and there is no explanation, so we can only rely on our own guesses. With soil. I didn't mean to kill Lin, I couldn't protect her, I'm sorry. When Kakashi heard this, tears flowed from his eyes, his spirit fluctuated greatly, and he knelt directly on the ground, remembering the painful past, covering his face with his hands, and his heart was very painful. Ding! Detect a special mission, subdue Yamato and make it the direct shadow of the wave wind and water gate. Quest reward, chakra absorption ability, including all attribute chakras such as immortal arts, yin and yang escapes. At this time, the system's prompt suddenly appeared in Naruko's mind. Daddy, comfort Kakashi. I can help him resurrect Rin, and he doesn't need to be so sad. I'll take my armor and leave first. Naruko Namikaze let out a long sigh and shook her head, then looked at Naruto Heifu and asked him to comfort Kakashi, and he was ready to take Yamato away. After taking him away, try to find a way to subdue him. This chakra absorption ability is an extremely powerful ability, and it can absorb immortal arts, which is a bit of a cowhide. Well, let's go. Minato nodded and walked towards Kakashi. Hey, you come with me, I have something to tell you. Naruko Namikaze looked directly at Yamato and smiled at him. Me? Yamato was a little puzzled, and when he heard their conversation just now, he was already extremely shocked in his heart. Kakashi actually had a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, which was an eye that Madara Uchiha only had back then. Well, come with me. I'll lift the seal on your body. There's something else I want to tell you. Naruko nodded before turning to leave. Hi. Yamato looked at the sad Kakashi, his brow furrowed, but he chose to follow anyway. You've been hidden by the group, and I'm going to get rid of you now. Narako took Yamato to another room, turned to look at Yamato and smiled. Can you lift my curse? Yamato was a little shocked. The 6-year-old kid in front of him actually said that he could break the seal on his tongue? All of Konoha's sealing techniques are all evolved from our Uzumaki clan. Isn't it easy to break the seal on your tongue? Stick your tongue out. Narako spread her hands. Konoha seals were all invented by the people of the Uzumaki clan, and then simplified by them. In fact, they are some garbage seals. There is no way to compare to the true sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Such a small sealing technique can be broken with a snap of a finger, and it is simply not too simple. Hi. Also, your mother is from the Uzumaki clan, so I'm sorry for you. Yamato was a little excited in his heart, thinking that Naruko Namikaze was the daughter of Uzumaki Kushina, and there must be a way to lift such a seal, so he used all the honorific titles. Then Yamato directly stretched out his tongue, and there was a sealed technique at the base of the tongue, which was clearly visible. And squatted down. After all, Narako was still small, not tall. The art of dissolution. After Narako saw the sealing technique, she stretched out her right index and middle fingers and pointed them directly at Yamato's tongue. Woohoo! Soon, the sealing technique on Yamato's tongue was directly pulled out like a small snake, turning into a mass of chakra and disappearing. Alright. After Naruko Namikaze unsealed the seal on Yamato's tongue, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Thank you very much. Yamato is very grateful. Since they were sealed, they also meant that they lost their freedom, and now that the seal has been lifted, his freedom has returned, and his heart cheered and bowed to Narako Bafo. Don't be too happy too early, I helped you break the seal, there is a purpose. You also know that my father, the 4th Hokage, is still alive, so I want you to join my father's direct shadow department. In the future, it doesn't matter if you and the Roots are there, although they say that they have cultivated you, but you also know that you were captured by them for experiments. How many children like you have been killed by them, and you are the only survivor. So I hope you can also recognize the facts. Can you do it? Although Yamato is not a particularly powerful ninja, he is at least an elite ninja, and even barely reaches the shadow level. It's still somewhat useful for Minato, and now I don't have any manpower on my side. If you want to regain the Hokage's position, you have to plan carefully. Do you want to be the 4th generation of the direct shadow department? I can, but I don't want to hurt the people in the village, the ninjas in the village. I shouldn't hurt the people in my own village. Yamato's brows furrowed, although he left from the root, but entered the dark part directly under the 4th generation, which is equivalent to entering another cage from one cage. However, if he can promise himself not to hurt the people in the village, he agrees to join the shadows. Don't worry, I won't let you hurt the people in the same village, but if they are traitors, you will naturally have to deal with them. You should have heard a little bit about my father's character, after all, you already existed at that time, didn't you? Although you stay at the roots, you should know more or less about my father, right? My father is willing to give his life for the village, and is willing to seal the Ninetales with his own life. Do you think such a person will make him hurt his companions in the village? But Tuanzang and the 3 generations of Hokage are not necessarily. I think you know a little bit about the 2 of them, right? How many hurtful things have Tuanzang done, but the 3 generations of Hokage have ignored them. Do you think, are they still suitable for this Hokage? Narako Bofang nodded. He naturally didn't need to hurt the ninjas in the village, unless it was a traitor. Yamato has been staying at the root all these years, and he must be very clear about what Tuanzang has done, but it is such a person, and the 3 generations of Hokage can actually tolerate him to continue to exist. Chapter 35. The moral of that doesn't need to be said by Narako Bofang. Hi. Yamato frowned, lowered his head and began to ponder. He knew what Tuanzang had done all these years, but they had been sealed and often brainwashed, so for them, these things were not important before. But after Yamato met Kakashi, Kakashi let him go many times and saved him, which made him shake his heart, and began to refute Danzo's words, and also began to think about whether what he did was right and whether it was right before. I agree, I can join the direct shadow of the 4 generations of Hokage. Yamato finally agreed, and he agreed to join their side, which means that it is likely that Danzo and Sarutobi will be killed. The whole village knew about the sacrifice of Minato for the sake of the village, and countless people were sad at that time. Such a hero is worthy of the Hokage seat, and those who like to play conspiracy behind him are all for their own interests, and they are not qualified to be Hokage at all. Good. You can't go wrong with your choice. The corners of Narako's mouth rose slightly, and she looked at Yamato and smiled. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward has been distributed. Chakra absorption ability, including immortal arts, yin and yang escape full attribute chakra. Have you completed the task? This system is powerful, directly for nothing, haha. Bo. Feng Narako was ecstatic in her heart. She didn't expect her system to be so good, so she sent it directly to herself. This ability is not too rebellious. Kakashi, you have to pull yourself together. Narako also said that she can resurrect Rin. Obito is also like this because of Rin. If only we can bring Rin back to life. It's likely to change Obito's mind. When the time comes, Obito may be able to change his mind. Minato stretched out his hand to help Kakashi up. A trace of gloom and self-blame flashed in his eyes, and when he saw Kakashi in front of him, he remembered the past again. Mizuto-sensei, can Narako really resurrect Rin? If Rin comes back to life, Obito will definitely change her mind. It's all my fault for not being capable, otherwise Obito wouldn't have become like this. It's all my fault. Kakashi stopped his tears and looked at Minato. A trace of pain and self-reproach flashed in his eyes. Well, don't you see that the teacher has already been resurrected? You have to believe Narako. Maybe Narako will be the one who changes the world. Maybe Narako is the daughter of fate, although I firmly believe that Naruto is the one who changed the world in the mouth of Jiraiya-sensei. But Narako won't be much worse. The heavens may have sent Narako and Naruto to save the world. Minato looked at Kakashi and smiled. For some reason, he was very confident in his son and daughter. Okay. If we can resurrect Rin, Obito may be able to come back, and we will be able to go back to the way we were. Kakashi's eyes flashed with determination and longing, as if such a day was not far off, and there was some anticipation in his heart. After all, Minato was really resurrected in front of him, and there could be no fake. And his own teacher is a person who has already died once, and now he is suddenly resurrected, which shows that Narako really controls the technique of resurrecting people. There's a good chance that Lin will be able to come back to life soon. Hi. Kakashi is here too. Mizuman, Kakashi is here, and you don't know to tell me. At this moment, Uzumaki-Kushina walked out of the depths of the base, and a hint of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes when he saw him. Kushina-san. Kakashi's pupils shrank when he saw the visitor, and a look of infinite surprise flashed in his eyes. Giggles. I've been resurrected too, all these years, thanks to you, Kakashi. Thank you. Kushina smiled softly when he saw Kakashi. No, I haven't done anything, Kakashi saw Kushina, a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes, he hadn't done anything for Narako and Naruto all these years. Hee. It's okay, you've already helped us a lot. After that, Watergate became Hokage again, and I need your help. I'm going to bother you next. Kushina looked at Kakashi's appearance and walked straight in front of him, reaching out and patting him on the head. I will, Sister Kushina. Kakashi squinted and smiled, this feeling he hadn't felt in a long time made him feel a little happy in his heart. Okay, don't just stand, go in and talk. I also want to know what else has happened in the village over the years. Narako knows relatively little about it, so I'll trouble Kakashi for you to tell me. At this time, Minato looked at Kakashi and smiled. What Narako said was actually an overview, not very detailed, and Naruto wanted to know more from Kakashi's side. After all, Kakashi is in the shadows, and he must know a lot more than Naruko Namikaze. Well, good. Kakashi nodded and smiled. Then I'll cut some fruit. Jusainai looked at the two of them and smiled, the food and clothing here will be brought over every day, so there will be no shortage of food here. Dad, this is I've helped him lift his root seal, and let him directly become your direct dark department in the future. That way, Brother Kakashi will be able to have more manpower, so you won't be left unavailable. At this time, Narako Bofeng walked out with Yamato, looked at the three people present and smiled. Good. This is your previous code name in the route, so if you come to the dark part, then you have to take a new code name. Bo. Feng Shuman saw Bofeng Narako and the two come out, and smiled after listening. Teacher Mizuman, his name is Tuanzang, and the code name can also be named Tuanzang. At this time, Kakashi looked at Yamato and smiled. Tenzo was named by Yukimai at that time, because he looked very similar to his direct brother. Tenzo. Well, that's a good one. Then your code name will be Tuanzang in the future. Come with me. Bo. Feng Shuman looked at Yamato and smiled, and then walked directly towards the depths of the base. Tenzo. Yes, 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Yamato looked at Kakashi and was slightly stunned, and after muttering to himself, he looked at Minato and bowed. Tenzo. Why are you here? Just as Minato was walking in with Kakashi and the others, it happened that Yukimai also walked out of the laboratory with some specimens, and when he saw Yamato, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 36. Yukimai. Why are you here? Yamato saw Yukimai, his eyes lit up, his eyes flashed with infinite surprise, he didn't expect to be able to see Yukimai here, which made him very happy in his heart. It was Narako-sama who rescued me and took me as an assistant by her side. Why are you here? Yukimai was very happy when he saw Yamato, and hurriedly told him about the fact that he was saved by Naruko Namikaze. Do you know each other? Then you guys are here to catch up on the old days. Kakashi, let's go first. Minato saw that Yukimai and Yamato knew each other, but he didn't care, and directly let them catch up here. After all, it's not a big deal to go out now. Yes. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Yamato hurriedly bowed towards Minato, smiling. Let's go, Tianzo, I'll take you around, hehe. Yuki was innocent, and after seeing Yamato, who looked like his younger brother, he was naturally very happy, and quickly took his hand and turned around and ran away. Let's go. Bo. Feng Shuman smiled slightly when he saw the happy appearance of the two, and then continued to walk inside with Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, and then walked directly after the Wave Wind Water Gate, followed by Wave Wind Narako and Uzumaki-Kushina. Has anyone found it? The third Hokage frowned, and after returning to the office, he sent all the shadows out to look for it, but none of them were found, which made him a little worried. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama, there is no news for the time being, and the 2 of them seem to have evaporated from the world, and they have no way to start. A shadow hurriedly knelt in front of the ape-flying sun. Haven't you found it yet? Send more people, expand the area, and make sure to get Kakashi and the wooden ninja back. Dun means a lot to our village, and we must not let other villages get it. Ape Fury took a puff of his cigarette, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, so that 2 people could be lost, and they were still in their own village, which simply made him a little unbelievable. But the manpower has already been dispatched, and there is no clue at all, which makes Ape Fury feel very bad in his heart. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Woo! The shadow ninja disappeared in an instant. Who is it? Could it be the same person who knew space ninjutsu the last time he attacked Kanaha? But what is his purpose? What an eventful season! Sarutobi stood up, spat out a puff of cigarette, and looked out the window not knowing what he was thinking. I also have a general understanding of the things outside. When I was the Hokage before, I didn't have a lot of power under my hands. The affairs of the root department are not under my control at all, and there are many people in the dark department directly under the 3 generations of Hokage, and they don't listen to me. So it's still a little difficult to regain the Hokage's position this time. Kakashi, it's going to be hard for you this time. Contact the original team. For the time being, I'm going to hear his opinion. Minato nodded. Everyone listened to Kakashi a lot, and there have been a lot of tasks in the dark department recently, all of which are confidential. But Kakashi still told all this, especially after knowing that Danzang was the culprit who killed Minato, and his heart was even more angry. A Hokage was able to tolerate such a cruelty to the roots of the village, and his impression of the 3 generations of Hokage was even worse and even more disgusted. After all, he had already suspected the 3 generations of Hokage, and although he was fooled by the 3 generations of Hokage later, now that he knew the truth of the matter, he was even more disdainful of him. Such a Hokage is not worthy of being a Hokage at all, and he is ready to do his best to help his teacher return to the Hokage's seat. Brother Kakashi, it's not too early, you and Tenzo should go back too. Otherwise, the 3 generations of Hokage will be suspicious. He is suspicious by nature, and there are endless conspiracies and tricks, so he has to guard against it. Looking at the time, Kakashi and the others have been gone for almost an hour, and it's time to let them go, otherwise they will be noticed that something is wrong by the 3 generations of Hokage. Well, then we'll go first. Kakashi frowned, nodded, and prepared to leave with Yamato. Brother Kakashi, don't worry, I'll take you out. And when you go back, pretend to be seriously wounded, so that you can hide your eyes. Narako saw that Kakashi was leaving, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, and now if he goes back directly, he will undoubtedly face a lot of problems. Good. Teacher Watergate, Sister Tsunade, then I'll go first. Kakashi nodded, understanding Narako's intentions. Then Narako took Kakashi and Yamato directly out of the secret base, and when she reappeared, she had already appeared outside Kanaha village. Brother Kakashi, I've wronged you too. Narako took the 2 out of Kanaha and looked at them. Kakashi and Yamato glanced at each other, slapped his right palm directly on his body, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Good work, Kakashi brother, Tenzo. Then I'll leave first, and you go back to the village now. Narako Bofang nodded after watching the 2 of them slap themselves directly. Let's go. We're going back too. Kakashi nodded, and then the 2 of them supported each other and limped towards Kanaha, acting very online. Hi. And Naruko Namikaze disappeared straight into place. Kakashi-senpai, what's wrong with you? The gatekeeper saw Kakashi and Yamato walking and weakly vomiting blood, and hurriedly went up to help. Poor. After Yamato and Kakashi entered the village, they both fell to the ground directly, and this acting skill has to be admired. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-senpai. A few shinobi who were guarding the door saw Yamato and Kakashi fainting, and hurriedly stepped forward to help, their faces a little panicked. Hurry up and report to Hokage-sama, I'll take them to the hospital first. 1. Of the gatekeepers, Naka Shinobi, directly picked up the two of them and headed towards Kanaha Hospital, and asked the rest of them to go to the ape to fly to the sun. Woo! 3 generations of Hokage-sama, Kakashi, and that would escape ninja have been found. They have now gone in the direction of the hospital, and both are seriously injured. At this moment, the people of the shadows came to the front of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the news of Kakashi's return came forward to report. What? Seriously injured? Let's go, let's see. They 3 generations of Hokage were a little surprised, and when they heard that Kakashi was seriously injured, they hurriedly led people towards Kanaha Hospital. Chapter 37. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. When Ape Flying Sun / walked into the hospital, people bowed to him along the way. Sarutobi nodded, and walked straight towards Kakashi's hospital room. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. When Ape Fai walked to the ward, the doctor in the ward hurriedly bowed to Jean. Well, Kakashi is alright. Sarutobi frowned and looked at the doctor in front of him. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, Kakashi doesn't have any problems, but they need to recuperate for a few more days. Their injuries are a bit serious, but fortunately they sent them in time, otherwise their lives would be in danger. Doctor smiled at the ape Fai, fortunately it was delivered in time, otherwise it would be a bit dangerous. Well, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that kid over there, right? Sarutobi looked at the bed next to him, and it should be this ninja who can escape wood. This person's physique is much better than the average person, obviously similar to Kakashi's injuries, but his recovery is amazing, and he should be discharged from the hospital earlier than Kakashi. The doctor reported the truth and found that Yamato's injuries recovered very quickly, and I don't know why. Oh. Looks like that's the reason for the first generation of cells, right? Sarutobi looked at Yamato next to him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Got it, you've worked hard, go down. Sarutobi then looked at the doctor, then walked over to Kakashi's side, looking at Kakashi and the two, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ahem, ahem. At this moment, Kakashi coughed softly and slowly opened his eyes. Kakashi, how are you? Sarutobi heard the voice and hurriedly came to Kakashi's side, looking at him with some concern. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Why are you here? Am I here? Are you in the hospital? Kakashi saw Sarutobi and quickly struggled to get up. Kakashi, this is Kanaha Hospital, you lie down first. What happened to you today? Why did you suddenly disappear later? Why did you come back seriously injured after you disappeared? Sarutobi Hichisaki was a little puzzled, who rescued the two of them, and how did they come back? Ahem, cough. The 3rd generation Hokage-sama, it was the masked man who channeled the Ninetales last time, and he took me and Jia away. That person seems to have come to cooperate with Lord Tuanzang, and the Ninetales were channeled out before, and it was because Lord Tuanzang provided Sister Juxina's address that the masked man broke into the enchantment and released the Ninetales. He was supposed to be looking for Danzo-sama to cooperate with something again, it seems to be about destroying the Uchiha clan. But seeing me and being targeted by him, he wanted to take us away as bargaining chips. In the end, I fought to the death with A, and in the end we were seriously injured. But he's been attacked by us, so it's good that we didn't chase him, otherwise A and I would have died there. Kakashi coughed lightly, and looked at Sarutobi with a somewhat pale face, which was naturally discussed with Narako and the others, and it was necessary to push all of this to Danzo. What? Danzang, what exactly do you want to do? After hearing this, Sarutobi showed a very surprised look, but a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The reason why Sarutobi stepped down was only because of the defeat on the battlefield, and then he was brought down by Tuanzang, and he actually didn't want to remove his position as Hokage at all. After that, all the things in the series were conspired by the 3 generations of Hokage and Tuanzang, or they knew it, but they didn't do anything, and they directly chose to acquiesce. Either he is directly involved in it, but Tuanzang doesn't know that there is the participation of Ape Fei Sun / otherwise he won't be called a backstabber. And this time is the same, how did Tuanzang know the location of the enchantment? Tuanzang didn't know at all, but Sarutobi knew it. He managed to reveal this matter to Tuanzang, and Tuanzang revealed this matter to the masked man, and he knew all this. As long as it's in Kanaha, there's almost nothing that can be hidden from him. Among the people in the roots, there are also people who fly to the sun, and the brainwashing ability of the air of the will of fire is even stronger than the brainwashing ability of the root. I don't know, that's all we know. The masked man didn't reveal much. Kakashi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know anything else. Yes, I see. I'll ask Tuanzang about this matter. Una should rest well, and then go back to the shadows when you are healed. After that, Jia also went directly to the dark department and became my direct shadow ministry, so stay in your class. Sarutobi frowned, nodded, and prepared to let Yamato join the dark ministry. After all, he desperately needed the wood ninja. Well, okay, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded, this time in a daze. Okay, then you have a good rest first, and I'll go first. Ape Fari nodded, then turned around and left, and after turning around, his face became very gloomy. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Kakashi frowned when he saw the back of Sarutobi Hiza leaving, and the killing intent that Sarutobi flashed just now was captured by his chakra, and his face was a little gloomy. How can such a person be worthy of the position of Hokage? Then Kakashiro snorted and began to close his eyes as he lay down on the bed. Send someone to spy on Kakashi and that A. Send someone else to warn Tuanzang and ask him to give me some peace during this time. Humph. Sarutobi walked out of the room and immediately gave orders to the shadows beside him. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Although the dark part was a little confused, he did it anyway. Kakashi, you know too much, these things, you won't need to worry about them in the future. I hope you don't know yet, or I won't be able to keep you. Sarutobi frowned, muttered inwardly, and then quickly left Kanaha Hospital. Kakashi was still closing his eyes and recuperating. Because of this incident, the two of them were cruel to themselves, but they both calculated the time. As long as they entered Kanaha within the specified time, they would be able to get effective treatment and nothing would happen. At most, it's just a few days of lying down, which isn't a big deal. Woohoo! At this moment, Kakashi heard a slight voice. How could he, as a shadow, not be able to guess? Chapter 38. Is it being watched? Sure enough. Hehe, 3 generations of Hokage, your time has passed, and in the future, Kanaha will not need the existence of a decaying Hokage. When Kakashi hears the movement, he knows that he is being watched, and as a shadow that constantly spies on others, he has a strong sense of anti-surveillance. They had already been discovered by him as soon as they appeared, and it can't be said that these shadows are too weak, it's just that their strength is really not flattering. 7 days later, Kakashi and Yamato had already recuperated, and they went straight back to the shadows to start working. And Yamato also joined Kakashi's 6th class of the Dark Department and began to carry out the mission of the Dark Department. Quack! At this moment, a toad appeared at Narako's secret base in the air. Has the teacher arrived? The corners of Bo Fengshuman's mouth raised slightly, and when he saw the toad, he knew what was going on, and then cast a transformation technique, and disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya-sensei! In the next second, Minato had already appeared by Zilei's side, and he had his own flying thunder god kunai on him, which was convenient and fast. Water Gate, is it really you? Zilei also saw Bo Feng Shui Gate appear, although he used the transformation technique, but the one who could appear in front of him silently must be Water Gate. Jiraiya-sensei, it's me. Minato looked at Zilei and showed his signature smile. Haha, sure enough, it's Water Gate. Zilei also saw the smile of Minato, and knew that he must be his apprentice, so he laughed. Teacher Jiraiya, it's not convenient to talk here, you come with me. Minato looked at Zilei and smiled, then directly took his hand, and the two of them disappeared in place. This is... Jiraiya looked at the underground base in front of him, and suddenly thought of Orochimaru. This is Narako's base, and now that both of us are dead, it's inconvenient to get out. So I'm just going to be able to stay here for the time being. Bang! After returning to the base, Minato directly lifted the transformation technique, and looked at Zilaya with some embarrassment. Why don't you just go out? After going out directly, explain it clearly, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Jiraiya frowned, his apprentice, as a fourth-generation Hokage, could only stay in this kind of place? Alas! Jiraiya-sensei, Kanaha, you should know better than I do. After I died once, I kind of saw a little bit of it. Today's Kanaha is not what I imagined before. Minato looked at Zilat and sighed. Shaman, what do you mean by this? Zilat was also a little surprised, looking at Minato, he was a little puzzled in his heart. Jiraiya-sensei, if I say that the reason why the Ninetales was able to be released from Kushina's body was secretly planned by the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, can you believe it? Minato shook his head, looked at Jiraiya in front of him, and shook his head with a wry smile. What? Watergate, you can't talk nonsense. Jiraiya frowned, although he knew that the ape flying sun slash was different from the original him, but if it was said that he planned the Ninetales rebellion, it would be a little unbelievable to him. It's hard for me to believe these words, but Narako predicted them. At that time, Narako prophesied that I would die, and it turned out that I was really dead. I still believe in Narako's prophecy. Minato shook his head, still trusting Narako's words. I've heard of Narako's abilities, too. Could it be that Sarutobi-sensei is really? Jiraiya frowned, he had also heard of Narako's prophecy back then, and there was no error at all, and it finally came true. Now she said that the 3rd generation Hokage was actually the mastermind of this scene, which made Jiraiya a little confused, a little overwhelmed, and didn't know what to do and what to say. What are you going to do next? Zilla also looked at Minato, not knowing what he was going to do next, and he also wanted to know. Next, I'm going to take back the Hokage seat. If all this is really done by the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, then there is no need for him to sit in the Hokage position anymore. So I need the help of Jiraiya-sensei, at least to help me make up a lie, such as saying that I was resurrected by a toad immortal. I don't want Narako to be in danger, and the fact that he can resurrect people can't be known to anyone. Otherwise, Narako will definitely be targeted by someone with a heart, and Narako will be very dangerous at that time. Minato looked at Jiraiya and looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping that his teacher could help him. There's no problem with this, I can come forward and solve it. But if it's really the old man's doing, even if you make a comeback, it's dangerous. I know this old man better than you, and he is obsessed with one thing, and it is difficult for anyone to convince him. Gillette also shook his head, he still has the knowledge of ape flying and slashing, he is not stupid. The reason why he didn't stay in Konoha was also because Sarutobi really disappointed him, and now he knew that he killed Minato for the Hokage's position, which made him even more angry in his heart. That's why I need the help of Mr. Jiraiya. I'm going to convene the old department, and then Jiraiya-sensei will announce that I was resurrected by the Toad Immortals. When the time comes, I will be able to reassume the position of Hokage, and when the time comes, I will slowly take over the shadows under the 3 generations of Hokage. That's the safest way. Narako says he has a way, but I don't want Narako to take the risk of being a father for me. Bo. Feng Shuman had already thought about the way forward, and he only needed to let Gillette come forward directly. I've been waiting for Jiraiya to come back these days, and when he comes back, everything can start to act. He had already thought about it. Mayama Mountain was one of the 3 major psychic holy places, and other people didn't know about it at all, saying that there was a secret to resurrection in it, and others could accept some of it. After all, it is a holy place, and the holy place has the secret to resurrect a person, isn't it very normal? Human beings have no idea about unknown mysterious things and what kind of abilities they have. Good. The teacher will help you solve this matter. Jiraiya frowned, lowered his head and pondered for a moment, thinking that this seemed to be a good solution. If Kanaha continues to hand over to the 3 generations of Hokage, he feels that it is no longer suitable, and it is more appropriate for his apprentice to take charge again. A person who is willing to sacrifice the ninja in the village and the Hokage in the village for the sake of his Hokage's position is still very dangerous in this Hokage's position. Chapter 39. Thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. Bo Fengshuman's face was happy, and he bowed to Zillet. Silly boy, what are you polite to the teacher? Ha ha ha. By the way, Jusinai is not here, right? Do you want to take you out for a stroll for the teacher? Zillet also saw the resurrection of Minato, and he was already very happy, and wanted to go out with him to drink flowers, drink, chat, and talk about the unhappy things in the past few years. Ahem, ahem. Teacher Jiraiya. Bo Fengshuman's face turned red, looking at Jiraiya in front of him, he didn't know what to say, and he looked a little embarrassed. You old pervert, where do you want to take the water gate again? This time, I don't know. When Uzumaki Kushina appeared behind Jiraiya and Minato, his hair was furious, his hair stood up, his whole body emitted an invisible flame, his eyes were on fire, terrifying, and his voice was like a ghost crying wolf howling from the netherworld, which made people tremble. Hi! Kushina, why did you come out? I'm just going to wait for the water gate to go out for a drink, nothing else, don't get me wrong. Jiraiya saw Jusinai's angry appearance, and the wind was blowing under his feet, and he ran directly towards the base intersection, for fear that he would be beaten. Humph! Seeing that Jiraiya was running away, he didn't chase it, so he snorted coldly. Whew! It's so dangerous, it's so dangerous, Kushina is really terrible, even more terrifying than Tsunade. I don't know how Watergate can stand it. It's terrible. Jiraiya, who ran out of the base, where is there still the appearance of Kanaha Sunin, panting heavily, and he was afraid for a while. Old man, why are you doing this? Is that really what attracts you to the Hokage? Alas! Then Jiraiya stood up, his face was grim, his brows were furrowed, he shook his head secretly, and walked directly towards the Konoha Hokage's office. Old man, there is something I want to tell you, and you should be prepared as well. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to open the window of the Hokage's office and climb inside. Hi! Jiraiya, why did you come back? Did you find anything? Sarutobi saw Jiraiya, smiled, took a puff of cigarette, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Watergate is resurrected. Jiraiya stared at Ape Fari/ with a pair of eyes, wanting to see his reaction. What? Watergate resurrected? How is it possible? He is clear. Impossible, how is it possible? Ape Fari/ heard Zilla say this, and was instantly stunned, the whole person was stunned, shook his head, and a trace of doubt, a trace of anger, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but they were all well concealed, and it was difficult for others to find the problem. It's the Toad Immortal. The Toad Immortal has an ability to bring the dead back to life, but this ability can only be used once in a few decades, and it takes a long time to resurrect. It is estimated that Mizuto and Kushina will be resurrected in the next few days, and the two of them will return to Kanaha. So you have to have a snack on this matter. After the Watergate returns to Kanaha, do you think this Hokage's position should also be given up? Ha ha ha! Jiraiya saw the ape flying sun, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and carried out this lie to the end. Really? Toad Immortals? No wonder they have such abilities. Is Watergate really coming back? You kid, don't make fun of the old man. Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya in front of him and smiled. Naturally not, I'll tell you about Watergate's resurrection as soon as possible. Prepare yourself well, I guess I'll be back soon. Jiraiya shook his head and smiled as he looked at Ape Fari. If that's the case, that's great. Watergate is our Kanaha hero, and it is naturally very good for us Kanaha to be able to come back. Then I don't have to find a new successor, just return this Hokage's position to Watergate. Ha ha ha! From beginning to end, Ape Fei Sun / showed a very generous feeling, so that Zilla couldn't find any flaws. Well, old man, prepare yourself, and soon I'll bring the Watergate back. Jiraiya looked at the ape and smiled, and then disappeared in place. Bang! Toad Immortal? It's just nosy, why do you want to resurrect Watergate? Damn fellow, find me some. After Jiraiya left, Ape Fury's face instantly became gloomy, and he was furious. He didn't expect the Toad Immortals of Miyama Mountain to be so nosy, and they actually resurrected Minato directly. But with Jiraiya as a guarantee, he can't do anything, but he doesn't want Minato to come back to inherit the position of Hokage. I can only wait for Watergate to come back before I can make plans. The power behind Jiraiya should not be underestimated, and even after Tsunade left, he handed over the power under his hand to Jiraiya. Damn fellow! Ape Fari was very helpless. I didn't expect that Zilla would bring such a shocking news to myself, but I couldn't do anything by myself. After all, the combined strength of Tsunade and Jiraiya is enough to fight against his existence, and there are a lot of cronies under these two people. There have been countless battles of all sizes, and the cronies around him can imagine that their current opposition will undoubtedly make Zilla strongly resist. At that time, it will only be a competition between the snipe and the muscle for the benefit of the fisherman, and he does not want other villages to take any advantage. Mizuman is a master of space ninjutsu, and it is difficult to assassinate him. What should I do? Ape Fari is already anxious, facing the imminent return of Minato, which makes him extremely angry in his heart, but he is helpless, and his heart is very helpless. Looks like that's the only way to do it. Watergate, don't blame me. If you want to blame, you can only blame you, you're still alive. Ape Fury's brows furrowed, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes. Someone, go and call Tuanzang. Then, Ape Fari directly asked people to call Yamato over, and it is unknown what he was going to do. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Woo! In an instant, a dark figure disappeared from the office. It didn't take long for Yamato to arrive alone at the Hokage's office. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Yamato came to the office, a little puzzled, but still knelt down on one knee directly towards the ape flying sun. Chapter 40. Tianzo, are you here? Next is a she. This is the content of the acting. You can complete the content inside. When Yamato came to the office, Sarutobi smiled and handed him the scroll in his hand. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Yamato didn't check it on the spot, and directly put the scroll away. Alright, you go down first. Then Sarutobi waved his hand and let Yamato leave. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. After Yamato finished speaking, he disappeared directly in place. Watergate, don't blame me. Isn't it good to die honestly once? Hehe. After Yamato left, Sarutobi squinted and sneered. Come on, let the shadow and the others evacuate, let them be in. Then Ape Fury gave a faint order, then lowered his head and began to process the official documents. Yes. Whoa. The darkness disappeared in an instant, without a trace. Hi. What is the content of this she? Really? Let's find an opportunity to discuss with Kakashi. Yamato frowned, found a place where no one was and opened the scroll, and when he saw the contents on it, the whole person was stunned, hurriedly put away the scroll, left quickly, and went to find Kakashi. The day passed quickly. Watergate, I've already told the old man about you, I don't know what he will do. It's about the same time today, can you go back? It's always bad to stay here. Zilla also looked at the wave feng shui gate in front of him, stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you very much. Minato looked at Jiraiya and bowed to him. Silly boy. Let's go. Pack up our things, let's go back to the village. Zilla also looked at Minato and smiled. He has no son, and he has always treated Shuman as his own child, how can he want to reciprocate? Minato nodded, and then notified Jusinai to start packing up, and then the 3 of them went directly out of the base and walked towards Kanaha. 2 years have passed, and Kanaha hasn't changed much. Kushina looked at Kanaha's scenery, and finally saw it again, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Yes. Kanaha is still the same as the original Kanaha. Minato looked around and smiled, this is his home. Am I dazzled? Look, this? Isn't this the 4th generation Hokage-sama? Just when the 3 of them walked out of the forest, they came to the street of Kanaha and someone saw the Minato, and was slightly stunned, and then rubbed his eyes and looked again, and he was really not mistaken, and shouted out directly. What, 4 Hokage-sama? Haven't the 4 Hokage-sama already sacrificed for the village, how can they still be alive? Huh? Oh my god! It's really the 4th Hokage-sama, and there are Kushina-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Oh! My god! After the group of figures saw Bo Feng Shui Gate coming out, they were shocked, and everyone looked at Zilla and the 3 of them in amazement. And Minato waved at them, smiling. Really, it's really the 4th generation Hokage-sama, is it really the 4th generation Hokage-sama? Oh my god, it's really the 4th generation Hokage-sama, and you're still smiling at us. The 4th generation Hokage-sama. We all miss you so much, and it was really hard for you back then. Ghost, is this a ghost? Hell, you're a ghost, didn't you see? That Jiraiya-sama was also around. That's right, Jiraiya-sama is also next to him, which means that the 4th Hokage-sama is not dead. Whether it's a villager or a ninja, after seeing Jiraiya by his side, they all say that it must be true. Now the popularity of Jiraiya in the village is still very large, not to mention a household name, but it is almost the same. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Soon, a few cronies who were originally under Bo Feng Shui saw him, and hurriedly ran forward and bowed respectfully to him. I'm back. Minato saw the people present and looked at them and smiled. Yes, 4 Hokage-sama. We've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Everyone bowed to Minato, their eyes flashing with frenzy and excitement. Let's all go back first. I'll let Kakashi give you an order, so you all go back first. Minato smiled at the crowd and let them disperse. He would soon take over the Hokage's position, and then activate them again. Yes, 4 Hokage-sama. Everyone is very happy in their hearts. Minato is their backbone, once a son of heaven and a courtier. Since he left, their cronies who were originally in turmoil have also been transferred from their posts one by one, and their lives are naturally not as good as before. But now that Bo Feng Shui is back, then they may be able to get better again in the future, and they are all in high spirits. Woohoo! At this time, many of the dark and root personnel left one after another. The 3rd generation Hokage-sama, the 4th generation Hokage-sama has returned to Konoha and is already heading towards the Hokage's office. At this time, a dark part appeared in front of Abe Fari/ and immediately informed him of the news. Really, it's coming pretty fast. Don't show your feet. Let's do it. Abe Fari took a puff of his cigarette, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. Yes, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Boom. Soon, the shadows disappeared directly. Watergate, don't blame me, Yukai, blame yourself. You shamelessly came back to compete with me for the position of Hokage. The position of Hokage was originally mine, I gave it to you, and you have now given it back to me. How can you say take it back, and you can take it back? Sarutobi smoked a big cigarette, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes, and anyone who stood in his way from becoming a Hokage would die. Now that he has finally stabilized the overall situation, Minato has actually come out. Is this a trouble? I guess I'm almost at the Hokage's office. At this time, Tuanzang also received the news that the loss of a Yamato was enough for him to be angry. Now there is another 4th generation Hokage coming back from the dead, and it is almost about to blow him up. Are you sure? Tuanzang's face was gloomy, and he raised his head to glance at the root in front of him, and the anger in his eyes was uncontrollable. Chapter 41. Yes, Danzo-sama. Not only the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, but also Kushina-sama and Jiraiya-sama, all 3 of them are together. He nodded and hurriedly reported to Tuanzang. Oh! Has even Kushina been resurrected? What the hell is going on? 2 dead people can be resurrected. Send someone to set up the barrier immediately, and then lead the Bo Feng Shui Gate over. You guys go first. Tuanzang frowned. He was able to resurrect himself, and he must get his hands on such a secret. As long as you master the secret of the resurrection, you may not die. Everyone is afraid of death, let alone a person of high power like them, who is even more afraid of death. And the inexplicable resurrection of Minato, there must be a reason for it. As long as you control this secret, you don't have to worry about death anymore. Yes, Danzo-sama. They. Members of the follow-up disappeared in an instant. Hehe, Minato. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. You wait for me, I must get the secret of your resurrection. The corners of Tuanzang's mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and then he stood up and turned to leave. Sister, sister. And at this time, Narako was still holding her younger brother Naruto at home. Naruto was also very well behaved, and he was already able to call his sister very skillfully, and kept clapping his hands in her arms. Naruto, you're going to grow up quickly. When I grow up, I'll be able to meet those familiar people. Although the current little life is not bad, it is too boring. I need some spice too, hehe. Narako held out her hand to tease Naruto, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking forward to meeting the Kanaha 12 Xiaoqiang and those ninjas from other villages. Bang! At this moment, suddenly there was a sound of glass breaking from Narako's house. Who? Bang! Narako was knocked unconscious when she just turned her head to see who it was. Wow whoa! Then the man directly took Narako and Naruto away, and Naruto seemed to be frightened and cried out loud. But the people who came didn't pay attention to them at all, just hugged them and ran away. Humph, did you really come? After the others left, Narako Bakaze appeared at home, holding Naruto in her hand, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Wow, wow! And Naruto's cry was very loud, and the person who took them directly held Narako and passed by the vicinity of the three of them intentionally or unintentionally. Hi! It's Narako. Mizuman, someone took Narako and Naruto away. Kushina felt a little familiar when he heard the cry, and when he looked up, he saw that someone not far away had directly taken Naruto and Minato Namikaze away, and he was furious. Hi! Jiraiya frowned, arresting someone in Kanaha. Who is this? It's too stupid, isn't it? You actually captured Narako and Naruto. Looks like you're already trying to deal with me. Why don't you let me go to the office? Hehe. Killing intent flashed in Minato's eyes. It's okay to move others, move your own children, absolutely not. Woo! In an instant, Minato directly threw out a special kunai from his hand, and then disappeared directly in place. Let's go. Jiraiya shook his head and glanced at the Hokage's office not far away, his eyes flashing with endless disappointment. Jusinai was so anxious now that he chased after him in an instant, and Gillette also quickly chased after him. Wow, wow! Naruto was crying all the way, and the wave in the back kept chasing. Hehe. The man who was holding Naruto saw the Bofen Feng Shui gate and the others who were constantly chasing behind him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he quickly disappeared into the forest. Hi! Minato felt that something was wrong, as if they were deliberately luring themselves over. Looks like it's a bureau set up specifically for me. Then let me see if you're prepared enough. Minato was furious, although he didn't know what danger was waiting for him in front of him, but he was confident that he could solve it all. He is not what he used to be, but he is no longer the same person he used to be. Then Bo Feng Shui quickly followed, and soon came to a flat land. You can't escape, just tie your hands and arrest him. Seeing the person in front of him stop, Bo Feng Shuiman looked at him coldly, and it was not clear whether it was anger or indifference in his eyes. Hehe. 4 generations of Hokage, your son and daughter are now in our hands. Obediently tie your hands and arrest them, otherwise you won't see these 2 children. The man looked at the Minato, and after sneering, he strangled the necks of Narako and Naruto, and looked at him threateningly. Forbidden Sky Enchantment, up! At this time, an enchantment suddenly rose outside, and the enchantment was actually a Forbidden Sky enchantment, which means that in this enchantment, Minato could no longer use the Flying Thunder God at all. 4 generations of Hokage, now you can't use the Flying Thunder God. You who have lost the Flying Thunder God are no different from ordinary elite Shangnan. Then it's your time of death. Brothers, give it to me. When the enchantment rose, the man in black shouted directly, and in an instant, more than a dozen ninjas sprang out from the trees next to him, and all of them were elite ninjas. More than a dozen elite ninjas, even film-level powerhouses will be counter-killed, this is not to say. It seems that you are well prepared. But are you sure that a dozen of you can kill me? Minato looked at the dozen or so people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Humph, you who have lost the space-time ninjutsu can't be much stronger than us. Die. Wind escape vacuum waves. Fire escape, the art of the fire dragon. Water escape, the art of the waterfall. In an instant, more than a dozen ninjas directly used ninjutsu, and the gorgeous ninjutsu rushed directly towards the Bo Feng Shui gate. You are very confident, maybe I used to be a bit tricky to deal with you. But now. Would escape secret technique birth of the tree realm. As the Hokage, he has studied all of Mu Dun's ninjutsu, but he couldn't use it at all before, and at most he could only study it for reference. It's different now. After changing into a new body, Narako Bofeng directly added Mu Dun and other powers to their bodies, allowing him to directly use Mu Dun ninjutsu. Chapter 42. Boom, boom. In an instant, small saplings began to appear within the barrier, and then suddenly grew wildly, turning into towering trees in an instant. AHH. How is that possible? Is it Mu Dun? Why did the 4 generations of Hokage use Mu Dun? Ah! Help, save me! When Bo Feng Shui Gate used the tree realm to descend, everyone present was stunned, they never expected him to use Mu Dun. At this time, Mu Dun had already filled up the entire enchantment, and they had no way to escape, and 8 of the dozen people were directly inserted into the branches by the trees in an instant, and they were not blind. And the rest of them used ninjutsu or the sword behind their backs to cut down the trees, leaving a breath of respite. Damn, we can't get out, we're cocooning ourselves. What should I do? I didn't expect the 4 generations of Hokage to escape, we are not opponents at all. What can I do? Break out and rush in one direction with me. That's right, the mission failed, but we have to live to be able to serve the Lord, so get out quickly. The rest of the crowd began to break through in one direction, as long as they could rush out. After all, they still have to keep useful bodies to serve their adults, and if they sacrifice here in vain, it will really be too worthless. Want to run? Did you run? Bo Feng Shuman also used Mu Dun for the first time, but he was also very skillful in using it, and immediately countless rattans and trees swept directly towards everyone. Bang bang bang! Damn, Mu Dun's attack is getting more and more fierce, and I can't hold it anymore. Ah! Poof! No! In an instant, 3 more people were killed, and only 4 were left alive, all with fear in their eyes. Bang bang! AHH! In the end, the 4 of them were directly tied up by wooden rattans, and Chakra's own chakra was still being withdrawn. Humph! Minato snorted coldly, and then lifted Mu Dun. The 4 of them had been tightly tied up by him, and chakra was also absorbed by very little left, dying. Then Minato walked up directly, broke the mouth of one of them, and saw the sealing technique on the tongue. Humph! The moment he saw the technique, Minato knew that all these people were members of the Root Department, and only the personnel of the Root Department would have such a seal. Mizuman, what about Narako and Naruto? At this moment, Kushina and Jiraiya also rushed over, seeing Minato anxiously asking. These are 2 wooden clones, Narako should have known about it a long time ago, so let's hide. Don't worry. Narako has a flying thunder god, and she can also escape wood, so there will be no problems. These people are all people of the roots. Minato reached out and patted Kushina's hand, telling her not to worry, Narako Bofeng must have been hiding with Naruto. That's good, that's good. The art of shadow clones. You go back and see Naruto and Narako first, and make sure they're okay. Kushina immediately used a shadow clone technique to let his clone go back to take care of Narako and Narako. Well, shadow clones. Bo Feng Shuman directly used a shadow clone, and directly pulled Jusinai and disappeared in place. Directly used the flying thunder god to return home. Shuman, I didn't expect that this body you resurrected actually awakened Mu Dun. After all, this Mu Dun has almost disappeared since the first generation. Well, it's Narako who injected us with the first generation of cells, so we were able to use Izuji. Let's go. Bring these people back to the three Hokage-sama to see. Minato nodded, then explained, and then separated the clones to carry the four living mouths present, as well as the rest of the root ninjas who were killed by themselves. Well, let's go. Jiraya's face was gloomy, and he probably knew all this. After all, the news of Minato's return, he only told the three generations of Hokage. As for how did Danzang know? I don't need to say it, right? The answer is obvious. Then the three of them jumped directly towards the Hokage's office, and it didn't take long for them to come to the Hokage's office building. Is this the fourth generation Hokage-sama? You, aren't you? The ninja guarding the Hokage building was stunned when he saw Minato, but he didn't expect that the four generations of Hokage, who had died, had been inexplicably brought back to life? Alive. Minato looked at the ninja in front of him and smiled, and then walked directly to the upstairs with Jiraiya and Kushina. Really? Did you fail? Hehe. I should have thought that Watergate is very strong. It's still hard to kill Watergate with our strength alone. At this time, the three generations of Hokage have also received the news, and everything they have arranged has been cracked by Minato. He has already run out, and the person who also came back with the roots, the person who came is not good. After he sneered, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Let's go down. They. Third Hokage waved his hand, knowing that this time he had miscalculated. He had even used the Forbidden Sky enchantment, and he couldn't hurt him, and he didn't know how to deal with the Bo Feng Shui gate. Yes, three generations of Hokage-sama. Whoa! The members of the shadows vanished immediately. Bang! As soon as the members of the Dark Department left, several members of the four generations of Hokage broke directly into the Hokage's office. Ha ha ha! Watergate, I didn't expect you to come back alive, it's great. After you come back, it's really our Kanaha luck. Old man, the position of Hokage, can finally be handed over to you again, ha ha ha. Sarafiri saw Minato and a few people walking in, his face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly laughed, looking at everyone with a happy face. Really? Three generations of Hokage-sama? I don't think you seem to welcome me back. Minato is not interested in Sarutobi now, and if such a person makes him Hokage again, the entire Konoha will be destroyed by him. If you come back by yourself, you won't hurt him, and you actually want to use Narako and Naruto to lure him and kill him, so that such a docile man will be blown up in an instant. Kanaha, who was desperately protecting himself, in the end, Fari actually wanted to kill himself, which was really unexpected. Chapter 43. Ha ha ha. What did Watergate say? You and Jusinai can come back, it's too late for me to be happy, old man. You see, I've already prepared all the official documents, and when you come back, I will be able to resign from the Hokage's position on my own initiative. Tomorrow you just need to go to the daimyo mansion to reappoint you, and the daimyo will confirm your Hokage's identity, and then you will be able to take on the position of the fourth Hokage again. A trace of gloom flashed in Abe Firi's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and he hurriedly looked at him and laughed, very enthusiastic. Well, that's good. Let's gather all the clans and have a meeting with the shinobi. Announce that I will succeed the four Hokage again. Minato nodded, and then prepared to invite all the families and Shangnan over, and then reconvene a succession meeting. Well, good. I'll arrange it. Abe Fari squinted and nodded. Kakashi. Bo Feng Shui didn't pay attention to him, and shouted directly. Wu! Four generations of Hokage-sama. Kakashi immediately appeared in front of Minato, very respectful. Yesterday's incident, Yamato had already told Kakashi. Originally he didn't believe it, but when he saw Yamato say it, and he also took the scroll, he completely defined it in his heart, and the three generations of Hokage's behavior can be regarded as completely thorough. Gather the old ministry. Gather all the clans and the rest of the shinobi at once, and I will have a meeting after the convening. Minato gave the order directly to Kakashi, telling him to go and gather everyone over. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Whoa. Kakashi nodded, and then vanished in place. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, these people are all from the roots, so I would like you to send them back to the roots. In addition, let me inform him that he does not need to attend this meeting. Minato is furious now, he doesn't want to see Tuanzang at all, and he is ready to attack Tuanzang. Mizuman, you. The 3 Hokage pretended to be puzzled, looking at Bofeng Mizuman with an unaware look, and then looked at the corpses and the 4 living roots in front of him. The 3 generations of adults should know very well in their hearts, right? Minato glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage coldly, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that there was no panic in the village, the 3 generations of Hokage would have been captured on the spot. This is not only true to himself, but also to these people in the village, which makes him extremely angry in his heart. Ha ha ha. Watergate, I haven't seen you for 2 years, how did you become so humorous? I'll send these people back to the roots, you can rest assured. I'm going to personally hand these people over to the roots now and ask them what happened to them, why so many people died, and then you brought them back. Come on, take these people away, and come with me to the roots. They. 3 generations of Hokage knew that they were likely exposed, but they did not change their faces, made a face that was going to confront Danzo, and then walked directly out of the Hokage's office. Woohoo! Soon, all the corpses on the ground were taken away, and none of them remained, leaving only the 3 of them in the office. Alas! Jiraiya didn't speak the whole time, he was so disappointed in Abe Fei-Ri that he didn't want to hear any explanation from him at all. Of course, Abe Fei-sun didn't explain, and the darkness made him even more helpless in his heart. Jiraiya teacher, you also saw it. Kanaha is no longer what it used to be. I need to put it in order, so I need your strength. I hope Jiraiya-sensei can help me. Minato bowed directly to Jiraiya, and now in Kanaha, the only person he can trust is his own teacher. Don't worry. Mizuman, the big tree of Kanaha has decayed, and I will hand over my power and the power left by Tsunade to you. I will also stay in the village during this time and help you. Zilla also nodded, and now he can only do his best to help Minato. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato bowed to Jiraiya again. Hi. And the doppelgangers of Minato and Kushina also returned home, and when they saw Narako Bofeng playing with Naruto at home, the 2 looked at each other and smiled. Narako. Then. Minato and Kushina shouted Bofeng Narako and walked towards her. Dad, Mom, are you back? Is everything settled? Narako Bofeng saw the 2 of them coming back, and hurriedly walked towards them with Naruto in her arms and smiled at them. They tried to kill me, but it was resolved. Now that the main body has gone to the Hokage's office, this time Kanaha needs to be cleaned. Kanaha would never allow such a leadership to exist. Minato loves the village very much, and if anyone wants to destroy the village and hurt anyone in the village, he will have to pay the price. He has a measure in his own heart, but it is clear that the current Sarutobi and Danzo have become a cancer in Konoha. And such a cancer should not exist, either don't sit in the leadership seat, or die. Narako, give Naruto to Mom. Kushina saw Naruto in Naruto's arms, her eyes flashed with endless love, and she stretched out her hands. Sister, sister hug. Who knew that Naruto didn't buy it, and he held Naruko Namikaze tightly with both hands, and he just didn't let go. Naruto, this is Mom, this is our mom, got it? Narako Namikaze saw Kushina's lost eyes, and quickly reached out and patted Naruto's little head. Mom, Mom! Naruto put one hand in his mouth, tilted his head, and called his mother incoherently, very cute. Hug Mom, Mom loves you very much. Narako smiled at Naruto and handed him to Kushina. Naruto. Kushina hugged Naruto tightly in his arms, his eyes flashed with self-blame, distress, and love. Dad, the people of Tuanzang are not easy to deal with, and all of them are already loyal to Tuanzang, and it is very difficult to subdue them. And Danzo also transplanted the Sharingan on his hands and eyes, and he was able to use the illusion of the Sharingan, and he was able to use the Hitomi of the Sharingan Izanagi. This pupil technique can turn all damage, even death, into a dream, which can be used to counteract the damage. Chapter 44. Back then, Madara Uchiha used Izanagi to offset the damage of the original Hokage, and finally survived to this day. So if you go against him, you have to be careful. After killing him once, he will use this pupil technique. Just observe his approximate time, or just chop off his right arm before he can react. Then he can only use Izanagi in one eye of his right eye at most. Narako Bofeng Narako directly told Minato that Tuanzang has a riding wheel eye, and he will also tell Minato about the forbidden technique like Izanagi, so that he must be careful when he fights in the future, so as not to be accidentally attacked by Tuanzang. Izanagi. Being able to turn any damage and death into a dream is simply a Hitomi technique that defies the sky. I didn't expect Danzo to transplant so many riding wheels for himself, it's really hateful. After hearing this, Bo Fengshaman frowned. He didn't know much about the riding wheel eye pupil technique, and he didn't know that much. Now after listening to it, there is actually such a magical pupil technique, which makes him have to deal with it carefully. You and Mom are at home, Dad will go out and have a look first, and pass this information on to the body. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will be easy to be attacked by the group. Then, Minato wanted to disarm the clone and transfer the memory back. After all, if you encounter a group of treasures, you need to fight, but you don't understand the whole ability, and you obviously kill it, but the other party is directly resurrected, and you send out a sneak attack, and if you don't notice it for a while, you are likely to be seriously injured. Okay, Daddy. Come on, Daddy. Narako Bofeng smiled at Minato, waving her little fist to cheer him up. Haha. Bang. Minato laughed, and then disappeared in place, with a lot of disgust. And in the next second, Minato received the news from his doppelganger, and his brows furrowed. Tuanzang, what's the matter with you? Why did you go to assassinate Watergate? These people's corpses, look at them, look at them. Mizuman is the fourth Hokage in our village, how can you send someone to kill him? It's ridiculous. The 3 generations of Hokage came to the root, and when they saw Danzo, they were directly furious. These are the rebels of the roots, and they have nothing to do with me. I've already arranged for someone to arrest me, but I didn't expect to be brought back by you. Danzo glanced at the root members brought by the 3 generations of Hokage, and pursed his lips, his tone cold, as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Watergate informed me just now, he is going to convene a meeting of the major families in Shangnan. And he won't let you go by name, and you won't need to attend such meetings in the future. It seems that you really made him angry this time, and he was very angry. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Danzo angrily, as if everything was blaming him, took a deep puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled it. And exaggerated, so that he would not go to any meetings in the future, just to provoke Tuanzang. What? Damn Minato, you waited for me, how dare you cut my face like this? You won't let me go to the meeting? You won't let me go in the future? I'm the leader of the roots. Danzang's face was gloomy, and his heart was already burning with anger, and all this was seen by the 3 generations of Hokage, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. How did the 4 generations of Hokage come back to life? Even though they are all dead, why are they resurrected? How is this possible? How is this possible? Then Danzo felt a little puzzled, why did the 2 people die and then come back to life? I heard that it was said that the Toad Immortals in the 3 holy lands of Miyama Mountain saved them, and it took a lot of time. I don't know exactly how he was resurrected. But this time I'm back, so you'd better not make any small moves. Okay, that's all I'll say to you, I'm leaving, and we're going to a meeting together. The 3rd Hokage shook his head, then repeated what Jiraiya had said, and turned to leave. Toad Immortals, the 3 holy lands, damn fellows. Jiraiya, Minato, you wait for me, since you don't let me participate, then you don't need to exist, right? After the meeting is over, it will be your death. Tuanzang was furious, and actually held a meeting to not let himself pass. Isn't this a way to wipe his own face? And rejected himself. If he let Minato continue to be the Hokage, his position as the leader of the root would probably not be kept, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Someone Then Danzo summoned all the root members back. Hehe. Tuanzang. This time, it's up to you. Ape Fei sneered. He didn't know much about Tuanzang. He would definitely let people kill Bo Feng Shui Gate next, no matter what the reason, no matter when or who was arranged, it had nothing to do with him at all. At this time, Minato had already come to the conference hall, and the ninjas in the village had also come back one after another, and all the upper ninjas were gathered here, and they all felt very puzzled and shocked. After all, the resurrection of a person from the dead is enough to make people afraid, let alone the resurrection of a fourth-generation Hokage, which makes everyone have some expectations and some fears. I didn't expect Mizuto to be alive, it's really a little surprising to me. Ha ha ha. As long as Mizuto continues to be the Hokage, then our Uchiha clan will not have such unfair treatment. The one who spoke was Uchiha Fugaku, and he and Minato were good friends and had a good relationship. Uchiha Fugaku knew that as long as Minato became the Hokage, then their Uchiha clan would not be in the current situation. This is also the happiest place for him. He is actually peace-loving, and he doesn't like to fight and kill, and he is also helpless in the face of the unfairness in the village, and there is no way to solve it. But now that Minato is back, it's different, and the good days of the Uchiha clan are about to return. It turns out that the fourth-generation Hokage didn't die, what a luck. The fourth-generation Hokage is indeed much better than the third-generation Hokage, at least it won't be so depressing. Nara. Shikaku was also quite happy in his heart. He didn't like the 3 generations of Hokage to continue to be in this Hokage position. With his ingenuity, how could he not see what was going on in the village? Chapter 45. Although he knew, he pretended not to know, their Nara clan did not have such a strong strength against Kanaha. Even if the 3 families of pig, deer, and butterfly joined forces, it would be difficult to shake the foundation of Kanaha. Sit down. Everybody. When everybody is there, then we can have a meeting. You must also wonder why I am dead and why I am still alive. This matter is the secret of the 3 holy places, Mayama Mountain, so I won't tell you more. I summoned you here this time to reserve as the 4th-generation Hokage, and nothing else is important. Minato looked at these Shangninas standing here, waved his hand, asked everyone to sit down, and roughly said the purpose of summoning them. The 4th generation of Hokage-sama, aren't you? Hinata was a little surprised, looking at the wave of wind and water. Did a dead person come back to life like this? The rest of the people also cast their eyes, and a group of people also wanted to understand, why did the 4 generations of Hokage, who had obviously died, suddenly come back to life? It took 2 years for me and Kushina to be resurrected. Minato naturally knew that they would have doubts, but they all attributed this matter to the Toad Immortals, so no one would be able to collect evidence. I see, it is worthy of the 3 holy places, and it is really unbelievable that it has such a magical means. Yes. Mayama Mountain, one of the 3 holy places, is really not a wasted existence. But now it's okay, the 4th generation of Hokage-sama is back, and we Kanaha will definitely become stronger and stronger. That's right, under the leadership of the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, we Kanaha are the most powerful. After hearing Minato's introduction, everyone present felt that most of them were smiling, and the Kanaha where Minato was in was when Kanaha was the strongest. As for the 1st and 2nd generations, they haven't seen them, so naturally they don't know. Anyway, after they grew up, Minato has been overcoming obstacles and becoming Hokage, and the degree of strength is far from being comparable to that of the 3 generations of Hokage. Few people have seen the 3 generations of Hokage go all out, and the Ninetales rebellion was just pushing the Ninetales out of the village. Step, step, step. At this time, Kanaha consultants such as Kanaha also came to the scene, and they were very surprised when they saw Minato. 4th generation, I didn't expect you to really come back to life. This is really the blessing of our Kanaha family. Zwan. Xiao Chun saw Minato, squinted and smiled, not knowing what he was thinking, but he showed a very happy look on his lips. Yes. 4th generation, when you sacrificed back then, we all felt very sorry, but now it's okay, it's finally resurrected. Kanaha will definitely become more powerful in your hands in the future. Homura Mitokado looked at Bofeng Mizuto and smiled, and he didn't have any opinion on him being the Hokage. After all, the coming to power of Bofeng Shui Gate will not shake the status of their two advisors. Hee haha. Everyone is here. At this time, Abe Fari walked in from outside with a smile, looking at everyone present and smiling. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Hitobi, you're here too. Soon, everyone present bowed or greeted each other, and the popularity of Abe Flying Riko in Konoha was still very strong. Well, Mizuto has re-succeeded the Hokage, so I'm naturally going to come over too. I was originally a substitute for Watergate, and since he has returned, I will naturally return everything to him. Sit down. Sarutobi smiled, then nodded, and then found a seat and sat down. Well, too. Why didn't Tuanzang come? Zhuan Xiaochun nodded, then looked left and right, looked around, and did not find Tuanzang's figure, a little puzzled. That's right, why didn't Tuanzang come today? This doesn't look like his style. Homura Mitokado also tilted his head. Usually at such a meeting, Tuanzang will be there, whether it is beneficial to himself or not. Well, Tuanzang has other things, so he won't be here for the time being. Let's have a meeting first. Watergate has just returned, and I will be stepping down directly. Tomorrow, Mizuto will go to the daimyo's mansion again, and if he is appointed by the daimyo, he will be able to become the 4th Hokage again. Abe Fei-sun smiled, and then motioned for everyone to sit down. Well, that's fine. Koharu and Mito nodded. Let me tell you that tomorrow I will go to the daimyo mansion and reappoint the 4 Hokages. The purpose of calling everyone here today is to let everyone know that there is no need for the appointment ceremony to be held again. Everyone spread the news and told everyone in the family. Make sure everyone in the village knows. In addition, a lot of things have happened in the village recently, so I need a lot of talents to join the Hokage's direct shadow department. This requires the trouble of all the patriarchs and your enthusiastic registration. Bofeng Shaman stood up directly, looked at the people present, and he would go to re-sign the appointment agreement tomorrow. Then the purpose of calling them this time was to make them familiar with it, and pass on the news that he was reappointed as the 4th Hokage. Then let them, the patriarchs of the Shangnan and other families, provide some talents to join the Dark Ministry. After all, his current shadow department is still too little, and when he needed to make a big move before, he needed to ask Abe Fari to borrow his direct dark department. Only now did I realize that I couldn't live without my own team. There are only a few dozen shadows under his hands, which are not enough at all, and he urgently needs to expand his strength. Sure enough. Abe Fari lowered his head, his face was a little gloomy. He also guessed something. Minato wanted to seize power from him. In the past, when Minato was the Hokage, most of the things would be asked to him, and when he needed to borrow someone and what he needed to do, he would come to ask for his own opinion, or ask for his help. Now that he has returned, he wants to set up a dark department composed entirely of his own team, control Kanaha, and no longer be willing to be his puppet. I, the Uchiha clan, would like to recommend the Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaka to the Dark Division. As soon as Minato spoke, the corners of Uchiha Fuyu's mouth rose slightly, and he hurriedly recommended his son and Shisui over. When did the Uchiha clan become so active? Koharu and Homura Mitokado were a little surprised, and looked at each other. Chapter 46. Humph, the Uchiha. Abe Fari's face was even more gloomy, but no one noticed him when he lowered his head. I, the Hyuga clan, would like to recommend the Hyuga Fire Gate and the Hyuga Takuma to the Dark Division. The Uchiha clan has made a statement, and the Hyuga clan is naturally not to be outdone, and directly recommended the two to enter the Dark Department. My Oil Girl family recommends the Oil Girl Mu Tien and the Oil Girl Aoishi to enter the Dark Department. Soon, the major families of Konoha more or less recommended people in their own families to enter the Dark Department directly under the Bofeng Shui Gate, and many Shangnan expressed their willingness to join the Dark Department. There are so many people that the gloomy face of the ape can drip water. Very good, thank you all for your support. There's nothing going on today, let's all disperse. It is recommended that the members who have entered the dark department come and report as soon as possible. Minato looked at everyone and smiled, and at once he got more than 100 dark ninjas, plus his original dark department. There were already more than 200 people. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Everyone stood up, bowed to the Bo Feng Shui gate, and then turned to leave. Congratulations, 4th generation. That's right, the 4th generation, congratulations on your resurrection, and it's also a blessing for us Kanaha. After everyone left, Koharu and Homura Mitokado looked at Minato and smiled. The two advisors were polite. Minato looked at the two of them and smiled back, and now he is in line with the mentality that if people don't offend me, I will offend others. Since the two of them haven't done anything to themselves for the time being, then they will naturally give you a good face. Congratulations, Watergate. Old man, I can finally rest. My waist is no longer good for this time, so I'll go back first. What's the matter, come to my old man again, haha. Everyone left, and Abe Fei also looked at Minato and smiled, and then turned around and left directly. Minato nodded, his eyes staring at the ape flying sun, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. Woohoo! It was at this time that Kakashi came to the front of the wave of wind and water. Mr. Watergate, there are a large number of people with roots outside, and they have surrounded this side. I'm afraid it's not good. Kakashi frowned when he heard the movement outside, and immediately came in to report it. Is it a desperate fight? Tuanzang shouldn't be so stupid, right? It seems that someone has stimulated him. Bo Feng Shuman frowned. According to a person like Tuanzang, he would definitely not do it easily in Kanaha, and he would use so many people. Obviously, he must have been stimulated by something. Even if he asked him not to participate this time, it would not generally provoke him to resist so strongly. It just so happened that this time I cleaned them all up. Let's see if Danzo is here. Be careful of Danzo, he has a lot of chakra eyes on his body, and he can activate the Uchiha clan's special pupil technique, which can turn damage into dreams. Bo Feng Shuman frowned, since everyone is here, it can't be caught with his hands tied. It is only possible to clean them all out in advance, preferably with the group. Yes. Whoa. Kakashi disappeared in an instant, going out to see if there was a figure in Danzo. Forbidden Sky Enchantment, up. At that moment, a voice rang out, and an enchantment was set up in the entire conference room. Woohoo! Soon, the figures of countless ninjas appeared directly not far from the Bo Feng Shui gate. Woo! Before Kakashi could go out, he was intercepted and retreated to the side of the wave wind and water gate, looking at the route in front of him with a wary expression. Stomp, stomp! Soon, Danzo walked out of the crowd, squinting at Kakashi and Minato in front of him. Tuanzang, what do you mean by this? Bo Feng Shuman looked at Tuanzang in front of him, his brows furrowed. 4 generations of Hokage-sama, you are already dead, how can you be resurrected? The old man thinks you are a fake, so he is ready to arrest you, and then torture you to see who you are. Hehe. Danzo, it seems that you really want to die. I already know everything you did to Kanaha. Now you are directly attacking the Hokage, this crime is enough for me to take you down. Minato frowned, looking at Tuanzang in front of him with anger, wanting to deal with himself. It was really ridiculous to make up such a reason. Then it's up to you to see if you have the skills. Kill this fake 4th generation Hokage directly for me. Daring to pretend to be the 4th generation Hokage of our Kanaha is simply looking for death. Everyone, give it to me. Confusion flashed in his eyes. There are more than 100 root elites around him, and it is not easy to kill you, a shadow-level powerhouse who can't use space ninjutsu? Really? Then you can go up together. The corners of Minato's mouth raised slightly. For Mu Dun, the effect of group injuries is greater, and it is suitable for group battles. Humph. On. Woohoo. Wind escape, the art of wind cutting. Thunder escape, 4 pillars bondage. 2 done, clay fall. Thunder escape, 16 pillars of bondage. Fire escape, the art of plain burning. Soon, the root ninja directly stepped forward and came up with a set of combined ninjutsu, and other ninjas did the same, and they launched various formations one after another, using a combination ninjutsu against Minato and Kauashi. Hehe. Tuanzang stood in place, not moving, looking at this battle with cold eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had a chance to win. Mr. Watergate, be careful. Kauashi opened his chakra eyes, his brows furrowed, and he stared at the more than 100 root elite ninjas rushing towards him in front of him. Mu Dun, the art of ranking. When the attack was about to arrive, Minato slapped his hands and instantly created a wooden shield like a demon mask in front of the two. Bang bang bang! The joint ninjutsu released by more than 100 root members can imagine how powerful it is, but it is not a technique to break through the rank of the wave Feng Shui Gate. You must know that the technique of ranking can directly defend against the powerful attack of the Uchiha Madara Ninetales. How can these elite ninjas of the roots be able to break through? Chapter 47. What, Mu Dun? How is it possible? How could Bo Feng Shui Gate use Mu Dun? Tuan Zhang saw Bo Feng Shui Gate use Mu Dun, and the whole person was stunned, staring blankly at the huge shield in front of him. He knows Mu Dun very well naturally, and he can use Mu Dun himself, but it is just some extremely simple Mu Dun. Because there are not many intercolumnar cells in the body at all, and his own chakra is not enough, he can't use the powerful Mu Dun at all. Teacher Watergate actually uses Mu Dun. I've never seen Teacher Watergate use it before. What's going on? Is it related to this resurrection? Kauashi was also very shocked. He who had an understanding of Mu Dun, naturally knew how difficult it was for Mu Dun to awaken. Mu Dun, the art of all cloth bags. Minato clasped his hands together again, and in an instant, countless wooden giant hands appeared on the ground, clawing towards the roots of the present. Damn, it's a wooden escape. Everyone uses fire to escape. Fire escape, the art of the fire dragon. Fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. Fire escape fire dragon flame bullet. When everyone saw Mu Dun, their eyes showed a look of fear. Mu Dun was the unique ninjutsu of the original Hokage, and it was extremely powerful. Even if they knew Yamato before, they could only use some simple Mu Dun ninjutsu, and it was impossible for them to use it as they wished. All of a sudden, the fire escapes flew all over the sky, and more than 100 fire escapes flew out in unison, sweeping the entire venue. Bang bang bang! But to their disappointment, the wooden giant hand was not afraid of any flames at all, and directly pinched and exploded their fire, and then quickly rubbed all the claws of the more than 100 root members present on the ground. AHH! My chakra is passing, damn it! Okay, what a terrifying Mu Dun! Is this the power of Mu Dun? Ah! There were more than 100 root ninjas present, all of them were honestly nailed to the ground, although they struggled frantically, but to no avail, and their eyes showed fear. Fourth generation, I didn't think you would be able to awaken Mu Dun. It seems that you should be a member of the Thousand Hands clan. When the Thousand Hands clan merged into Kanaha, there was no longer a Thousand Hands surname. I really didn't expect you to be able to awaken Mu Dun now. I was really surprised. Tuanzang frowned, and he already had the intention of retreating, but now he had lost the opportunity to escape. Seeing that all the members of his roots were caught, he could only bite the bullet and kill Minato. Otherwise, even if he escapes, he will be caught by Minato, unless he leaves Kanaha and becomes a traitor. But how could Kanaha, who he had worked so hard to manage, be willing to become a traitor? And he also had a reliance in his heart. He had a riding wheel eye, found the right time, and killed him directly when Minato didn't notice it. In this way, it can be ensured that nothing goes wrong, and it will not become a Kanaha traitor, and it will still have the status it has now. Tuanzang, now that all your dependencies are gone, do you have anything else to say? Surrender. As long as you surrender, I can promise you not to kill you. But if you're obsessed, I'm sorry. Minato stared at Tuanzang coldly, seeing his wrapped right eye and his right hand wrapped in a strap. He was a little vigilant in his heart. After all, he had never seen this ability to right wheel eyes. He could also forcibly destroy this forbidden air barrier, but he didn't do it, and if he did, their battle would be exposed. causing a great deal of damage to Kanaha. Really? The fourth generation is right, I am willing to surrender. I hope that the fourth generation will not be investigated, for the sake of the credit that my group has made for Kanaha for so many years. Tuanzang looked at Minato and bowed, and then slowly walked towards him with a sincere look. In Tuanzang's deep eyes, a trace of killing intent flashed, and he walked towards the Bo Feng Shui gate unhurriedly. Well, just surrender. As long as you surrender, everything is easy to say. Bo Fengshuman knew that it was impossible for Tuanzang to surrender, and he just wanted to find an opportunity to kill himself, so he also acted on the scene and walked towards him. Mr. Watergate. Kakashi knew that Danzo must be lying, and he was a little anxious and couldn't believe it easily, so he shouted. And Minato stretched out his hand behind his back, shook it at him, and then continued to walk towards Tuanzang. It seems that Mr. Watergate has already seen through it, and my worries are unnecessary. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Minato didn't believe Danzo. Die. Wind escape vacuum waves. Woohoo. At this moment, Tuanzang suddenly attacked, spit out a few wind blades towards the Bo Feng Shui gate, and flew towards him quickly. Humph. Bo Fengshuman snorted coldly, and he had already seen through all this. Bang. In an instant, the original wave wind and water gate was instantly cut into pieces and turned into pieces of wood. What? No, it's a wooden clone. Bang. Tuanzang saw that it was actually a wooden clone in front of him, and immediately wanted to dodge backwards. And the original Minato wooden clone turned into rattan, directly tied Tuanzang, and removed his right arm. Damn. Izanagi. Feeling that his right arm was cut off in an instant, Danzo immediately used the chakra eye of his right eye, used it as a sacrifice, and directly used Izanagi, instantly dreaming of his own injury, and then the whole person disappeared in place, appearing a few meters away. At this time, Tuanzang is still Tuanzang, and the right arm that was cut off just now has also grown back, and everything has turned into a dream, as if it was just a dream. The fourth generation deserves to be the fourth generation. I didn't expect to be able to force me to use Izanagi. I really didn't expect it. Danzo stretched out his hand and directly untied the straps on his hands and eyes, revealing a pale arm, and all of his right arm was covered with scarlet riding wheels. These chakra eyes are all collected on the battlefield, and the ninjas in the village are constantly fighting, but Danzo sent the root to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. As long as the body is dead, directly take the corpse away with the eyes. What? So many Sharingan? His. Kakashi was stunned when he saw that Tuanzang actually had so many Sharingan, but he knew how much chakra was consumed by Sharingan, but he didn't expect that there were 11 of them in this Sharingo, which was terrifying. Chapter 48. Izanagi. Really? But I'll see how long you can hold out. Bo Fengshuman frowned, and then with a wave of his right hand, he controlled countless trees to go directly towards Tuanzang. Wind escape Kuna. Danzang spit out the wind escape chakra from his mouth, and directly acted on his kunai, which instantly attached the wind attribute chakra and became extremely sharp. Then Tuanzang continued to wave the kunai, splitting all the wood in front of him, and the riding wheel eye in his right eye was also slowly closing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the speed of this closure, if you don't look closely, you can't see it clearly. Bang bang bang. Spiral pills. Bang. Tuanzang was still wielding kunai, destroying the wooden escape in front of him, and suddenly a wave of wind and water suddenly appeared behind him, directly giving him a blow to the spiral pill, and the whole person flew out in an instant. It's useless, under this pupil technique, I am an invincible existence. Fourth generation, you don't know how powerful this pupil technique is. Wind escape, shuriken. Then Tuanzang appeared near the Bo Feng Shui gate without any damage, and casually threw out 2 shurikens, infused the wind escape chakra attribute into the outside of the shuriken, and flew towards the target with endless cutting power. Woohoo! And Minato didn't dodge at all, Dun around him automatically attacked and defended, and countless trees rushed towards Tuanzang, and the control was handy. Damn, so fast! How can the strength of this wave of Feng Shui gate be so strong? Tuan Zhang frowned, feeling that the writing wheel eye in his right eye was about to close, and he felt a little wrong. In his impression, only the first Hokage could do it, and while fighting, he was able to freely control Mu Dun's crazy attack on the enemy. Zay! In the next second, Tuanzang was killed again by the Mu Dun tree that grew madly on the ground, but he still did not die, and reappeared to the side. What a terrifying pupil technique! I didn't expect the writing wheel eye to have such an ability. This kind of pupil technique is simply an act against the sky. Kakashi opened his writing wheel eyes and stared at Danzo in front of him without blinking, and found that he had died again and again, and resurrected again and again, and his whole body was numb. Even if he had the Sharingan, he had never heard of having such an ability, which was unimaginable. No, if this continues, I'll be consumed by him. The hateful Bo Feng Shui Gate, even if he is seen by the others in Konoha, as long as I kill the Bo Feng Shui Gate, then it can be said that he is fake. So that no one will question me. Psychic, Dream Taper. Bang! Tuanzang also began to be anxious, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he directly slashed his left arm and used spiritism. Roar! In an instant, a huge psychic beast appeared above the field, with a long trunk like an elephant, and let out a roar. Bang! Due to the appearance of the Dream Taper, the conference room was instantly shattered, and the huge figure was exposed in the Konoha leaves. What's that? Look! No, that's Danzo-sama's Dream Taper. Why is it here? Who is Danzo-sama fighting against? Why did you do it in Kanaha village? Oh my god! Look, what is that? Shhh! The huge Dream Taper appeared behind Kanaha, and countless ninjas and civilians saw it, and they all felt incredible. But fortunately, there seemed to be a huge barrier outside, and they would not be affected outside, and they were relieved in their hearts. Because Tuanzang was desperate, he felt that as long as he killed Bo Feng Shui Gate as soon as possible, then he would be able to find a reason to say that he was a fake, everyone was dead, and no one would offend Tuanzang for him. Hehe! Danzang, you have to come on. This is a good opportunity, if you fail, then you can only die. Ape Fury looked at the Dream Taper, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he sneered, but did not make any movements. What's going on? How did Danzang get into a fight with the fourth generation? I don't know what's going on, and Danzang rarely has a Dream Taper. Zuan Koharu and Homura Mitokado glanced at each other, both of them were a little confused. What is the situation? The Dream Taper's devouring ability is very powerful, even compared to the psychic beasts of the three holy lands, it is not much better. Protect the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Seeing this, Bo Fengshuman's cronies and shadows immediately disappeared in place and hurried towards this side quickly. Woo! In the next second, a strong wind blew across the entire field, and countless gravel and other things on the field were sucked into the mouth of the huge Dream Taper. Wind escapes, vacuum waves. At this time, Tuanzang didn't know when, he had already appeared behind Minato, and directly used Feng Escape on him. Woohoo! In an instant, several wind blades erupted from his mouth, and he quickly rushed towards the wave wind water gate, and under the effect of the Dream Taper's suction, the flight speed of the wind blade was accelerated. In an instant, the wind blade had already appeared behind Minato. I didn't want the villagers to see it. But since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. Mu Dun, the art of wooden people. Give me a crackdown. Bo Fengshuman frowned, and saw that the entire conference room had disappeared, but fortunately, there was an enchantment outside, and he directly put his hands together, and instantly grew a wooden man, and he stood on top of the wooden man's head. Bang bang bang! At this time, Tuanzang's attack also arrived, and it directly bombarded the wooden man, but the wooden man did nothing at all. I saw that Bo Feng Shui Gate directly controlled the wooden man, and his huge palm stretched out, directly grabbed the Dream Taper in his hand, and squeezed it tightly, almost pinching the Dream Taper, and the suction stopped instantly. Bang! Then the taper turned directly into a cloud of smoke and returned to the psychic realm. What? Damn! Tuanzang was stunned when he saw that Minato was able to summon the wooden man technique. No, I'm going to get out of here, I can't fight him anymore. He's so terrible, if he doesn't leave, I'm going to confess here. Tuanzang only realized at this time that if he continued like this, he would probably die. At this time, there was only the last one of the 11 riding wheels on Tuanzang's body, so he was ready to make a last effort. Chapter 49. But in the end, he failed, and now he wants to run away directly, and if he doesn't run away, he will probably have to explain here. Look! This? What is this? This is actually the first generation of adults wooden man technique? Oh my god! I am still lucky enough to see the first generation of adults wooden man technique. I only saw it when I was a child. An old man in his 60s of Kanaha saw Bo Feng Shui Gate use the technique of wooden people, and tears welled up in his eyes. He was originally a Konoha ninja, but he was old and has retired, and he was fortunate enough to see the Kito technique of the first Hokage, and now he sees it again, and he feels that when he used it in the Thousand Hands Pillar, it seems like it was still yesterday. What? Mu Dun, Mu Ren? How is this possible? Isn't this the unique ninjutsu of the first generation of adults? That's right, according to legend, the first generation of adults relied on the powerful Mu Dun to directly make peace in the ninja world. If it weren't for the death of the first adult at that time, there wouldn't have been so many ninja wars. Now the 4 generations of Hokage-sama will actually be able to escape. This is the blessing of our Kanaha. That's right, we Kanaha have 4 generations of Hokage-sama, and we don't need to be afraid of other ninja villages in the future. Countless villagers saw the Bo Feng Shui Gate above the head of the wooden man, wearing a robe of the 4th generation Hokage, with a majestic appearance, and endless worship flashed in their eyes. Kanaha has her own beliefs in Mu Dun. Mu Dun is their faith, and the shadow of fire will shine on the village. What? Watergate will be wooden. This? How is this possible? Smack! Ape Fury chopped the cigarette stick in his mouth, and saw the huge wooden man suddenly appear in the village. The whole person was stunned, the cigarette stick fell on the ground and was not found, and the whole person's eyes were a little dull. Take advantage of the last Izanagi to escape from here. Tuan Zhang instantly ran towards the outside of the barrier. He must leave, otherwise he will definitely die here this time. Do you still want to run? Come back to me. Seeing that Tuanzang wanted to run, Minato suddenly stretched out his right hand, and the wooden man grabbed him directly. Humph, do you think you caught me? Danzo drove Izanagi and quickly ran towards the outside of the barrier, ignoring Minato's attack. Smack! Nani! Danzo, who had been running away in Izanagi, suddenly found that he had been captured by the wooden people, and the whole person was confused. Didn't he drive Izanagi? Why is this happening? Why is it not working? Danzang, today is your death. You must be confused, right? Hehe. Kakashi saw that Danzo was captured, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Kakashi. Danzo's heart suddenly felt bad, and he looked at Kakashi's eyes, becoming extremely vicious. Back when you first had your right hand cut off, you used Izanagi in your right eye to avoid damage. But it didn't take long for your right eye to lose light forever before you fell for my illusion. You don't know how long you can use Izanagi for your chakra, so from time to time you look down to see how closed your eyes are. At that time, you were the most vulnerable, and it was also the time when I was most likely to cast illusions on you. Actually, you've already used up your 11 eyes in the battle just now, but my illusion tells you that you still have one left. You've been fooled. Kakashi looked at the captured Danzo, and a hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. This is the kind of person who killed so many strong people in the village. I had to kill myself before. Such a tumor, staying in Kanaha is simply a great harm to Kanaha. Damn Kakashi, I want you to die, I want you to die. Ah! Tuanzang was grabbed by the wooden man, and he couldn't even use the chakra at all, he could only keep roaring in the air, and his eyes flashed with endless killing intent and unwillingness. Humph! Bo Fengshuman snorted coldly, and the wooden man waved his hand, directly shattering the enchantment outside. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Shiu shiu shiu. In an instant, all the dark parts under the original Bo Feng Shui men gathered in front of him and knelt on one knee. Get up! Take all the people from the roots down, and take care of them. Mizuto walked directly from the wooden man's arm and walked in front of Danzo to look down on the dark ninjas below. Then with a wave of his right hand, all the wooden hands on the ground were opened, and all the root ninjas inside had passed out. Yes, for Hokage-sama! Woohoo! After listening to this, the group of shadows immediately began to move, and 2 or 3 people carrying people disappeared in place, and were directly brought into the base of the shadows. 4 elephant seals. Then Mizuto directly pressed his right hand against Tuanzang's stomach, completely sealing all the chakras in his body, so that he could no longer use any chakras. My chakra, but, damn it! Danzo felt that he couldn't sense any chakra, then felt his eyelids sink and finally fainted. Mr. Watergate. When Mizuto dismantled the wooden man's jutsu and returned to the surface, Kakashi ran up. Kakashi, you did it in a timely manner this time, otherwise with Izanagi, if he wants to run away, it will be really difficult to catch. Seeing Kakashi coming over, Minato smiled. That's what I'm supposed to do. Mizuto-sensei, what are you going to do with this Tuanzang? Kakashi looked at Danzo lying on the ground like a dead dog, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Although Tuanzang is a heinous crime, it is a credit to the village after all. It's not desirable to kill him outright. I'm going to seal him, such a person is too terrible, just seal him away. Seal until he dies of old age. Minato looked at Tuanzang, his brows furrowed. There are many diehards in the village, if he is killed directly, it is easy to have problems. So as long as the group is sealed, there won't be so many things. Is Mizuman-sensei going to seal Danzo and then let his diehards come to the rescue? Kakashi was slightly stunned, but then it occurred to him that there were not a few people in the village who were loyal to Tuanzang. If he were killed directly, it would indeed cause unnecessary trouble. But if he is directly imprisoned, someone will definitely come to rescue him, and when the time comes, he will be able to find out all the people under him. Chapter 50. Haha. You found out. That's right, let's go first. Here's a guy to clean up, and another person to send a notice. Today's incident is entirely because Danzo was bewitched by someone and wanted to get the position of Hokage, so he launched an assassination operation against me. And publicize the matter of the Tuanzang seal, and the location of the seal will be quietly announced at that time. It's up to anyone to take the bait. Minato looked at Kakashi and smiled, his eyes flashed with satisfaction. This apprentice doesn't look young, but his mind is already very mature. Yes. Kakashi nodded hurriedly, looking at Minato, admiration flashing in his eyes. Then Minato left the scene directly. The 4 generations of Hokage-sama won, and Danzo-sama was arrested. What's going on? It is estimated that Lord Tuanzang has committed a crime, and the roots under his hands are more and more fierce than the other. It's possible, the 4th Hokage-sama is a very gentle person, and he usually won't make a move on Danzo-sama. Did you see that? More than 100 people from the roots were carried out by the people from the Dark Department, and it is estimated that Danzo-sama wanted to assassinate the 4th Hokage-sama. SHHHHH, you don't want to live anymore? Say these things, go and go, I don't want to go to the dark for tea tomorrow. The battle is over, and countless villagers are puzzled, wondering why this happened. But after the battle, many people left the scene in order not to cause trouble, and it is better to treat such things as not knowing. And soon Kakashi had people start announcing it, and the whole village knew why. It turned out that the battle just now was because Danzo was bewitched by others and wanted to be the Hokage, and then sent more than 100 elite root ninjas to assassinate the Wave Wind and Water Gate. And explained why Minato was resurrected, because the Toad Immortals of Mayama Mountain resurrected it at a great cost. No wonder, being bewitched by others, and wanting to kill the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, this group of treasures is simply too hateful. That's right. This group of people used to feel cold, and it didn't look like a good person. The 4 generations of Hokage directly sacrificed their lives to save the people of our village, and now they are finally resurrected, and they are still being targeted by such a hateful guy. That's right, I heard that Tuanzang will be sealed this time, which is equivalent to permanent imprisonment, and it is estimated that he will be placed in Kanaha prison. Who knows, hasn't there been a result yet? I don't think it's too much to kill such a person, it's a betrayal of the village. Then the whole Konoha knew about the situation, and everyone began to discuss it. Have you found out everything? Where is Danzo-sama sealed? Not yet, it is said that it has not been sealed, and all the members in the route are under control, and we can't get information from there. So, do you have to wait? Now let's go out, let everyone go out to find out the news, and we must find Lord Tuanzang. Well, everyone be careful, there are shadows everywhere now, and they may be discovered at any time, and they must not be discovered. Somewhere in Kanaha, several routes have gathered together, and they are ready to go to rescue Tuanzang, but Tuanzang is not yet imprisoned. At this time, they didn't know who the group was hiding, so they could only investigate it on the spot. No need to look for it. The person you are looking for will not appear. Since I sent it to the door, let's stay all. At this moment, several headquarters heard a childish voice, and instantly felt surprised. Kaleidoscope riding wheels. This person is naturally Narako Bakaze. She opened the eyes of Kagura, and within a radius of 20 miles, everyone can't escape her surveillance. And what he was looking for was naturally the members of these routes, because she had been given a task that he couldn't refuse, and it was a double mission. Not long after Tuanzang was arrested, Narako Bofang received a prompt from the system, so he found the route and used illusion directly, wanting to ask about the location of their route party. Ding! A special mission has been detected. Tuanzang has been arrested, but Minato has not thought of killing him, and there are fish outside the route that have slipped through the net to rescue Tuanzang. Task content: 1 kill or control all the fish that have slipped through the net at the route, with a total of 30 people. Quest reward: an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel. Mission content: 2 kill Tuanzang. Quest reward: an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel. It was because of this sudden appearance of a pair of eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes that Narako Bofang was extremely excited in her heart. I have now opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and I still have the first generation of cells in my body, so I won't be blind. But the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is indeed much more powerful than the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye alone. Not only the pupil technique is stronger, but also the pupil power is more sufficient. What? No. In an instant, the root members present fell into illusion. The art of dissolution. Narako immediately lifted the tongue curse seal from one of the root members, and then used the riding wheel eye to probe the location of all the root members. Riding the wheel eye is really a convenient pupil technique. There's no need for you to exist. But chakra can't be wasted, though it's weak. Then Narako Bofang directly put her hand against the body of the people in the roots, and forcibly sucked all the chakras in their bodies into her body. It's not much, but it also adds a little bit to me, and it's also very good. After Narako absorbed a few chakras, several people directly turned into dried corpses, and they couldn't die anymore. Fire escape, the art of the fireball. Then Narako directly erupted into a ball of fire, burning several people directly to ashes. Today's Hokage's Narako's body chakra is extremely large, with the Vortex bloodline and Indra bloodline, and it has also fused the interpillar cells to awaken Mu Dun. Even a quarter of the Ninetales chakra in her body is not as big as her, and as she gets older, the chakra in Naruko Namikaze's body will become bigger and bigger. Almost all of them have become the bloodline of the ancestors, and he has combined the 3 bloodlines, and his physique is really not covered, and he can be called a tailless beast. Then it's you. It's pretty good to hide one by one. It's exactly 30 people, hehe. Naruko Namikaze instantly opened Kagura's eyes and began to look for the location of several people, and after locking on, she disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 51. Hi? Scanning, how can I see that I don't have a head on my body? Poof. Who is it, AHH? It didn't take long for all 30 to be killed, and all of the chakras were absorbed by Naruko Namikaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1 and awakening the left eye of the Eternal Kaleidoscope riding wheel. Boom! The next second the system prompted, Narako felt an endless dark power emerge in her mind, and a sense of coolness came from her left eye. Then the gossip kaleidoscope in the left eye of Narako Bake's eyes rotated rapidly, and finally a three-hook boomerang appeared in the center of the gossip, which was somewhat similar to the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Itachi. Is this the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? It's really a powerful pupil power, and the pupil power has been strengthened by more than 10 times compared to before. No wonder it can be inexhaustible. Is this the difference between the kaleidoscope and the eternal kaleidoscope? Ha ha ha. Narako Bofeng was very happy. She didn't expect to complete task 1 so easily this time, as long as she killed the group without realizing it. Then he will be able to directly own a pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels. But I don't seem to be very strong in both eyes, do I? The pupil technique of the left eye is reincarnation and an illusion similar to the moon reading, and one eye has 2 pupils. The reincarnation ability is able to record one's current stats before the war starts. It's like saving a document. In the middle of a battle, if you are about to die, you can directly use reincarnation to return your body to the moment when the time was recorded by the left eye pupil technique. It's like always being at the top of your game, but that's only useful for someone of similar strength. Someone who is stronger than me, no matter how much I become the peak strength, I still can't beat it. Isn't this useless? People with soil are also a life-saving ability. No matter how strong you are, I won't fight you directly. 5 minutes, I can go wherever I want, and I won't die, and you can't fight. But I can't use people who are not up to my ability, who are lower than my own strength, and I use people who are higher than me in vain. It can only be used in the hands of those who are about the same strength as me, but are there so many people in this world who are about the same strength as me? It seems to be a good ability, but it is so chicken. The ability of the right eye is to be able to extract air, and set an enchantment within a specified range, and the size of the enchantment can be controlled at will, and the enchantment can be directly turned into a vacuum. I can have no effect on it myself, but it takes 10 seconds to expand the space, and these 10 seconds of time, people have already run away, and they are still waiting for you to unfold. And the Big Barrel Wood clan is swimming freely in space, so they don't need to breathe, right? Narako Bofeng is a little speechless. Her own pupil technique, she is really a little bit out of her hands, one is more rubbish than the other. That's it, let's go back first. Tuanzang is still with his father, and it is still difficult to kill him. When Danzo is sealed, I'll just go and kill him. Then Narako disappeared directly into the same place and returned to her secret base. I didn't expect Tuanzang to fail. Alas! Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to get out of it, would I? Ape Fei took a deep breath of cigarette and slowly spit it out. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but more helplessness. He knew that he had lost, defeated by the strong strength of Minato. Strength is everything, and all intrigues and tricks pale in the face of absolute strength. Someone! Woohoo! Soon, with the order of Ape Fei, several members of the Dark Department knelt in front of him. In the future, you will be arranged into the Direct Shadow Department of the 4th Generation Hokage, and you will no longer be the Direct Shadow Department of my 3rd Generation Hokage. Convey what I mean. Ape Fei slashed his hands behind his back, revealing an incomparably lonely man, and in the power struggle, he failed. He decided to hand over all the shadows in his hands, so that he could also convey a message to Bofeng Shaman that he would not interfere in his affairs in the future. After handing over all the rights yourself, you will not be targeted. Yes. Woohoo! All. The members of the Dark Department disappeared in place, and although they were puzzled, they didn't say much. The duty of a ninja is to obey orders, and since the 3 generations of Hokage have already given orders, then they will be under the management of Minato in the future, and they will have nothing to do with Sarutobi Hichi. Alas! Ape Fei knew that what he had done was likely to be exposed, so he had to give up all his rights now, or else he might be imprisoned. Although with the character of Minato, it is likely that he will not do this, but he must also be self-aware. If nothing else, Minato will definitely be the Hokage for a long time. After all, after having Mew done, even if the tailed beast riots again, it won't be able to hurt him in the slightest. He had seen the horror of the first Hokage. Even if the 9-tailed beasts appeared at the same time, it was a matter of casual suppression. And Bo Feng Shui Gate's body has Mu Dun and space ninjutsu, and no one can stop it at all, let alone a tailed beast. So he chose to retreat and take the initiative to give up his rights, so that he could at least live out his old age in peace. Of course, there is also an advantage to taking the initiative to give up, at least Minato will not come to investigate. If you don't pursue it, there will be unforeseen circumstances, maybe you will hang up again, won't you still be able to get on the top? Kakashi, how are the people of the route in control? At this time, Minato sat in the Hokage's office, watching Kakashi frown. Mr. Watergate, the people in the route are almost all in control, but there are still 30 people on the run, and their whereabouts have not been found for the time being. All the rest of the people who are registered have been captured, and sister.Kushina has broken their seals. The baptism of the will of fire is already underway. I'm sure I'll be able to shift their mindset soon. Kakashi hurriedly reported. Well, Kakashi, you won't go to the shadows in the future. Originally, I asked you to go to the dark department, but I also wanted to train you, but now it is no longer suitable for you in the dark department. I know Lin has been hurting all along, but Lin should be able to come back to life soon. So you can go back to real life and don't have to stay in the darkness of the shadows anymore. Minato looked at Kakashi and smiled. It was also because he was worried about Kakashi back then, so he joined the dark exercise. Chapter 52. Now that the goal has been achieved, and Rin is about to be resurrected, there is no need to stay in Kanaha. Kanaha doesn't need to leave everything to the people in the shadows, there are many things that still need to be done by a ninja like Kakashi. It's good for him to readapt to the outside world, and then he can be a leading teacher or something. Mizuman-sensei, me. Kakashi was slightly stunned, looking at Minato, not knowing what to say. Say no more, obey orders. Minato looked at Kakashi, smiling. As Kakashi's teacher, Minato still hopes that he can live a happy life, and in the shadows, it is obvious that this happiness does not exist. Yes, Mr. Watergate. Kakashi hurriedly bowed towards the Bo Feng Shui Gate, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Okay, this time we'll give you 3 days off, and after 3 days, it happens that a group of students from the ninja school will graduate, so you can go and become the leading teacher. Just hand over the work at hand and hand it over to Tenzo. Minato reached out and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, smiling at him. Yes, Mr. Watergate. Kakashi nodded, then turned to leave. The matter of this period of time has finally been resolved. I didn't expect Tuanzang to do so many bad things behind his back, and him, alas. Minato looked at the piles of materials in front of him, all of which recorded what Tuanzang had done, and each one by one could make him execute immediately. Woo! 4 generations of Hokage-sama. At this moment, a member of the Dark Department knelt in front of Minato. What's wrong? Bo Feng Shuman looked up at the darkness in front of him. The 3 generations of Hokage have handed over all the members of the Direct Shadow Department to you, and they are already waiting in the Dark Department. Shall we accept it? The members of the Dark Department hurriedly and respectfully reported, the Direct Shadow Department of the 3 generations of Hokage has arrived. I don't know whether to accept it, and I still need to wait for the consent of Minato. Oh! Is everyone here? Bo Feng Shuman was also a little surprised, originally thought that there would be some twists and turns, but he didn't expect Abe Fari to hand over the dark part under his hand. Yes, the basic registration is basically in place, except for a few people who are still on a mission outside. They, members of the Dark Department, hurriedly lowered their heads. It's good, it's co-opted. Also, let the Mountain Clan find out if there are any spies among them. Make sure it's safe, you can't just neglect to check because you're a person under the 3 generations of Hokage. Bo Feng Shuman nodded, because of the Abe Fari's person, he was a little uneasy, or it was more reassuring for everyone to investigate. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Boom. And then the shadows disappeared directly. I knew this was the case, so why bother in the first place? The village is full of talents. Alas. Obviously, you also love the village so much, why is it like this now? Minato shook his head, and he didn't know what Abe Fari Chop thought, and after a long sigh, he lowered his head and looked at the official document. In the past few days, Minato, with the help of Jiraiya, has almost taken control of Konoha, and now even the direct shadow of the 3 generations of Hokage has been taken over by him. The entire Konoha was already under the control of the Bofeng Shui Gate, and no one could raise the idea of rebellion, allowing Konoha to enter a rare tranquility. Someone. Then Minato thought of something again, frowned, and immediately shouted. 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Whoa! A shadow officer immediately appeared. Let the news come out, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the group will be secretly sent to Kanaha prison to be sealed separately. Minato hurriedly ordered the Dark Department to pass on the fake news, just to be able to catch all the members of the Root Department. The members of the Roots know too many secrets of Konoha and must destroy them all or catch them for their own use. Otherwise, it will cause unpredictable harm to Konoha and must be solved as soon as possible. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Woo! The shadows disappeared in place. In the end, I will solve you, and Konoha will really be at peace. The corners of Minato's mouth rose slightly. These members of the Roots will definitely appear in order to save Tuanzang. As long as they are solved, Konoha will be truly calm. Hurry up, we have to send Tuanzang to prison as soon as possible. Well, it's really troublesome to be assigned such an errand. Don't complain, let's go quickly. The 4 members of the Dark Department took Danzang and went directly towards Konoha prison, although they were talking to each other, but the corners of their eyes were looking around intentionally or unintentionally. Strange, why hasn't anyone shown up yet? I don't know, it's Konoha prison in front of us. If we don't show up again, we're going to send people to prison directly. Be careful, maybe they just want us to let our guard down first. Well, it should be careful, don't let others take advantage of it. A few shadows were cautious, and there was Konoha prison in front of them, but there was no movement at all, which surprised the 4 of them. Is there really no one to save him? We're already in Konoha prison, and they don't have a chance. Forget it, let's send it in first. Well, let's go in first. As a result, the 4 dark subordinates cautiously took Tuanzang to the prison, and they actually went all the way safely? This made the 4 of them feel incredible. Then the 4 of them sent Danzo to Konoha prison and threw him directly into the deepest prison. And Tuanzang was very calm throughout the whole process, without the slightest expression. His face was cold, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Okay, the people have already been sent in. Xian, you go back and report to the 4th Hokage-sama first. A few of us stayed here to assist the guards. I don't know if they will directly send someone to wait for us to send Tuanzang to prison before coming to the rescue. 1 of the captains looked at one of the team members and directly asked him to go back to report the wave of Feng Shuman, while he and the others waited here for a while to see if someone would come to save them. Good. Zi Yan immediately disappeared in place, and then the 3 of them also hid nearby, not disturbing the other prison guards. And just after Xian and the 4 of them left the prison in Tuanzang, an uninvited guest came to the prison. Hehe, 6th, long time no see. Naruko Namikaze used the transformation technique to come to Konoha prison and transformed into Orochimaru. Chapter 53. Hi. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tuanzang was a little puzzled. Why did Orochimaru come here from this Konoha prison? Also, what does this old 6 mean? It's nothing, it's just here to kill you. You're living, it's a waste of air. Please. Poof. Orochimaru. You. Danzo instantly felt a pain in his neck, and then his head fell to the ground and he lost consciousness. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye has arrived. At the moment when Tuanzang's head hit the ground, the system prompted directly. Boom. In the next second, Narako's right eye burst with scarlet light, and the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye kept spinning, and finally the eyes completely turned into the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Ha ha ha. Okay. Tuanzang, you shouldn't have offended me. In the next life, reincarnation, remember to choose the animal path. Fire escape, the technique of the fireball. Then Narako Bofeng blew a flame directly from his mouth, completely burning the corpse of Tuanzang, and even the blood stains on the ground were all evaporated and dried, leaving no trace, only a pile of ashes. Bang bang! Done, go back! Narako Bofeng clapped her hands, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then disappeared in place. It's really strange, why hasn't anyone really come in? Don't you want to save the group? I don't know, it's really a bit of a surprise. Wait a little longer. They, members of the Three Shadows, were a little puzzled, but they still stuck to their posts and did not leave directly. Woo! 4 generations of Hokage-sama. End. Xian had already returned to the Hokage's office at this time, kneeling in front of Minato. Xian is back. What's wrong? Did anyone catch it? Bo. Feng Shuman didn't go out in person, to deal with these root members. He had already laid a net of heaven and earth, raised his head and looked at Xian in front of him. The 4 generations of Hokage-sama have not found any root members, and we have successfully sent Danzo to prison for imprisonation. The rest of the staff are guarding the perimeter of the prison. Xian lowered his head and said lightly. Oh! Didn't you show up? Isn't that interesting? Looks like we've seen through our plan. Well, since no one is coming, then you people will stay outside the prison for the time being, and if there is any movement, you will directly arrest me. Bo Fengshuman was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the people at their roots didn't come directly to save people, which made him a little surprised. Yes. Xian nodded. Hi. 4 generations of Hokage-sama, it's not good. Danzo is missing, and after entering the prison, the prisoners disappear, and there is only some white ash left on the ground. At this moment, a member of the Dark Department came to the office, and his tone was a little anxious. What? The Tuanzang is gone. Did anyone outside of you see anyone entering? Minato stood up instantly after hearing this. This Tuanzang has no space-time ninjutsu, and there is an enchantment on the periphery of Kanaha prison. How can it be easily entered by someone? The brothers have been guarding the outside, and they haven't seen anyone enter it, and no one has come out of it. They, brothers on patrol in the back, found that Tuanzang had disappeared, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. They, shadows shook their heads. They had been outside, no one had entered, and no one had come out of it. But the strange thing is that Tuanzang is gone, which makes them all a little panicked. They and others did not complete the task, but the object of protection disappeared, and a group of people were directly confused. Take the white ash back to Konoha Hospital for examination. Let's all go back first. Arrange for Tenzo to investigate this matter. Although Minato was a little confused, he couldn't pursue it, so he could only arrange someone to investigate. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Whoa! Then the shadows disappeared in place. How can this be? Strange. Could it be Obito again? Otherwise, who can kill or take people away without knowing it? Except for Obito, no one else should know space ninjutsu, right? Bo Feng Shuman would never have thought that this would actually be done by his daughter, and he wouldn't think about what his daughter was doing when she went to kill Tuanzang. He definitely didn't know the reason, so he wouldn't suspect it in the direction of Naruko Namikaze, and the innocent Obito directly became the backstabber. In the days that followed, Yamato was in charge of investigating the disappearance, but found nothing. And the results of the examination at Konoha Hospital came out, and it was indeed the ashes of Tuanzang, and it turned out that Tuanzang was killed by someone. But it was not found who killed Tuanzang, and the case became a dusty file and was no longer mentioned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, has successfully killed the group, and let the Wave Wind and Water Gate become the Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage are no longer enough, the crisis of the Uchiha clan is resolved, and the Uchiha Shisui has become friends, and the task is judged to be complete. Ding! The reward has been distributed, and the infinite chakra has arrived. Boom, boom! In an instant, Narako Bofeng felt that a earth-shaking change had taken place in his body, and all the bloodline power in his body began to show signs of fusion, and then the chakra in his body became bigger and bigger. If Narako's own chakra was originally calculated in quarter tails of chakra, then now the chakra in her body is as large as the 10 tails, and it is inexhaustible. Even if it is used up, it will be replenished quickly, and there is no need to worry about running out of chakras in the body. Is this an infinite chakra? There are countless times more chakras than the 9 lamas. Although the 9 lamas claim to be infinite chakras, the amount of chakras is still fixed, and it can never exceed 10 tails. And my current chakra is comparable to the 10 tails, or even more, and the recovery is faster. This system is really powerful. Although having an infinite chakra does not mean being invincible, but with an infinite chakra, at least I don't need to worry about chakra consumption anymore. Ha ha ha. Narako Bofeng was very excited in her heart. She actually had infinite chakra. Even if the amount of chakra was compared to the 9 tails, it would tremble, and my mother would no longer have to worry about my chakra. Half a month later. Dad, I'm going to apply for early graduation and graduate with the people who have been assessed this time. Chapter 54. The things I learned at school were so simple that they didn't work for me at all. Okay, Dad. On this day, Narako Bofeng came to the Hokage's office, directly holding Minato's arm with both hands, and began to be coquettish. Haha. Does Narako want to graduate? But you're still young, what do you want to do after graduation? Minato directly hugged Narako Bofeng and smiled gently. I'm going to be a female Hokage in the future, so I'm definitely going to have a mission. Staying in school every day is boring. I've learned all the books of seals that my dad gave, and the ninjutsu in it are all too simple. The power is actually like that. There's nothing to do next. I want to do a mission. I think it's quite interesting to go out and do a mission. Narako Bofeng stretched out her hand to play with Minato's yellow hair, showing a look of grievance. During this time, she read all the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, and basically mastered all the forbidden techniques on it. And I still have a task. I have to graduate within a year, although the magnetic escape is a little unlikely, but no matter how small the mosquito is, it is also meat. So fast, you've only been holding the Book of Seals for less than half a month, and you've learned it all. Narako is a genius. But Narako, it's too early for you to graduate now. How long has it been since you started school? This is too fast, right? Minato was stunned for a moment, looking at Bofeng. Narako, he didn't read the Book of Seals, there were hundreds of forbidden techniques on it, even if it was himself, he had only learned the art of the Flying Thunder God. That's right. There's nothing special, it's just that the 8-gate Dunjia is a little difficult to practice. I'm too lazy to practice, it's too laborious. Dad, you haven't said yes or no. What's so unpleasant about this? Didn't Uchiha Itachi graduate within a year? And he's still my little brother? As the eldest sister, how can I be slower than the younger brother? If Dad doesn't agree, I'll go to Mom and tell Mom that Dad is bullying me. Humph. Bofeng. Narako looked at Minato with a reluctant look, knowing that he must be worried about himself in his heart. After all, he was a 9-tailed pillar force, and he was still young. In case something happens when he goes out to do a task, he will definitely be reluctant. One of the more reasons is that care is chaos. After all, it's his own daughter, and the little things about Narako Bofeng, those are big things. Even if Narako Bofeng now has a very strong strength, not only the Flying Thunder God, but also the Mu-dun and the terrifying 9 tails, these do not prevent a father from worrying that his daughter will be accidentally harmed. Narako, how could Dad disagree? Our Narako is so powerful, ha ha ha. Minato remembered Uzumaki Kushina, and instantly felt a chill on his back, and he touched his head and smiled a little embarrassed. As for the matter of Naruto and Narako, his wife is fierce, and his family status is immediately reduced, and he is not as good as the ninja dog who teases Naruto at home. It's good that Dad agrees, hehe. Narako Namikaze looked at Hakazu and smiled, and a smile flashed in her eyes that the conspiracy had succeeded. Tomorrow happens to be the graduation test, so you can take the test tomorrow. There are also some students who will participate in the graduation assessment tomorrow, so you can go together. Dad will go tomorrow, and I will see how you perform when the time comes. Then Minato looked at Bofeng Narako in his arms and smiled, although he knew in his heart that his daughter was already very strong, let alone forbearance. Even if it was a shadow, he might not be able to defeat him. As a user of the Flying Thunder God, Minato understands the horror of the Flying Thunder God more clearly, not to mention that now Naruko has developed the Flying Thunder God to the 4th stage. Even if it is his own speed, he may not be able to compare with her. Now Minato has also been under the guidance of Naruko, and began to try to learn the 4th stage of She Flying Thunder God, which is also strange. He was actually guided by his own daughter, which is still the top priority in the world. But fortunately, I also got a lot of tricks, and since Narako Bofang originally had an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God, it was a bit complicated to learn. In his own perception, all places in the world are coordinates, and he completely integrates himself into space, making himself space, and space is himself. In this way, he can reach the realm of the 4th stage of the Flying Thunder God, but the Bofeng Shui Gate is only a first glimpse of the door, and it has not been fully mastered, and it will take a lot of time to master it. Dad, don't worry. This kind of thing, it's a little funny. Hehe. Narako. Bofeng looked at Minato and smiled, tilted her head, and showed a proud look. Ha ha ha. Minato saw Bofeng Narako's appearance and laughed heartily. Dad, then I'll go first. By the way, my mother said that I won't eat at home today, and we will go out with Sister Mitrin later, and we may come back a little late in the evening, so you can solve dinner yourself. Goodbye, Dad. By the way, Dad, Xiao Huang, remember to feed it, don't starve it. Bofeng Narako waved his hand towards Minato, just wanted to leave, and thought of something, and after finishing speaking, disappeared directly from his arms. Yellow is a pug, and the ninja dog that Kakashi gave to Naruto to play with is still relatively small, so he won't take it out of the house. Go out to play, don't you even have my dinner? Do you want me to feed the dog? After Minato heard Bofeng Narako's words, he only felt a few cool breezes blowing around him, and it was accompanied by a burst of fallen leaves. His facial expression froze, his mouth opened slightly, and he was directly stunned on the spot. Ha ha ha. Narako Bofeng didn't leave, but outside the window, she couldn't help laughing when she saw the appearance of Minato, and then disappeared in place. Tenzo, give this list to Kakashi. Not long after Bofeng Narako left, Minato casually shouted and handed out a list. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Hi. Yamato appeared directly in front of Minato, took the list, and then disappeared directly in place. Both Naruto and Narako are starting to grow up, so this time let's let Kakashi be Narako's mentor first. Although the strength is very strong, it still needs a good teacher to lead the team. Just having Kakashi as the leading teacher is also a distraction. Chapter 55. The corners of Bofeng Shuman's mouth rose slightly. His daughter wants to graduate, and he can't stop it. After all, the strength is here. I was just a little too worried before, but now that I think about it, I really take it for granted, and what I think is right is not necessarily right. Narako, are you back? We're leaving. Aunt Mikoto is waiting. Kushina saw Naruto Namikaze returning, smiling, holding Naruto in her hand and ready everything. Okay mom. I've already told my dad. Let's go. Naruto, give it to me, mom. Naruko. Namikaze looked at Kushina and smiled, then directly stretched out her hands. Well, good. Naruko is so good. With a smile on her face, Kushina reached out and touched Naruko's hair, looking happy. Hee hee. Naruto, sister is taking you out to play. Narako. Namikaze hugged Naruto and smiled, reaching out to tease him. Sister, hug, hug. Giggles. Naruto hurriedly stretched out his hand as he watched Narako pull it into her arms and giggle. Let's go. Then Kushina walked out of the house with a bag and Naruto Namikaze. Brother, where are we going? When are we going out to play? The second pillar was a few months older than Naruto, huddled in the arms of the Uchiha Itachi, looking around in confusion. Mom said to take you out to play, it'll be fine later, and there are still people who haven't arrived. Sasuke, good boy, you can go out to play later. Uchiha Itachi looked left and right, but he didn't see the person who should have appeared, and looked at the two pillars in his arms and smiled. Itake, thank you for helping mom bring Sasuke today. Don't you really have to go on a mission today? Uchiha Mikoto looked at the Uchiha Itake in front of him and smiled softly. It's okay, today is the rest time, and I was going to practice, but Sasuke came out, and I was a little worried. Uchiha Itake smiled at Mikoto Uchiha, not knowing what he was thinking. Itake, you're very different today. Giggle. Uchiha Mikoto saw her eldest son like this for the first time, and she was really a little shy to it, looking at him and giggling. Where? Uchiha Itake turned slightly red and turned his face away. Cluck. Mitrin, I'm sorry, I've been waiting for a long time, I'm late. While Uchiha Mikoto was still laughing, Kushina also walked over with Narako and Naruto, looking at her with some embarrassment and shouting. After all, I was so late for so long and made others wait so long. It's okay, we've just arrived. Then let's go. It's been a long time since I've been with Sasuke and Itake, so let's go out camping today. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Kushina and smiled, very gentle. Wow, this pillar is so beautiful to her mother, and she is so gentle, and she is at the top of the royal sister level. Until now, except for Tsunade, who I haven't seen before, the rest of the women are really inferior to her for the time being, except for my mother. Naruko Namikaze saw the gentle appearance of Mikoto Uchiha, it was indeed beautiful and gentle. Now the girls around me are all young, even if they are red, they are still young, and they are not as mature as Mikoto Uchiha. Then everyone walked all the way to the forest, and along the way, Uchiha Mikoto often looked for topics, and Kushina was a mother, and there were a lot of topics. And the two of them are friends, Uchiha Fugaku and Minato are also friends, and the relationship between the two families is naturally very good. This is Narako, right? Narako is so cute, and so is Naruto. Narako is so well behaved at such a young age, and she must be a gentle girl in the future. I also want to have a girl, but I just can't give birth, but I envy you, Jusinai. Giggle. Uchiha Mikoto saw Narako so well behaved, smiling, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Narako is indeed very well behaved, when I was not there before, Naruto was taken care of by Naruto, and I, my mother, am still a little incompetent. Kushina looked at Naruko Namikaze, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. Mom, don't say that, it's not up to you to decide. I know mom is the best, hee. Naruko Namikaze saw Kushina's appearance, and didn't want her to blame herself too much, after all, she couldn't be blamed for this matter. She also wants to live happily with her family, but even if there is a conspiracy against her, her sacrifice is completely helpless. After listening to this, Kushina squinted and smiled, looked at her sensible daughter, and reached out to touch her little head. Kushina, look at it, your family Narako is sensible. Uchiha Mikoto was even more envious when she saw it, she had wanted a daughter for a long time, but two of them were boys, and she was a little disappointed. Your weasel is also very sensible, and he is very strong, and he has already entered the dark department at this age. I've heard from Mizuman that Itake's strength is very strong, almost better than ordinary shinobi. At this age, he's already a genius. In the future, Sasuke will definitely not be worse than Itake, and your family will be little geniuses by then. Kushina looked at Uchiha Mikoto and smiled, seeing that she was a little lost, and hurriedly began to praise the Uchiha Itake and the two. Cluck. Everyone was talking and laughing along the way, but Uchiha Itake was alone, staring at Narako from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. Alright, here it is. There's a lake, and the grass next to it is perfect for pitching tents. Soon. Everyone came to a lake and began to set up tents directly, as ninjas, it was easy for them to set up tents. It's been a long time since I've come out to play, and I'm much happier when I come out to play. Itake, give Sasuke to your mother. You and Narako go play by yourself. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Itake and smiled. Oh, good. Uchiha Itake directly handed the second pillar to Uchiha Mikoto with an expressionless face. Narako, you can give Naruto to your mother too. You two can play by yourself. Mom and your sister Mikoto are chatting, you're going to find it boring, cluck. Kushina did the same, taking Naruto from Naruto. Okay, Mom. Narako handed Naruto directly to Kushina, squinting and smiling. Naruto, come, this is your little friend, his name is Sasuke, the two of you must have a good relationship in the future. Chapter 56. You'll be friends from now on, shake hands with little Sasuke. Kushina hugged Naruto and sat directly on the mat, introducing the second pillar to him. I don't want to play with him, hi. When the second pillar saw Naruto, it seemed that he was born to deal with it, and he turned his head with a cold expression. Play, play, play. And Naruto seemed to like the second pillar and crawled straight towards him. You don't want to come here. Futatsuko waved his little hand, as if he was resisting, and accidentally hit Naruto's little head. Wow, wow. Naruto burst into tears, and the whole person fell on the mat, not knowing if he was unhappy or if he was really hurt. Humph. Futatsuko pursed his lips haughtily, then turned his head away, no longer looking at Naruto. Shhhh. Ah, there's water, it's hot. At this time, Urja felt that something was oozing wet on his body, and he felt a little hot, and when he turned his head, he saw that it was Naruto who had urinated, and the cupola had urinated directly on his body. Wow, wow. Sasuke also cried out loud, and the two babies began to compete with each other to see whose voice was louder. Cluck! Cluck! And Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina couldn't help but smile when they saw Sasuke and Naruto's appearance. Itachi, haven't you missed your recent training? I heard that you went to the dark department, are you still used to it? At this time, Narako and Uchiha Itachi had already come to the forest, looking at the little brother in front of them, the corners of their mouths rose slightly. I'm still to it. Maybe I'm born to be in this kind of place. Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned, then smiled self-deprecatingly. No one is born in the dark, and you think you're in the dark right now, but I've cracked it. Originally, your Uchiha clan would be wiped out in my prophecy. But now that fate has been changed by me, as long as my father is in the Hokage's seat for one day, you Uchiha clan will be fine. Of course, if they themselves were to die, then I didn't say it. So don't be so cold all day long. What's the matter, the eldest sister will help you carry it, haha. Naruko Namikaze stretched out her hand and patted Itachi Uchiha, showing a very old-fashioned appearance. With her current appearance, it was really strange. Extermination. Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned when he heard Naruko Namikaze's words, and then lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Okay, I don't want to do that much, I haven't practiced with you for a long time. Let the eldest sister see if your strength has grown. How's it going? Naruko Namikaze looked at the Uchiha Itachi in front of her and smiled, ready to abuse the vegetables again. Hi. Okay. The Uchiha Itachi looked at Narako and nodded. Then I'm going to go up. Forget it, it's better for you to strike first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make a move. Narako Uchiha smiled at the Uchiha Itachi in front of her and looked at him with a provocative look. Hi. Uchiha Itachi frowned, his expression a little serious. He knew that he was probably not Naruko's opponent, so he had to give it his all. Boom. Soon, Uchiha Itachi started with a kunai in one hand, and several kunai flew directly towards Naruko Namikaze. Dang dang dang. Narako Bofeng did the same, and directly threw out several kunai, and the kunai of the two people collided in the air, and then fell to the ground one after another. Hi. Then Uchiha Itachi disappeared in an instant, and the next second appeared directly behind Narako. Fire escape, the art of Phoenix Fire. Uchiha Itachi quickly sealed, the speed was so fast, the speed of the seal was not clear to ordinary people, and I saw a fireball spit out of his mouth, and then exploded, and countless sparks covered the area around Narako Hashiki in front of him. Bang bang bang! Narako didn't move, letting the Phoenix's fire technique attack his body, which surprised Uchiha Itachi a little. But in the next second, his pupils shrank and he quickly turned around to resist. Bang! Good, so fast! They Uchiha Itachi was instantly knocked out of the air, and after a circle in the air, his right foot touched a large tree, kicked hard, and counterattacked Narako again. Right the wheel eye, open. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi instantly opened the writing wheel eye. At this time, after the stimulation and training of Narako Bofeng, he has already opened the two-hook jade writing wheel eyes. I have to say, at the age of 7 to open the two-hook jade writing wheel eyes, what a powerful talent! Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Manipulate the Shuriken technique. Then the Uchiha Itachi instantly sealed, and directly turned the Shuriken in his hand into countless daos, flying directly towards Narako Bofeng, and there was an invisible silk thread on each Shuriken. Hi! Itachi is worthy of playing so many tricks with Shuriken. Water escape, water array wall. Narako raised her eyebrows when she saw the Shuriken flying towards her, slapped her hands, and spat out a large amount of water directly from her mouth, forming a wall of water in front of her. Bang bang bang! Jingle clanging! Countless shuriken slammed into the wall of water and fell to the ground with a clashing sound. Whoa! What? Narako Bofeng showed a hint of surprise on her face, and the next second she was tied up into a rice dumpling. Fire escape, the art of the fire dragon. Seeing that Narako was tied up, Uchiha Itachi was afraid that she would run away, so he immediately sealed, condensed a large amount of chakra directly in his body, turned into a highly condensed dragon in the shape of a dragon, and controlled him to fly towards the target. Boom, boom. In the next second, the attack directly hit Narako Bofeng, but the Uchiha Itachi did not relax at all, and the two-hook jade riding wheel eyes did not stop observing the movement in front of him. Too done, the art of decapitation in the heart. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi heard Narako's voice, and instantly felt a chill in his back, and Narako's figure appeared directly under his feet, wanting to drag him into the dirt. Quack! In the next second, the Uchiha Itachi turned into a crow and disappeared in place, reappearing, already 10 meters away. What was originally attacked by the fire dragon was just a piece of wood, and at this time it had turned into a pile of charcoal. Crow! Good reflexes! But you're underestimating me. Bang! Chapter 57. Narako had long expected that Uchiha Itachi would use a crow to leave. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and at some point, he had already appeared behind him, and punched him directly, but he didn't use his strength. Bang! Hi! Uchiha Itachi was instantly knocked out in the next second, and the reaction speed of the two-hook jade riding wheel eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of Narako Bofeng, let alone his body's reaction ability. Even the riding wheel eye can't catch the target, and the body doesn't have time to react at all. Good, so fast. Damn, why is this still happening? I've worked so hard, why? With such strength, I still want to protect her. Do I have the qualifications? Uchiha Itachi was furious, and he was defeated by the people he liked again and again, which stimulated his anger, and his mind was instantly ignited by anger, and a large amount of dark and evil power began to emanate from his brain. AHH. In the next second, the two Megatama in Uchiha Itachi's eyes instantly began to rotate, and another Megatama appeared quickly, but Megatama was not very obvious, and if you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't see it. Oh! This is the opening of the three hooks. And the second pillar knows, will he be overwhelmed by his brother? Although it hasn't been fully opened yet, it shouldn't be enough stimulation, right? Then I'll help you. Naruko Namikaze saw that Uchiha Itachi was opening the three-hook jade riding wheel eye, but it seemed that the power of anger was not enough, and it was halfway through the card master. It is located in 2.5 Megatama, because half of the Megatama is as transparent as it is, and it is difficult for people to find it. Itachi, I didn't expect you to be such a piece of shit. How can you be qualified to be my little brother after so many days of training? I've only used less than 1% of my strength, so you can't do it. You waste, just don't be a dark part, get out of here and take your brother with me. Narako Bokaze knew that Uchiha Itachi's stimulation was not enough, and his eyes instantly became extremely indifferent, looking at him who was awakening in front of him, and directly began to sneer. I'm a waste. I'm not a waste, I'll definitely succeed, give it to me. I want to protect the people I want to protect, how can I do it without strength? Even she is stronger than me, how can I protect her? Uchiha Itachi originally had some dark and evil power that was powerless, but because of Naruko's cynicism, a new force appeared again, which directly stimulated his eyeballs. 3 hooks, open it for me. Then the Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with bloody red light, which was very weird, and finally succeeded in opening the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye. A pair of bloody riding wheel eyes stared at Naruko Bofeng in front of him, and a hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes. Chakra is a little more, and the pupil power is stronger. If you go all out, you should be able to have the strength of ordinary forbearance, or even elite forbearance. Uchiha Itachi felt his 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes open, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a handful of kunai appeared on his right hand again, and he disappeared in place in an instant. Is it finally on? Such a genius, if it weren't for his untimely death, maybe Itachi might have become an existence like Madara Uchiha. Yes, yes. Narako Namikaze looked at the Uchiha Itachi in front of her, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she didn't care at all when she saw him rushing towards her. Illusion, bubbles. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, and he used an illusion directly at Narako Naruto. Illusion. But it didn't work for me. The corners of Naruko's mouth rose slightly, and with the eyes of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel, she was not afraid of any illusions at all, but she still pretended to be stunned on the spot. Bang! What? Uchiha Itachi saw that Narako was controlled by his illusion, and slapped a palm directly at her, but it flew out upside down, and a trace of surprise flashed on his face. It turned out that Narako Namikaze was pretending to be controlled by herself, and when Uchiha Itachi approached and wanted to hit her, she quickly punched her and flew out at once. Water escape water tooth bomb. Uchiha Itachi immediately formed a seal as he flew out upside down, and 2 water-shaped tornadoes were summoned directly above his head, rushing directly towards Narako Naruto. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Narako directly folded her hands, and a typhoon of more than 10 magnitudes blew towards the Uchiha Itachi, directly displacing the 2 water-shaped tornadoes and crashing into the ground not far from the 2. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the sand and rocks were flying, and after the water-shaped tornado hit, it turned into a puddle of water and flowed on the ground. Fire escape, the art of the fireball. Uchiha Itachi frowned, quickly sealed, and spit out a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters directly into his mouth, flying towards Narako Bakaze. Fire escape, impatience chlored. Suddenly, after a fireball, Uchiha Itachi quickly rushed towards Narako, sealing as he ran, and once again released a fire escape ninjutsu, which was an upgraded version of the Phoenix Fire, and countless flames rushed towards Narako. Water escape, small burst of water rushing waves. The corners of Naruko's mouth rose slightly, her hands were folded, her cheeks bulged, and a large amount of water spat out directly from her mouth, directly turning into a small lake within a radius of 1 kilometer. Because Narako didn't do it with all her might, otherwise a water escape, and the entire Kanaha was flooded, which was a sparse and ordinary thing. Snort. Fire. Escaped when he met Shui Dun, and immediately let out a snort, followed by a flood of steam. Woohoo! Although the water and fire cancel each other out, the Uchiha Itachi still hides several kunai in the impatience chlored, and flies directly towards Narako Bakaze. Dang dang! The kunai on Naruko's right finger quickly swung out, directly knocking the kunai into the air. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. Since the ground is full of water, a lake has been formed, and Uchiha Itachi and Narako Namikaze are standing on the surface of the lake, and it just so happens that he doesn't want to summon water, and directly uses the ready-made, painting a water dragon rushing directly towards Narako. You're pretty good at it, huh? The fisherman profits. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. Narako also used the water dragon bullet technique at the same time, and the 2 water dragons collided together in an instant. Bang bang bang! Whoa! Boom! The water dragons collided and turned into a rain of rain, and the two men disappeared above the water at the same time. Dang dang dang! Then the two began to compete in physical skills, and the physical skills were also comparable, and it was difficult to separate. Chapter 58. Bang! Whoa! The two of them didn't know how many tricks they had slashed at each other, and they parted in unison, drawing a stream of water above the lake. Itachi, your growth really surprised me. Now that your strength has reached the level of ordinary ninja, but it's a pity that you're too young. Otherwise, the strength will at least be comparable to the 4 generations of Wind Shadow. Narako Bofeng looked at the Uchiha Itachi in front of him, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He was worthy of Itachi God, his strength was so strong, and he was only 7 years old. Of course, this is also thanks to this pair of 3 hooked jade riding wheel eyes, and the most powerful power of the Uchiha clan is on this riding wheel eye. The Uchiha Itachi was originally a genius, much stronger than the average Uchiha clan, and even opened the 3 hooked jade riding wheel eye, so that the strength was even more powerful. But it's still not your opponent. I know you haven't used your full strength. Uchiha Itachi frowned, a blood streak appeared on his cheek, dripping a trace of blood, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes at Narako Harukaze in front of him. Originally, he thought that he had opened the 3 hooked jade riding wheel eyes, and he was already able to compete with Narako Bofeng, or even surpass her existence. Now it seems that he is really wrong, and he is at most equivalent to the strength of ordinary ninjas. Of course, the ninja level is more a measure of a ninja's comprehensive ability. But the average ordinary forbearance is about the same as his current strength. As for who wins and who loses, it depends on personal ability. Kami Shinobi is more experienced, but when he sees Uchiha Itachi, he will definitely underestimate the enemy, and he may be killed in an instant, which is also a common thing. You're already strong now, maybe you can surpass me in the future. I'm just one step ahead of you, don't be presumptuous, hehe. Narako Namikaze looked at the Uchiha Itachi in front of her, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then took out a container, collected the blood of the kunsu, and dripped it into the glass tube that had been prepared a long time ago. If it weren't for his own plug-in, it would still be very difficult to defeat him, and Narako Namikaze still has self-knowledge. You don't see what Naruto can do at this time. And at this age, Uchiha Itachi has become a powerhouse that rivals the existence of the upper ninja, which has surpassed 99.99% of the people in the ninja world. Well, I'm going to do my best, protect the people I need to protect. Uchiha Itachi's immature face looked at Narako Heizu in front of him, and confidence was ignited again in his eyes. In a few years, I will definitely be able to reach the strength of the shadow level, and then I will be able to protect Narako and Sasuke. I'll definitely be able to. Uchiha Itachi kept cheering himself up in his heart, and for some reason, he cared more and more about Narako's feelings. He used to be chased by a group of girls, and he would never have such an idea, but now he desperately wants to get the strength to protect Narako Namikaze. Well, okay, your strength test is almost over, and there is still progress during this time. Let's go. Don't worry your mother, it's almost time to go back. Narako Namikaze looked at the Uchiha and smiled, then raised her feet and left. Uchiha Itachi looked at Narako's back, the corners of his mouth turned up, and then followed. You don't know. When I gave birth to Naruto at that time, it was too difficult, and there were still 9 tails in my body to suppress, and the 9 tails were almost about to break the seal. I won't give birth to a third one again, I can't bear it, this kind of pain is really hard to bear. But the ending is okay, Naruto was born safely, and he is finally relieved. As soon as Narako and Itachi Uchiha walked back to the lake, they heard Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto talking about some things from the past, and they could hear the laughter of the two of them from afar. Mom, what are you talking about? So happy? Hee. Back at the tent, Narako Namikaze ran forward as she watched Kushina and the two of them talking and laughing. Coming back? Have you been playing for so long? It's time for lunch. Today I have your favorite rice ball, which my mother made for you in the morning. Come, take it. Kushina smiled when she saw Narako Namikaze returning, and then took out a bento box from the bag she was carrying, filled with her favorite rice balls. Narako Bafu's favorite thing to eat here is the rice balls made by Kushina, and the taste is really amazing. Wow, thank you mom. Hehe. Seeing the rice ball he liked, he took it directly from Kushina's hand. Narako Bafu's eyes lit up. He hadn't eaten it, he really didn't know how fragrant and delicious this rice ball was. It's like having never eaten Ichiraku ramen and not knowing how delicious it is, and taking a bite is something you will never forget. No wonder dad is always not a picky eater, and mom's meals are always the best. Hehe. Narako Bofeng took out a rice ball and took a bite of it, and couldn't help but think in her heart, this taste is really, absolutely amazing. Little fool. Come, Itake, this is for you. Let's try it too. Narako especially likes to eat rice balls, and if she doesn't eat anything else, she likes to eat rice balls. I don't know if the food I cooked wasn't to her taste. Seeing Narako Namikaze's appearance, Kushina covered her mouth and smiled, then took out another rice ball and handed it to Itake Uchiha. Thank you, Aunt Kushina. Uchiha Itake's face turned red, and he took the rice ball handed over to him a little shyly, and then glanced at Narako Namikaze, who was eating with relish, and also opened the lunch box, took out one and took a bite. Hi! Call sister! Giggle! Kushina heard Uchiha Itake call her aunt, her face was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled happily. Thank you, sister Kushina. Feeling Kushina's deep malice, Uchiha Itake suddenly trembled all over, remembered Narako Bofeng, and quickly changed his words. Well, that's good. When Kushina heard his satisfied salutation, he quickly squinted and smiled. Okay, it's terrifying. The momentum of the mother and daughter is exactly the same, it's really terrifying. This is the characteristic of a person with the blood of the Uzumaki clan. However, I don't seem to be disgusted by this. Uchiha Itake stared at the lunchbox in his hand, slightly stunned. The two people in front of him, Kushina and Narako Namikaze, seemed to be really similar, and they were both masters who started fighting without saying a word. But he was not disgusted, but felt that such a family could bring more happiness. Chapter 59. It's delicious. It's even better than meatballs. After taking a bite, Uchiha Itake fell in love with the taste, and the taste of this rice ball was even better than his favorite meatballs. Giggles, Kushina, you've taken out all your bento, so who is my bento for? Uchiha Minato naturally brought a bento. Seeing that her son already had lunch, she smiled at Kushina and raised the two bento in her hands. Sister Mitrin, I'll eat. Narako Namikaze saw the bento that Minato Uchiha took out, and hurriedly stretched out her hand. Narako has a lot of food now, you can look at Naruto, this is because the food she eats can refine chakra, and she must replenish her energy at all times. And the reason why the Uzumaki clan live a long life is because they have enough chakras and can refine chakras faster, so the amount of food has always been large. Narako Bake's current amount of food, 3 boxes of bento, is still easy. Giggle. Narako is so cute. Then let's give it all to Narako. Uchiha Minato smiled as she looked at Narako as she squinted, and then handed her both bentos. Thank you, Sister Mitrin, Sister Mitamen is so nice. Poof. Narako Namikaze hurriedly took the bento, then kissed Minato Uchiha on the face, looked at the bento in her hand and laughed. Giggles, kid. Uchiha Minato felt a little moist on her face, and looked at Narako Namikaze's uncontrollable smile. Well, it's all delicious, it's all delicious. Narako opened the lunch, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she ate it as if she had been hungry for many days. Eat slowly, eat slowly. Kushina looked at Narako Bofeng eating so panickedly, and looked at her with some amusement. Hey. Narako Namikaze smiled at Kushina and Minato Uchiha. Then several people sat together and began to take out some fruits and snacks, eating snacks and fruits while chatting. And Uchiha Itake was stunned and didn't know what to say, lowering his head and playing with his kunai. Narako Bofeng was eating snacks, but in fact, he had already separated his shadow clone and went out to cultivate, and his own body was eating and drinking here. This day, compared to when Naruto will still be shadowed by himself, I don't know how many times happier I am. Alas! I'm left alone. It's really a little unaccustomed, isn't it? Soon. It was evening, Bo Fengshuman came back from work and returned home. Xiao Huang hurriedly ran over, wagging his tail. Lord Watergate, where's my dinner? Xiao Huang looked at Minato, a trace of longing flashed in his eyes, he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Hi! Oh, wait a minute, I'll get it for you right away. Minato saw Xiao Huang asking for dinner, smiled awkwardly, and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Huang, come, it's time for dinner. After looking for a long time, Minato finally found Xiao Huang's special dog food, took out the dog food, and poured it directly into the special dog basin. Come on! Xiao Huang hurriedly ran over, with a happy look, and saw that the dog food pounced directly, and it was eaten all over the ground. Eat slowly, don't choke. Minato looked at Xiao Huang in front of him and smiled, then put the dog food away and walked to the kitchen. Watergate, dinner in the fridge, take it out and heat it up, we'll be back soon. Love you, Epsilon, #. When I walked into the kitchen door, I saw a note on the refrigerator with a message from Kushina. Hey, it's better to be a Kushina. Minato saw the note, squinted and smiled, feeling warm in his heart, and then opened the refrigerator and saw the meal that had been prepared inside. Woo! 4 generations of Hokage-sama. At this time, a dark part suddenly appeared in front of Minato. What's wrong? Bo Fengshui didn't reply, still hot food, and said lightly. The members of the dark department of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama have all been tested, and the 10 of them have a purpose, all of them are elite shinobi. The purpose is to find out the lineage of the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, but there are no other ideas, only these are explored, and the specific content is unknown. However, the Uchiha Shisui has set up an illusion to erase the memory of their mission. The rest of the people are fine. They. Dark Department hurriedly replied respectfully towards the Bo Feng Shui gate. Good. Take all of them under your command, and scatter them all in the shadows now. All the elite shinobi are separated, and after observing for a period of time, and after there is no problem, they will be assigned to carry out classified tasks. In addition, 4 elite shinobi were dispatched to monitor the movements of the 3 generations of Hokage without interruption, and their daily movements were recorded. Don't interfere with his normal life, just be responsible for the record, and report any problems in time. Also, tune in to me. Let's go down. Bo Fengshuman frowned, then waved his hand and said lightly. As the most powerful shadow under the Ape Fei Sun / shadow is extremely powerful, as long as he is placed by his side, the rest of the people are not afraid. Yes, 4 Hokage-sama. Whoa! Then the shadows disappeared in place. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, I hope you don't get involved in it in the future, and you can live for a long time. I will make good use of the people you sent. But if you have a plan, I'm sorry. After the darkness left, Minato muttered to himself. Directly listed the ape Flying Sun as a key monitoring target, although he did not lose his freedom, but there were people watching him all the time, in case he did anything to prevent him. When Minato heated the meal, after dinner, the dishes were washed, and Bo Feng Narako and the others returned home. Are you back? Did you have a good time today? Seeing Bo Feng Narako and the others coming back, Minato hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Well, it's fun today, Daddy has had dinner, right? I'm going to bed, you guys go to bed early, don't make such a big fuss. I'll sleep with Naruto, bye-bye. I'll have to take the exam tomorrow. Naruko Namikaze looked at Naruto and smiled, and then ran directly to the room with Naruto in her arms. This kid. Minato was blushed by Bo Feng Narako's old face, and looked at Kushina and smiled awkwardly. Humph, it's all your fault. Jusinai looked at Minato with some reproach, snorted coldly, and went to wash. Chapter 60. Ah, this. Do I still have status at home? Minato felt very helpless. After he became a father, his status at home plummeted, and he wanted to cry without tears. Early the next morning, Narako-wakaze got up early, handed Naruto to Kushina, washed herself and prepared to go to the ninja school. "Narako, come on!" Kushina waved at her as Narako left the house, cheering her up. "No problem, little meaning, haha." Naruto Namikaze also waved her hand at Kushina, turned around and walked towards the school. Soon, Naruto Namikaze has already entered the ninja school and arrived at the assessment class for graduation this time, and there are already many people waiting here. This time it's your graduation exam, so you have to keep going. If you have outstanding abilities and pass the assessment, you will be able to officially become a shinobi. Okay, now I'll start the roll call, and if I get the names, I'll go to the next classroom for testing. This time, the question tests two techniques, transformation and doppelganger. Just as Narako entered the classroom, a Naruto teacher walked in, holding a list and looking at everyone. Yes. A group of graduating candidates are very much looking forward to it, they have already sharpened their knives, and they can't wait to become a shinobi. Sure enough. But I remember that it originally seemed to be a ninjutsu test, right? This time it became two. But for me, it's all trivial. Narako was slightly stunned after hearing the words of the middle ninja teacher, and then the corners of her mouth rose slightly. This kind of ninjutsu is simply a piece of cake. Alright, the next person I called out by name came out and lined up. Teru Shimura, Naruto Namikaze, Hayafumi Hinata, Hana Inyazuka. Soon, Shinobu-sensei began to read the list, and then one by one people got down from their seats and walked towards the classroom next to them. "Hello, I'm your invigilator this time. My name is Hwoshin. Then all of you come up in order, first show your transformation technique, and then show your doppelganger technique. From now on, the first one, Teru Shimura." Hwoshin looked at the door and shouted at the door of the wave-wind Narako and the others, and he sat on the podium, and there were a lot of Kanaha forward guards beside him. As long as he passed the assessment, he could become a Kanaha shinobi. Yes. Transfiguration. Bang. Soon. Shimura Teru walked in and directly used the transformation technique, turning into the appearance of Hwoshin. "Very good, let's start the clone technique." Hwoshin nodded, then looked at Shimura Teru and smiled. Bang. Doppelganger. Bang. Shimura Teru first lifted the transformation technique, and then once again performed the doppelganger technique, conjuring up a clone that was exactly the same as himself. "Very good, Shimura Teru, pass." Next, Narako Namikaze. Hwoshin looked at Shimura Teru in front of him and smiled, and then handed the Kanaha forward guard into his hands. "Thank you, Mr. Hwoshin." Shimura Teru looked at the Kanaha forward guard in his hand, a hint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and he quickly bowed and thanked him, and then walked out. Transfiguration. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang 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 bang. When he got to Narako Bofeng, he directly used the transformation technique and turned into the appearance of Minato, and then directly released the multiple shadow clone technique, filling the entire classroom with Narako's doppelganger. Hi! Hwoshin looked at the wave-wind Narako in front of him, and the whole person was stunned, and his jaw was about to fall in shock. Solution. Bang bang bang. Then Narako Bofeng lifted all the shadow clones again, looked at the fire sky in front of him and smiled. "Teacher Hwoshin, have I passed the test?" Narako Bofeng looked at Hwoshin in front of her, and stretched out her hand to ask for Kanaha forward protection. Hi! Well, pass, pass, pass. Hwoshin was said by Narako Bofeng, and only then came back to his senses, looking at Narako in front of him, his eyes showed a shocked color that was difficult to hide. "Thank you, Mr. Hwoshin." Narako Bofeng looked at Hwoshin and smiled, took the forward guard, and walked out directly. "Is this the daughter of the fourth Hokage-sama? Isn't this terrifying?" Filling the entire classroom, my god! I've never seen such a terrifying shadow clone technique. Even if it's me, I can only make 4 at most. Hwoshin looked at the other test teacher beside him and couldn't help muttering. This is what the daughters of the 4 generations of Hokage-sama should look like. Not only is there Kushina-sama's huge chakra, but there are also the powerful strength of the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. In the future, Narako will definitely become a very powerful ninja, although the ability is beyond my imagination, but for us Kanaha, there are many benefits. If you record it, you have to show it to the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. The other teacher looked at Hwoshin and nodded, although he was shocked, but he felt that it was reasonable. After all, she is the daughter of the 4th Hokage-sama, and she also has a powerful mother of the Uzumaki clan. Well, indeed, it's good for Kanaha. Hwoshin nodded, then looked at the list, and shouted out the door again, continuing with the next person's test. Simple, isn't it? Hehe. Go back. Narako. Bofeng looked at the Kanaha forehead guard in her hand and smiled, tied her hand to her forehead, and prepared to leave. Narako-sama, don't leave yet, the 4th Hokage-sama still has a meeting. Just as Narako was about to leave, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her and knelt down on one knee towards her. Oh! Is Dad here too? Okay then. I was going to leave directly. Narako Bofeng was slightly stunned when she heard the words of the Dark Department, and then turned her head to see Minato smiling and waving at her. Woo! Then Bofeng Narako disappeared directly in place, and the next second he had already appeared in front of Minato. So fast! Is this Narako-sama's flying thunder god? It's really powerful, just like the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, it's elusive. The dark part that was originally kneeling in front of Minato Namikaze, didn't notice how she left at all, and when she raised her head, the person was gone. When he turned his head, he found that Bofeng Narako was actually already in front of Minato, and his whole person was numb. Dad, what else is there going to be a meeting? Bofeng Narako smiled when she saw Minato. The children have graduated, and I, the Hokage, naturally want to come over and have a look. Chapter 61. Narako, congratulations, you've become a shinobi. Minato hugged Bofeng Narako in his arms and looked at her and smiled softly. Where's the gift? Narako Bofeng congratulated herself when she saw Minato, and directly stretched out her right hand to ask for a gift. Gifts? This dad is not prepared. Minato looked at Bofeng Narako and smiled a little embarrassedly. I knew my dad wasn't prepared. Narako Namikaze pursed her lips, as if she had seen him through. Aha! Daddy has been ready for you for a long time. Come on, see if you like it. Seeing the appearance of Bofeng Narako, Minato couldn't help laughing, and then took out a scroll from his arms. Hi! Narako saw the scroll in front of her, then looked at the water gate, and a hint of anticipation and gratitude flashed in her eyes. Open it and take a look. Minato looked at Narako Bofeng and smiled. Good. Solution. Bang. Narako Bofeng nodded, then opened the scroll, and in an instant, a handle appeared on the scroll, the sword of Thor. This is... Dad. This is the sword of Thor. Are you going to give me this sword of Thor? After opening the scroll, Narako saw the sword of Thor on it with some surprise. Well, no one uses it, what about eating ashes over there? Last time I heard you say that others are very handsome with swords, Dad found it for you, but the grass pheasant sword is in the Orochimaru sensei. Other good swords weren't very famous, and Dad thought of the sword of Thor. Although the sword of Thor is not as good as the grass pheasant sword, it can be regarded as a very good famous sword. Dad will find you a better sword later. Minato looked at Narako's surprised eyes, squinted and smiled. Last time, I overheard Naruko say that she likes to use swords, so I've been trying to find a way to find a gift for her. In the end, he locked it onto Thor's sword and gave it directly to Naruko Nakaze as a graduation gift. Thank you, Dad. I love this gift. Hee. Narako Bofeng saw that Minato actually gave him the saber of the second Hokage, and a trace of warmth rose in her heart. It's nice to have a dad. Narako Bofeng was an orphan in her last life, so now Minato and Kushina have become her parents, which makes her very happy. And she got a father who loved her very much, and a mother who was gentle and caring for her, which was already something she dreamed of. It's good to like it. This Thor's sword can only activate the power of thunder and lightning to be able to open the sword body. The power is determined by the strength of your ninja, and if you are strong in chakra, then you will be able to become more powerful. If the chakra is not strong, then someone else can shatter your chakra sword chi with a single blow. For you, it's just right to be able to use. Minato looked at Bofeng Narako and smiled, and when he saw her happy, he was also very happy. As a father, he can't do anything for his children, and he doesn't come back until now, and he owes them something. Tried everything to make up for it, knowing that Narako Bofeng liked swords, he went directly to the bottom of the box and took out the sword of Thor. No wonder, it turns out that the sword of Thor has such characteristics. No wonder. When Marino used the sword of Thor with his painful hands, it was broken by Sasuke and Naruto. It turned out that Morinai was hurting his own chakra, and his original chakra was too weak to exert the true power of Thor's sword at all. Morinai was in his hands with the sword of Thor at that time, but he was able to directly cut the spiral pill easily. Such a powerful artifact is not comparable to any weapon. The power of the spiral pill, I know it to everyone, the spiral pill really exerts its full strength, and the power is extremely terrifying. Narako Bofeng frowned when he heard Minato say this. It turned out that when he was watching the anime, he saw that Thor's sword was shattered, all because his own chakra was too weak. The sword of Thor needs the user's own chakra as a support. If you are strong, it will be strong, and if you are weak, it will naturally be weak. It's the same as ninjutsu. A lower ninja uses the wind to escape the big breakthrough, and it may blow down a tree. If Orochimaru used a wind escape breakthrough, it would be a super typhoon of more than a dozen levels, let alone one, and it would suffer within a radius of several miles. I'll definitely take advantage of it. Hee. Narako then led the sword of Thor, put it in her arms, and smiled as she looked at Minato. Minato also smiled, and then began to surround a group of newly graduated shinobi around him one after another. Alright, everyone is here, it's time to prepare for the speech. Seeing that the children were coming over one after another, Minato smiled and put Bofeng Narako down directly. Look, it's the 4th generation Hokage-sama, the 4th generation Hokage-sama is so handsome. Really, it's the first time I've seen the 4 generations of Hokage-sama so closely. It's really handsome, more handsome than my father. In the future, I must also marry a man as handsome and powerful as the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Hello to the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. A group of graduated shinobi came up, and the girls showed their love when they saw Minato. After all, as the 4th generation of Hokage, and he was so handsome, it was inevitable that everyone would pay attention. The boy looked at the Bofeng Shui gate in front of him with a look of adoration, and bowed to him respectfully. Very good, everybody stand up first. Shadow, is there anyone else? It's all over the exam, right? Minato hurriedly pressed his hand to silence the children, and then asked the shadow beside him. The 4 generations of Hokage-sama have all completed the assessment. Everyone has been notified and all have arrived. Shadow bowed respectfully towards the Bofeng Shui gate. He was only loyal to the Hokage, regardless of the Hokage, and now the object of his allegiance was the 4 generations of Hokage. Good. First of all, I'm here to congratulate all of you. Congratulations on your success in becoming Konoha's shinobi. You're all the best in this class of graduates. Tomorrow you go back to the ninja school, and there will be a special teacher to pick you up. Then they will become your teachers, and you will become their subordinates. You only need to follow them to do tasks, and after completing a certain task, you will be able to participate in the Zongnan assessment, and only after passing the assessment can you become Zongnan. Of course, this is off topic, the point is that you will arrive at the class on time tomorrow and wait for your lead teacher. Chapter 62. After becoming a ninja, you must have the awareness of death. Becoming a ninja is dangerous, and it is not as simple as you think. At every turn, someone will die because of a failed mission, so I hope you don't lose a big deal because of small things, and you need to think twice before doing anything. You can't kill the whole team because of you. It is also inevitable to improve your strength, and only strong ninjas can survive in the cruel ninja world. Minato looked at all the lower shinobi in front of him and smiled. He had nothing to say, just let them know themselves. And tell them some precautions so that they don't get arrogant just because they became ninjas. Such a person often dies quickly, and what he wants to cultivate is the children, who are geniuses, not to let them die in vain. Papa. After listening to Bo Fengshuman, everyone applauded in unison, and their eyes revealed excitement. All right, let's all disperse. Each followed the adults in his own family home. After finishing speaking, Minato looked at everyone and smiled, giving the children a kind and affectionate smile. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Everyone bowed to Minato, very respectful, and even the parents who came in later to endure also bowed to him. Minato smiled at everyone, and then left directly with the shadow. It's time for me to leave, too. Hey. Thor's sword, not bad, it's good, it also has the effect of lightning paralysis, and it's also a special effect version. This Thor's sword is much more handsome than the grass pheasant sword. I just don't know if Thor's sword can make it a little longer. I'll try. Narako also took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and disappeared directly in place. When she reappeared, Narako had already arrived in the forest where she often trained. Thor's sword, let me see your power. Bang! Narako Bofeng took out the scroll, opened it directly, grabbed the sword of the thunder god in the scroll in his hand, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then frantically poured into the thunder attribute chakra. Tsitsaiza! Ding! When Narako entered a large amount of thunder attribute chakra, the sword of Thor was activated in an instant, and a blue lightsaber appeared, and it began to grow longer. Isn't it blue? Doesn't it seem to have anything to do with users? But the blue one is more handsome than the yellow one. Give me a little longer and give it to me. Narako saw that her Thor's sword was actually blue, and it glowed blue, turning into a blue lightsaber. As Narako Bofeng imported more and more chakras, the sword of Thor became longer and longer, from having no sword body to a thunder and lightning lightsaber tens of meters long, which was dazzling. Shhhh. This is a fight with Ant Snake's grass pheasant sword. 40-meter machete in seconds. And how much chakra I induce, I can grow insanely, and the length of this Thor's sword needs to be controlled by myself. Ha ha ha. Dad just sent me an artifact. Try it out. Bo Feng Narako saw his thunder sword dozens of meters away, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. This thunder god's sword is really an artifact, worthy of being a sword between 1,000 hands. Chidorig blade. Chop. Tsitsaiza. Then Narako Bofeng directly used the 1,000-bird blade, and the sword body originally emitted blue light, and now it directly began to be covered with blue thunder light, and the appearance once again formed a chakra as protection, making it sharper and more powerful in defense. Boom, boom. With a slight wave, Narako directly cut the dozens of giant trees in front of him, which was very smooth, leaving no trace. It's like it's been polished. Bang bang bang. Zi. Soon, dozens of giant trees fell directly to the ground, and after the trees fell to the ground, they suddenly heard the sound of ZZ. In the next second, black smoke began to rise from the tree, and flames began to ignite, and the thunder directly ignited the tree, and before it could be seen from the outside, it had already begun to burn inside. Boom, boom. It didn't take long for the tree to be burned by the fire. Is this the power of the sword of Thor? Not only does it have a paralyzing effect, but it is also extremely powerful, and if you don't pay attention to it, the huge power of thunder and lightning can blast it into slag. It's really a rare good sword. And it's quite handsome, and it's also very strange to be able to control the sword body with his chakra. Narako Bofeng looked at the sword of Thor in his hand, with irrepressible love in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and successfully graduating from the ninja school within a year. The task reward, Special Blood Inheritance Limit, Magnetic Escape. At this time, the system determined that he had successfully graduated and sent a reward. It's almost time to go back, and this time it's a good one. Hehe. After the reward arrived, the corners of Narako's mouth turned up slightly, and her heart was full of joy. Not only got the sword of Thor, and she also got the magnetic escape, which made her feel extremely satisfied, humming a little song all the way home. Yoshi, today's 800 laps have been completed, although the task has been completed, but, in the handstand 800 laps. Just as Narako was walking out of the forest, he suddenly saw a watermelon-headed and thick-eyebrow Kai talking to himself on the street, and then saw him standing upside down and walking upside down with his hands upside down. Hi! Kai Huang! It's true, this kind of training method, no wonder you can almost kick out the finale with one kick, and you are cultivating all the time. And the cultivation intensity is too high, isn't it? How big is this wooden leaf? I feel tired after running lap by lap. You still have 800 laps. After running, you have to do a handstand, and you need other training. It's an inhuman torture, it's so strong. When Narako saw Kai Huang training, he had to sigh that a hard-working genius like him was really self-disciplined. Ding, a special mission detected, follow Might Guy to join the physical training. A powerful ninja cannot be without a strong physical skill. Training duration, 10 years. Quest reward, no damage to the 8 Dungia array, extremely strong attack, no damage to self. Just when Narako Bofeng met Kai Huang, suddenly the system released such a mission. What? Train with Might Guy. Chapter 63. Won't I be 16? Bofeng Narako heard the sound of the system, and the whole person was numb. 10 years of training, how much perseverance is this? But the uninjured 8-gate Dungia is a bit of a cowhide. If Emperor Kai has the 8 doors without injury, then there is no need to waste his legs in the later stage. Such a physical hero, losing his legs, is indeed an inhuman torture. Although I don't really like to open 8 doors, it feels weird. But for the sake of your favorite hero who won't be in a wheelchair in the later stage, I'll help you. Bo. Feng Narako shook her head, seeing Emperor Kai almost kick out the finale. That kind of shock, I still remember it clearly. The 8 Dungia techniques are equivalent to a self-sacrificing technique, which is the technique of sacrificing oneself in exchange for the lives of countless people, and it can be regarded as a very great physical technique. So Narako Bakaze is ready to save Might Guy in front of her, although her spirit is too hot-blooded, but she is indeed a selfless person for the village and her friends. Hello, Kai-senpai. Immediately, Narako Bofeng ran directly in front of Kai, bowed respectfully to him, and showed respect to him. Such a man is indeed worthy of anyone's respect. Yo! Isn't this Narako? Narako, what's the matter with me? Kai saw Narako smile slightly, still the same as before. Kai-senpai, I feel that your physical skills are very strong, so I want to practice with you, is it okay? Narako Bofeng smiled as she looked at Maid Kai in front of her. What? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to be recognized by Narako. Sure enough, hard work will never deceive. Ding. Kai was said by Narako Bofeng, and instantly felt tears in his eyes, and finally someone recognized him, and hurriedly stretched out his thumb, and a burst of white light appeared on his white teeth. Okay, Narako, then you can practice. With me. You run with me first, Kanaha 800 laps, you don't need to do a handstand, just run, let's see who is faster. Ha ha ha. This is youth, youth never ends. Then Kai looked at Narako Bafo, his hands moved quickly, passionate, and his heart was unprecedentedly satisfied by Narako's words. Ahem, ahem. Hey! Kai-senpai, wait for me. I haven't started yet. Narako Bofeng saw Kai actually run away happily, his physical skills, almost slipped away, and disappeared in place in an instant, leaving a burst of dust, and immediately followed. Soon, 2 strange figures appeared on Kanaha Street, one running upside down, the other following closely behind, one big and one small, kept training physical skills. This is really not a task that anyone can do. I already feel my legs tremble after running 35 laps of Kanaha for the whole of Kanaha, isn't that too tiring? How did Kai and Xiaoli persevere? Without using any chakra, running is a bit of a waste. Narako Bakaze ran 35 laps with Might Guy, and she felt very tired from one kick, and it was very difficult to run without any chakra. If you use chakra stimulation, you can achieve extremely fast speed, and it is very easy to bounce. But simply running on the ground with both legs without using any chakra is very heavy on the whole body. A little girl, what are you doing so desperately? Ninetales in Narako's belly pouted, and then sent a little Ninetales chakra over, which instantly spread all over her body, helping her soothe the muscles of her whole body. Hi! 9 Lamas, do you still know that people are distressed? Narako Bofeng felt the chakra of the 9 tails in her body, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she muttered softly. Although the vortex physique is very resilient, it also needs to rest, and she is too young now, so it is indeed a little difficult to exercise like this. Cut, I don't know why you're so masochistic, you're already strong. But if you die, I'll die too, I'm just trying to save myself. Yin Nine Tails pursed his lips and lay on the ground, closing his eyes tightly, looking indifferent. Hee. Anyway, thanks. Narako Namikaze smiled. The chakra of the Ninetales was really extremely resilient, making her physical strength recover a lot at once, and it was also strengthened. Cut. The corners of Yin Zhuo's mouth raised slightly, and he closed his eyes and didn't speak again. Although my current physique is very strong, my body is still too young and has not grown at all. I still need a lot of development, so that I can make my physique stronger faster. The corners of Narako's mouth rose slightly. She now relies more on spatial ninjutsu in her battles, and her physical skills are considered to be the worst ability. The exercise of physical skills is still indispensable, and it is impossible for a person to become strong by himself. If you find a physical skill expert like Kai, the improvement of physical skills will become faster. Hi! What's going on with Narako? At this time, Kauashi didn't know when, appeared in front of the two of them, and saw that the two of them were practicing physical arts together, and his mouth was slightly open, a little surprised. Hi, Kauashi-san. When Narako saw Kauashi, she quickly waved her right hand and said hello to him. Wow! Kauashi, let's come to a duel. Oh, not today, I have to take Narako to train, I won't accompany you first, haha. Kai saw Kauashi and originally wanted to come forward to duel with him, but after looking at Narako Namikaze, who was training with him, and seeing how hard she was working, he couldn't bear to interrupt and continued to take her to start training. After Kauashi heard Kai's words, his brows instantly tightened, and he was about to run away, but he was relieved to hear him say that he would take Narako to cultivate with the wave and stop fighting with him. Narako's talent is already very strong, I didn't expect to practice so seriously. Kauashi then watched Kai and Narako Namikaze leave, looking thoughtfully at their backs. I'm going to be the leading teacher tomorrow, and it's really troublesome. But Narako is in there, it should be a lot more fun, right? Kauashi saw Narako's appearance, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, maybe he was a good choice to be a leading teacher. I'm so tired, this Kai is really not a normal person. The physique is too strong. It's terrifying. Are you sure it's not a side branch of the Thousand Hands clan that ran out? Chapter 64. Time passed quickly, Narako and Kai practiced for a day, and when they got home, they were all slumped on the bed, looking at the ceiling with some emotion. It was also the first time for Narako to experience such a high-intensity cultivation, and it was really a bit unbearable. Let's get some sleep first, and then recover. It's so tiring, it really takes a lot of perseverance to persist for 10 years. It didn't take long for Narako to fall into a deep sleep. This kid. Is she really desperate? Maybe she can really become an existence like the 6 Dao immortals, right? Although I don't know where she got these abilities, she is indeed very powerful. They 9 Lamas felt that Narako Bofeng had fallen into a deep sleep, shook his head, and kept popping up with the Ninetales chakra to help her recover her body, and an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. Early the next morning, Narako Namikaze, who was originally tired, had already recovered her vigor and energy. I'm going to school. Narako Namikaze took a few rice balls and ran out directly. Narako, slow down. This kid is very grinning, and he doesn't know who he looks like. Seeing that Narako Bofeng ran out directly, Kushina hurriedly shouted, but the person had already run away, and shook his head with a wry smile. Do you still need to ask? Bo Fengshiman held a rice ball and nibbled on it, muttering in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, and ate his breakfast quietly. I'm finally going out on a mission ninja school or something. It's all kid stuff, hehe. I don't know who I'm going to be assigned to. I'm really looking forward to it. But it seems like it's all tricks now, right? Well, it seems to be a trick. I can only endure it for a few more years. Narako Bofeng walked all the way, and suddenly found that the people who graduated from him seemed to be some tricks, and he pouted, and he felt a little lacking in interest. Soon, Narako came to the ninja school, and when she arrived in the graduating class, she found a random seat and sat down. Look, this is Naruko Namikaze. I heard that she is the daughter of the 4th generation of Hokage-sama. Wow, she's so cute. I really want to go up and pinch her 6 little whiskers. Why do you have whiskers? Don't you know? When Kanaha was attacked by the Ninetales, it was the 4 generations of Hokage-sama who sealed the Ninetales in the bodies of their sons and daughters, so that we Kanaha were spared. Wow, the 4 generations of Hokage-sama are so great, they are willing to sacrifice their own children. Narako-sama is so pitiful. I heard from my dad that Narako-sama is very strong, and during the test yesterday, Narako-sama directly used the multi-shadow clone technique, filling the entire classroom. So powerful, I'm at the back, I don't even see it. Narako-sama is cute, beautiful, and powerful, but unfortunately, none of us are worthy of her. When Narako Bofeng walked into the classroom, it was already full of people, and when they saw her, they all began to talk, and no one ridiculed her, all praise, and a trace of pity. They felt that it would definitely be uncomfortable to have the Ninetales sealed in their bodies, let alone the daughter of Minato, and to make such a sacrifice for the village. Many parents taught them that the 4th generation Hokage was a good Hokage. Therefore, they all felt very respectful of the Bofeng family, and everyone admired them for their feat for the village. Bang! At this time, Huoshan came to the classroom, looking at everyone present, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Kids, we're meeting again. First of all, I would like to congratulate you once again, you will be ninjas in your own right from today onwards. But you've just graduated from school now, and you're just a novice ninja. The real danger has just begun. Don't think that becoming a ninja will make you very powerful. On the contrary, after becoming a ninja, you will encounter all kinds of missions and all kinds of crises. Well, without further ado, all of you will be assigned to a team of 3, and form a squad. Later, your leading teacher will come and take you away, and in the future, you will become a subordinate of this Shangnan. He will lead you on a mission. Huoshan looked at them and smiled, holding a list, which was the last word of education they had to say to them as a shinobi teacher. What? We're going to split up into a team of 3. I don't know who I'm going to be on a team, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to be in the same group as Narako-sama. I also want to be in the same group as Narako-sama. Narako-sama's strong strength, these people are not worthy, only I am worthy of being a teammate with Narako-sama. Are you dreaming? You can't even beat me, and you still want to be in a squad with Narako-sama. After hearing Huoshan's words, everyone felt incredible, and their eyes lit up, and both men and women looked at Narako Bafo, because her strength had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone likes to stay with the strong, and if they follow the strong, they will become stronger, and if they follow the weak, they will only lag behind. Hey! What are you looking at me for? Narako felt strange and looked around, and the group of people were all staring at her, which made her a little surprised. Among these people, there are not many good-looking girls. This is Inyazuka Hana, Inyazuka Tooth's sister. It's just that the red facial lines on this face are a little unsightly, but if you remove them, it's pretty good. But with a kind of wildness, I don't know how it will be when I grow up, but I didn't pay attention to it before. Then Narako Bofeng looked around. Most of the graduates in this phase are boys, few are girls, only the sister of the tooth is better looking, and the others are not ugly, but they are almost meaningful. Because all of you have different abilities, so that you can cooperate with each other and exert greater abilities. So I assigned you a list early in the morning, and now I'm going to announce the grouping for you here. First class, Teru Shimura, Hinata Safumi, Karama Hakumo. Second class, Uchiha Lang, Yazawa, Mizuishi. Sixth class, Narako Bafo, Inyazuka Hana, Oil Girls Hixie. Soon, Hwoshin had already finished reading the list. Oil Girl. It's just this woman who wears a hat all day long. The whole body is impulsive, it's terrible. Why is there such a family that plays with bugs? The whole body is used to store bugs, is it really good? After hearing the list, Narako Bakaze looked at a woman wearing sunglasses and a hat and mask not far away, and she couldn't see her face clearly, and felt a little speechless. Chapter 65. For playing with bugs, Narako still feels a little unable to do it, and the bugs live in her body, which is unimaginable. Alright, your lead teacher will come to claim you in the afternoon. For the rest of the year, you are free to move around on your own, and afternoon, stay in the classroom and wait for Mr. Shang Shinobi. Then Hwoshin looked at the people present and smiled, his task today was completed. I didn't expect to be in a group with the daughter of the fourth Hokage-sama. I feel the smell on her body, it's dangerous. The bugs inside me feel fear. It's a terrible thing that the family still assigned me to such a horrible woman. The oil girl's Hixie glanced at Bofeng Narako, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, he could clearly feel the fear of the insects in her body, which made her also have a sense of fear, as if she was born with it. Want Wong! And the grey-white puppy lying in Inyazuka Hana's arms barked a few times, and glanced at Naruko Namikaze, with a hint of fear in his eyes. The daughter of the fourth Hokage-sama. Don't be afraid, Naruko-sama, I look very gentle, don't be afraid. The family sent us to be with Narako-sama. Inyazuka Hana stretched out her hand and patted the ash pill in her arms, revealing a gentle smile. Now Inyazuka is 7 years old, the same age as Uchiha Itachi, and Minato found 2 students of the same age in the school, and they were the 2 of them. Because Narako Naruto's strength is already very strong, she is directly equipped with 2 perceptual ninjas, one by insects and the other by smell. Wolo, tisk. Seeing Hwoshin leaving, Narako stood up directly, walked towards Inyazuka Hana, and stretched out her hand to hook her hand towards Ashimaru. Woo! When Ashimaru saw Narako Namikaze coming over, his whole body trembled, and his entire dog body fell into Inyazuka Hana's arms, and he didn't dare to show his face at all. Your partner seems to be scared of me. Narako Namikaze saw that Ashimaru was scared, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Narako-sama, I'm sorry. Ashimaru wasn't like that before. Inyazuka Hana hurriedly stood up with Ashimaru in her arms and bowed to Narako Namikaze. It's okay, we're companions now, you don't need to call me Lord, just call me Narako. Nice to meet you, little flower. Narako looked at Inyazuka and stretched out her hand, smiling. Hi. I'm glad to meet you, too, Narako. Inyazuka Hana looked at Narako Ha Feng in front of her, and always felt that her personality was not quite like a girl, and for the first time she communicated with dogs and people other than her family, she stretched out her hand a little shyly. Ens Hixie, it's nice to meet you, but why do you always wear a hat and a mask? Narako Namikaze smiled at Inyazuka Hana, then turned her head to look at the oil girl's Hixie, eager to see her true face. Nice to meet you, Narako-sama. Please advise me in the future. I'm ugly, so I don't need to see it. The oil girl's Hixie looked at Narako Bofeng and bowed, and did not mean to take off her mask. Really? Then forget it, don't force it. Let's go. I'm going to have lunch today. Seeing that the oil girl's Hixie didn't want to take off her mask, she didn't force it, she looked at the 2 girls and smiled, ready to invite them to lunch. Thank you Narako. Inyazuka squinted and smiled, her right hand stroking Ashimaru's dog's head. Thank you, Narako-sama, but the oil girl's Hixie doesn't want to go to dinner together, she has always liked to be alone, so she doesn't want to have anything to do with Narako Bofeng and others. Let's go. Just have a meal. Bofeng Narako didn't care, and walked forward directly picked up the oil girl's Hixie and walked out. Soon the 3 of them came to the street, and they came directly to the noodle restaurant of Ichiraku Ramen. Hand-beating uncle, come 3 bowls of noodles. When? She came to the noodle shop of Ichiraku Ramen. Narako Namikaze shouted directly at Tita. It's Narako. Okay, I'll make noodles for you, wait a minute. Tita looked at Narako Namikaze and squinted and smiled, and then began to make noodles. Hi. Calamus is also there. It's been a long time, but it's cute again. Narako Namikaze just sat down, and saw the Calamus who was laying her hands, and when she saw her cute now, she squinted and smiled. Hee hee. Narako, you're getting cuter and prettier. Calamus looked at Narako and smiled, because Narako often comes to eat Ichiraku Ramen, so the relationship between the two is also very familiar, and they can be regarded as ordinary friends. Haha. Narako Namikaze looked at Calamus and smiled, she was indeed a sensible and cute little girl. Come, the noodles are ready. It didn't take long for the 3 bowls of noodles to be ready and handed to them. Thank you, Uncle Hand Hit. I'm going to move. You guys eat too, you're welcome, you can't eat enough, I'll treat you today. Narako Bofeng looked at the 2 partners around her and smiled, took out the chopsticks directly, and started. Whoosh! Narako Bofeng ate quickly, and killed a large bowl of noodles in a few clicks, which stunned the 2 girls present. Hand-beating uncle, it's not enough, a few more bowls. Come again. Come again. It didn't take long for the bowls around Narako to be stacked very high, about 13 bowls in a stack, and there were already 2.5 stacks. Generally speaking, when Narako Bofeng eats Ichiraku Ramen, she can eat more than 40 bowls at a time, but if she eats like this, her stomach is too big, so she is very modest, supporting 30 bowls at a time, which is also the easiest amount of food for her to digest. I'm going, is this still a human? There's too much to eat, isn't it? Is this still a girl? The oil girl's Hixie was stunned, she didn't eat a single bowl, and Narako Bofeng had already eaten more than 30 bowls, which was simply shocking her jaw. 2, that's amazing, isn't it? Want Wang. Inyazuka Hana was also dumbfounded, and she was watching Narako eat noodles with a strong force, and the action was simply flying fast, as if she hadn't eaten for a few days, which was really surprising. Hiccup. Well, yes, I'm 8 points full. It's enough to eat more than 30 bowls, otherwise your little belly will get bigger. Bang bang. Narako Namikaze burped, although she wasn't completely full, but it was almost there, and patted her little belly with satisfaction. Chapter 66. AHH. But now Narako Bofeng actually said that she only ate 8 points full? How much food does this have to be? Are you full? I'm full, Uncle Hand Punch, thank you for your hospitality. Keep the account first, someone will pay later. When eating in Kanaha, Narako Bofeng almost doesn't bring any money, and wherever she goes to eat, it's all bookkeeping, and then Bofeng Shuman will let people pay in the back. This is also the last time Narako Bofeng forgot to pay, was discovered by Bofeng Shuman, and directly sent someone to pay the money, and then formed a she later. Every day, there will be a dark department like finance by his side, as long as he goes to eat, he will go over to pay, empty the wave feng shui door and open his pockets. Okay, go slowly. Hand squinted at Narako Namikaze and smiled, then lowered his head and continued to work. At this time, Uchiha Shisui passed by the handmade noodle shop and happened to be seen by Narako Namikaze. You two eat first, you don't have to pay the money, someone will pay later. I'll go first. After seeing the Uchiha stop the water, Narako Bofeng hurriedly chased after him, looked at the oil girl's Hixie and the two said, and disappeared in the next second. The family finally stopped talking about the rebellion, and the momentum of the rebellion should have been suppressed. Although the Uchiha clan did not relocate the clan land, they did not have the objection they had before. It seems that the 4th generation of Hokage-sama is right to return to the throne. Thank you Narako for this. Uchiha Shisui walked down the street, a gleam flashed in his eyes, the Uchiha clan didn't talk about the rebellion anymore, and he was sincerely happy in his heart. Hey, stop the water! What are you thinking? At this moment, Narako Namikaze suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Shisui, jumped up and patted him on the shoulder. Hi! Narako, why are you here? Uchiha Shisui was a little surprised when he saw Narako Namikaze. I was eating ramen just now, and then I saw you walking through the door, so I came to see you. Seeing you pondering all the way, I don't know what you're thinking. Narako Namikaze saw Uchiha Shisui's puzzled eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. It's nothing, I just think that the current Kanaha is the Kanaha I want to see. The prophecy you said should have been changed by us, right? A smile flashed in Uchiha's eyes, and he looked at Kanaha around him, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Well, that's probably changed. As long as you get rid of the rebellious voices of the Uchiha clan, then there's no problem. Narako looked at the Uchiha Shisui and smiled. If the Uchiha clan is not exterminated, then Kanaha's strength is still the strongest existence in the ninja world. Although the Uchiha clan does not have much high-end combat power, the backbone is still very sufficient, and those who can basically open the three-hook jade riding wheel eye can have the strength of upper ninja to elite upper ninja, and even some of them are strong enough to reach the strength of the shadow level. Well, but don't worry. Now that the opposition within the clan has gradually subsided, after the 4 generations of Hokage-sama ascended to the throne, they have changed their previous fear of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is also a peace-loving clan, but they were pressed too hard before and had to resist. Now that the concerns have been removed, there is no need to rebel. Uchiha Shisui looked at Narako and smiled, that's why he said that the current Kanaha is his favorite Kanaha. By the way, do you have an older brother, or a younger brother or something? Is your dad still alive? And mom is okay? Forget it, just give me a drop of your blood. Narako Narutomi suddenly thought of something, looked at the Uchiha Shisui in front of him and smiled. Brother and brother? No, the family is gone. I'm the only one left. If you have blood, what do you want to do? Uchiha Shisui was slightly stunned when he heard Narako's strange question, but he didn't think much about it, shook his head, and answered truthfully. Naturally, it's useful. Just give me a drop of your blood. Narako Uchiha looked at the Uchiha and smiled, took out a container, and handed it to him. Just drip blood in it, I'm useful, hurry up. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's puzzled eyes, Narako Bofeng kept urging. Oh! Although the Uchiha was a little surprised, he still did so, and directly stabbed a hole in his hand with chiban, and then dripped blood directly into the glass tube. Alright. After everything was done, the Uchiha Shisui handed the glass tube to Narako Namikaze. Okay, hey. Function, you'll know then. Narako Namikaze put away the glass tube and looked at the Uchiha Shisui and smiled. Okay, I won't tell you more, I'll go back to school later. Goodbye. After getting the thing, Narako waved her hand at the Uchiha Shisui, smiled, and turned to leave. Hey. What a weirdo. I don't know why Ataka likes such a strange guy. Uchiha Shisui was confused, looking at Narako Namikaze, who was happily leaving with his own blood, a little puzzled. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go back early. It's been a long time since I've been home. Then the Uchiha shook his head and turned around and walked directly towards the Uchiha clan. Hey, hey! The cells that stop the water are in hand, and the cells of the ferret are also in hand, at least the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel of the two of you has fallen. I'm such a genius, this Hokage world, there are so many bugs. Uchiha Shin was able to be cloned by Ant Snake to create double kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, which is the biggest bug. It's a pity that Uchiha Shin's eyes are too rubbish. If you use the cells of Shisui and Atake, or the cell clone of Uchiha Madara, then it will be called extremely powerful. Narako Bofeng knows that in this world, Orochimaru is the biggest bug, but now he has obtained all the research materials of Orochimaru. And his cloning technology is also very successful. As long as he clones of Uchiha Atake and Shisui, he can have a pair of kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes. When the time comes, let them change their eyes, and they will be able to awaken the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. And the second pillar only needs to use the eyes replaced by the Uchiha Atake to successfully awaken the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. This is the biggest bug in the Hokage world, this is the power of science, I have to say, Orochimaru, really cowhide. Chapter 67 Are the two of you gone? It's okay, I should go back too, I don't know who my lead teacher is this time. Narako saw that the second daughter of the oil girls Hixie in the Ichiraku noodle restaurant had left, and also walked directly towards the ninja school. When Narako returned to the classroom, almost everyone had already returned, all sitting in the classroom anxiously waiting for their shinobu teacher, some excited, others worried. It's probably going to be a long time before teacher Shangnan comes over, right? Then let's wait for a while. Anyway, there are doppelgangers to cultivate, and I'm happy to be idle. Let's get some sleep first. Narako returned to her seat, and saw that it was still early, so she probably didn't come so early, so she lay on the table and began to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took. First class, come with me. At this moment, the first ninja teacher appeared. This ninja Naruko Namikaze had never seen it. It should be a trickster, raised his head and took a look, and then lay down to sleep again. 3 people from the second class, come with me. The fourth class comes with me. Soon, everyone left, leaving only Naruko Namikaze, Shihei, and Inyazuka Hana in the entire classroom. It's strange, other people's teachers have taken people away, why haven't we come yet? What's the situation? Could it be that Kanaha has a leading teacher like Kauashi, both like to be late? Wouldn't it? Isn't it true that ordinary shinobi should be very self-disciplined? Wait a minute, he's coming, I see him, I must report it to my father. There's got to be a limit to this guy's lateness, right? It's a waste of my time, cut. When Narako Bakase woke up, she looked at the time and found that she had slept for more than 3 hours in a row. And all the people in the class left, only their team was left, and the whole person was stunned. It turned out that Kanaha had another late king, which made her angry. Hey, hey! Then I'll punish you! Would escape, the art of the barrel. Shui done, flushing toilet water. Then Narako slapped her hands directly, and a wooden barrel grew directly from the wood above the classroom door, and a little falling water appeared on the wooden barrel, filling the wooden barrel, and then a lid appeared on it, and it was turned upside down. That's it, I'll pull the lid open and give you a cool drink. See if you're late next time. Unless you have a roll of your eyes, don't want to find out. Narako Bofang looked at his masterpiece, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, the hands and feet he did, even the upper ninja couldn't find it, and it was inside the door, not in the classroom, so he couldn't find it at all. Unless, of course, he happens to have a pair of white eyes and then opens them outside the classroom to look at them, he can't find them at all. Naruto, Narako. Are you like this? If we really hit that shinobi teacher later, will we be miserable? Inyazuka Hana looked at the wooden barrel at the door, there was a hint of surprise and timidity in her eyes, she had never thought of doing such a thing, if it really hit, several people would really suffer. It's okay, what can it do? What can he do to me? Don't worry, it's a small thing. Narako Namikaze looked at Inyazuka in front of her and smiled, then sat back in her seat and closed her eyes. Buzz! And the oil girl's Hixie waved her right hand, and a few black bugs flew out, not knowing what they were doing. Someone is coming. It didn't take long for the black bugs to fly back, and the oil girl's Hixie raised her head and looked at the door. Are you here? Hee. They. Corners of Narako's mouth rose slightly, and she didn't make any moves. Woo! Just then, the classroom door was opened. Whoa! Bang! Hi! Brother Kakashi! Narako! Namikaze didn't open Kagura's eyes, and when she saw movement outside the door, she directly urged chakra, and the water poured down directly, giving Kakashi a chill. This shinobi? Was really doused by this bucket of water, isn't it? Are you sure this is Kami shinobi? Inyazuka Hana looked at Kakashi, who was already soaked in front of her, and was slightly stunned. Is this really a forbearance? Can it still be poured with a bucket of water? But at the moment of pouring into the water, he was completely capable of avoiding it, but he did not avoid it at all. Either that's this ninja, and the position of the ninja is in vain. Either he didn't care at all, and if it was the former, then the moisture of this upper ninja would be a bit big. Narako, is this your welcome to me? Kakashi was wearing a green vest at this time, and smiled as he looked at Narako Naruto. Hi! Ha ha ha! That, Kakashi-san, I really didn't mean to, whoever made you late, I want to fix you. But you're not the real thing, but this soaking feeling will still reach you. Ha ha ha! Narako Namikaze could see at a glance that what was in front of him was just Kakashi's doppelganger, but even if he was a doppelganger, he felt that he would pass it back, and the purpose of this bucket of heart-piercing coolness was still achieved, and he couldn't help but laugh. Bang! Kakashi then turned straight into white smoke, and it turned out to be nothing more than a shadow clone. Alright, let's come with me next. Originally, I felt pretty good today, but I was in such a basin of water by Narako, and I was not in the mood. At this time, the real Kakashi walked in and smiled at the three people present. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned around and left, and the three of them followed. I didn't expect Kakashi to lead the team this time. Dad hasn't even told me yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been an ordinary bucket of water just now. I'll have to bring you some ice water, haha. Let you all hide it from me. Narako followed behind Kakashi, a flash of joy in her eyes, and she didn't feel the slightest mistake about what she had just done. Kakashi. Narako, is he the Kakashi who is known to the outside world as the cold-blooded Kakashi of the Sharingan? Our teacher is actually him? I think he's so scary. Inuzuka Hana heard Narako Namikaze call him Kakashi, her face froze, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. It should be right, his eye is the writing wheel eye, right? When I was at home, I also heard my mother say it. He is a disciple of the fourth Hokage-sama, and he is also considered the senior brother of Narako-sama. The oil girl's Hixie helped her glasses, and the bugs in her body told her that this Kakashi in front of her was very dangerous. Chapter 68. Is it so powerful? I haven't heard of this. It turned out to be a disciple of the fourth generation of Hokage-sama. It's really powerful. It's really our luck to have such a strong person as our instructor. Inuzuka Hana heard that Kakashi was actually a disciple of the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shui Gate, and a trace of worship flashed in her heart, and the little girl had an inexplicable admiration for heroes. It's not as exaggerated as you say, brother Kakashi only has the strength of the shadow level. However, he usually doesn't go all out, and at most he will show the strength between an ordinary upper ninja and an elite upper ninja. Narako looked at the surprised eyes of the two and muttered to the two of them. What? The strength of the shadow level, only, why don't you go and grab it? The shadow level is not strong? And it is exaggerated. The oil girl's Hixie's whole person was numb. The teacher in front of him actually had the strength of the shadow level? How much strength did the entire village have at the shadow level? And the shadow level is only popular among the family, which is related to his own status. There is a clear hierarchy in the family. If your strength is not good, then you can only do coolies, and the stronger your ability, the stronger the status you get. And the level in the ninja village is only the dividing line from the lower ninja to the elite upper ninja, and your strength exceeds the elite upper ninja, and it is still called the elite upper ninja. Only among the major families will there be quasi-shadow and shadow level titles. Relatively speaking, the strength will be more clear, and it will not always be stuck in the elite ninja. After all, there are many elite shinobi, and the major families are more detailed, and the levels are divided into shi-shinobi, students of the ninja school, shinobi, naka shinobi, elite shinobi, special shangnan, elite shangnan, quasi-shadow, shadow, super shadow. As for the above, there is no division. Unless you reach the level between Madara Uchiha and the Thousand Hands Pillar, you may be called a ninja god or something, an existence above the super shadow. Is Kakashi-sensei really that powerful? Is it too strong? Shadow level strength. Inuzuka Hana's eyes were full of shock, thinking that Kakashi was originally at most the strength of the elite shinobi, but when he heard Narako Namikaze say this, he instantly felt stunned. Soon, the four of them came to the rooftop, and Kakashi looked at the three children in front of him with a grim expression. Let me introduce myself first. I don't know much about you, let's get to know each other. Tell us about your hobbies, what you hate, or who you like. You can also talk to me about your dreams and interests, whatever you want. Kakashi leaned his back against the guardrail, looking at the three people in front of him, expressionless. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. I'll do it first. My name is Inyazuka Hana, I'm 7 years old this year, and I like to spend time with Orochimaru. Hate people who bully dogs. If you like someone, I like my brother, and I will protect my brother well in the future. My dream in the future is to become a female ninja like my mother. If you're interested, it's playing with Orochimaru. Hee. Hearing Kakashi say that he wanted to introduce himself, Inyazuka Hana was the first to speak, looking at the three people in front of him and squinting and smiling. Do you belong to the Inyazuka family? They all like dogs. Kakashi nodded, muttering inwardly. Alright, next. Then Kakashi looked at the three of them and said lightly. My name is Jihe, I'm 8 years old, and I like bugs. Hate the pungent smell and don't have anyone to like. If you dream of the future, you will become a strong person like Kakashi-sensei. Interest is training. Then the oil girl's Hixie looked at Kakashi in front of him, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Only by following the strong can he become a strong man. It's like Kakashi followed the side of the 4 Hokage and eventually became the pillar of the village. Of course, this is her own inner thought. Well, that's good. If you are ambitious and believe in yourself, you will succeed. Next. Kakashi nodded, squinting at the oil girl's Hixie, who didn't expect this little girl's heart to be quite high, and then looked at Narako Heifu. Ahem. My name is Naruko Namikaze, I'm 6 years old, and I like beautiful sisters. Hate it when someone hurts someone I care about. If you like someone, it's your family, mom and dad, and Naruto. My dream for the future is to become the first female Hokage and let the light of Kanaha illuminate the entire ninja world. If you're interested, it's chatting, bathing, and massaging with beautiful sisters. Naruko Namikaze looked at Kakashi in front of her and smiled, unabashedly telling the news that she liked women. Like a beautiful sister. Is it because beautiful women are empathetic? But I actually want to be the first female Hokage. Narako is worthy of Narako, and she is still very ambitious. It's still a bit difficult to let the light of Kanaha illuminate the entire ninja world. But I'm sure if it's Narako, it's definitely possible. Kakashi looked at Naruko Namikaze in front of him and was slightly stunned. He didn't expect her ambition to be so big, wanting to let the entire Konoha tree shine on the entire ninja world. The meaning of this is already obvious, that is, if you want peace in the ninja world, you almost have to write a few words on your face to unify the ninja world. However, Kakashi believes that Naruko Namikaze does have this ability. Kakashi-sensei, it's your turn to introduce you. Inyazuka Hana looked at Kakashi in front of her, squinted and smiled. Ahem. Me. My name is Kakashi Heiji, so I won't talk about my age. I don't really like anything, and I don't want to talk about anything else. Looking at the three people in front of him, Kakashi coughed softly a few times, and then said his introduction lightly. Sure enough. Still only said his name, cut, or this routine. Narako looked at Kakashi's appearance, pursed her lips, and didn't speak. Okay, I've pretty much everything you know about the three of you about yourself. All three of you have your own dreams, and it's great and it's fun. Starting tomorrow, you will follow me on the mission, and you may be injured or even killed on the way. So you have to be prepared in advance. But today, you still have one more task to complete. Kakashi looked at the three people in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a trace of inexplicable excitement flashed in his eyes. I don't know Narako's strength yet, but her Flying Thunder God technique is very powerful. And she has a vortex bloodline, and the chakra in her body, I don't know how many times as mine. Chapter 69. It's just this time to test her strength to see if it's really as Mr. Watergate said, her strength is extremely strong. And Kakashi's purpose is to test Narako's strength, because her strength will definitely have a qualitative leap after having the Flying Thunder God. I want to see if Narako Bakase really has strong strength. After all, when she was 6 years old, she only had the strength of Nakashinobi. Mission, what? Mission. We still have a mission today. Oil Girl Shihei and Inuzuka Hana looked at Kakashi in front of them blankly, a little overwhelmed. Is it another test? Then I can only put some water. Sometimes, being too strong is also a sin. Naruko Namikaze looked at Kakashi in front of her and sighed inwardly. To test whether you're really ready to become a ninja, I don't know your strength yet. This test is for you. If you fail the test, go back to school and she again. Alright, come with me. Kakashi looked at the three of Narako Heifu in front of him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he stood up directly, turned around and jumped away. Will you be eliminated? Let's go over and have a look. Let's go. Don't worry, I'm here, no surprise. Then. The three of them set off directly and chased after Kakashi. Soon the four of them stopped in Shi Hall 3. Jingle bells. Very good, since it's all here, let's get started. I'll first introduce the next test, which is to grab the bell. I have two bells in my hand, you must be very confused, aren't there? 3 people. So this is also known as the most cruel lower ninja assessment, the 3 of you, only 2 people can pass this level, and one of them who did not snatch the bell from my hand will be directly sent back to the ninja school. If it's time, it's an hour. As long as you can snatch the bell from my hand within an hour, then 2 of you will become shinobi. After arriving at the Shi venue, Kakashi directly took out 2 bells and an alarm clock, and looked at the 3 people present and smiled. And introduced what to do next, and a sneer appeared in his eyes. What? 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 Except for Narako Bofeng, the other 2 daughters all felt incredible, they finally graduated, and they actually failed this test and had to be sent back to school? I've become a graduate, and then I'm sent back to the ninja school, how embarrassing is that? You can use any weapon, with the determination to kill me, otherwise the 3 of you will probably all go back to the ninja school to learn Shi again. Kakashi glanced at Shiki and Inuzuka and smiled coldly. As for Narako Bafo, he didn't care at all, and he had already seen that he had strong confidence in his own strength. Determined to kill Kakashi-sensei. SHHHHHH. It's crazy, isn't it? It was going to be so intense at the beginning. A trace of worry flashed in Inuzuka Hana's eyes, how could the 3 of them be the opponents of a shadow-level powerhouse? And if you have to use a weapon like kunai, it's even more dangerous. Don't think about it, Kakashi's brother is a shinobi, and Ka-shinobi has mercy on us. But if you don't show the determination to kill him, you won't get those 2 bells. Narako looked at the 2 girls with some concern, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she looked at Kakashi with a look of eagerness. In the simulation training ground, after all, it is a dead thing, it has no mind of its own, it is all controlled by the system. But Kakashi on the outside is different, he has his own brain, and it's not data-based, so that you can really experience his strength. I'm going to have to be careful. Looking at Kakashi, Naruko Namikaze also wanted to know what his strength was under normal conditions. Hey, hey! Now I announce, start! Kakashi didn't care if they were surprised or not, and just announced the start, a pair of eyes staring at Narako, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Woo! Buzz! After the 3 of them disappeared, a black bug suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi and rushed directly towards him. Bugs! Fire escape, the art of fireballs! Boom! Kakashi saw the worm in front of him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of fire from his mouth, burning it alive. What? Damn, my bug! The oil girl's Hixie frowned, her attack failed, and she also lost countless insects, which made her feel a little painful in her heart. But, damn it, with my current strength, even if I go out to fight Kakashi-sensei, I don't have any chance of winning at all. Inuzuka frowned, she still has some knowledge of her own strength, she belongs to a melee ninja, and she needs to rely on the cooperation of ninja dogs to attack, in order to be able to exert strong strength. But she herself is a lower ninja, even if she attacks with Ashmeru, she can't be an opponent of upper ninja at all. Hiding in the grass, Inuzuka doesn't know what to do next. Ding! A special mission has been detected to defeat Kakashi without using Sharingan, Kikudu, and Space Ninjutsu, excluding stand-in and instantaneous. Quest reward, Flagwood Knife Technique. At this time, the system appeared, and it actually wanted to defeat Kakashi by itself, and there was a limit to Boo. Don't you use these abilities? But it doesn't matter, that's enough. Kimmu Knife Technique, I'm really looking forward to it. Kanaha White Fang's one-handed knife technique is terrifying, and this kind of knife technique will definitely not be bad. After hearing the system's prompt, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she also had some expectations for the Flagwood Knife Technique. It's too much to underestimate me with a doppelganger, isn't it? Narako saw that there was nothing more than a doppelganger of Kakashi on the field, and instantly disappeared in place and appeared in front of the real Kakashi. Yo! Narako's Flying Thunder God Jutsu really used supernatural magic. You actually found my whereabouts. Kakashi stood on the branch and watched his clone fight, when he suddenly saw Narako appear in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, not the slightest surprise. Chapter 70. Hehe. Brother Kakashi, I'm here to fight you alone, how boring is it to put a clone there? I'm ready, how about we find a spacious place to fight? Naruto Namikaze looked at Kakashi in front of him and smiled. Well, good. Hi. Kakashi nodded with a smile before disappearing in place. And Narako also followed, and disappeared in place in the next second. The two of them reappeared, and they had already appeared on the number 4 training ground next to the number 3 training ground, which was empty, just suitable for 2 people to practice. Kakashi-san, use all your strength, otherwise, I'm not sure if you'll be defeated by me. Narako stood in front of Kakashi, eyebrows raised, mouth curled. Hi. If I deal with Narako, I'm naturally going to do my best. Then you're going to have to get ready. Kakashi's brows furrowed, he knew that Narako Bakaze would fly Thor, so he directly lifted the forehead guard of his left eye, revealing the scarlet 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye. Without the help of the riding wheel eye, he did not have the confidence to be able to react at the speed of the flying thunder god. Hehe. Are you finally serious? Brother Kakashi, then let me see your sword skills first. It is said that your Kimmu clan's sword skills are extremely strong, let me see it today. Ding! Naruko Namikaze directly took out the sword of Thor, and after activating the sword of Thor, she raised the blade of the sword with her right hand, pointed at Kakashi and smiled. Oh! I didn't expect Mr. Watergate to give you all the sword of Thor. Since you want to see and know, let's let you see the Kimmu sword technique. But I haven't learned it all yet, but the power should not be underestimated, you have to be careful. Kakashi was a little surprised to see Narako take out the sword of Thor directly, but he didn't expect Narako to give it directly to Narako, and then took out a short sword from behind him. Kakashi had just come out of the shadows and was carrying a sword on his back. And knowing that his father was killed because of the Hokage's position, he felt that his father was a hero, so he specially spent a lot of money to build a sword that was exactly the same as his father's original. White Fang's sword had been severed when Kakashi had just gotten Obito Eye, so he had to make one more. After all these years of tasks were completed, there was still some money, which was just used to make this short sword in memory of his father. Is this the legendary sword of the White Fang? But it seems that the original one has been broken. This one should have been made by Brother Kakashi not long ago, right? Let me see if Brother Kakashi's sword skills have inherited Uncle White Fang's inheritance. Narako looked at the short sword in front of her, and in her memory, the short sword was broken. Now he actually appeared in front of him again, and he originally thought it was an ornament, but after all, it was broken, and he carried it on his back as a souvenir. But when Kakashi directly pulled out the white fangs, Narako was stunned. Narako actually knows my father. That's right, this is the chakra knife I just made with a lot of money. Then let me see your sword skills. Kakashi smiled as he looked at Narako Namikaze. He hadn't used a sword technique in a long time, and he felt a boiling all over his body. Uncle White Fang is a hero, Brother Kakashi, come on. Hi. The corners of Narako's mouth rose slightly, and she disappeared in place in an instant, swinging a knife directly at Kakashi. Dang dang dang. Kakashi and Naruko Namikaze's battle was about to break out, and the two of them slashed each other dozens of times in an instant. 2-2-2-2-2. After the two of them slashed each other dozens of times, they quickly retreated, drew two small grooves on the ground, and looked at each other with frowns. Naruko's strength is really terrifying. At this age, the sword skills are actually not weaker than mine. Although I don't know any moves, even ordinary swords have been used extremely strongly, and they are extremely fast. It's incredible. Kakashi's brows furrowed, and he looked at Naruko Namikaze in front of him, feeling shocked. Hehe. Practicing ordinary attacks such as slashing, and stabbing every day is still useful. Swing the sword 10,000 times, and if you repeat it for a long time, it will naturally become a powerful move. Bofeng Narako looked at his knife skills just now, and he was quite satisfied, although he didn't know any moves, only the most basic movements such as slashing and stabbing, but relying on her speed and slashing muscle reaction ability, she had already achieved the point of winning without a move. You don't need to think about it, you can block the enemy's attack with a random sword. Woo! In the next second, Narako kicked her right foot and quickly rushed towards Kakashi. When Cassie did the same, the two collided directly in the air, and a blue chakra sword and a white chakra sword collided violently. Woo! The two men then jumped backwards, rolled in the air, and landed on the ground with ease. It's a pity that I don't know any swordsmanship, only slashing moves. The only way to do this is to fight with ninjutsu. Bofeng Narako frowned, he didn't know any other moves, and he couldn't even release his sword chi, which was an ordinary move that was necessary for a swordsman. But Naruko Namikaze doesn't, she can only chop, and there is no one to guide her in swordsmanship. No, why can't I create my own ninjutsu? Can't do swordsmanship? Then I'll create my own. Try it. Thor's sword shadow clones technique. Bang bang bang. Originally, Narako Bofeng was still thinking that he didn't have swordsmanship, but after thinking about it, couldn't he make one? In the next second, thousands of Thor's swords appeared behind Narako Bakaze. How many chakras would it take? 10,000 swords return to the sect, give it to me. Then Narako used magnetic escape directly, controlling the countless Thor's swords behind her, and a dense thunder light sword appeared behind her, flying directly towards Kakashi. I'm going. What kind of sword technique is this? Kakashi was a little stunned when he saw such a sword technique for the first time, and his eyes flashed with disbelief as he saw the dense sword flying towards him. Knife technique, moonlight slash. However, the attack was right in front of him, and Kakashi couldn't be soft, and his whole body chakra poured into the short sword, and directly swung out a white light blade several jong long, flying towards the 10,000 swords in the air. Chapter 71. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Kakashi's sword chi directly crushed more than half of the countless flying swords in front of him, making a loud noise. Boom. Not good. In the next second, Kakashi felt a huge amount of energy, and the thunder light gathered by countless thunder and lightning lightsabers began to attract each other, converging into a huge thunder attribute tyrannical chakra, which exploded directly in the air and disappeared in place in an instant. What a terrible knife technique! What kind of knife technique is this? I've never seen it before. Kakashi was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 30 meters directly appeared at the number 4 training ground, and there was a trace of thunder flashing inside, and the land was pitch black, obviously blackened by the huge heat of the huge thunder and lightning power. It's really useful. Hehe, this 10,000 swords return to the sect, it's handsome. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, I'll improve it, this thing is good, and the magnetic escape finally has a place to use. Narako, I didn't expect you to be able to create your own sword technique. It's amazing, but you're going to have to take the next move. I only make one move, and after this move, if you block it, then I will lose to you on top of the sword technique. It's not as powerful as my father, but it's not to be underestimated. You have to be careful. Kakashi's brows furrowed, looking at Narako Namikaze in front of him. He didn't expect her talent to be so powerful, and he wondered if he would be able to catch the strongest sword technique he had mastered so far. Okay, let me see the legendary Kimmu knife technique. Narako was also very excited. She had rarely seen Kakashi use her sword technique before, maybe she had abandoned it. After all, he basically used Rachel and Chidori to kill the enemy in battle, with the riding wheel eye. Instead of being a burden, he is not a ninja who specializes in swordsmanship like Kanaha White Fang. It's an all-round ninja, whether it's ninjutsu, body arts, illusion, or knife skills, all of which are at the upper middle level. Kimmu knife technique, cutting the sky. Kakashi straightened up, holding the short sword in his hand with both hands, and poured chakra into it, and a trace of white light appeared on the white light above the blade. Boom! I saw Kakashi raise the short sword above his head, and in an instant, there was a sudden lightning and thunder, as if it was about to rain, and he frowned, and swung the short sword in his hand towards Narako Wave Wind. Hi! The short sword in Kakashi's hand instantly released a white light more than 10 jong long, and with a sweeping momentum, it rushed towards Narako Bakaze. Boom, boom! Everywhere the white light passed, it was all in ruins, and it quickly rushed towards Narako Bafo. Hi, what a terrifying aura! My aura is actually locked, and this sword technique can still automatically lock onto the target. Narako Namikaze felt that she had been locked by Kakashi, and there was no way to avoid it, and all the retreats around her body had been blocked. All swords are one. Click. Feeling the aura of danger, Narako immediately conjured countless sword clones of the Thunder God, and pasted them all together with the use of magnetic escape, and the thunder light emitted a powerful thunder attribute chakra, which converged into a blue giant sword dozens of jong long. Chop! Narako controlled the huge giant sword behind her and slashed directly towards the white light in front of her. Tsitsaiza! Bang bang! In an instant, two huge giant swords and white light collided together, and a huge explosion sound occurred, and within a radius of several hundred meters, it instantly turned into nothingness. The explosion did not end, and the scope was shocking. Boom, boom! When the explosion passed, a breeze blew and the fog cleared, revealing the scorched earth and ruins within a kilometer radius. I'm going. Kakashi's sword technique is terrifying, isn't it? But he doesn't have much chakra left, right? No wonder you don't need a knife technique. This knife technique can suck your chakra dry with a single slash. But Kakashi has to keep the chakra to fight against the chakra, so the chakra in his body is no longer enough to support you to use the knife technique. That's the main reason why Kakashi gave up his sword skills, right? Narako Namikaze saw the scene in front of her and felt incredible. Her moves were stacked with huge chakras. Kakashi, on the other hand, is a genuine sword technique, and his power is incomparably great. And this is not estimated to be all the power. Kakashi is seriously lacking blue, and the sword technique cannot use the most powerful combat power at all. Narako, you won. I didn't expect your novel sword technique to be so powerful. After Kakashi finished performing this knife technique, he gasped heavily, looking at Narako Namikaze in front of him with some shock and appreciation. This battle made him realize the horror of Narako Bofeng, but he didn't expect that the sword technique could still be played like this, which made him somewhat shocked. Hey, hey! Where, whim. But Kakashigo, there's no point in you testing us like this. You're testing this just to unite us. But my strength and theirs are not equal, so this test is meaningless. When fighting, their presence will slow me down. Narako Namikaze looked at Kakashi and smiled. Her current strength, two people fighting with her, it was like two oil bottles, and unity didn't seem to be that important. Narako, although your strength is strong, you can't forget the support of your companions. Maybe they're not as strong as you, but their detection skills are much better than yours. Solidarity is still very important, even if you are much stronger than them, but you still have to choose unity. When we go out on missions, we want to complete them together, not to let you go on adventures alone. If that's the case, there's no need to team up to do the mission. Wouldn't it be more convenient to arrange for you to do the task alone? So Narako, don't you ignore the power of your companions. Companions are still important, both for your growth and for your future. But you guessed my purpose this time. Ha ha ha. Kakashi stood up and recovered a little chakra, slowly walked up to Narako Namikaze, and smiled at him. Chapter 72. Hey, hey. Brother Kakashi was right. Then I'm considered to have passed, or have I not passed? Narako Namikaze smiled and looked at Kakashi in front of him. Barely passed. But the other two of you seem to have been knocked down. Kakashi smiled at Narako Namikaze, then spread his hands. They are not pure combat ninjas in the first place, and it is normal to be defeated by your doppelganger. Let's go back. Narako Namikaze turned to look at the number 3 sheet and spread her hands. Well, let's go. Kakashi nodded, and then disappeared straight into place. And in the next second, Narako also disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, both of them had already arrived at the number 3 she field. Sure enough? Or tied up? Ha ha ha. Narako. Namikaze returned to the number 3 she and couldn't help but smile when she saw that Inuzuka Hana and the two had been tied to a pillar by Kakashi. Hi. Inuzuka and Hana woke up from their slumber when they heard Narako's laughter. What are we? Saw that he and the oil girl's Hixie were actually tied to the pillar, and he was a little puzzled. Hi. The oil girl's Hixie also woke up, and was a little surprised to see that she was tied up, and looked at Narako and Kakashi, who were still laughing, and a trace of frustration flashed in her eyes. Okay, you two didn't get through, and you didn't grab the bell, so you need to be repatriated directly. I hope that in the future, you will be able to do it yourself. Kakashi looked at the two in front of him coldly, putting a lot of pressure on them. Still failed. I'm really useless. Inuzuka Hana's eyes flashed a hint of gloom, but she didn't expect that she still failed in the end, and she was still sent back to school, which made her feel a little frustrated. Humph, they. Oil girl's Hixie snorted coldly, and didn't seem to take this seriously, turning her head away and no longer looking at Kakashi. Alright, brother Kakashi, don't tease. If they leave, who will I go with on a mission? Narako Namikaze heard that Kakashi was still fooling Inuzuka and Hana respectively, shrugged her shoulders and smiled, and with a wave of her right hand, a flash of lightning flashed, directly untying the ropes on the two of them. Ha ha ha. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. You've all passed. The 6th class will start tomorrow and will officially begin accepting tasks. However, your strength still needs to be strengthened, and you all need the secret techniques of the family, and I hope that you will practice the secret techniques in your own family first, so that your strength can be greatly improved. Kakashi smiled at the two girls and gave them a thumbs up, not expecting them to perform well in the first place. I accepted the task to be the leading teacher, but it was just because of Narako Bakaze, and as for the other two, it was enough to be in charge of the investigation. 2 scouts, 1 strong attack, the combination is already perfect, and it doesn't need to make them have a very strong combat power. As they get older, they get stronger and stronger, something that Kakashi never doubts. What, we? Inuzuka Hana was very happy when she heard Kakashi say this, but she didn't expect that she would pass so inexplicably, squinting and smiling. Passed. Oil girl's Hixie glanced at Kakashi, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then looked at Narako Namikaze, who was smiling, probably knew something, and didn't say much. Okay, it's not too early, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we will still meet here. Kakashi smiled at the third woman and turned to leave. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Inuzuka Hana and oil girl Shiki bowed to Kakashi and hurriedly shouted loudly. A new life is about to begin, I hope it can bring me some surprises. Haha. Kakashi didn't look back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking up at the sky, a smile flashing in his eyes. Then let's go too. See you tomorrow. Narako smiled at Inuzuka and disappeared straight into place. Really, it came and went without a trace. Inuzuka Hana saw Narako Namikaze disappear suddenly, spread her hands, and looked at the oil girl's Hixie in front of her. Let's go, they. Oil girl's Hixie said coldly, then turned around and left directly. Inuzuka Hana also followed, and the two of them went home together. Ding, Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Quest reward, Flagwood Knife Technique. At this moment, the Flagwood Sword Technique directly appeared in Naruko's mind, and the reward of the system was directly received. Heiji Knife Technique. I didn't expect that Kakashi's Heaven is just the third sword of the Heiji Sword Technique. There are a total of 5 blade techniques. A knife is more powerful and stronger than a knife, and the chakra consumed is immeasurable. No wonder Kakashi can't use it. If this sword technique is to be displayed, it will be simply devastating. If this sword technique is combined with the 8-gate Dun armor, it will be like opening the gate of heaven. With one sword breaks mountains and rivers, and one sword collapses heaven and earth. It's really domineering. Narako felt the Flagwood Knife Technique in his mind, and felt very shocked. Such a knife technique was not inherited, it was indeed a pity. Your first task today is to clean the sewers. Come with me. Early in the morning, Kakashi helped them receive a task. The task was actually to deal with the sewers. This task, who can stand it? What? Brother Kakashi, let me deal with the sewers. Can you not go? Naruko Namikaze heard that she was going to deal with the sewers, and she didn't want to do this task at all, and looked at Kakashi with some embarrassment and smiled. No, I can't. Now that the task is complete, we have to complete it. Alright, come with me. Kakashi shook his head and sped towards the river outside Kanaha village. Alas! The first task is to clean up the sewers. It's too hard, isn't it? Naruko Namikaze let out a long sigh when she saw that Kakashi had left, and she could only follow helplessly. I don't want to clean the drains. It's a girl. Inyazuka Hana heard that she was going to clean the sewer, and her whole body was numb, and several of her people were girls. Shouldn't this be all boys' work? Let's go. Now that I've accepted the task, I can't refuse. Although the oil girl's Hixie doesn't like water very much, but there is no way, since he has accepted the task, he has to complete it. This is a ninja. Chapter 73. Alas! Let's go. Inyazuka can't help it, she naturally knows it, but she is a little resistant in her heart. Soon, the 4 of them came to the sewer, and saw that the sewer was full of bottles and cans of garbage, and it was black, and before they could get close, they smelled a pungent stench. Gross! Inyazuka Hana smelled the pungent smell and almost threw it up, feeling very nauseous. Woohoo! Orochimaru also felt that it stinked, and his face was bitter, and he whispered a few times in Inyazuka Hana's arms. Brother Kakashi, this stinks, doesn't it? Naruko Namikaze naturally smelled it. The pungent smell made her brows furrow. This task was much more uncomfortable than catching cats and dogs. Ahem. Ninjas have to adapt to any environment. This is the first lesson for you. Come on, it should be solved soon. This is your rain boots and racks, come on. I'll go first, you guys come on, finish calling me. Kakashi coughed lightly at the trio, took out 3 pairs of rain boots and clips, and then waved his hand, disappearing in an instant. That's it. Naruko Namikaze saw that Kakashi actually ran away, and she shook her head with a confused face, pinching her nose with both hands, really disgusted. Naruko-sama, what are we going to do? This smells so stinky. I don't want to go down and clean up the drains. Inyazuka also pinched her nose and looked at the garbage and stench that filled the sewers, with a look of disgust. It's better to finish the task early and leave early. They. Oil Girl's Hixie shook her head, frowned, put on rain boots directly, and walked down the sewer with a clip. Ding! A special task has been detected, cleaning up the garbage in the Kanaha sewer. Task reward, 10,000 taels of money. At this time, the prompt sound of the system appeared, and the tasks completed and the rewards sent were actually just ordinary money. It's a nuisance. But why did you change the system? Only give 10,000 taels, what is enough? Bofeng Narako was a little speechless, and heard the system's prompt, this only gives himself 10,000 taels, what can I do? Ding, after all, it's a very simple task, there is a reward, and it can be regarded as a special reward for the host. The sound of the system sounded directly in Narako's mind, no longer a mechanical version of the voice, it seemed to start to slowly change, with a hint of emotion in it, and the voice began to become different. Also, it's a nuisance. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang. Narako Bofeng heard the system's answer, and what she said seemed to make sense, right? This is an extra gift. Seeing so much garbage below, she directly separated hundreds of shadow clones, and let the shadow clones go down to dispose of the garbage. Sisters, it's time to get started. Rush. They. Shadow clones separated by Narako jumped down the sewer one after another, and directly began to clean up the garbage inside, and it didn't take much effort to clean up a large piece of garbage. This. Narako-sama, that's too powerful, isn't it? Okay, there are so many shadow clones. Inyazuka Hana's eyes flashed countless stars, and she looked at Narako in front of her, and her eyes flashed with admiration. Then I'll help too. Seeing that Narako Bofeng and the oil girls Hixie were both working, it seemed a little embarrassed that they didn't go to work by themselves. Immediately, Inyazuka Hana also frowned, jumped down directly in rain boots, and began to clean up the garbage together. Haha! Only by working as a team can we get things done quickly. But Narako's chakra, is there really a lot? That's unexpected. Kakashi stood on a large tree beside him, watching the three of them work in the sewers in full swing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It didn't take long for the drains to be cleaned, and there was no garbage to be seen except for a slight stench. Good, the sewer cleanup mission is over. When the three of them came out, there was also a foul smell on their bodies, but Kakashi didn't care in the slightest, and instantly appeared in front of the three of them, looked at the three people in front of them and smiled, and took out a small notebook to record it. Brother Kakashi, can't you take on some high-level tasks? This D-rank mission is simple and disgusting, and the three of us are all girls. Don't you know how to pity Xiang at all? Narako Bofeng looked at Kakashi in front of him with a resentful expression, and actually helped his three girls accept such a task, and really wanted to go up and punch him a few times. You're just starting to become a shinobi now, and you must first complete the D-class mission. As for the C-level and B-level missions, you can only receive them when your mission level and strength meet the standards. Otherwise, wouldn't Kanaha be messed up when he issues tasks? Ha ha ha. Kakashi looked at Naruko Namikaze in front of him and smiled. There is no way, the task still needs to be cyclical. Cut. Narako Bofeng pursed her lips, such a task is really boring. Let's go. Let's go back first and pick up the next mission. Only by doing more tasks and reaching the target number of tasks, you will naturally be able to accept higher level tasks. Kakashi looked at Narako, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then turned and walked straight towards the village. Narako-sama, let's keep up first. When the time comes, we'll have completed more tasks, and we won't need to do such small tasks anymore. Although Inyazuka Hana didn't want to do such a task, there was no way, the situation was stronger than people, and she could only bear it silently. Keep up. It's boring to have such a task. Narako Bofeng nodded, and the three of them hurriedly followed, and there was no way to be bored, so they could only continue to do the task hard. Kakashi, I'm sorry for you. Minato saw Narako and the others come in, and after the mission was completed, he looked at Kakashi and smiled. Whatever Mr. Watergate says, this is what I should do. And I didn't do anything, it was just the three of them doing the task. Kakashi looked at Minato, reached out and scratched his hair, squinted and smiled. Haha. Naruko's personality must have caused you a lot of trouble, right? I'll take a look at your next mission. Well, help Grandma Lu buy groceries, or go to Grandpa Huiven's house to take care of the children. Minato naturally understands Bofeng Naruko, and knows that when she is doing a task, she will definitely not have a good temper. After all, it is such a task, and girls generally don't like it. Chapter 74. Then I looked at the tasks, helped them pick out a few easy tasks, and told them to listen. Dad, what are you doing? Don't do this kind of boring task anymore, okay? This kind of task, I can just send a shadow clone to deal with it, and I can take on all the D-class tasks at once. But you keep giving us such tasks, and I don't feel like there's any chance of improvement. Hi. Bofeng Narako looked at Minato with cold eyes, and there was a meaning in his eyes that you understand, and he was very resistant to doing such a task. There is a shortage of tasks in the village right now, so, Narako, you have to be considerate of Dad. The task is limited, your current level is too low. So you can only accept such a task. Minato looked at Narako Bofeng with some embarrassment. The task is all, and it is necessary to let so many ninjas accept the task, so naturally they can't be arranged casually. This will be chaotic, and it must be divided according to qualifications and strength. And the D-class mission is just a way to accumulate experience for the lower ninja. I think so too, but I don't dare to say it to the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, or Narako-sama is powerful, and he said such things directly in front of the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. Inyazuka Hana saw Narako Bofeng in front of her, and she agreed very much with what Minato said, but she didn't dare to say it to her face. And the oil girl's Hixie naturally didn't want to do such a D-level task, but she didn't dare to say it, so she could only look at the arrangements of the next wave of wind and water. I knew she was going to say that. But, you 3 shinobi, how can Mizuto-sensei assign you a high-level task? Even if Narako's strength is strong, it's impossible. After all, your 2 companions are not strong enough to perform C-level missions, let alone B-level missions. A smile flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He had long since seen that Naruko Namikaze didn't like to do D-class missions. But it can't be helped, whether it's the mission, or the strength, etc., ninjas are strictly divided, not that you can prescribe it. Narako, although your strength is very strong, you have to think about the strength of your 2 companions. They aren't as strong as you, and you've just graduated from a ninja school, so there's no way you're going to take on a high-level mission right away. Everybody's coming from this, I hope you don't mess around. It's also difficult for the 4 generations of Hokage-sama to do, after all, ninjas have a lot of rules. Whether it's the hierarchy or the acceptance of tasks, there are strict rules. If you want to become a middle ninja or a high ninja in the future, it depends on the task you do. You don't have the amount of tasks to complete, no matter how strong your strength is, you won't be able to be promoted to middle ninja or upper ninja. So I hope you can settle down. Any ninja starts with the simplest D-class quest to gain experience. It's not a one-person thing, it's a team thing, and that's why you're divided into teams of 3. At this time, Hwoshin, as the assistant of Minato, looked at the Bofeng Narako in front of him and shook his head. These people all graduated from under him, and he still has some understanding of the strength of several people. He admits that Narako's strength and chakra are extremely large, but what about the other 2? Well, Narako, what you Hwoshin-sensei said is right, this matter is not negotiable. Go back and ask your mother, who also started with such a task. So don't complain, Dad promised you that as long as you complete 100 D-level tasks within a month, Dad will agree to give you C-level tasks, or even above, how about it? As for B-level missions, they are basically tasks that can only be accepted by becoming a middle ninja, and few lower ninjas are qualified to accept B-level tasks. Unless Kanaha confirms that there is no one available, shinobi will be arranged to carry out a B-class mission. Is it going to take another month? Okay. I won't embarrass you. Humph. A month's time, very soon. Then give me 100 tasks directly. I'll do it for you in one day. Hehe. Narako. Bofeng looked at Minato and smiled. Using his multiple shadow clone technique, he could easily complete hundreds of previous D-class tasks in a day. It's just a simple thing, it's not that complicated. Narako, don't mess around. The maximum number of tasks a class can accept is only 5 per day. If you want to complete 100 tasks, you have to take your time, you can't rush it. Kakashi looked at Naruko Namikaze at this time and spread his hands helplessly. There are naturally regulations for accepting tasks, otherwise the D-class tasks have been completed, so what are the other shinobi tasks? Naruko Namikaze pursed her lips, twisted her head, stopped talking, and pouted, which was cute. Ha ha ha. Minato looked at Bofeng Naruko's appearance and couldn't help laughing. Then you can choose this task. Help Grandma Liu's house buy groceries, let's go. Then Minato issued another task and handed it directly to Kakashi. Yes. Kakashi stepped forward directly, put away the task scroll, and then turned around and left with Naruko Namikaze and the others. For the next month, Narako was either doing D-class missions or training physical skills with Kai Huang. In a month's time, Narako Bake's physical skills have improved very quickly, and it was already very difficult to run more than 30 laps around Kanaha in the past, but now running hundreds of laps is the same as playing. Narako, I don't have any gifts for you, this is my special sportswear, do you want one? During this time, I practiced physical skills with Narako Bake's, and found a like-minded person to she with, not to mention how happy I was. Leggings. Green. Narako Bofeng looked at the green leggings handed over by Kai Huang, her face was sad, and she felt a cool breeze blowing. Kai-senpai, I still don't want it, I don't like green leggings. Chapter 75. I'll just wear my own clothes. Narako looked at Kai Huang and smiled a little embarrassed. What are you kidding? Let me wear leggings, isn't it too ugly? I wear leggings, how can I go out to meet people? Give them to me, and I don't want them. Seeing the green leggings, Narako Namikaze felt a wave of disgust. Ding, detects a special mission, accepts Might Guy's heart, accepts green leggings, and wears and trains with Kai every day. Quest reward, the original 10-year quest is cut in half, and if you accept the quest, you can shorten it to 5 years. At this time, the system task was actually released, and after she accepted the task, she could shorten the time by 5 years. That is to say, in another 5 years, you will be able to get the 8 Gates Dungeon without injury. Poof. System, are you sure you want me to accept it? I resolutely refuse to accept such a task, don't tempt me. 10 years, I can afford to wait. It's a big deal, I'll wait 10 years, if you want me to wear green leggings, you might as well kill me directly. After Narako Bofeng heard the voice of the system, the whole person was stunned, and then hurriedly silently thought in her heart, she didn't want to be such a girl. Wearing green leggings, what do you think? Ding, the host was detected refusing to accept the mission, and the mission was cancelled. When Narako said this, the system directly rejected the acceptance of the task and directly cancelled the task without any punishment. Hey. It's okay, girls always have their own reasons not to like it. Come on. Let's start our training for today. Today we will run 100 laps around Kanaha first, then throw 3000 punches, then do 5000 push UPS, and then do 3000 one-handed push UPS and 3000 left-handed push UPS. Youth never ends, as long as you can stand, you have to complete the training. Let's go. Kai Huang didn't feel frustrated because Narako didn't like the leggings he gave, since he didn't like it, then don't. Quickly put away his leggings, then gave a thumbs up to Narako Namikaze, and then began to take her through today's training. Good. Narako Namikaze didn't know why, but after training with Might Guy, she felt that she had slowly adapted to this kind of high-intensity training. And she also liked this training method, and the pleasure of physical enhancement fascinated her. Then a strange duo appeared throughout Kanaha again. Look, Narako-sama is training so seriously. That's right, Narako-sama is not only extremely talented, but also loves training very much. I have seen her practice for a month without stopping. Indeed, as the daughter of the 4th generation Hokage-sama, it is really rare to be able to love cultivation so much. And that kid is also very powerful, I can see him training every year, as always, almost non-stop. This person's perseverance is indeed very great, and if I want to, I may not be able to persevere for a day. After the strange duo was launched, it also became a topic of conversation among everyone in Kanaha, and they couldn't stop laughing when they looked at the smoke raised by the two. Dad, we've already completed all the D-level tasks within a month, and you have to keep your promise and assign us more advanced tasks, right? Bofeng Narako frowned, looking at Minato in front of him, his eyes were not good, and his stomach was full of grievances. I don't know how this month has passed, I have to do D-class tasks every day. If I hadn't only arranged for a shadow clone to complete the task, I would have been annoyed to death. However, even if the shadow clone she sent to go, the moment her memory came back, it made her very disgusted with this D-class mission. Ahaha. Really? A month has passed so quickly. How could Dad lie to you? I'll find you out, what tasks I have to do with you. Wait a minute. Minato smiled awkwardly when he saw the aggrieved Naruko, and then lowered his head and began to look for tasks for Naruko and the others. Well, I found it. Then this task. Sea-level mission, help Tianwen village defend against bandits. Then, Feng Shui men found a mission, which was by far the lowest level of sea-level mission. The bandits basically have no combat power, even if there are stronger bandits with Kakashi here, it will not be a problem. If you escort the mission, you don't know what ninjas from other villages you will encounter halfway, and the battle will still be very dangerous at that time. It's better to be a close-up mission, and he himself is more at ease. Originally, the Ninetales pillar force was not allowed to go out of the village to do tasks, but with Kakashi leading the team, Minato was more at ease. Bandits! Hey, hey! It's not a D-class mission after all, ha ha ha! Naruko Namikaze was so happy to hear that she could accept a C-class mission, and she couldn't help but laugh. If you can accept the C-level task this time, then it will be easier to accept the C-level task in the future, and when the time comes, will the B-level task be far away? As long as you propose to be promoted to Zongnan, isn't this B-level task simply able to be completed? Minato saw Naruko smiling so happily, and shook his head helplessly. Kakashi, this time, I'm going to trouble you. Then Minato looked at Kakashi and squinted and smiled. Yes. Teacher Watergate is relieved. Kakashi nodded solemnly, then took the scroll and read it roughly. Alright, let's go now. Tianwen village is not too far, just 30 miles away from Kanaha. After reading the quest scroll, Kakashi looked at the three of them and smiled. Good. The oil girls Hixie and Inyazuka Hana are also very excited. Several people have been doing D-class tasks for so long, and they finally have a decent mission, and they will inevitably be excited in their hearts. Let's go. Brother Kakashi. Narako looked at Kakashi and smiled. She finally went out to take on the mission. This task is not too bad, barely. But Narako Namikaze, who was doing a C-rank mission for the first time, felt a little excited. After all, B-level or A-level tasks are not something that can be taken on just by thinking about it. Kakashi nodded, and then left the village with the three little dolls with small school bags on their backs. Wow, it's the first time people have left the village. I feel so happy to leave the village. Hee. Inyazuka Hana and Kakashi walked out of the Kanaha gate, and for the first time they saw the world outside the village. They couldn't help but feel a little excited, their faces turned red, and they were very happy holding Ashmeru. Chapter 76. Wang. Ash. Pill felt that Inyazuka Hana was very happy, and he couldn't help but shout a few times, wagging his tail and squinting his eyes, with a happy look. The oil girls Hixie nodded, and couldn't help but look east and west, rarely able to see the scenery outside, but she didn't talk much, and the look in her eyes was also blocked by black sunglasses, making it difficult for people to see what she was thinking. Hee. Let's go. Although Narako can come out anytime and anywhere, it is the first time that she has come out to do a mission. When I come out alone, I don't feel interesting, but when I come out to do tasks with others, I feel like a thief is interesting. 30 miles away, Narako and the others soon arrived, and saw a small village not far in front of them. Hi. Brother Kakashi, look, it seems to be on fire over there. When she appeared at the entrance of the village, Narako saw wisps of black smoke rising not far away, and she looked like it was on fire. Help! Ah! It seems that the bandits arrived before us. Let's go. Go and save people. Kakashi frowned, looking at the burning and looting bandits not far away, his eyes froze, and he quickly disappeared in place. Narako and the others quickly chased after them, the small village was very close, and the four of them came to the village in a minute. Damn old man, didn't you expect you to ask Kanaha for help directly? Are you really impatient? Give me death. A fierce and vicious thief looked at the 50 or 60-year-old man in front of him, and was furious. They happened to come to rob the wealth today, and a villager took the initiative to reveal that this old man had asked Kanaha for support. The villager also threatened himself with this, so that after hearing this, he became angry, and went directly to the old man's house, pinching the old man. His eyes were full of killing intent. Humph, what's the use of you killing me? Kanaha's ninja will be here soon, and you'll all be dead by then. The Konoha ninja is so powerful, you won't be able to survive. Ha ha ha. The old man was also considered to have backbone, looking at the bandit in front of him without fear at all. After snorting coldly, he looked directly at the thief in front of him and laughed. Damn old man, you should give Lao Tzu to die. How dare you look down on Lao Tzu so much? Seeing that the old man was so presumptuous to him, the thief was furious, and directly raised his right hand, holding the katana, and was ready to kill him. It's a pity you're moving too slowly. Solve it early, people, I can't save it. At this moment, a childish voice reached the ears of the bandit, and the katana in his hand almost fell to the ground. What kind of person? When the thief heard the sound of Narako Bofeng, his whole body was shocked, and he turned his head in some horror, and was startled when he saw Narako Bafo, who was looking at him with a smile on his face. Kino, Konoha ninja. Not good, brothers, shinobi. Zay. Puff puff. The bandit originally wanted to shout loudly to inform others that the ninja was coming, but in the next second, his head moved directly, spurting out a large amount of blood. Hi! And the hand that was holding the old man also let go. The old man screamed, fell directly to the ground, and the whole person sat on the ground, looking at the thief in front of him who was still spurting blood, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Secret technique Worm Jade. Buzz. At this time, Kauashi and the others also rushed to the village, and the oil girl's Hixie directly released a large number of black parasites in her body, and kept flying towards those bandits. Well, this ability to control insects is still very convenient for dealing with some small minions, right? Hehe. Narako Bofeng looked at the parasites that were constantly flying in the sky, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. It's disgusting, but it's right to clean up the battlefield. Ash pill, tooth to tooth. And Inyazuka Hana was not to be outdone, and directly reached out and patted the little head of the ash pill, and directly used the teeth. A man and a dog instantly turned into two spinning tornadoes, constantly rushing towards the evil bandits in the village. Puff puff. The speed of tooth to tooth is extremely fast. Basically after hitting one bandit, the next second is already in front of another bandit, and the speed of cleaning up the bandit is not slow. Aren't the two friends good? It's my turn to make a move. Flying Thor Slash. Narako Bofeng looked at the two people who were fighting in full swing, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she disappeared directly in place, and the next second she had already appeared behind a bandit. There are a large number of bandits, and the preliminary estimate is that there are about 200, although I don't know why there are so many bandits next to Kanaha village, but now is not the time to think about this. Woohoo! Poof! Okay, so fast. In the entire village, all the villagers only saw golden flashes flying by, and where the golden light passed, one or even a few bandits would inevitably be killed. Although I don't know why, you have to be a bandit, but if you become a bandit, you must have the consciousness of being killed. Die! Narako Bofeng looked at the fallen bandits one after another, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and endless killing intent flashed in her eyes. For these guys who like to bully civilians, Narako Bofeng doesn't look down on them at all, and feels ashamed. Narako's speed is really enviable. Being able to complete space shuttle without relying on the special flying god Lei Kunao is even more terrifying than Mizuto-sensei. Kakashi looked at Narako Namikaze in front of him, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. This kind of space ninjutsu is what everyone dreams of, and as a disciple of Bofeng Shui sect, he is even more so. But I don't have such a talent, so I can only be envious. Hell! Run, help! Run! Many bandits saw the mysterious death of some of their nearby friends, and they could only see one golden glitter after another, which frightened everyone and directly dropped their weapons and chose to flee. Chapter 77. Did you run? A trace of disdain flashed in Naruko's eyes, and the next second she disappeared in place again, killing all the fleeing bandits one by one. Bang bang bang! In a second, the dozens of bandits who had escaped from Minato Namikaze all fell at the same moment, as if they had been killed at the same time, and their movements were all surprisingly similar. Shhhh! Narako is so powerful. I didn't even see it. In a second, all these dozens of bandits died at the same time. Such a speed! Oh my god! Inuzuka Hana and Orochimaru stopped, and saw the figure of Narako in front of them, only to see her like a yellow lightning, quickly shuttling back and forth on the field, and in a second, all the bandits were killed. Such a speed is simply unbelievable and unimaginable. Is this the strength of Naruto Namikaze? It's really worthy of being the daughter of the 4th Hokage-sama. The fame of the 4 generations of Hokage is space ninjutsu, and Narako can be so fast, so the 4 generations of Hokage-sama should be faster, right? No wonder it's so strong to be able to sit in the position of the Hokage. No wonder my bugs tell me the horror of Narako waves flight, and they feel the fear of flying out. It's not all because of the 9 tails in her body, right? The oil girl's Hixie frowned, looked at the insects around her, and frowned. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Thank you for getting rid of the bandits in our village, thank you very much. At this moment, an old man walked over, and after seeing all the bandits killed, he burst into tears, looking at the wave-wind Narako and the others in front of him very grateful. Old man, this is all as it should be, after all, we have accepted the task. Now that the bandits have been killed by us, your Tianwen village will be safe in the future. Narako Bofeng looked at the old man in front of her and smiled. Although this mission was low level, it also made her a little more fun. Thank you very much, although it was a task you accepted, but you arrived in a timely manner. If it's a little later, our Tianwen village will suffer. The old man smiled. This is simply the rest of his life. He was about to lose his life, but now that he has survived, he is naturally very grateful to Narako Bofeng and the others. Woo! Alright, old man, sign your name on the mission book. Even if we're done. At this time, Kauashi suddenly appeared in front of the old man, and directly took out the task scroll and a pen and handed it over. Well, thank you very much. Ha ha ha. This is your reward for this mission, and you take it. After. The old man signed his name, and directly handed over the reward for this time to Kauashi. Everyone's first C-rank mission was completed. Alright, today's mission is complete. Let's go back. Kauashi accepted the payment, then looked at the 3 of them and smiled. Okay, Kauashi-sensei. Then. The 3 of Inuzuka Hana left directly with Kauashi. Thank you, goodbye. Goodbye, Kanaha ninjas. The people of Tianwen village hurriedly waved their hands to Narako Bofeng and the others, and they were very grateful in their hearts. I didn't expect this mission to be so easy to complete, hehe. People still think C-level missions are difficult. It's just a little more bandit than D-class missions. Along the way, Inuzuka Hana hugged Orochimaru, squinted and smiled. It's impossible to encounter ninja battles in C-rank missions. Although you are all forbearing, you can still deal with some small thieves. So don't think C-class missions are difficult. The difficulty of the C-level mission is that it has to deal with the hearts and minds of the people. If you don't kill the killer today, and if Narako isn't there, maybe you're running out of chakra and you won't be able to kill all the bandits. Your chakra is limited, and you can still deal with a dozen or 20 bandits. If you deal with a few hundred, do you think you can deal with it with the chakras of the 2 of you? Kauashi looked at the 3 of them and began to teach the 3 of them. If it weren't for the fact that Naruko Namikaze had a lot of chakras and was powerful, it was still a little difficult for the 3 of them to directly deal with so many bandits. Cut, Kauashi-sensei, we're not bad either, are we? Orochimaru and I are two people. Hee. Are you right, Orochimaru? Inuzuka Hana was still proud, but Kakashi poured cold water on her, pursed her lips, and reached out to touch Orochimaru. Wong wong. Orochimaru also barked loudly a few times, indicating that this was indeed the case, and that I was very powerful. Kakashi-sensei is right. I can't cast the insect jade a few times. It's no problem to deal with 30 bandits. If there are more people, my chakra will be exhausted, and I will only be able to rely on physical skills when the time comes. The bandits are good at them, and I don't think my physical skills can deal with so many bandits. Oil Girl's Hixie nodded, although she didn't want to admit it, but this is the truth, and said coldly. Hey. You're still young, it's okay. In the future, when you grow, your strength will naturally increase. Don't get in the way, no one is born strong, you need to work hard the day after tomorrow. Narako Bofeng looked at the second girl next to her and smiled. She just came out by herself because she was bored and wanted to come out to play. I killed so many bandits today, although they were all scumbags, but I did it anyway. It's been a long time since I've done it so happily, and the characters in the virtual training ground can't speak, and it's all data, and for her, there's no passion at all. It can only be used as a tool to increase combat experience. However, now Narako Bofeng no longer uses the power of the Ninetales, and has been able to easily defeat the Minato who opened the Ninetales chakra mode. For her next target, she was going to choose 1,000 Hands Pillar to try out the power of this ninja god. Well, Narako is right, you're still young. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to become a strong man. After all, there are almost no weak people in your family. Kakashi smiled as he looked at Naruko Namikaze and the others, and quickly led the three of them back towards the village. I small. Isn't Narako small? But her strength is so strong. I must work hard, if I don't work hard, how can I protect my brother? I will definitely protect my teeth well. Chapter 78. Inuzuka Hana frowned, and looked at the pervert Naruko Namikaze, who was obviously as big as herself, but she was able to have such a powerful strength. However, she firmly believes that she can also become a powerful ninja so that she can protect her brother. For a period of time after that, Narako and the others were sitting on C-level missions, and they were rarely doing D-level tasks. The combat experience and cooperation of the three of them also began to get stronger and stronger. Almost all of them were Oil Girl's Hixie's main reconnaissance, while Inuzuka Hana learned medical ninjutsu. Whether it was a dog or a human, it could be treated. At the same time, he also works part-time as an investigator, and Narako Bofeng is responsible for storming, finding the target, beating him hard, and beating him to death. Kill those who can be killed, and those who don't kill are all tied up, and it is indeed very convenient for the three of them to match. Although I will be happy, I still don't want to reveal my abilities too much. Anyway, there are two coolies, so why bother me to investigate by myself? Hehe. This is what Narako Namikaze said. Obviously her own Kagura mind-eye detection ability is even stronger, and she can detect it casually within a radius of 20 miles. But she just can't do anything. You investigate yourself, and I'm responsible for killing people, and that's enough. Okay, tomorrow we'll give you 3 days off, and after 3 days, we will gather here. You've been doing a lot of tasks during this time, and you're tired, aren't you? I'll give you 3 days off to rest and rest. Kakashi looked at the three of them and smiled. It has been almost half a year since the three of them graduated, and in this half a year, the three of them have performed very well, and their strength has improved very quickly. In addition to the pervert of Narako Bakaze, the strength of Inuzuka Hana and Oil Girl's Hixie has also reached the level of the middle ninja, and in the case of going all out, the middle ninja is generally not an opponent. But if the other party is also some kind of middle ninja with special means, it is difficult to say. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Hehe. I can finally rest, and I can finally go home and take my brother out to play. Inuzuka Hana was very happy to hear it, and she often went out to do tasks during this time, and basically didn't take her brother with her, but she missed it a little. The oil girl's Hixie just nodded lightly and didn't say much. Then I'll go back first. Goodbye, brother Kakashi. Bang! Naruko Namikaze heard the holiday, and disappeared directly in place, turning into a puff of smoke. Hi! This Naruko's shadow clone technique is becoming more and more proficient. Even I didn't see that this was just a shadow clone. Kakashi saw the disappearing shadow clone in front of him, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, but more helplessness and relief. It's now 51 years of Konoha and Naruto has grown up. In a few years, we will be able to see the 12 Xiaoqiang. Hehe. It's interesting when familiar people grow up. Narako Bofeng, who had just finished cultivating, received the memory of the shadow clone, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The fourth generation of Hokage-sama, there is a letter from Union Village, saying that they want to take the initiative to come and sign a peace treaty with us Kanaha. It is said that a mission has been sent over and it is estimated that it will be able to arrive at noon tomorrow. At this moment, in the Hokage's office, a shadow ninja appeared and informed the news of Cloud Hidden Village. Oh! That's great! The two villages have signed a peace contract, then we will be able to send half of the ninjas defending in Union Village back to do the mission. This can quickly increase the economic income of the village. Even a few years of peace can increase income a lot. When Minato heard this, his eyes lit up, and he knew that peace was not easy to come by, and as long as a peace agreement was signed, at least in the short term, there would be no large-scale war. They will be able to send the ninjas of the original border back to do the mission, and a high or middle ninja will be rewarded a lot for completing the task for a year. The village got even more, not to mention hundreds of ninjas, which was a great help to the development of the village. The Third Ninja World War has just ended, and just in case, Minato has arranged a large number of ninjas to go to the border to guard before. Without the ninja to resist, if the opponent attacks on a large scale, they won't even have time to send personnel to support. Let the two consultants take care of the reception tomorrow, so that there are no accidents. In addition, send the shadows to protect them along the way, so that they don't have problems halfway. When the time comes, Union Village will leave a tongue to send troops. The village has strengthened its precautions, made all defenses, and once a suspicious person is found, he will immediately arrest and investigate. This peace agreement is very critical and cannot be taken lightly. Minato hurriedly looked at the dark department in front of him and ordered, let them arrange people to guard the mission. If they died in the country of fire, the Union Village would definitely take advantage of the topic. At that time, the Konoha can become passive, and let people strengthen their precautions in case of accidents. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Hi. The dark part nodded quickly, and disappeared in place in an instant. It's nice to have peace again. After the darkness left, Minato stood up and looked at the lively village outside the window, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hi. Ha, Dad, what are you thinking? I have something to discuss with you. Just as Minato was happy, Narako Bofeng appeared directly in the Hokage's office, saw her dad in a daze, and beckoned. Hi. It's Narako. What's wrong? Is the mission done so quickly today? Is there anything you want to discuss with your father? Today's mission is done, and Brother Kakashi gave us 3 days off. I actually came here to discuss with you. I want to apply for the Zongnan assessment. It's too boring to do shinobi, I don't want to do shinobi. I suddenly found out that I'm 8 years old, imaginary age. Now that I'm applying, it should be about the same, right? Or just give me a shinobi assessment. Didn't Kakashi's brother become a shinobi at the age of 12? I'm 4 years younger, shouldn't I be a gad? Hehe. Bofeng Narako looked at the Minato in front of him and smiled, wanting to directly participate in the assessment of the middle ninja or the upper ninja, and do these sea-level tasks all day long. It was okay at first. If you do more, you don't think it's interesting, and it's still the interesting point of those assassination types, B-level, or A-level, S-level. Hi. Narako. Are you too fast now? Chapter 79. Kakashi was promoted quickly, and that's because in times of war, it's peacetime, it's not that fast. It still takes time to accumulate little by little. Besides, this year's middle ninja assessment has ended, and we need to wait for next year's middle ninja assessment. Bo Feng Shuman looked at his genius daughter with a little headache, eccentric, and had a lot of ideas. I have to do things at every turn, either because I dislike the task is too bad, or because I feel that I am strong and it makes no sense to do this. As a father, he can't let her go like this, although Narako Bofeng is very strong, but he can't let her develop a proud and complacent attitude. It is still necessary to let her calm down and complete the task well. The number of tasks completed is up to standard, and the Zongren assessment is passed, then she will naturally be promoted to Zongnan. Dad, you're the Hokage, you have to treat everyone equally, you can't think I'm the Hokage's daughter, so you have to go step by step. Dad may think I'm proud and complacent, or I'm empty-eyed, but I don't think so. Since I can pass the assessment, it proves that I am a qualified ninja. Isn't it? Narako Bofuse frowned. She didn't want to do it anymore after she was tired of low-level tasks. Becoming a shinobi or a middle ninja is a bit freer, unlike now, where you have to do these small tasks every day. This is the rule, Dad just treats everyone equally, so he tells you according to the rules. Your strength is very strong, but you also have to understand your father and don't make trouble for him. Dad doesn't want to worry about you every day, no matter how strong a person is, there will be times when he is negligent. Dad doesn't want you to be in danger, at least until you're 10 years old, Dad won't let you take the Zongnan exam. When you're 10 years old, Dad will agree to let you take the Zongnan assessment. Minato frowned, looking at Bofeng Narako in front of him, he naturally recognized his daughter's strong strength. But there are rules in the village, and not anyone who wants to participate in the middle ninja assessment can participate in the middle ninja assessment. And the most important thing is that Narako Bofeng is too young, he is not at ease, so let's wait until he is 10 years old. I have to wait 2 years. Dad. Narako. Bofeng heard Minato say this, and his face was crying, showing a pitiful look. Alright, don't pretend. Even if your mother knew, your mother wouldn't agree. Well, don't run around these days. Tomorrow a delegation from Union Village will come over to sign a peace agreement with us. Don't run into them, peace doesn't come easily, and Dad doesn't want to see war. Bo. Feng Shuman stretched out his hand and touched Bofeng Narako's little head. She was tied with 2 ponytails, she was very cute. Humph, if you don't give it, you won't give it. Narako Bofeng pouted, turned her head to the side, and said angrily. By the way, the mission of Union Village. It's the 51st year of Kanaha now, I'm going, they're here to steal the white eyes. Suddenly, Narako Bakaze remembered that Hinata was intercepted when she was a child, and then caused Hinata to directly kill the head of the mission of Union Village. In the end, Union Village did not admit that he had come to snatch the white eye, and threatened Kanaha with this reason that if he did not hand over Hinata's body, he would start a war with Kanaha. In the end, Hinata went to die instead of his brother, so that poor Ning Ci lost his father. Dad, this time the people from Union Village are not good. Bofeng Narako looked at Minato, her brows furrowed. Hi. Narako, did you predict anything again? Minato was slightly stunned, looking at Bofeng Narako, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and his brows were tightly locked. Dad, if I said that the purpose of Union Village this time was to White Eye, would you believe it? For the White Eye? Narako, do you mean that Union Village came to Kanaha to steal White Eyes under the guise of signing a peace agreement? Don't you really want peace? Minato was instantly woken up, he was not a fool, hearing Bofeng Narako say it so concisely and clearly, a trace of murderous intent flashed between his eyebrows. Well, this time they just want to steal the white eyes of our Kanaha for research. But they won't succeed, and they'll be killed by Hinata as well. Then they threaten to go to war. I don't know, Dad, what are you going to do? Bofeng Narako nodded, looked at Minato in front of him and smiled. Humph, we Kanaha are not a place where you can come and go when you want. How is it possible to steal the white eyes of our Kanaha? If they want to go to war, then Dad naturally wants them to see and understand, Mu Dun is powerful. Is it true that we Kanaha are made of mud, and we can do whatever we want. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Minato's eyes, and he finally sat in the Hokage's seat, wanting to bring a happy life to the villagers of Konoha. But now Union Village actually wants to come over and destroy it again, which is unbearable. Since you want to come to the temptation, then go to war with you directly, start a war. He has never been afraid of the 4 generations of Hokage. It depends on who is afraid of whom, and now he is not the previous 4 generations of Hokage. Even the previous 4 generations of Hokage had beaten Union Village, let alone now? Hehe. I think so too. The small Union Village actually dared to break ground on Tai Sui's head. It's really muddy when our Kanaha is needed, and I know that I come to our Kanaha all day long and want to make some benefits. Narako directly gave Minato a thumbs up, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he smiled. Okay, since Dad doesn't agree, then I'll withdraw first. 2 years, Dad, don't forget. Whoa. Then Narako disappeared directly in place, leaving only Minato alone in a secret daze. This kid. Shaman shook his head, and then began to arrange the deployment of the Dark Department. As long as the people of Union Village entered the village, they would be highly monitored, and no one would take advantage of it. Do you say that Union Village really wants to sign a peace contract with us Kanaha this time? Zhuan Xiaochun looked at Homeru Mitokado beside him, who was already sitting in the office, ready to receive the Union Village delegation who would come later. Hi. I can't say that. After all, it is now the reign of the 4th generation, and the previous Thunder Shadow of Union Village and the 8-tailed Pillar Force are not opponents of the 4th generation. Now that the 4th generation still has Mu done, even if Union Village doesn't know about it. Chapter 80. I don't think they dare to blatantly come to our Konoha to spread wild, right? Homeru Mitokado frowned, looked at Koharu beside him, and shook his head. Is it? The strength of the 4th generation is indeed very strong. Not only has space ninjutsu, but now there is also the 1st generation of adults Mu done. Maybe even if the 1st generation of adults is alive, they may not be able to easily defeat the 4th generation. But this time in Union Village, I always feel that something is not right. They are not peace-loving people, and they want to pick things up again this time. It's just that a group of people with simple minds and well-developed limbs like to trouble us Kanaha the most. Zhuan Xiaokun's brows furrowed, and her intuition told herself that there must be some conspiracy in Union Village this time. Let's take a look first. I haven't seen anyone, and it's hard to judge. Maybe someone has changed their sex. Let's just take precautions ourselves. Mito shook his head, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Then we'll talk about it then. I'd like to see what tricks they can play. Koharu nodded, squinting and waiting. Squeak. 2 advisors, these are the envoys of Union Village. These 2 are our Kanaha advisors, Lord Koharu and Lord Homeru Mitokado. Soon. The mission of Union Village was brought into the conference hall by a Kanaha ninja and hurriedly began to introduce. Well, we're here to sign a peace agreement. Are you going to send 2 advisors over to talk to us? What about your Hokage-sama? Damn it, do you actually look down on us in Union Village so much? Just send 2 old immortals to negotiate a peace agreement with us. One of the ninjas from Union Village who took the lead frowned, and immediately broke out, actually looking down on their own Union Village mission so much, and sent 2 old guys to meet them. They represent the envoy of Union Village, which means that they represent the facade of Union Village, and they must be received by the Hokage. Now when they saw the 2 advisors in front of them, they went straight to frenzy. Oh! Are you sure you're here to talk about signing a peace agreement? You're so grumpy, and you're so powerful when you just came. You don't seem to take us Kanaha seriously. The peace agreement you talked about like that, I don't think it's okay. Zhuan Xiaochun didn't blink his eyes, squinted his eyes, and said lightly, very calm. Haha, Koharu, don't do this. After all, they are the envoys of Union Village. Although a few of them are just a few of the upper ninjas in Union Village, they can be regarded as having a little influence in the village. It's not appropriate for us to say that. Besides, we're here to negotiate a peace deal, so don't get angry. Seeing this situation, Homura Mitokado hurriedly stood up and laughed, like a peacemaker, but he was belittling the ninjas of Union Village in and out of his words, but they were just a few upper ninjas, and they only had a little influence in the village. For such a person, his two advisors received him, which was already a great gift. What? Damn, you! They! Leader of Union Village seemed to want to speak, and he was extremely angry when the two of them sang and said in harmony. Boss, don't say it, don't forget our mission this time. Our mission, but to sign a peace agreement with Kanaha is the most important thing. A ninja from Cloud Hidden Village beside the leader hurriedly whispered to him. Hi. You're right, I won't talk about it this time. After all, we are here to sign a peace agreement and discuss peace. The leader of Union Village frowned, his anger suddenly disappeared, he nodded and his face instantly calmed down. Then let's start talking. Although we in Konoha want peace, we are not afraid of things. After all, our Hokage, but the 4th generation Hokage. I believe that the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow in your Union Village should be very clear, right? Zhuan Xiaochun waved his hand directly, motioning for a few people to sit down and talk, and also intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Minato and the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow AI. The battle of that year, Union Village can be regarded as vivid. Hi. They. Leader of Union Village frowned, looked at the sleeping Koharu in front of him, and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. This is our peace agreement for Union Village, you can take a look. There are several conditions of our Union Village, as long as you agree, our Union Village will sign a peace agreement with you. Then the leader of Union Village directly handed over a scroll and put it in front of the two of them. Condition. Koharu frowned, took the scroll directly, and began to examine it seriously. What? Are you sure that Union Village is here to negotiate a peace agreement? You actually ask for 1,000,000,000 taels. Do you think that we Konoha will agree in this way? After reading the scroll, Zhuan Xiaochun opened his eyes wide and stared at the leader of Union Village sitting opposite him with anger on his face. Hehe. You two advisors, what can you decide? Let's let you 4th Hokage come out. 1,000,000,000 is already a few, isn't it? If you want to go to war, you will lose more than 1,000,000,000. The corners of the mouth of the leader of Union Village rose slightly, and a hint of banter and disdain flashed in his eyes. Haha. This messenger is right, this 1,000,000,000 is really not something that the two of us old guys can decide. Come on, first bring the people from the Union Village mission back to the arranged accommodation to rest. We still need to discuss this with the 4th generation. Homura Mitokado looked at the leader of Union Village and laughed, and directly turned his head and glanced at Koharu. Zhuan Xiaochun nodded and didn't say anything more. Cut. Sure enough, it's 2 pieces of waste. I can't make a decision at all, so what's the point of talking? But I'll just give you a day and look forward to your choice. Hehe. They. Leader of Union Village pursed his lips, sneered, and stood up directly and turned to leave. Humph, the people of Union Village, as expected, don't know the etiquette. Zhuan Xiaochun frowned, watched the Union Village delegation leave, and snorted coldly. Who made them all so grumpy? Okay, don't be angry. Let's make this matter clear with the 4th generation. He will make the decision himself, so we don't need to make a decision for him. Homura Mitokado looked at Koharu and smiled, stood up directly, and prepared to leave. Chapter 81. Woo! The 4th generation of Hokage-sama, the Union Village mission has entered the surveillance range. They've all stayed at the inn. This time, there are 4 upper ninjas and 1 elite upper ninja, but this elite upper ninja, looking at the momentum, the strength should be in the range of the Quasi Shadow. At this moment, Shadow appeared in front of Bo Feng Shui Gate and knelt down on one knee. Quasi Shadow. It's quite hidden. You send 10 upper shinobi and 3 elite upper ninjas to monitor. During the signing of the peace agreement, it is important to monitor their every move. They want to find opportunities to threaten us, and there are opportunities. There's no need to push too hard. I'm going to see what they want to do. The corners of Bo Fengshuman's mouth rose slightly, looking out the window, looking at the blue sky, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Whoa! The shadow vanished in an instant. After all, the ninja world is still a world where the strong are respected. Although the white-eyed ability is special, there are too many restrictions, and it can't make them grow into peerless powerhouses after all. But it's also a rare combat power. This time is just right, so that the loyalty of the Hyuga clan will be increased a little. The children in the village also need such companions, which can enhance the survival rate. The whites of the eyes must not flow out. Minato smiled, and in his opinion, the white eyes were not of much use. White eyes are more used as an auxiliary reconnaissance, but if they are used in battle, they are not very powerful. However, the white eye can be assigned to many squads, and as scouting masters, they can enhance the survival rate of the squad, so naturally they can't be exposed. Ding! A special mission was detected, to prevent Union Village from snatching the white eye, and advocated starting a war, personally putting on armor and going into battle, and shocking the ninja world. Quest reward, Special Psychic Beast, Sea Dragon King. At this time, the system prompt suddenly came out, which made Narako feel a little surprised. What's the situation? I already have psychic beasts, why did I send another one? There are still dragons in the Hokage world. Could it be that the dragon cave and the dragon really have something to do with it? Then why hasn't the dragon ever appeared? Dragon. The dragon is Angelica Sea, and the sea doesn't welcome me. Could it be that Grandpa Jiraiya has really seen a dragon? You're not going to see this Sea Dragon King, are you, and then you don't sign a psychic spell for him? Shhhh. After Narako heard the sound of the system, she felt a little confused, and suddenly remembered a sentence. Is it related to Zilat? After all, the sudden appearance of the Sea Dragon King made her a little strange. Forget it, if you come, you will be safe, and if you come, you will take a look first. I don't know what this Sea Dragon King looks like, Dragon Knight, it seems to be very good, oh. Hehe. Thinking of the appearance of the dragon, Narako Bofeng was also a little happy. I don't know what these dragons are, but I also want to see it. Looks like it's tonight. Then I'm going to come and see the excitement. Narako smiled and continued to train. Training never stopped, and geniuses also had to work hard to live up to their genius abilities. Boss, I feel it, there are 13 ninjas around us watching over us. At the very least, their chakras are all ninja-level existences. There are 3 other people who seem to be very close to your chakra, boss. Could it be that they found something? A sentient ninja in Cloud Hidden Village frowned, looking at the leader of Cloud Hidden Village in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Probably not. They just value the signing of the peace agreement this time. When the evening comes, they slack off, and that's when we make a move. This time you have to get the white eye, it's an order from Lord Thunder's shadow himself. You all rest early, and I'll be enough for me alone in the evening. A few of you are honestly staying in your room. If something happens to me, I'll do plan B right away. The leader of Union Village shook his head and looked out the window, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, showing a look of ambition. Yes, boss. The rest of the Cloud Hidden Village ninjas nodded hurriedly. Soon, when night fell, the leader of Union Village disappeared directly in place, and when he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away. You want to spy on me? Is it possible? Hehe. After the leader of Union Village disappeared, he didn't cause any reaction from the shadows, as if he really hadn't found it. The target has already gone out, Captain, are we going to catch up? A Shangnan frowned, watching the leader of Union Village disappear, and wanted to catch up and take a look. Our job is to keep an eye on here, and leave the rest alone. The 4 generations of Hokage-sama naturally have their own arrangements. If you don't let us do more, then you just stay honest and don't move. An elite Shangnan pursed his lips, and when he saw the leader of Union Village, who thought that no one had noticed him running away, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Yes, Captain. Hearing what his captain said, the dark shinobu didn't say anything more, and instantly returned to his seat. Have you set off? It's the direction of the Hyuga family. What the 4 Hokage-sama said is indeed true. Humph! Shadow saw that the head of Union Village left directly, heading towards the clan land of the Hyuga clan, snorted coldly, and disappeared directly in place. Hehe! The Hyuga clan, is the garrison so lax? According to the information, this should be the room of the female doll, right? Take it away first. Soon. The leader of Union Village had already come to Hineda's house. Looking at the room in front of him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Cut, my brother and daughter-in-law, do you dare to move? I'm really impatient. Narako has been waiting in the Hyuga clan for a long time, and the leader of this cloud-hidden village appeared behind the Hyuga family, followed closely behind, and did not appear, but he deliberately alarmed Hineda foot. Leave while there's no one now. The leader of Union Village entered the room directly, holding Hineda and preparing to flee the scene. Who? Stop, put down Hineda immediately. Roll your eyes, open. Hineda saw that someone wanted to rob Hineda, and she was furious, so she opened her eyes and chased after her. Not good, it was discovered. When the leader of Union Village saw the appearance of Hinazu, he was shocked, and he directly prepared to escape. Chapter 82. Escape. Did you run away? Hehe. Bo. Feng Narako directly waved his right hand, and several small vines appeared directly under the feet of the leader of Union Village, directly entangled his feet, blocking his movement to escape. What? The leader of Union Village was slightly stunned when he found that his foot was entangled in something. And Hineda didn't pay much attention. His attention was all on Hineda and the leader of Union Village, and he flew forward directly. Humph! The leader of Union Village snorted coldly, and directly wanted to resist Hineda's attack. Too done, heart decapitation technique. At this moment, suddenly a voice came to the ears of several people, and the leader of Union Village was directly pulled into the ground, revealing only one head. Hi! Die! Hineda saw that the leader of Union Village only had one head left on it, and because he was wearing a black dress, he didn't find out who it was, so he slapped his palm directly on his head. Poof! The leader of Union Village was directly slapped to death by Hineda and lost his breath. Hi! Hizu, you're too fast, you should keep a living. At this moment, the figure of the shadow appeared in front of Hineda in his hand, holding Hineda who was still sleeping peacefully, looking at the leader of Union Village who had died, and was slightly stunned. Humph, if you want to rob Hineda, whoever it is, you will die. Hineda snorted coldly, not feeling that he had done anything wrong. Actually, he is the leader of the mission of Union Village this time. If you kill him now, it is estimated that it will be difficult for the 4 generations of Hokage-sama. If there is a war at that time, the responsibility of your Hyuga clan will be great. Shadow shook his head. The reason why he didn't kill the leader of Union Village was this reason. What? The leader of the Union Village mission? How is that possible? What do they want to do? Why are they coming to arrest us? Hineda was slightly stunned, and directly stretched out his hand to take off the man's mask, revealing the face of the leader of Union Village, making him pale. I also noticed the anomaly when I was spying on him, but I didn't expect him to come to the Hyuga clan, and when I chased after him, it was too late. So I grabbed him directly, but I didn't expect to be killed by you directly. Shadow shook her head and handed Hineda. Thank you. I'll take care of this myself. It will definitely not drag down the Hyuga clan and the village. A hint of gloom flashed in Hineda eyes. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing today. This shadow, the strength is not good, but there is a set of fooling people. But don't worry, I will protect your Hyuga clan. It's a pity that Hineda has a bad day. Let's see if there is a chance to be under my command. Hineda is not a caged bird, and his strength will definitely be higher. Next is the big battle. Hey! Union Village, don't let me down. Ha ha ha. Narako Bofeng watched the conversation between the two, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she disappeared directly in place. Her task is to prevent Union Village from getting the white eye, although it is just a random shot, but it can be regarded as a shot. What she is looking forward to the most is that Union Village and Konoha will start a war, and then she will be able to show her skills and shock the entire ninja world. Early the next morning, you Konoha actually assassinated our ninja in Union Village. You actually killed our boss. What are your intentions in Konoha? That's right, you actually dare to kill our boss. We want to see your 4 generations of Hokage and ask him to give us an explanation. The few remaining ninjas in the cloud-hidden village shouted frantically directly in front of the Hokage building. 4 generations of Hokage-sama, they're already downstairs. The shadow appeared beside Bo Feng Shui gate and knelt down on one knee. Well, got it. Let them go back. Konoha's white eyes are not something they can peep into. Nothing else, needless to say. In addition, preparations for war began, and the personnel of the Dark Department were the first to arrive at the border to defend Union Village. If Union Village really wants to go to war, then I will also accompany it to the end. Bo Fengshuman nodded, waved his hand directly, and asked Ying to send people away. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Whoa! The shadow vanished in an instant. Konoha is peace-loving, but we will not compromise in the face of threats. To compromise for the sake of peace is cowardice. 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, you underestimate me too much. Bo Fengshuman frowned, looked in the direction of Union Village, and said coldly. For the strength of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, he still recognizes it. But he's not what he used to be now, but he's no longer the hairy boy he used to be. Is the Hokage building also noisy with you? All beings with malicious intentions towards Konoha are not welcome in our village. You are here for a purpose, you know in your hearts. Now give you a chance, leave, or die. The shadow appeared directly in front of several Union Murakami shinobi, the murderous aura appeared in his eyes, and the shadow-level momentum of his whole body pressed directly towards the few people in front of him. What? He's very strong, we're not opponents. They obviously guessed our purpose, but we couldn't admit it. This matter will go back first, and give them an ultimatum in the name of the village. Well, let's go, eh? Few Shang Ninja nodded, and after seeing the strength of the shadow, they chose to leave directly, without dragging their feet at all. Did you hear that? We Konoha actually killed the leader of their Union Village mission. Who knows? Union Village is a bunch of stupid big guys, and it's annoying to see them. That's right, almost every war, they are the first to start, and the most hated is Union Village. It's good to die. Our Konoha is under the leadership of the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, and we don't know how many times stronger than before. Will we still be afraid of Union Village? That's right, if I don't know ninjutsu, I'll be the first to rush forward when I'm older. Naturally. The villagers who came and went also saw it, and they all pointed at a few people from Union Village, with uncontrollable disgust and hatred in their eyes. Humph, let's go. Hearing the villagers of Konoha village say this, the Shangnin of Union Village snorted coldly and left quickly. Hurry up and get out, bastards of Union Village, we Konoha don't welcome you. That's right, hurry up, we don't welcome you in Konoha. No matter how arrogant you are, let you stay here forever. These people who killed 1,000 knives are all dead, and I am happy. Because not long after the end of the Third Ninja War, everyone vaguely remembers that their families, children, husbands, and wives were killed. Chapter 83. Seeing that Union Village was full of anger one by one, and seeing that they didn't go up and kick a few feet, they were already very merciful. Now I see them leaving in a gloomy manner, calling outside vigorously, which is regarded as a vicious outing. Hi! Shadow watched Union Village leave, a disdainful smile flashed in his eyes, he pursed his lips, and disappeared directly in place. Are they all gone? Bo Fengshuman looked at the documents in his hand, didn't raise his head, and asked lightly. Yes, the 4 generations of Hokage-sama, all of them in Union Village have left. Ying hurriedly knelt in front of Bo Feng Shui gate and replied respectfully. I'll give you a mission. Let them die at the border, no problem, right? A trace of murderous intent flashed in Bo Fengshuman's eyes, and his tone was a little cold. Hi! After hearing Minato's words, Ying then felt Minato's killing intent and felt shocked. Yes, For Hokage-sama. This is just a few upper ninjas, and one person is enough. Then Ying hurriedly lowered his head and said respectfully. Good. Let's go down. When they cross the border, they will be killed directly, leaving no one alive. In addition, arrange someone to notify the border guards of Union Village to strengthen precautions, maybe the war will start again. Bo Fengshuman nodded, and directly raised his head to look at the shadow, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Feeling the killing intent of Minato, the whole person was like entering an ice cave, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The 4 generations of Hokage-sama have such terrifying killing intent and terrifying momentum. This kind of strength is not known how many times stronger than the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. No wonder the 3 generations of Hokage-sama will fail. End. Shadow is secretly comparing himself, following Ape Fei's son / for many years, he is naturally very clear about his momentum. This time, he felt the momentum of the wave wind and water gate. It can be said that it is a heaven and an underground, and there is no way to compare it at all, which makes him respect him even more in his heart. Woo! Then the shadow disappeared directly in place, leaving Minato alone. Union Village, since you want to fight, then I will accompany you to the end. Do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? I won't allow anyone to hurt Kanaha and my family. Everyone who wants to hurt Kanaha and my family has to die. Minato can be regarded as killing countless people, although he is very kind to the people in the village, but he will never be merciful to the enemy. In the face of Union Village's repeated provocations, he didn't like to forbear, but chose to take the initiative. Someone! Then Minato shouted casually. Woo! 4 generations of Hokage-sama. A shadow knelt directly in front of Minato. Immediately notify the village of Kaminobu and enter a state of combat readiness. Investigate how many upper ninjas are left in the village, send an additional 300 upper ninjas to the border of Union Village, and send another 2,000 middle ninjas and 3,000 lower ninjas to go together. Arrange for Kakashi to become the commander of the battlefield in Cloud Hidden Village this time, and let all the shinobi come over and gather. Inform the 2 other advisors to prepare follow-up supplies and execute them immediately. Minato acted resolutely, and immediately ordered to go down, let people start to prepare for war, and began to deploy defenses at the border of Union Village, and increase troops, which is bound to let Union Village see the powerful strength of Kanaha. Yes, for Hokage-sama. Whoa! The shadows disappeared directly in place, and went down to prepare everything. Kakashi, don't let the teacher down. Bo Fengshuman stood up, looking at the scenery outside the window, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Because Minato did not die, his apprentice naturally became the commander of the war. All the Hokage are the same, all the battle commands, opportunities will be handed over to his descendants to deal with. And Kakashi has been in the shadows for many years, and he has extremely strong strength, and he is definitely able to dominate this war. Of course, just in case, he will naturally have a backhand. After all, Union Village has the power of Thunder Shadow and 8-tailed perfect human pillar, and his strength should not be underestimated. Kakashi may be able to deal with 1 person, but it is still very difficult to deal with 2. Once the shadow level is reached, the 2 sides fight, unless the other party has some special means, such as Obito's cheating methods, and the rest is difficult to distinguish the winner or loser. Kakashi-sama. At this moment, a dark department appeared next to Kakashi. Because of the wave wind and water gate, Kakashi was also promoted, and when the members of the dark department saw him, they would shout an adult. Of course, it is also because Kakashi was originally a captain-level existence in the dark department, and his strength has been recognized by most of the dark department, and the most important thing is that he still likes strength. Oh! What's wrong? Kakashi frowned as he looked at the shadows in front of him. Kakashi-sama, Kanaha is about to start a war with Cloud Hidden Village, and the 4th Hokage-sama has asked you to lead this war. Now the 4th Hokage-sama has asked you to come over, and the rest of the upper shinobi are also being notified. They. Dark Part hurriedly replied respectfully. Wage war, so fast. Wouldn't it, "Sensei, let me lead this battle. Can I really do it?" Kakashi was slightly stunned when he heard the Dark Department's words, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. His strength has barely reached the shadow level, but he can only have such strength with the riding wheel. If you want to let yourself dominate the battlefield, unless you expose all your strength, how can you surpass the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 4 generations of Thunder's shadow? These two guys, who were even afraid of the previous wave wind and water gate, now have to face it alone, which makes him have a trace of unconfidence in himself. I see. Kakashi looked down in contemplation for a moment, then nodded, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and slowly walked towards the Hokage's office building. Hehe. Kakashi. What about your original self-confidence? Isn't it war? What about the Thunder Shadow? What about the 8 tails? As long as you dare to hurt Kanaha, then I will never let them go. Shaking his head as he walked, Kakashi laughed to himself, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had regained his previous confidence. Is there going to be a war? I can't wait. Hey. And Naruko Namikaze was also paying attention, and as soon as there was a little bit of trouble, she could know immediately. Knowing that Minato was going to choose to start a war, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After all, he still had a mission, didn't he? In the next second, Bofeng Narako disappeared directly in place, reappeared, and had already appeared in front of Minato. Chapter 84. Ha, Dad, we'll meet again. I heard you're going to go to war with